Chapter 50, Japhet's Folly Assault PT2. Rictus watched on as the second wave of his little coalition landed. The first one had already established a beachhead and taken control of the docks on the island. The pirates had easily given it up and decided to make their stand farther back in the settlement. At first it didn't seem like the best of plans, but there was some logic to it. If they stayed and tried to fight near the docks, the East Empire Company's ships would bombard them easily and accurately. By retreating farther up where there were more buildings obscuring them, the pirates limited the ships to only guess at the pirates' true positions and not fire as much for fear of hitting their own people. It was a little sad that Rictus could not just fly over and signal the ships where to concentrate fire. If he did, someone would likely report him for the infraction once this fight was all over. He did not need the Empire breathing down his neck and declaring him an outlaw or anything like that. The EEC ships now would only lob their attacks farther in the settlement, softening up the defenses further along. Rictus would be going along with the third wave of troops. He was basically fully recovered from his earlier spell. If he had been anyone else, that spell probably would have worn him out completely. Thankfully, because of who he was and his bonuses to alteration magic, the spell cost half what it normally should, plus all his enchanted gear had greatly reduced the required energy. He couldn't help but smirk as he rubbed his side and pulled out the dragon priest mask which had been hidden there. Turns out as long as the mask was touching you, then its beneficial effects would happen. He had been hiding it along his side for a while now, since apparently it was quite intimidating when casually walking around town. For this battle though, he would wear it as it was intended though. There was an unintentional benefit for his magical display with the weather. The fighters and mercenaries of the East Empire Company were originally wary of joining in on the ground battle because of their fear of Halden. Originally, after finding out more mages had joined him, the fighters did not want any part of the assault. Their thoughts had changed after seeing Rictus work his magic. Knowing a mage powerful enough to counter Halden was on their side relieved their worries. They had no problems fighting against normal pirates. The bribe Rictus gave the commanding officers definitely helped as well. He could already hear the sounds of people fighting and dying as his boat docked with the shore. As soon as he landed, a group of 10 heavily armed and armored warriors led by Raluth formed up around him. These were some of the best warriors the restored could offer. Each had been fully armored in thick steel armor and carried a large metal shield. Their weapons may have differed, but the rest was identical. Hawk was also slinking around them and keeping a wary eye out for any enemies. Rictus could feel fear and trepidation building within him. He had already been in fights and even killed already, but this was different. This was his first true battle. The difference in scale made a huge difference. In his previous fights, he could pretty much see and account for everyone and thing on the battlefield. That was no longer the case here with so many people fighting in such a space. It was chaos. An organized chaos, but still chaos. There were no clear battle lines where shield wall met shield wall and mages would battle it out in their own little worlds. There were enough buildings and hiding places that a pirate could pop out at any moment, or a trap could be sprung on any unwary warrior. Death was waiting around every corner. Yet, there was a prevailing calm which overcame his doubts. The unfazed look in his soldiers' eyes, the confidence they held in their stances, and their steady hands gave him confidence. Many had already seen the horrors of war against a magically superior foe. Fighting pirates who were used to surprise attacks and fighting those weaker than them, did not faze the veteran members of the restored. These people provided courage greater than any spell could to those who were unused to battle. Rictus was pulled from his thoughts as a Winterhold guard came running towards him. We have reached the first wall, my Thane. Mage Farelda and Commander Ken are massing our forces for when they decide to breach the gate. Fighting is ongoing in a few of the warehouses and a couple of the housing structures closer to the wall, but it is dying down. Jarl Korer has a secondary rallying point where the guardsmen are coordinating the clearing of the buildings. He sent me to update you and let you know most of the guard will be moving towards the wall, seeing as how some of the EEC mercs are joining the battle. The Jarl figured they would be more than happy raiding the warehouses and houses. Rictus nodded in agreement. The EEC would be more than capable of clearing the remaining pockets of resistance near the docks. He thanked the messenger as he started making his way towards the wall. The wall was not very impressive, but it served its purpose of stopping their assault. It was just tall enough a person could not climb over without some kind of assistance. There were a couple platforms on either side of the gate where pirate archers would pop up and take a shot ever so often. Other than that, it was an unassuming wooden wall. He quickly learned his friends and leaders of the attack behind one of the warehouses near the wall, organizing the soldiers before attacking the wall. As Rictus was nearing them, he had a wary feeling about the calm they were experiencing. The fight had been too easy so far. There were 6 ships docked here which could account for a huge number of pirates. While their attack was a surprise, there should have been more resistance so far. They had practically been able to walk up to the gates. Halden would most likely still be in the keep, but what about the other spellcasters and fighters? A sudden thought hit him. The pirates were collecting black soul gems. He hadn't had a lot of time for research, but his knowledge of the Elder Scroll games filled in some knowledge. Strong enchantments were the common usage of black soul gems. Instead of having to go fight and kill something like a mammoth, you could get a grand level soul gem from killing a sleeping homeless person or a too trusting traveler. Most people never considered them for anything more than that, since they could make extremely strong enchantments without risking their lives fighting a strong monster. And this may not be totally accurate, but just play along with it for now. There was another less known usage for the black soul gems though. They could act as a currency. There were beings called the Ideal Masters which resided over the Soul Cairn, the realm of the souls trapped by black soul gems and one of the many planes of oblivion. They are an enigma to the inhabitants of Tamriel, and very few know of them. They have a hunger for pure souls, and it is this hunger which gives mages a bargaining tool. Rictus had known a bit about them from his prior knowledge, but he had been able to find a book in the college's library written by a necromancer who was granted the ability to conjure powerful undead similarly to how one would conjure an Atronak. That ability removed one of the biggest weaknesses of necromancy, the need for a corpse. This was just a singular exchange with the Ideal Masters. There was no telling what other powers or abilities these mysterious beings could grant those willing to satiate their hunger. A build-up of magical energy behind the wall drew his attention. Using his Detect Life and Mana spells, revealed a build-up of forces directly behind the gate. The different sight spells painted an ominous picture. His Detect Life spell did not pick up as many signatures as his Detect Mana spell did, and quickly using his Detect Undead spell confirmed his thoughts. There was a large number of undead and pirates waiting right behind the gate. More undead seemed to appear out of nowhere, which confirmed the pirates had dealings with the Ideal Masters. 7 signatures burned brightly in his sight. 2 had very high levels of magic and were the ones responsible for summoning the undead hordes. The other 5 burned brightly from his Detect Life skill. He was not certain, but he feared these could be minions or direct disciples to one of the skilled. Not wasting another moment, Rictus confronted the other leaders. Farelda, Korer, Ken, and Dante all looked up at his hurried approach. There is a large group of enemies directly behind the wall. There are numerous pirates as well as undead just waiting for us there. More undead are joining them every moment we are waiting. We should attack now instead of letting them build their forces up more. The leaders all looked intently at his information. Farelda, Korer, and Ken fully trusted him and his information. Dante had a stoic expression but had tightened his grip on his sword at the mention of undead. Rictus continued talking before anyone could voice an opinion. We still outnumber those behind the wall right now. Delaying further only gives them an advantage. We will charge the wall with our forces. Don't worry about the gate. I will handle that. Dante, you and the vigilantes will be instrumental in fighting the undead. They are massed towards the right side of the gate, so that is where we will need you all. The restored will back you up. The forces of Winterhold will focus on the pirates group to the left. There are 5 targets there which we need to be wary of. I do not know the specifics, but they will put up a fight. Now, let's get going. No one questioned him on his information or the plan, not that they were given the opportunity. Rictus had already turned away and started giving orders for charging the gate. His protection detail quickly crowded near him with Raluth front and center as Rictus made his way towards the gate. Shields up, lads. I need a moment to work my magic. The warriors let out a grunt of acknowledgement at the command as they tightened their formation up more. Rictus was surrounded by armored bodies and raised shields as they drew near the gate. Some archers tried to take shots at them. The platforms they were shooting from did not provide enough space for more than a couple people, which combined with the return archer fire, made the pirate archers totally ineffective. The restored and Winterhold guards quickly made their way towards the gate, following behind their leader and Thane as he started his spell. Bringing down the gate and the wall was surprisingly easy. The ground was mostly stone, and Rictus had quite a bit of power and experience with that. It took hardly any magic for the ground supporting the wall to become ineffective at its job. The wall began to unsteadily sway after just a couple seconds. Another quick spell causing the stone to push the foundation of the wall, and a large section came crumbling down towards the pirates. The cries of the pirates in the watchtowers and those standing too close to the wall were drowned out by the roar of Rictus's charging soldiers. The falling wall had crushed a fair number of their opponents. Seems they were expecting some kind of pushing match or battering ram and had grouped behind the gate for support. They were not prepared for it to fall right on top of them. A quick look by Rictus revealed it had even snuffed out one of the minions' signatures, which was a happy bonus. Regardless of the advantage, the fighting was intense and brutal. The clashing of blades rang out loudly. The cries of the dying were being drowned out by the roar of battle. The injured of the attackers were being transported back towards a designated first aid center. The injured of the pirates were left to their own devices, as most were quickly put out of their misery, by both friend and foe. The pirates would have been beaten quickly, if not for 4 men. Pirates rallied around them for safety and support as they created 4 islands of defenders in the crushing wave of attackers. Each of them carried a weapon in each hand as they seemingly danced across the battlefield. There were already several bodies lying in their wake, easily repelling all their attackers despite being outnumbered. They were each encased in bone armor with bone helmets stylized based off different creatures. Their armor oozed intimidation and made them seem like death incarnate. Unlike normal bone armor, theirs seemed as strong as steel as it repelled the attacks which slipped through their guard. Despite their leader's prowess, the pirates around them were being overrun and steadily defeated. The guardsmen would pay dearly for it though if things continued like they were. A crack of lightning signaled a change. Farelda had made her presence known on the battlefield. Lightning was dancing around her right hand as she cast another bolt at one of the pirate leaders who already had a dark scorch mark on his bone armor. The Winterhold fighters moved away from the group of pirates as another bolt of lightning impacted the pirate. Once they had moved, fire began pouring out of Farelda's left hand and engulfing that group of pirates. The disorganized pirates in that group began being cut down as they tried to escape the mage's attack. Surprisingly, the pirate in bone armor was still standing despite the magical assault. His armor was battered, and his stance unsteady, but he was still up. Ice spears were launched at him. The pirate deflected or dodged a few, but eventually a large ice spear drove itself into the already damaged portion of his armor which had been receiving sustained hits from the lightning bolts. The men cheered at his defeat and turned their attention to the remaining groups of pirates. This time, the mages which had accompanied Farelda joined her in the assault on the other pirate leaders. Meanwhile, the restored along with the vigilantes of Stendar were bulldozing their way through the undead horde. Most of the undead were not the normal type people expected. There were a few zombies and raised undead among the horde, but it was the other type which were different than most had seen before. They appeared as black skeletons with mist pouring off them and pooling at their feet. These were the bone men. Most only wielded a sword as they fearlessly charged into battle. The more dangerous type was a Wrathman and appeared as a large purplish dragger. They were covered in ancient-looking armor and wielded giant battle-axes or great swords. Brilliant flashes of white light pulsed from the hands of the vigilantes as they carved a path through the horde and straight towards the two necromancers. The mages of the restored were concentrating their spells at the necromancers, keeping them busy as Dante carved a path right towards them. One of the necromancers couldn't help but spare a worried look towards Dante, which resulted in an ice spike stabbing into his shoulder. The other necromancer noticed how close Dante and his group had gotten and made an unexpected move. He jumped behind his wounded comrade and quickly stabbed a ceremonious-looking black dagger right into his heart. Leaving the dagger stuck there, the necromancer turned and began running away from the combat. Wisps of black smoke darker than midnight began pouring out of the dead necromancer's flesh. The smoke billowed upwards to a height as tall as a giant. Two rounded purple orbs appeared near the top of the growing pillar of black smoke. A large hulking figure stepped out of the smoke. It was roughly the size of a giant and completely covered in a heavy armor made of what had to be dragon's bone. It was wielding a giant shield in its left hand while its right had a mace the size of a warhammer, covered in dragon's teeth, and shining blue with some kind of frost enchantment. This was a keeper. One of the mightiest creatures in the soul cairn. The monstrous undead then focused its unwavering purple orbs onto the nearest opponents. Dante motioned his followers to continue fighting the horde of undead around them while he would occupy the giant undead. While the undead was still stationary, he unleashed a couple of the weaker turn undead spells to see what would happen. Instead of fleeing, the monster started rapidly closing the gap towards him. A brilliant white light infused Dante's sword while his body was covered in a golden glow with small wisps of golden energy flowing around him. He then charged right back at the giant undead. The collision of the two opposing forces was magnificent to behold. Darkness and cold chased after the warmth and light, trying to snuff it out, while the light and warmth attempted to banish the cold and darkness. The keeper used large sweeping swings targeting its smaller opponent. Dante used his speed and agility to dodge attacks and land small jabs and slices against his much larger opponent. He would not win a battle of strength. Dodging was his only option because a single hit from the monster could take him out of the fight. Their deadly dance continued back and forth with no one side taking the advantage. The keeper had not landed an attack, but its insane amounts of armor and prodigious amounts of life force invalidated most of Dante's attacks. Dante took a moment to survey how the rest of the battle was progressing. It wouldn't be long till the undead horde was no more, and then he would have some more assistance fighting the monster. His lapse in focus on the fight almost spelled his doom. The keeper put on a burst of speed and swung its giant mace. Dante attempted a dodge but could not get fully out of the way. The mace smashed into his left arm and threw him across the battlefield. The golden light around him diminished as his wounds healed nearly instantly. He had to quickly roll out of the way as the mace impacted the ground he was just laying on. While the monster was off balance from the downward attack, Dante stabbed his light-infused sword into the gap in the armor around its knee. The keeper buckled at the attack to its joint. With the sword still stabbed into the keeper, Dante began casting a spell while using his sword as a conduit for his magic. Bright purifying golden light began pulsing from the sword as the monster lifted its shadowy head towards the sky in a silent scream. The pulsing of light quickened as it turned into a continuous outpouring of magic. The shadowy nature of the monster started flickering as it lifted its mace towards the man, causing it harm. As the mace was brought down towards his head, Dante removed his sword and cast a golden ward from his left hand which deflected the mace. With the monster now bending down from its failed attack, Dante stabbed his sword into the shadow of its head right between the purple orbs. Golden light began spewing from his sword again. A screeching noise was heard as the shadowy darkness of the keeper's head was banished away. The giant body came crashing to the ground in defeat. Dante stood up and released a victorious war cry which was echoed by all those who witnessed his fight. With the defeat of the monster and no more necromancers to continue the fight, this side of the battle was as good as won. Ken had witnessed the defeat of the keeper as well as the final pirate leader. He had been doing his best to coordinate the fighting and sending some of the reserve fighters where they could do the most good. With all the main leaders dead or retreating, they had won the fight for this section. Based off his estimates, they had defeated the main force of the pirates. There were bound to be some more mages and probably some more elite warriors, but they had defeated many of the rank and file pirates. It would still be tough clearing out the remaining pockets of resistance in this tier of the base, but there shouldn't be any more groups this large. There would be more resistance at the next gate and probably inside the keep, but it would most likely not be as wide scale as this battle was. He could tell everyone was getting tired. Large battles were always fiercer and felt like they lasted a lot longer than people expected. He didn't want to think of the damage the necromancers could have done if Dante and the other vigilantes hadn't been with them, or how many would have fallen to those monstrously skilled pirate leaders without Ferelda and her apprentices helping take them down. He was able to quickly organize the troops in reserve wearing lighter armor as a pursuing force and sent them towards the enemy fleeing towards the keep. If they were lucky, they would make it before the next gate closed. Ken didn't want to give the pirates a chance to recover and get organized again. The fighting had been fierce, but they had almost done it. They had fought their way all the way up to the keep. The fighting had gotten intense at the gates, but Ken's pursuit forces had been able to blitz past the defenders and keep the gates open long enough for the main force to follow. The pursuit force had taken horrible losses, but they had done their job of keeping the gates open long enough. All that remained for them to do was storm the keep, and they would be done with this cursed island. Ken really was grateful for Ferelda, Dante, and all the mages. There was no way they would have been able to make it this far without them providing support and keeping the enemy mages busy. There had been a few more necromancers, but thankfully none conjured any more keepers nor did they already have a large horde of undead. Ken had set up a staging area for the upcoming assault. The upcoming fighting would not be nearly as spread out as it had been. They would be in tight quarters with unknown amounts of enemies and traps. He was separating the fighters into small groups to better assault the base while the rest would either rest or continue hunting down the remaining pirates hiding in warehouses or homes. All the leaders had started making their way towards him as the fighting was dying down. Ken could even see Ashtemius leading a small group of the East Empire Company's fighters this way from the lower areas. Ken had been impressed by the man and their willingness to secure the areas left behind while the combined forces of Winterhold and the Restored continued pressing forward and taking out the main pirate forces. Everyone eventually grouped around him and began giving status reports. Despite some losses, especially among the Winterhold guards, they were almost done. Which was a good thing in his mind since they were exhausted. Ken had a few cuts and bruises despite staying in the back most the fighting. He was feeling every bit of his age after all the fighting. Ferelda was slumped over from using so much mana for such a long period of time. Koror was breathing heavy and covered in blood. The fire in his eyes and the blood dripping from his axes said there was more fight left in him. Dante seemed tired despite there being no visible wounds on him. Ashtemius was not very tired since he had missed most the larger scale fighting and been directing his people in cleaning out the small pockets of resistance. His dented armor showed he had not been totally out of the fighting though. Still, Ken had a nagging feeling he was missing something. He wasn't sure what it was, but something was definitely off. Ashtemius was the first to point it out. I am surprised Rictus is not here with you all. He seemed to be the leader behind your group. I thought him to be the type to lead from the front, but I guess he is more like the typical ruler type. Rictus. Ken froze as he listened to the Imperial's words. Where was Rictus at? He had last seen him still standing where he had taken down the wall and staring intently at the one of the towers of the keep. Ken had been surprised Rictus had not entered the battle but figured he was waiting till further along to make an entrance. Looking around at the confused faces around him, it seemed no one could account for the leader of the Restored. A loud boom of thunder sounded in their ears. The rain, which had been at a light drizzle, started falling harder. Lightning crackled across the darkening sky and struck down towards the keep. Boom! The top part of the tallest tower of the keep exploded apart in a shower of stone. Everyone's gaze was drawn towards the partially destroyed tower. Two figures could be seen facing off against each other. One stood calmly as his robes were whipped in the increasingly violent wind and a giant executioner's axe casually resting on his shoulder. The other figure was more noteworthy. It was at least twice the size of its opponent and was than even the keeper Dante had defeated. If the keeper was a bone giant, this was a bone Goliath. It appeared as a massive skeletal warrior with think bones acting as armor and a deathly pale green light seeping around the slight openings between its ribs. Spikes abounded as it seemed every inch of the creature was made to kill even without a weapon. The skull was even studded with spikes in such a way it gave the appearance of royalty. Dark magical energies coursed along its body in a deadly-looking aura, while a brilliantly bright sword which seemed to have been forged from lightning was held in its right. A huge bolt of lightning split the sky. Magical energies clashed as the two foes began battling it out. The people could not tear their eyes away from the Battle of Titans. The spectacle seemed like something right out of the storybooks. Good vs evil. A lone man fighting a monster as the storm rages around them. The resulting fight would leave a lasting impression on any who witnessed it and cement the legacy of the victor. Chapter 51, Japhet's Folly Assault PT3. Right after Rictus collapsed the gate. Rictus was impressed how little mana he needed bringing down the gate and wall. It worked out for their benefit since he was the one doing the attacking, but he would later investigate how larger cities protected themselves from such an attack. Watching his followers attack was quite glorious. He was itching to enter the battlefield and make his presence known, and he could tell his guards were thinking similar thoughts. Despite this, something held him back from participating. He started getting a bad feeling when looking at the keep. Whatever it was, it worried Rictus. Even though he desired joining his men in battle, he knew it was not the right move. A bottle of thick red liquid appeared from his storage. It was a simple vial of blood belonging to Rysera. He had gotten a bit of blood from her and Ken, so he would always be able to find them. While holding it in one hand, he cast his clairvoyance spell to find the most direct route towards her. It was aiming downwards and towards the east side of the island, under one of the towers. Based off the positioning, it seems she had found a secret entrance. His gut was telling him he should make haste to join her. Myrima POV. She was not surprised when they had discovered a hidden entrance into the base. Rictus had told them there was one, and criminals always had an escape plan, at least the smart ones did. It was cleverly hidden by ice and rocks, but the movement of water gave it away if one got nearby. They had been lucky so far. The only guards had been 2 pirates and a few mud crabs loitering about, but the mage had been able to spot them easily. They were dealt with quickly and quietly. Supplies were stacked against the walls and a small boat only big enough for maybe 4 was in the entrance cavern. No one even bothered a second glance at the loot around them as they continued further into the base. The first areas they were in had been rough stone and ice. They had to pass a couple of different areas until they finally found what had to be the entrance to the base. A hole in a wall made of stone bricks showed the way they needed to move forward. Thankfully, the one guard in the storeroom did not notice them and she easily snuck up and slit his throat. There was no one else in the storeroom, and everyone entered without a problem. Myrima had been selected along with 8 other restored for this mission. The mage may have been the appointed leader, but she was the second in command. She wasn't sure what their leader saw in the Dunmer, but it had to be something special. A bit of jealousy creeped into her heart when she thought of Rysera. The way she had been looking at Rictus and the glow on her face when they had learned about their mission said a lot. Myrima had also been one of the original restored and had been chosen as one of the 12. She still fondly remembered traveling with Rictus when it was just the 2 of them, and Roluth. Then some Dumner hussy came along and was placed in charge of the mission. It was unfair. Shame filled her, and she quickly got control of her emotions. She was better than this. No more was she the weak little girl who had hidden in the slums doing anything to feed herself and those she cared for. She had experienced pain, both physical and emotional. She had been disfigured. She had lost her first friend and lover. All that she had been before was no more. She had been restored. The old her was left behind in the slums of Winterhold. Looking around her, Myrima discovered the uncomfortable and shamed looks on the faces of the other restored. Before she could get a better look, 2 different lights were projected from their 2 mages. A green light giving off feelings of calm were coming from Rysera, while a comforting golden light was being produced by the Vigilant of Stendar. The looks on the faces of those around her instantly improved. Rysera spoke softly while the Vigilant observed something carved on the wall they had just passed. Some kind of illusion magic was coming from that rune. I don't know the exact details, but it does something to make people uncomfortable. Probably a deterrent aimed at weak-willed pirates trying to sneak out of the base. Myrima blushed a little in embarrassment. Despite staying focused on the task at hand, her thoughts had been disrupted by the magic. It was not something strong enough to distract her from the mission, but it hurt her pride that she felt anything from it at all. Maybe it was a good idea for the more experienced mage to lead them. Rysera took the lead as she slowly led them through the bottom levels of the pirate keep. Myrima could see her concentration, and the glow on her hands gave away some kind of spell was being channeled. Hopefully, it would be something useful for detecting enemies. It was strange they had not come upon any serious resistance just yet. Hopefully, the pirates were all distracted by the battle. After climbing a large flight of stairs, they entered a large circular room. They were in the base level of one of the towers. They were a scouting force, but, if possible, they wanted to find the entrance to the keep and launch a surprise attack at the back of the pirate forces. As everyone made their way fully into the room though, their eyes widened. Cages lined the walls around the room. A large, bloodied table was in the center with a variety of worn-looking tools laying upon it. There were several other nasty-look devices arrayed around the middle of the room so that whoever was in the cages could watch what was being done to the unlucky victims. Strangely enough, it was also completely empty. There was a strong smell of burnt flesh and fresh-looking blood stains, but that was it. Slowing down even further, they cautiously continued making their way up the stairs. They eventually came to another large circular room. This room was sparsely filled with various chests and boxes around the edges. It was also the first room they came across which was brightly lit by torches. Still, there were no enemies in sight. They could see another room through a large arch which most likely held a hallway to the rest of the keep. Once they made it halfway across the room, Rysera froze. The sounds of someone loudly clapping their hands rang out as a figure moved into the room in front of them. A tall and gaunt-looking Altmer wearing black robes stood across from them. A cruel smile graced his face as he stopped clapping his hands. Myrima could see Rysera visible recoil at the sight of him. "Ah, my dear sweet Rysera. So glad you could join me here. It's almost like old times. You must have passed through my little workroom. I can smell the sweet smell of burnt flesh from here. Nothing better really." Rysera's face screwed up in disgust as she looked at this mage. "What are you doing here, Neris? I thought I left your disgusting stench back in Morvunskar. I believed in the words of your new employer about how poor a decision staying there would be and decided to try and ply my trade elsewhere. I found some like-minded souls and came here. I find it agrees with me." The cruel look on the mage's face never left, although a crazed look started appearing in his eyes the longer they focused on Rysera. "The others still always die too quickly. You, my dear, should be a much better subject. I always wondered how your sublime-looking flesh would smell. Although your friends will have to wait their turn. Don't worry, I also have some friends here that will keep them entertained." As he finished talking, a loud shuffling noise alerted them to more enemies. A large group of zombie-looking undead came running around the corner. There were two big pirates standing behind the horde wielding large deadly-looking cutlasses and cruel smiles. Their armor appeared to be made of bones with sharp-looking spikes stabbing out from it. No more words were shared as the fight started. One half the room was filled with fire and clashing spells as Neris and Rysera began dueling. Both seemed to prefer fire spells as their main method of attacks, which kept them isolated from the rest of the people in the room. The rest of the restored began battling the undead as the pirates waited for attacks of opportunity on those distracted by the zombies. The pirates' attacks were fast and vicious. Each strike seemed to land in the gaps of armor and the wounds quickly started piling up despite the armor and skill of the restored. The vigilant performed valiantly at keeping the undead off balance while providing healing to those who needed it. Unfortunately, this made him a high priority target for the pirates. A couple zombies threw themselves at the healer. One of the restored tried to intervene but was stopped by the sword of a pirate. While the vigilant was distracted by the zombies, the other pirate put on a burst of speed and was able to land a thrust into the vigilant's throat. His death was the turning point of the battle for the restored. They were fighting a losing battle at this point. Their only hope was Rysera whining and coming to their aid. Despite knowing she was the more powerful and experienced mage, Rysera was struggling. She had burned away portions of Neris's robe which revealed his own bone armor. It seemed unusually resistant to her flames and had saved her opponent's life a couple times already. The death of her allies proved to be a turning point for her battle as well. Somehow, after each person's death, Neris would seem to perk up and his spell power would temporarily increase. It was like he was gleaning mana from their deaths. If something didn't change soon, they would not make it out alive. Myrima took a nasty attack on her left arm as she was kicked backwards. They were down to just her and two other restored which were being toyed with by one of the pirates. She had been able to defeat the last zombie but left herself open to attack in doing so. Her arm felt as if it had been frozen as she noticed what looked like frostbite on it. Seems she had failed to notice the pirate's sword had a powerful ice enchantment on it. Despite the pain, she tightened her grip on her sword and rose to her feet. She would not die laying down if she had anything to say about it. The pirate stared at her with a cruel and lustful look in his eyes as he allowed her to stand. Myrima knew that look and knew she would die before letting the pirate capture her. Myrima blinked the sweat from her eyes as she gathered her last remaining bits of strength and will. She was surprised as a warm liquid sprayed across her body. A large menacing-looking axe dripping with blood was inches from her face. Her eyes widened in shock. It was not the axe inches from her face which drew her attention though. It was the man standing in an opening of the stone wall which surprised her. Finally, back to Rictus. As the stone parted like water before him, Rictus only took a couple seconds before he started acting. His axe flew from his hands towards a large pirate looming over one of his restored as he sent a metal spike from his vambrace at the other pirate battling two more of his armored warriors. The axe broke through the pirate's skull and stopped right in front of the face of his restored. A lesson on why proper headgear could save your life. Surprisingly, the other pirate was able to somehow detect and deflect his attack with their sword. The group of heavily armored restored behind him wasted no time flowing into the room and charging at the last remaining pirate. Rictus believed his people would be able to handle the pirate but cast a quick burden on the fighter's sword just to play it safe. He quickly turned his attention towards the mage's duel. He launched himself with jump and telekinesis right at the mage fighting Rysera. His opponent noticed him heading his way and started shooting an intense beam of fire at him. Rictus countered with a wave of his hand and dispelled the attack. The mage's eyes widened at the casual dismissal of his spell but could do nothing more as Rictus's was already upon him. Rictus barely slowed as he tackled the mage and slammed into the stone wall. A crack was heard from his opponent's body as they contacted the wall. Taking no chances, Rictus created spikes from the wall which impaled his opponent through the heart and back of the head. The man had no chance for retaliating. Looking back over the room showed the final pirate falling with Rolutha's blade through his chest as a dagger was stuck into the gap of armor at his stalwart defender's armpit. Rictus began quickly casting basic healing spells, triaging the worst of the wounds. He looked on in sadness at the poor state of his infiltration squad. Rizero was singed and tired from the fight, and there were only 2 others still alive from that group as the last pirate had managed to kill one of the already wounded restored. As the survivors were being helped by their rescuers, Rictus took a quick glance at the room. One of the larger chests shook for just a moment. The rest of his group was surprised to see the large chest fly from the edge of the room towards Rictus. The top of the chest was blown off and something was dumped onto the ground before him. "What are you doing here?" The rest of the party looked on in shock as a strange lump was being suspended in the air before Rictus. The restored were shocked when they realized it was a body. The legs and arms had been removed and roughly cauterized. Surprisingly, one stump appeared relatively healthy. The face was a relatively youthful one, but he had been aged beyond his rough treatment. He was quivering as tears rolled down his face. "I didn't know. It wasn't my fault, I swear. Help me please. I didn't take part in their rituals. I am a prisoner here, I swear it by the 9. Sobs continued to rack the wiggling body held before him. Rictus took a hard look at the young necromancer he had spared in Hobbs Fall Cave. He was almost completely unrecognizable from the youth he had seen before. Rictus flexed his magical power similar to what he had done with Korer. "Explain. Now." The boy started off slowly, but soon words were pouring out of his mouth as he explained everything which had happened since Rictus left him in the cave. The boy had been able to escape the cave before Farelda and the other mages from the college got there. He had wandered around near the coast for half a day or so before stumbling upon a ship. It naturally was the Blood Horkers. The leader of the ship had happened to be an extremely strong, good-looking, and young Nord. After talking with him for a bit, the Nord offered him a new place to call home. The boy had jumped at the chance without a second thought. It did not take long for the Nord to confront the boy about being a necromancer and what he had been doing before now. The boy was still reeling from the whole experience and the loss of his arm, so the Nord easily got the information from him. After hearing the boy was part of a group making black soul gems, the Nord took a lot more interest in him. It wasn't long till the boy shared his knowledge about the dark ritual. He did not really want to share it and warned that he was not 100% sure of its accuracy. The Nord did not care though and threatened him till the boy gave him all the information. Once they were back at the base, the boy met Halden. Apparently, the Nord and Halden had become partners and co-leaders of the Horkers. The 2 of them were a perfect fighting team with Halden's magic and the Nord's ability with his sword. The 2 of them made the boy recreate the ritual as soon as he could. They had apparently already been dabbling with black soul gems as they were so much easier to fill than the regular grand soul gems. It had provided them extremely strong enchantments which they used to great effects. Their problem was with supply. They had more regular soul gems, just not black ones. He had been left in a room for a while as he was given time to recreate the ritual in full. Every moment he delayed, he lost a bit more of himself, literally. It took a long time, but he finally had created it to the best of his abilities. Once the Nord and Halden had reviewed it, they had no need for him anymore. They gave him as a gift to the twisted mage called Neris. He was eventually thrown in a large chest and left there after being mutilated. The boy would have died too, had he not known a spell his master had created. The spell allowed him to see through the eyes of an undead and command them like his own body. The boy did not want to draw notice, so he had only been able to revive a baby skeever. He had his undead bring him food scraps and water, but it was only enough to barely keep him alive. He spent most of his time inside the rat and snooping around the keep, else he would have lost his sanity at being locked inside a chest. He discovered Halden and the Nord had not actually used the ritual just yet. Eventually, the Nord had persuaded the pirate leader to embrace the ritual and use it to strengthen themselves. All was not good though. The boy discovered mistakes on the ritual. It was not as neat and tidy as his former masters and there were some errors in his drawing which had been slightly smudged by the pirates. This was what led to the downfall of the Nord. The boy didn't know what was being said, but he could tell what was going on. They had powered up the ritual. He found it a little weird only the 2 leaders were there since he had told the Nord about needing a sacrifice, but he soon found out what was planned. There was a fight between the Nord and Halden. It was brutal. The Nord had stabbed the pirate leader in the chest with what looked like a sword made of pure ice, but Halden was able to completely fry the Nord with lightning spells. The Nord died first. When his blade slid from the pirate's chest, Halden collapsed to the ground and floundered around for something to stop the bleeding. He did end up grabbing something and pushing it towards his chest as he was rapidly bleeding out. It was the soul gem for the ritual. A pulse of mana had destroyed the boy's summon, but not before he saw the gem turn dark purple, almost black, and sink into Haldan's chest. He thought he saw something else in the ritual area which looked like a flash of a purple gem, but he could not be sure. From then on, the Horkers had taken a darker turn. Black soul gems were prized, and those leaders which retrieved the most filled ones underwent some kind of twisted ritual that gave them incredible skill with the sword and able to wield some kind of bone armor. The boy didn't really know much more than that, since he had gotten too scared at being caught after a close call. Despite being a necromancer, he did not want to have his soul absorbed in a black soul gem. I don't know how exactly, but the ritual I made for them contacted something. I didn't hear anything, but I know it reached out to something in Oblivion. A deal was struck. These people are more cultists than pirates at this point. Rictus looked down upon the pitiful boy as he finished his story. He felt bad for the boy. After hearing his tale, it showed how much little actions could change things. Rictus had let the boy go, and the boy had been one of the catalysts for making the Blood Horkers into what they are now. He thought he would have felt guilty at that knowledge, but he didn't. He did not force anyone to make their decisions. His actions may have influenced it, but he did not force the Blood Horkers to resort to these kinds of methods. It made him think about how in movies and books the bad guy would tell the protagonist it would be the protagonist's fault if the bad guy killed someone because they didn't listen. Those sorts of situations never made any sense to him. Regardless, he had wasted too much time here. He was glad to know a little more about what had happened here, since it would prepare him a little for the trials ahead, but it was time to finish this. I know you are all tired, but form up behind me. We continue pushing forward through the base. Rysera, do what healing you can manage as we move. I must make all haste to the other tower. Rictus quickly turned and started making his way as the rest of them fell into formation. No one questioned him as they faithfully followed their leader. Rysera had been too busy to notice it before, but she was getting a bad feeling coming from that way as well. She was a little envious the others did not feel the wrongness which was permeating the air as they made their way closer to the source. No one even spared a second glance at the whimpering wiggly body of the necromancer they left behind. There were some small skirmishes as they made their way closer, but Rictus and his elite guards easily dealt with them. Other passageways led to other parts of the base, but Rictus wasted no time on them. It was not normally a good tactical decision, but he didn't care at the moment. They eventually reached the stairs for the second tower. By now, even those without magical abilities could feel something was off about this place. A group of 5 pirates were waiting for them and blocking their passage. They were all heavily armed and armored. One on the edge had snow and icicles flowing around her hands. In the middle was a huge Argonian man with 2 swords and covered in bone armor. His armor had sharp-looking bone spikes protruding from the elbows, shoulders, helm, and along his tail. Defeating all of them would be tough without using a decent chunk of mana. The Argonian started talking, but Rictus wasn't really listening. He felt the disturbance was around 2 floors above him. Instead of bothering talking to the walking corpses in front of him, he cast out his magic to the stone around him. The ceiling fell upon the pirates as the stone beneath their feet shifted and made them unbalanced. Finish them. Rictus left without another word as he jumped through the hole in the ceiling and left the dazed pirates for his followers. The top level of the tower was surprisingly bare. The main circular room was completely empty. Only fine dust, scorch marks, and dried blood decorated the floor and walls. Rictus could feel there had been many a ritual and sacrifice done in the room. His main attention was devoted towards the occupant in the smaller room opposite him. You must be the one who removed the mist. You and your companions have been making quite a stir on our island. Rictus took a good look at the man. He was a burly-looking Reguard with graying hair cut close to his scalp. Despite his overall muscular build, his face looked gaunt with sunken cheeks and eyes. The armor he wore was quite unique. The breastplate was a dark ebony color overlaid with ivory-covered bones. 2 small troll skulls served as shoulder pauldrons, while a human skull sat directly in the middle of his chest. The eye sockets of all the skulls shone with a dark purplish energy pulsing from black soul gems. Additional black soul gems dotted his chest and stomach below the skull and connected the rib-looking bones along his armor. His arms were covered in bone armor which looked like the skeleton of a snake and had additional bone spikes jutting where the creature's spine flowed from his shoulder and stopped right before his hands. His lower half was covered in armor similar to his bone-studded breastplate, but with additional black soul gems around his waist. A large scimitar with a large black gemmed pommel was sheathed at his waist. It was definitely a major upgrade from the armor Corer had described. Rictus thought Haldan looked like an unholy death knight. The intimidating-looking armor and the cold feeling of death he exuded was impressive. Rictus could not help but be distracted by a slight feeling of jealousy about that armor, especially compared to his relatively simple-looking robes. He quickly shook off the feeling as Haldan started speaking again. The attack was a surprise. Most would have been too fearful to attack, and those who had the bravery and forces to contend with us have been too caught up in the civil war to bother with some pirates. Haldan slowly walked towards one of the windows in the tower overlooking the rest of the island. Pity about all those souls going to waste. It will provide an opportunity for testing out the soul-trapping ritual though, so not all will be lost. The eyes of the skull seemed to grow a little brighter for a moment. Haldan's eye color started changing into a bright purple color. The pirate turned a critical eye back at Rictus, who had remained silent and still the whole time. "What is your name?" Rictus would go along with the conversation for the moment. His desire of destroying the man before him remained strong, but he thought more information about his enemy could prove useful. Besides, it would be the last conversation Haldan would have before death. "Rictus." Haldan got a thoughtful expression as he stroked the glowing skull on his chest. You are obviously very powerful. Strange, we have not heard of your name before. You must be one of them." After he said this, the man's body shook for a moment as a hand covered in purplish magic smacked the skull on his chest. The skull dimmed in color just a bit as Haldan's eyes changed color again into obsidian. "Doesn't matter. I have a proposition for you." Rictus was thoughtful as he watched the strange interaction. Seems Haldan was not all there and someone or something was messing with his mind. "You will pledge loyalty to me. I will bless you with a strength beyond what you thought possible and magical powers not seen in this land for generations. Your other option is dying and having your soul stripped from your body and sent to the soul cairn." Hearing the offer, Rictus set the pommel of his axe on the ground and cast a bit of magic behind his back as he started preparing for a fight. The action did not go unnoticed though. Haldan noticed the change and his eyes fluctuated between obsidian and purple as lightning started circulating around him. "So, you have chosen death." A huge stream of lightning shot out of Haldan's hands towards Rictus. He had been prepared for such an attack though. He discerned his opponent's proficiency in destruction magic, specifically lightning spells. The lightning struck his axe, which acted as a lightning rod and allowed the magic to disperse across the stone floor as he jumped towards the other side of the room. He then began his assault. 2 blindingly bright mage light shot from his hands. One of the lights landed directly on Haldan's chest while the other landed in the floor near him. They did a great job disorienting his opponent and hindering his sight. Rictus kept his eyes closed and channeled detect life and magic so he could still easily discern Haldan's location. The magic he had casted behind his back was his storage spell. He had dropped a pile of arrowheads from there to use as a method of attack. He lifted 4 of them with his telekinesis and shot them at his enemy. The force of their impact caused a grunt, but it did not sound like they penetrated armor. While they were in flight, he cast a spell called League Step which would greatly enhance his speed. The light of his mage lights abruptly cut out and revealed Haldan with a drawn sword. There was a cut in the floor which indicated he had been able to cut and disperse the magical light. Ethereal-looking skulls blasted out of his left hand and headed directly towards Rictus. Each of these were countered with a condensed ball of force from the Force Bolt spell Rictus had been practicing with recently. Upon contact, the skulls exploded in a green eldritch-looking fire. While still casting the exploding flame skulls, Haldan attempted closing the distance with Rictus as his sword was coated in lightning, but he was unsuccessful since Rictus was so much faster and jumped away to maintain space. Rictus knew he would be at a disadvantage if they were in close combat. Haldan was the skilled of one-handed. He did not want a physical fight with the man, especially with the difference in armor. The back-and-forth fighting continued between the 2 mages. The air had become saturated with expended mana and burning ozone from lightning spells. Still, no one had gained a definite advantage over the other. Rictus was superior in magical skills and was able to counter or dodge all the spells cast at him. Haldan was superior in armor and physical skills. He would allow his armor to absorb hits while his sword could deflect and even dispel spells. Both men had taken damage though. There were burn marks along Rictus's robe from the exploding skulls and lightning bolts. Haldan had some cuts on his face and was covered in bruises under his armor from the telekinetic attacks. The armor even looked rough in places where Rictus had tried casting corrosion on it. It was clear though that Rictus had an advantage of more stamina and magic than Haldan, who had been slowing down as the fight dragged on. Taking a bit of risk, Rictus did not dodge away from the latest lightning-infused sword swing and raised his arm to intercept it as he prepared an attack. Haldan had been caught up in the flow of battle and was not prepared for the sudden change. The sword ripped through the sleeve of Rictus's shirt and lodged itself into his arm. Both men were surprised by this. Rictus was surprised the sword managed to penetrate as far as it did since he had focused his dragonhide spell on his arm. Haldan was surprised the blade did not completely remove the arm as it should have done. Fortunately, Rictus quickly recovered as he had been prepared for such a blow. Taking advantage of the distraction, he punched out and shot the ebony dagger he had hidden up his right sleeve. The pirate captain tilted his head and threw himself backwards, but it was too little too late. The dagger ripped apart the entire left portion of his neck and throat as he fell backwards. Rictus called his executioner's axe to his hand as he did a mighty overhand swing aided by increasing its weight to finish off his foe. Somehow, the quickly dying man was able to put his left arm up to block the blow. Due to the greatly enhanced weight, the axe completely ripped through the arm at the elbow and slammed into the ground with tremendous force. A burst of raw magic emanated from Haldan's chest and threw Rictus backwards. He landed on his feet as he prepared for whatever would come next. Gurgling was not what he expected. A foreign magical energy started coalescing around the nearly dead pirate. Halden stood up straight with a look between madness and fear filling his eyes. The gurgling noise was him laughing and getting choked on his blood. Blood was pouring from his neck and arm stump towards the floor. A croaking noise started replacing the gurgling though, and Rictus's uneasy feeling increased. He tried sending out an attack, but more tainted mana blasted outwards stopping Rictus's projectiles from impacting his still standing foe. The bones resting on the armor started moving as smoke poured from the ominously shining black soul gems. The bones on the cut-off arm slithered downward and clamped over the stump and stopped the bleeding. The bones along his chest moved upwards and wrapped tightly around his throat. The skull on the middle of the chest started expanding as it made its way further up the body, revealing a large black soul gem on his chest. The fear in Halden's eyes became more pronounced as the skull finished crawling up his face and encapsulating his entire head. The previous noises and movements of his foe completely stopped as the skull settled into place. Once it was in place, the black soul gem on his chest seemed to sink inside and lodge itself further within his flesh. Dark purplish smoke continued pouring from the other gems and circulating around the body. As a bone-encased stump was lifted in the air, 5 large black soul gems came flying from the small room. Each one slammed into a different part of the body. The hands, knees, and head each were impacted. Booming thunder and cracking lightning sounded simultaneously at the impact of the gems. A huge buildup of magical energy exploded outwards. The wave of magic tore through the top of the tower and blasted apart the walls and ceiling. Stone was blown away by the power of the explosion. The dust caused by the explosion was moved away by the increasingly strong wind and rain as the top of the now ruined tower was revealed. Rictus stood looking slightly worse for wear after the explosion. He was sweating and breathing hard from the large mana expenditure he had used to dispel the magic coming his way. He only had time for the one spell and was only able to dispel the mana coming directly at him. Even that little bit had taken a good portion of his mana pool. He stiffened as a large shadowy figure was revealed opposite him on the tower. Halden was no more. In his place was a hulking monstrosity of bone. It appeared as a massive skeletal warrior with thick bones acting as armor and a deathly pale green light seeping around the slight openings between its ribs. Spikes abounded as it seemed every inch of the creature was made to kill even without a weapon. The skull had a large black soul gem on its forehead. There were even spikes studded around the cranium in such a way it gave the appearance of a crown. Dark, deathly magical energies coursed around its body like a cloak, while a brilliantly bright sword which seemed to have been forged from lightning was held in its right hand. Rictus took a deep breath as dust started trickling down his robes. His hidden stash of mana stones was depleting itself as his mana started skyrocketing. He had been saving those for a rainy day, and by the nines a storm was brewing. He let go of the tight leash he had been holding over his mana. This was not the time to hold back with careful mana expenditure. If he failed, Rictus knew what would happen to the rest of his forces. They were strong, but this thing was not of this plane. He could tell it was not at its full potential either. The longer the battle lasted, the worse things would get. He needed to finish the fight as quickly as possible. The world around him began distorting as his mana started running rampart. The air around him grew heavier as gravity was enhanced. Disorienting cracks started appearing as space itself started cracking. He had only recently figured it out, but Rictus was able to manipulate space and gravity in a very limited space around him. His cloak of spatial distortion would counter the deadly magical energies pouring from his opponent. A huge bolt of lightning split the sky. As if by some prearranged agreement, Rictus and the Goliath before him charged as their magical energies clashed. The stone flowed under him as it boosted his speed and height. Pure magical energy coated his axe as it was brought forth in a mighty swing. The Goliath moved its swords in a counter swing as the two weapons collided in an explosion of magic which sent Rictus backwards. The stone of the tower flowed upwards and arrested his movement. Rocks and metal began pouring out of his storage. He willed the materials to follow his commands and desires as he threw his arms forward. The rock and metal seemed to come alive as they formed into great big tentacles of rock with sharp metallic tips. They speared towards the Goliath as it produced a second blade of lightning in its left hand to combat the new threat. Manifested lightning blades continually thundered against manipulated tentacles of rock and metal. The mighty blows shook the ground and destroyed the surrounding area. Stone was vaporized by the superheated plasma, but the destruction of the keep around them only provided more loose materials for Rictus to throw at his opponent. Flaming skulls started appearing around the Goliath and shot towards Rictus, who flowed along the moving stone and sent blasts of force bolts impacting the exploding bits of magic. The Goliath made a sweeping gesture with its swords, sending arcing bolts of lightning towards him. Metal spikes rose from the ground dissipating the attack as Rictus launched himself at his opponent. The world seemed to scream as the two fighters neared each other. Each one's magical aura fighting for supremacy. Powerful swings of the sword were countered by rising stone spikes. Each counter bringing Rictus closer and closer. Once in range, he cast an overpowered corrosion spell at the leg of his opponent. The bone started deteriorating at a visible rate. Rictus dodged a hastily thrown sword strike as he moved in closer. His axe buried itself deep into the weakened bone leg. He was not able to move fast enough though, as the Goliath landed a kick which punted him away. Had it been its sword, he would have died. The ground surged forward like a hand and halted his flight. The beast was damaged, dark smoke pouring from the cut and plethora of scrapes across its body. The lights coming from within it had begun to dim. Rictus was not untouched though. His mana was nearly depleted, and he was covered in wounds. Using the last of his mana stones, Rictus called upon the storm raging around him. Thunder boomed out as the winds picked up. Lightning began crashing down around the Goliath. It tried using one of its swords to absorb the hit. The sword brightened considerably after the first couple strikes. The third bolt caused it to explode outward in an extreme amount of force and energy. The Goliath was rocked as its left side became blackened from the explosion. The beast was still standing though. Rictus took a calming breath as he prepared his final gamble. The Goliath was still defending as the last couple bolts of lightning fell. He took 1 second to summon his trusty familiar. Billy was in its original form of a large goat since he did not want to waste mana altering that aspect. Rictus reached down and petted his faithful companion. If this didn't end it, then he would probably not live much longer. He couldn't help but smile at his actions though. He never imagined himself being the one fighting to his final breath against a mighty foe. Maybe he had hung around the companions too long. Maybe his restored made him feel invincible. Maybe the world was altering him more than he thought. There were lots of maybes he could think of, but there was no more time. A stone pillar launched Rictus and Billy at their distracted opponent. While in the air, Rictus flung Billy faster with his telekinesis while scales started appearing around his right arm due to his depleting mana. He really hoped this worked. The final lightning bolt impacted Goliath's left side and immobilized it. Billy impacted the chest of the Goliath right after. The Goliath turned down its head in confusion when Billy let out a mighty bleeding noise. Then exploded in a torrent of fire. Rictus had cast Flaming Familiar to summon Billy. He had altered the spell to only increase the explosive power while diminishing every other aspect. The Goliath staggered backwards even further as the portion of chest armor Billy had impacted began crumbling. Rictus was flying right at that spot. A quick corrosion spell was cast on top of the spot to weaken it further. The Goliath noticed him and tried slashing his sword at him. The sword missed his vitals, but completely chopped off his left arm which had been channeling the corrosive spell. It did not stop his forward momentum as he crashed into the Goliath arm fist and knocked it to the ground. His armored and taloned hand had pierced directly into the chest of the monster. Utilizing every last drop of his mana, Rictus localized his special distortions in his hand. It felt like pushing a giant stone up a hill. Rictus felt his magic struggling against an opposing force as the Goliath used its corrupted mana to oppose him. The monster knew this was the final moment as the last dregs of its magic tried expelling the foreign mana. The ground began breaking apart at the intense flow of mana as dust billowed into the air. A loud cracking noise pierced the area. Then silence and stillness. The people who had retreated from the massive brawl waited in bated breath for a sign of the victor in the slowly settling dust. After a minute, they slowly began making their way towards where the final attack took place. After advancing towards where the figures were last seen, a lone shadow was seen as the dust finally settled. Ken caught the stumbling Rictus before he could fall. Rictus slowly raised his head and looked him in the eye. A faint smile graced his face, and a hoarse chuckle could barely be heard as his eyes slowly started closing while leaning heavily upon his second-in-command. Though I stumbled, I never fell. And done. This concludes the pirate arc. That was a wild ride, at least for me. I had made this all one chapter and it got away from me in length for sure. I could have easily split it up, but I didn't want to do that. Besides, I promised 3 chapters, and that's what I did. This was easily the longest chapter I have ever written. I hope that you liked the battle and how everything played out. I thought it was fun personally. It probably could have been written better, but I don't get paid enough for that kind of detail. Or paid at all really. Let me know what you guys think about it though. And yes, I know there was probably some mess-ups with either lore or things I had said/done earlier, but let's just pretend everything meshed really well. Chapter 52, Different Perspectives. After news of Rictus's victory spread. Solitude Castle Doer. General Tullius couldn't help but let out a sigh. This posting was constantly giving him headaches. The rebellion should have been resolved by now, but the Stormcloaks had proven more difficult than projected. The Empire surely has fallen upon dire times with how long we allowed things to fester here. If not for the blockage at the pass, I could already have a real legion here to end this little rebellion. It only weakens us in the eyes of our true enemies. I do not doubt the Thalmor have some part to play in all this. The older Imperial looked back over the report he had just been handed by Legate Rick. It detailed some kind of big fight at some pirate base. It was good the East Empire Company had retrieved a lot of lost supplies and that piracy would be greatly reduced in the area. It had been getting out of control, but he hadn't the resources to spare for rectifying such a problem. After reading the report, he admitted, only in his mind of course, that he may have erred in not taking care of the problem sooner. What should we do about this new faction, General? General Tullius stopped looking at the report as he glanced up at his chief legate. Damn Nords were too tall. Almost as bass as those Altmer. For now, we will keep an eye on them, Legate Rick. They have not shown any real involvement with the Stormcloaks, so we are not enemies. If anything, I think they may support the Empire more based off their work with the East Empire Company. I have heard a rumor that their leader helped Vittoria Vici and is the reason the wedding will still take place, albeit a bit later than planned. Legate Rick nodded her head at the order. As long as they didn't oppose the Empire, she had no qualms with them. The general glanced back at the description of the fight. Maybe an invitation to meet would be a good opportunity to feel out their leader. If the tale of his battle is even partially true, he could be an asset. Windhelm. Ulfric frowned after reading the paper his second-in-command, Galmer Stonefist, had given him. The Bloodhawkers had apparently been wiped out in an assault against their base of operations. It's a shame. Our little agreement had been quite successful in harming the Empire's naval operations and trade. I had been hoping to utilize them more since they had done so well during the moot. Still, if the report holds any truth, it was probably better they were all killed. Even better, the main keep seems to be destroyed. Less chance of our cooperation leaking. Ulfric looked at his two closest confidants. What are your thoughts on this? Galmer was the first to speak up, unsurprisingly. They do not share our goals or views. They are led by an outlander, despite some Nord heritage, and seem supportive of the Empire based off them working with the East Empire Company. They were probably even hired by the company or the Empire to rid themselves of the pirates since they were too weak to do it themselves. Ulfric turned to his court mage. What say you, Wounfirth? What is your take on these restored and their use? The elderly mage seemed lost in thought for a moment. Their leader seems to follow the advice I have always been telling you. Strength and steel are well and good, but magic is the true power in this world. Galmer scoffed at the mage's words. It was quite common to hear the mage talk about this, and it had only gotten worse after the assassination attempt. Wounfirth continued without even acknowledging the warrior's interruption. I do not think it wise to antagonize this group. Despite assisting the East Empire Company, they do not have any true allegiance towards the Empire. They are probably trying to stay neutral in the war, like the companions. I suggest a wait-and-see approach. Galmer growled in displeasure at that comment. Anyone not supporting the Stormcloaks were supporting the Empire in his mind. He held his tongue though. After hearing both his counselors' input, the impromptu meeting was over. Wounfirth stayed behind though after Galmer had left. Ulfric looked at him intensely. Do you think you could defeat such a mage if the stories hold true? The mage shrugged his shoulders in reply. My magics are not the strongest in direct force, as you should well know from your lessons. I also must say, I do not know why, but I have the feeling their leader is someone similar to the one who almost took your life. Ulfric barely flinched as the memories of that night resurfaced. He had truly thought he would perish that night. It did not come to pass thankfully, and their cause had become all the stronger for it. He owed his life to Wounfirth and was thankful the assassin couldn't seem to stop bragging about his skill while tormenting Ulfric. Regardless, it had made Ulfric more inclined to learning about magic after that point. He was not sure if it was natural inclination or Wounfirth's teaching, but he was a protege of illusion magic. Still nowhere on the level of Wounfirth, but it was better than Ulfric had thought possible. One good thing may finally come from this though. The reports indicated that Jarl Korrer and Winterhold had taken part in the assault. Maybe now he will be more willing to lend support to us like he had before the attack on Solitude. Regardless, it was beneficial for public order to offload all those troublesome outlanders on him. As Ulfric sat back down, he wondered if these restored would turn out to be true sons and daughters of Skyrim. Thalmor Embassy. Elenwen sat in her office in the embassy while reviewing the information her spies had gathered. She had gotten multiple reports about the Battle of Japhet's Folly and compared them all to try and gather the real story. All things pointed to this Rictus character being quite the interesting character. Not to mention his growing mercenary faction. Maybe he should receive an invitation to one of the upcoming parties. Why to run, Horvaskr? Can you believe it? How could he go off on such a hunt without bringing us along? He has some explaining to do once he gets back. Kodlik watched the huntress stalk away with Mordred following silently behind her. He could only chuckle at the fate awaiting Rictus whenever they got a hold of him. It had been a while since he had seen Ela so worked up over someone else. Maybe there would be a chance for the mage to join them after all. The leader of the companions couldn't help thinking of his talk with the young mage not too long ago. He had been a bit skeptical of Rictus's abilities in solving his problem, but if the reports were true, he may have been too hasty in dismissing the help. There is still time to release me from this bond. I am sure the lad is too busy for a quest from an old man right now, but soon, hopefully soon my hunt will end. Riften, the Ratway. She read another report on the defeat of the pirates and couldn't help but roll her eyes. I don't really get why defeating some pirates are such a big deal. It wasn't that tough a quest. Although, there was talk about how the pirates had been capturing a lot of ships recently. Maybe there was some good loot there. Plus, the leader is a powerful mage. Those types always have some good stuff. She smiled mischievously at the prospect of getting the better of a powerful opponent. It had been a while since she had tried going against another of the skilled, as this rictus had to be one. She spared a glance at the uncovered sapphire sprawled out on the bed behind her. She licked her lips while her tail swished back and forth. Last time had been extremely profitable. I have a few things to do around here first, but then the heist is on. What's the worst that can happen? A soft laugh escaped her as she twirled the key around her claw. A road just outside Morthal, Dragonborn. Myra Jane barely controlled her emotions as she looked at the note she had gotten from Us and Grov. She was supposed to be learning how more about the voice and how to stop Alduin. Not going on some random chase. A strong comforting hand was placed on her shoulder. Calm yourself. No need to get upset, Myra. This is just how the world works sometimes. We will get to the bottom of this. She looked up to see Solomon's dazzling smile as he tried to comfort her. A sigh escaped her as a determined look graced her face despite her inner thoughts. I hate it when people tell me to calm down or not get upset. It doesn't really help things. Still, I should be in better control of my emotions. I don't need to get distracted. Just like a hunt, I must stay in control. I had a typo in the original spelling of his name / decided I wanted it to be Solomon instead of Solomon. Just so you all know. Solomon saw the look in her eyes and removed his hand as they shared a look. The voice of their third companion broke the seriousness of the moment. You are wrong, pretty boy. The note told Myra Jane to come alone or else she will not get the horn. Everyone knows you follow her around like a lost puppy. So, the note was saying you aren't welcome. We will not get to the bottom of this. She will. Maybe me too, since no one really knows who I am, but not you. A cheeky grin appeared on the cute Imperial's face while Solomon scowled at her, ruining the moment. He was not a fan of the diminutive woman. The way she spoke and acted grated on his nerves. She was too useful a companion to get rid of though. On some level, he knew she was like him, although they have never discussed it before. He wondered how her dreams differed from those he had. He was pulled from his thoughts by a random question from Myra Jane. What do you two think about the story of these restored we just heard? If the tales are true, their leader is a very powerful mage. You both have mentioned getting allies for this fight. They seem to be mercenaries. Maybe they will help for the right price. Solomon frowned at the idea of another powerful mage joining them. He had no knowledge about such a person being here in Skyrim and worried about their real motivations. He could not allow any harm to come to Myra Jane. Too much was riding on this. I think we should be cautious. We should complete our current quest before pursuing such a line of thought. There are plenty of other powerful warriors we could recruit with more known allegiances. Myra Jane nodded at the wisdom of her first companion. She agreed but could not help being fascinated with the story they had heard of how the mage had battled a giant creature straight from oblivion. Her newest companion also made sure her opinion was known. I personally think it wouldn't hurt anything to see about some help. I don't remember anyone by the name of Rictus, but I am sure he would be a valuable ally to have if what I suspect of his strength is true. He may even be able to teach you something. Just like Solomon and I have. Regardless, that can wait until we get back the horn and return it to Gramps. The three companions continued their journey as they were lost in their own thoughts. Now back to the MC. Rictus rolled out of bed as he reached for the water sitting on the table. He had always woken up thirsty, no matter what world. A sigh of pleasure escaped his lips at the refreshing drink. He ran his hand through his hair as he thought of how things had changed since he had defeated the Bone Goliath a little over a month ago. It had taken him almost a week to fully heal from the battle. Apparently, getting in close and personal with corrupted magical energies from oblivion was not good for one's health. Especially, if someone foolishly detonated a soul stone containing highly concentrated energy with their hand. Regardless, he had succeeded and lived where his opponent had not. He couldn't help but flip open his personal grimoire for the 100th time. Enhanced spell. Elemental Blades. You have the ability to manifest blades of pure elemental energy from your mana. The size, shape, and strength are dependent on the caster's will and mana expenditure. This enhanced spell was granted after defeating the skilled of one-handed. The best he could guess, this was the original level 100 boon of the one-handed skilled. His opponent had used a similar ability while battling him. It seemed instead of gaining an additional skill if he defeated another skilled, he would be able to take their advanced ability. This skill in particular really shored up some of his lack of elemental spells. The fact I have significantly more magical power and control than the skilled of one-handed also means this spell is much more powerful with me. He had also been given the opportunity to trade out his alteration skill for the one-handed but had quickly declined that prospect. There was no way he wanted any other skill besides the alteration one. The only mildly tempting one would be the enchanting, but he was very biased towards his original pick. There were a couple other things which appeared in his grimoire because of defeating one of the skilled, which were a big surprise. Minions. Skilled minions. One-handed, someone who follows your command possesses a skill. This grants you the opportunity to utilize their 10 slots for minions. You can select an additional 10 minions for either your skill or their skill. You can only have a max of 10 with their skill. This one was a bit surprising. It meant he could potentially have up to 20 minions of alteration. He could also evenly split it with 10 minions of one-handed and 10 of alteration, or anywhere in between as long as he had no more than 10 in one-handed. He found it interesting that Morrigan had declined to share such information with him. Dante was a follower of her, which meant she had already known this sort of information. So much for exchanging information on what was known about the skilled. It makes even more sense why she wants to gather all the other magical skilled under her banner at the college. She has been very agreeable lately. Probably because she knows I have proof she held information from me. I don't really mind too much, but I will gladly take the discounted enchanted items. The exact transferal of skills was still a bit unclear. His working theory was that the skill would go to the closest person who meets some requirement at the death of the original skilled. This was due to the fact that Ken had managed to gain the skill. It made sense it would go to him though. Ken was a master with the sword and dagger. Of those on the island, he probably had the greatest amount of skill and experience. Ken had already been a great weapons instructor, but it was on a whole new level now. The abilities of those who regularly were trained by him had skyrocketed in a short period of time. Sadly, not every new addition to his grimoire was a good thing. A self-deprecating chuckle escaped his lips as he looked over the final ability that he gained from defeating another skilled. Curses. The double-edged sword, you have become an expert at wielding any weapon with only one hand. The description was not too terribly bad and didn't really look like a curse at all. Although, when the description mentioned only one hand, it meant that far more literally than he would have liked. His lack of a left arm revealed exactly what the curse meant. At first, he had laughed it off since he could simply alter his body and get a new arm. Unfortunately, that had not worked. No matter what he had done, nothing worked. He was completely unable to regrow his arm back despite his many experiments. It was ironic actually. The man who had restored arms and other body parts to countless people, could do nothing about his own injury. I guess it is not all bad. At least my magic helps with anything I would ever need a hand for. So, it is no big deal. The sigh which escaped him indicated the annoyance he felt about it regardless of it not really inconveniencing him too much. He moved over to the window as a metal tendril pulled open the curtains letting in the sunshine. The metal moved back to where his arm used to be. Rictus was a little proud of the replacement for his arm. Instead of a left arm, he had a Skyforge steel prosthetic which he could manipulate with barely a thought. The metal had been personally forged by E. Orland Greymane just for Rictus. It was done as a favor and in honor of those fallen warriors during the Battle of Japhet's Folly. The arm was a constant reminder of those who were lost. More specifically, it was made to honor his fallen friend. The forging fires of the Skyforge had been awakened by the funeral pyre of one of the best the restored had to offer. Roluth had perished during the battle. His death had hit Rictus the hardest since he had been one of the original restored and was always around. Roluth had confided in Rictus one evening about his appreciation for the ancient companion's funerals. He had found it meaningful to have his funeral pyre on the Skyforge and let his death be the catalyst for creating a weapon for the ones he had left behind. Staying true to his friend's wishes, Rictus had made sure it happened. E. Orland had claimed the forge recognized the dedication which filled Roluth's soul. He had worked for hours on the metal. The best smith in Skyrim had been in a trance while listening to what the metal demanded and was slightly confused by the result until he presented it to Rictus. The object had turned out to be a large, rounded cylinder of refined Skyforge steel the approximate length of Rictus's lost arm. It was as if Roluth was looking out for him even after passing. Rictus smiled at the memory as he made his way towards his desk to review the progress reports of the restored. Japhet's Folly Roluth POV. He turned his head around after pulling his sword from the dead pirate's chest making sure his opponent was dead. Roluth was satisfied seeing no more enemies standing. Rizera's voice interrupted the silence. All right. We have taken care of these and all that remains is the pirate leader. Rictus had commanded us not to interfere with the battle and to regroup with our forces outside. Let's go. Everyone started following her towards the main exit with Roluth taking the rearguard position. He was disgruntled with the orders. They should have been going to support their leader, not leaving him to fight alone. He would follow the orders though because he respected Rictus too much to go against him in this. He also had full confidence in his leader's abilities. He will not perish on this island. He is destined for more. As they were nearing the exit, he noticed the broken corpse of a little skeever in a dark corner. Seeing that brought back memories of the young boy who they had left behind. His condition had not been too different than the one Roluth had been in not so long ago. He still remembered the vulnerability and constant fear he felt because of what had been done to him. He vividly recalled the moment his life had been restored. Rictus had personally carried him out from the trash he had been left in, not caring about the smell, or being covered in filth. Rictus had talked about the weather while carrying him. For some reason, the mundane conversation had as much an impact on him as the restoration of his limbs. It had been the first time anyone had taken the time to simply talk to him like a human being in years. Roluth had sworn to follow this man who had saved him and treated him like a real person to the gates of oblivion itself. Now though, there was another one suffering such as he did. Roluth broke off from the rest of the group and rapidly made his way back towards where they had left the necromancer. He was impressed with how far the boy had wiggled away. Without sparing a word, he sheathed his sword and placed the boy on his shoulder before taking back off towards the entrance. The boy silently stared at his rescuer in fear. Trying to make the boy feel more at ease, Roluth tried to do what Rictus had done for him. So, some crazy weather we are having. Hopefully, it won't rain too much on my garden back in Whiterun. Don't want the plants to be flooded. He spared a glance back at the boy to see his reaction. The boy stared wide-eyed at the casual talk about the weather and gardening. Roluth started feeling a bit self-conscious at the whole thing. He was never one for small talk. The soft sounds of barely contained laughter drew his attention though. The boy was shaking on his shoulder trying to hold in the laughter bubbling up inside him. Roluth chuckled as well. It was probably quite a shock for the boy that a fully armored man covered in blood and sweat was talking about gardening during a battle while running through a keep belonging to a pirate necromancer. As they neared the exit, Roluth noticed a group of pirates making their way around the corner and headed towards the tower where Rictus was confronting the enemy leader. He acted without hesitation. He caught up with the group of pirates at the bottom of the tower stairs where the elite pirates had been defeated. While the pirates were busy looking over their dead companions, Roluth charged past them, putting himself between them and the stairs. He set the boy down behind him as he drew his sword. You shall not pass. Roluth couldn't help but smirk at repeating the words Rictus would often say while sparring. In this moment, he couldn't help but feel like a character from a story who was willing to die to save the one he was sworn to protect. His words reawakened the previously distracted pirates. They all drew their weapons as the charge the lone restored. 7 against 1. Not the best of odds. Without another thought Roluth confronted the pirates. The battle was swift and deadly. The pirates were quickly falling to the superior skill and armor of the restored. Even though he was outnumbered, he had only accumulated minor surface injuries while killing 4 of the pirates. He was tired, but it shouldn't be too much trouble to finish them off. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his leg. Looking down revealed a bony tail stabbing through the soft spot in the armor where the boots and pants met. Following the tail revealed the sneering face of the nearly dead Argonian. The elite pirate had been seriously injured, but he was only feigning death. One of the other restored had not done their job. Seeing the injured and distracted opponent, the pirates renewed their attack. This time, Roluth was not faring well. The Argonian could not move, but kept his tail embedded inside Roluth, which gave the other pirates a massive advantage. Despite their advantage, Roluth still killed one and seriously injured another pirate. The last pirate got the better of him though. A quick stab of the pirate's sword had pierced through the should joint of his armor and back out the other side. A dagger then found its way through a gap in the armor around his waist to stab into his stomach. Roluth wrapped his one good arm around the pirate to keep him from stabbing him again. He noticed the body of another pirate getting closer with the blade raised but could not do anything about it. His eyes closed in acceptance as the blade made its way down. The limp body in his grasp surprised him. Looking back up, he found the other pirate had stabbed the sword into the pirate he had been holding in place. A closer look revealed the empty eyes of a raised undead. The undead took a shaky step as his brought a dagger down into the eye socket of the nearly dead Argonian. The corpse then collapsed to the ground as a loud gasp came from the boy behind him. Before he could say his thanks, a sudden magical explosion rocked the entire tower. The stones around them began falling as the tower started shaking. The shaking intensified as lightning cracked above them and another explosion was heard. Roluth forced his body over to the boy who was looking on in fear at the rapidly collapsing tower. With a final step, he fell over the trembling body of the boy. The fear in the boy's eyes strengthened his resolve as he braced his body over that of the poor mutilated boy. A soft encouraging smile, like one a father shows to his scared child, appeared on his face. No need to fear. Rictus will be sure to find you after all this is over. Roluth could not see the tears filling the boy's eyes as blackness overtook his own vision. It seemed his time had finally come. He smiled at the thoughts of going out like a warrior. Sovngarde would await him. The boy barely heard the final whispered words of his savior. Though I fall, I never stumbled. And so we have some of the after effects of the battle. I had someone wondering about how other factions would view the battle and thought it would be fun to write about it. I really appreciate everyone's comments and help with deciding what should be done with the skills. I struggled with it a while but ended up only allowing Rictus to have one skill instead of gaining more. He still got some bonuses from it though. I liked the idea of there being some kind of consequence to his actions though and found the curse to be funny and ironic. Killing off Roluth was a bit sad for me as well. At first, no one notable died during the battle, but I thought that made it lack some impact. Next chapter will go into more details about what has changed for the restored and around Skyrim during this little time skip. Funny enough, I had actually considered ending the FIC after the battle since I was drawing a bit of a blank on what I wanted to do next with it. The fact I had written over 150,000 words for this story also made me think that was a good length. In the end though, I decided against it. I may not have any more reserved chapters, but I will still continue the story for a while longer. Chapter 53, What Happened After. And, just to warn you all, this chapter and the next one may be a bit of an info dump with very little going on or personal interactions. This one will be an overview of what has happened during the time skip and the next one will probably do the same. Rictus slowly sat himself down into his chair overlooking the vast plains of Whiterun. It was another beautiful day, and the sun was shining beautifully along the plains. Despite how busy he got, Rictus always enjoyed sitting on his overlook and seeing the world arrayed before him. It gave him peace and comfort despite everything going on in the world. A little over a month had passed since the Battle of Japhet's Folly, and things had really picked up for the restored. Rictus was proud at the growth of his organization. While he personally had not been as busy doing quests, the restored were making a name for themselves across Skyrim and were in high demand. He couldn't help but smirk at the knowledge of his growing legend. The immediate aftermath of the battle was mostly a blur. He had been in and out of consciousness for a few days following the conclusive battle with the Servant of the Ideal Masters. He had been suffering from the many injuries he accumulated during the fight and from the intense amount of mana he had channeled. He had been very lucky his body was as robust as it was, else it could have been much worse. Turned out that constantly altering your body with magic helped it be more resilient and a better conduit for mana. Apparently, a normal mage would have been torn apart from the massive mana levels channeled during the fight, at least that was what others had claimed. Got to love unintended benefits. He had woken up back in Winterhold and was quickly informed about what he had missed. While the fight going on between Rictus and the Bone Goliath had been the most eye-catching, there were still other fights happening as well. A group of necromancers had hidden themselves away and were raising the dead for a final stand. Dante and Korir led a charge against these remaining enemies while Ken was directing the rest of the forces to battle the randomly appearing Bonemen and Wrathmen. The island had apparently been tainted from the blast of corrupted mana the Goliath released. This meant Bonemen and Wrathmen were sporadically summoned around the island during the massive battle which destroyed most the island. Rictus was saddened hearing about all the loss of life from the battle. Each group had suffered casualties. The most surprising had been the East Empire Company had lost 2 of their ships. While the land battle had been in the final stages, a group of 3 pirate ships ambushed the patrolling ships and destroyed them before help arrived. The EEC did sink the remaining pirates, but not without suffering damage to more of their ships. The Winterhold forces were hit the hardest. Over half of the guards had perished during the fighting. Many died to the enhanced pirates, while another large portion had been lost after the surprise attack by the necromancers who had hidden away. More would have perished had Faraldaw's apprentices and a couple of the vigilants of Stendar not held back the horde while the soldiers reorganized themselves. Korir was really hit hard from the large loss of life suffered by his people. He confided in Rictus his feelings of guilt over their sacrifice for what Korir saw as his personal revenge. Overall, the restored fared better than the Winterhold guards. They had lost around a quarter of their forces throughout the battle. Most had perished from being overwhelmed by sheer numbers or surprise attacks. The Rouge mages had also done a lot of damage since the newer recruits were inexperienced in fighting mages. There were some deaths which were felt more than others though. Half of the mages of the restored were killed. They had done their jobs and kept many of their comrades alive, but the long battle had depleted many of their mana reserves which made them vulnerable. One of the enhanced pirates had snuck up on them when they were resting and drinking mana potions. The pirate was put down, but not before he killed quite a few of them. Hawk had also died rescuing a couple of new recruits who were distracted watching Rictus's fight instead of paying attention to their surroundings, and of course there was Relith's passing as well. Regardless of their losses, the restored had greatly expanded their range and membership. Recruitment was booming right now. Some were wounded from the civil war and wanted healing. Some feared the war and wanted to have the safety of a large organization, which wasn't a bandit group. Some wanted the thrill of battle. Some feared the dragons. Some wanted glory. Some just wanted something different in life. All were welcomed by the restored. Not all were privy to their secrets though. There were many healthy recruits joining them, but they had more requirements to prove their trustworthiness. The ones who were deformed or missing body parts still made the core of their group and were easier to trust with the secrets of the organization. There was a good reason for this though, even if it could be seen as slightly amoral. Rictus had found those he personally healed had significantly greater loyalty to him, beyond what was normal for such a thing. It seems there was something about his mana and the alter body spell being used on someone else which affected a person instinctually. It wasn't mind control and wouldn't change a person's personality, but it almost subconsciously made a person have a higher regard for Rictus and find him more trustworthy. He hadn't been doing anything consciously with the spell for such a thing to happen, but the subconscious had a large effect on spell work. Just like how the older people restored seemed to become younger and healthier than they were before. There was no concrete proof of him altering people's mind, but some part of him knew this was what was happening. He had struggled with this idea for a while after he figured it out, but ultimately continued with his work. He was not hurting anyone and helping those in need. If the price they had to pay for being restored was easily trusting him, Rictus did not think it was a bad deal. They still had their own choices and didn't have to follow him. There was a decent amount of regular people who were healed but didn't join them after all. The increase in recruitment had also been influenced by the restored finally expanding into many of the other holds. They now had a permanent presence in Windhelm, Solitude, Dawnstar, Riverwood, Iverstead, Rarikstead, Dragon Bridge, Whiterun, Winterhold, and Falkreath. Not all of these were large compounds, but there were at least a few in each place. The base in Solitude was probably the fanciest one they had. It had been an older abandoned mansion in the noble district of the city. It had been practically gifted to them by Vittoria Vici and her family in gratitude for helping restore her beauty before her wedding. It was unfortunate the poor woman was still assassinated by the Dark Brotherhood. Rictus had hoped she would live, but knew it was not very likely. Still, his small act of kindness had gotten them a mansion and the favor of the Vici family. Not a bad deal for such easy work. They still lacked bases in 3 of the major holds though. Rictus had stayed out of Riften because of the Thieves' Guild. The town was apparently going through a huge resurgence in crimes which surprisingly did not really dampen the economic boon the war was bringing the city. It was an open secret the Thieves' Guild and Maven Blackbriar were in total control of the city at this point. Rictus had no desires to get mixed up in that mess of a city. It worked in their favor though because many of the regular upstanding townspeople were leaving the city in favor of other cities. A few of the more skilled workers ended up with the restored because of the good working conditions and ample supplies. No one really of note had joined, but they did get a couple carpenters and seamstresses which were a good quality of life improvement. Morthal had no full-time base and was not a high priority either. A couple of the restored had traveled through there for reconnaissance, but they got nowhere with the townspeople. They were a private and distrustful lot who didn't care much for outsiders. His people did not stay very long and left the town after getting a bad feeling like they were being stalked. The only noteworthy interaction they had was with a mage called Felion who showed an interest in meeting with Rictus. His arrival was uncertain as he had not given a time on his visit. The situation in Markarth was a whole different beast. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. I can't believe those crazy bastards actually did it. It is even crazier the Empire has unofficially endorsed them. The Forsworn had taken the city. Apparently, a large army of the Reachmen along with their unusual allies had attacked the city which had capitulated without too much of a fight. It may have been influenced by the incredibly durable armor worn by the Forsworn elites, or their amazingly sharp weapons. Or it could have been the large group of Hagravens bombarding the city with high-level magic as a group of giants wearing full metal armor and wielding massive warhammers busted down the main gate. He couldn't help but snort at that last thought. It was no wonder the city had fallen from such an assault. Heavily armed and armored infantry backed by powerful magics with a group of fully armored giants as shock troopers were not something many forces could resist. Rictus was a little sad he missed such a sight. It was probably magnificent. The entire thing was made even more impressive since Modonok, the leader of the Forsworn rebellion, sent evidence to the Imperials in Solitude detailing a plot by Jarl Igmund to secretly join the Stormcloak rebellion. The evidence had to have been extremely compelling since Igmund was known to be a staunch supporter of the Empire and peace with the Aldmiri. The validity of such a story was probably not investigated too much though because of the ongoing war. It probably helped that Modonok sent a large gift of extremely finely crafted armor with a promise of continued support against Ulfric as well as loyalty to the Empire. Their hatred for Ulfric was quite well known after all. Their success really showed the failings of the current Empire. The Empire had rapidly declined since the Oblivion Crisis. Valenwood and elsewhere had been ceded to the Thalmor. Blackmarsh had also left the Empire and even took control of southern Morrowind, which had not recovered from the eruption of Red Mountain. Hammerfell had left the Empire after the White Gold Concords. It was only truly composed of Cyrodiil, High Rock, and Skyrim. Skyrim was in the middle of a civil war which meant the Empire only truly controlled half of the province. This goes without mentioning the crazy political situation which was High Rock. Even calling it the Empire at this point was a bit of stretch. If fighting was to break out again between the Empire and the Thalmor, it would most likely not be in the Empire's favor. This doesn't even touch on the soon-to-be-killed Emperor who was still coming to Skyrim despite the death of his cousin. Or maybe it is because of her death. Regardless, the Emperor would surely perish. Rictus had considered trying to save the Emperor, but such a thing was not an easy task. The Emperor was already marked for death by the Dark Brotherhood, and once they get a contract, they will keep trying until they complete it. Rictus had no desire to constantly fight assassins. He knew the first assassination attempt would be done by impersonating the gourmet. He did not know exactly where the cook was found though. He knew the gourmet was a male orc, and he was staying at some inn which was most likely in northern Skyrim. His people were looking, but he was not holding out hope. He knew there could be some juicy rewards though even if he only saved the Emperor once. If he saved the original gourmet, then that would be a bonus. There were bound to be some great rewards for saving the Emperor, but it may not be worth it. There was a good chance the assassin would be one of the skilled and no reason to fight someone like that again, at least for now. The assassination could benefit me though. I don't remember the name of the guy who contracts the Brotherhood against the Emperor, but it does highlight the political turmoil inside the capital. A crumbling empire does offer a lot of opportunity for growth. Maybe there could be a new emperor, or empress. We could start here in Skyrim and then expand from there. Putting someone on a throne could be quite fun. A shake of his head banished his fantasies of a new empire with him guiding its direction from the shadows as he returned his thoughts back to Mark Arth. He concluded it was still not a good time for the Restored to expand there during the turmoil. His decisions were not always taking into consideration. He looked down at the hastily scribbled note which he read for the 100th time. It only had the words "Soon, my love." He had received this note a week ago along with a very promising recruit which he had already made into one of his minions. Ilya was a powerful imperial mage who had a great aptitude for ice magics. She had apparently been the apprentice to the leader of all the Hag Ravens, Moira. Ilya had been part of a smaller coven in the Rift. She had admitted to having doubts about the Hag Ravens when her mother was about to undertake the ritual. This was all stopped though when a summon for a great coven came. It was at the great coven where she had met Moira that her thoughts and perspectives on Hag Ravens had been overturned. Moira had shaken some of her beliefs and was impressed by the mage. The two of them had worked together and overcame the other covens, making Moira gain the title of Grand Matriarch. It had been Moira who had sent Ilya to find him before the assault on Mark Arth. Her job was to watch over him as a protector while Moira was busy in the Reach. Rictus had some faint memories of drinking, dancing around a fire, and a ring when he had first heard Moira's name. Seemed certain words would trigger parts of his memory about his first interaction with Sanguine, but it still was not clear. He decided to do the manly thing and not worry about it all until he finally met Moira. Regardless, he had gained another powerful minion from it. The assault on Japhet's Folly had shown him the importance and impact of proper minions. He was still selective of them, but he was not as miserly about it as before. There was now a total of 8 minions. Marandrujo was his first minion. He had been quite upset about missing the fight and had followed Rictus around like a lost kitten for a few weeks before he was sent off with the caravans again. Rysera had dedicated herself to learning more about the teleportation magic and was currently in control of their messaging system. It worked similar to the old operator system back on Earth. The messages would all be sent to the central control center which was near Whiterun. Then the messages could be distributed further along. This allowed better mana conservation for those really far messages. Having all the information flow through their main base allowed the culmination of information from the various holds as well. Rysera proved a much better teacher and manager than combatant, although she had been working hard on that aspect since her failure at the pirate base. Ilya had become one of their heaviest hitters regarding pure destructive magics. She had used the boost in alteration to enhance her combat abilities with armor spells and more customized ice spells. She controlled ice the way Rictus could control stone. Given the wintry climate of Skyrim, it was quite the good ability. One of Rysera's contacts had also arrived and became part of the Restored. Dravinia the Stoneweaver was an older dark elf woman who had been working in the mines of Kynes Grove on their mining tunnels. She had quickly joined the Restored after witnessing Rictus's proficiency with stone and wanting to learn from him. Of all the minions, she had the most proficiency working with stone. Her former title of Stoneweaver was not in vain. Her addition had greatly increased the build speed for many of their structures. Danica Purespring had also been granted the status of minion. Not long after Rictus had returned to Whiterun, she had searched for him and his tutelage. She had been banished from Kynartha's temple for an undetermined amount of time. Being responsible for harming one of the most important symbols to your god, which also led to the death of several pilgrims, was heavily frowned upon. The Elder Gleam was perfectly fine still, but that was not the point. Still, it had benefited Rictus since he now had a master of restoration magic under him whose magic had been greatly enhanced by becoming a minion. There had also been an internal promotion from minion to minion. Moss had been a Nord which had joined the Restored with Rysera. He had been the mage who was always working the forge. It was somehow fitting he showed great talent for the transmutation spell and working with metals. He had been placed in charge of the mages and miners at Halted Stream Camp, which was an old bandit camp north of Whiterun. The Restored had been given the bounty quest directly from the Jarl's steward. The reward for the bounty had been control over the camp as long as they provided Whiterun some of the iron mined there. The additional source of iron under the control of a loyal mage who could also transmute the iron into gold provided even more economic stability for the Restored. Moving Moss also had the benefit of having him out of the main base where he would constantly talk about his new wife and how they wanted a family. The young necromancer saved by Raluth had also joined up and became a minion. Revixit Stultus, who went by Rev, had been fully restored and was now beyond dedicated to their cause. Some limitations had been placed on his practice of necromancy though. Rictus was not really against it, but he understood the stigma against it and did not want his organization's reputation to suffer too much. Revixit was no longer allowed to raise humanoids, except in life-of-death situations. Instead, he was limited to only raising creatures, which was not too bad a restriction in Rictus's mind. The young man had readily agreed and had actually found it worked better for him. His favorite creature was an undead bear which was affectionately named Honey. Combining his knowledge of anatomy, necromancy, and alteration magics had changed Honey into a monster. Its size had been increased, teeth sharpened, claws elongated, and its skin and bones reinforced with metal. The undead was even more powerful when Rev was personally controlling the beast and could easily shred through a group of armored bandits. He had claimed that his undead control spell actually worked better with animals than humanoids due to the lingering mana and soul fragments found on humanoids compared to animals. The addition of alteration magics had allowed Rev to alter the spell which expanded the undead's senses while being controlled. He had also been sent on a few intelligence-gathering missions where he controlled small skeever or other pests which could easily make their way into people's home without being noticed. The inclusion of the necromancer had gotten a little attention from others, but it was not too bad. A few other necromancers in hiding had actually made their way to the restored and joined because of Rev. They were the ones who just loved the magics of necromancy without actually becoming a homicidal maniac. Finally, Rictus had made Farelda one of his minions. It had been a long time coming really. She had been one of the first mage friends he had made in Skyrim, and they had fought together a few times. She had been quite surprised at the entire process. Then after learning the Archamage also had a similar blessing for enchanting, she had been upset. The fact the Archmage did not select her for the blessing despite all the work she had been doing as an enforcer was quite insulting. That had been the final straw as she had unofficially left the college. To make it even more insulting towards Morrigan, she had taken the position of court mage for Jarl Korrer. Rictus would have loved to hear what Morrigan thought about that, especially since Farelda did not even tell her. The controlling nature of Morrigan probably threw a fit at such a thing. It probably didn't help that the Synod, one of the two major magical institutions within the Empire, was making heavy inquiries about the college's research and about some of the Synod's missing members who had been exploring Skyrim. Rictus couldn't help but smile at Morrigan's misfortune and how he had poached one of the master mages from the college. He could admit to himself he was still feeling being a bit upset after finding out she had withheld information on skills from him. The Synod had definitely not received information about the College of Winterhold having a powerful artifact from him. Just as the College of Whispers, the rival magical institution to the Synod, did not receive information about how the College of Winterhold had a similar stance on conjuration magics and necromancy to themselves which could help them prove that the teachings of the Synod are a political minority in the Empire, and deserve to be treated as such. His smile only widened at the troubles that would cause for the Archmage. What good is all this information if I can't use it for my own petty vengeances? Besides, it will be good practice in leadership skills for her. I am just helping her grow as a leader. Rictus continued chuckling to himself as he looked forward to what will come next for him and his restored. Not a super actiony chapter, but it was needed. I sadly could not squeeze everything into one chapter this week, so next chapter will also be a bit of an info dump again. After that, the story will start progressing again. Chapter 54, What Happened After Next. Rictus found himself sitting behind a large carefully carved stone desk going over some reports. With the expanding of their network came a corresponding increase in reports to delve through for interesting bits. The work wasn't too bad though. Most of the mundane information was being sorted through by some trusted people who reported directly to him and Ken. They summarized the reports which allowed Rictus to get a general idea of things going on, and if he wanted more, he could easily get the full report on a situation. One thing which he had been following was a growing number of Falmer sightings and raids. He had already been aware of the rumors, but it was more widespread than he had initially thought. From the reports he had gathered, he could infer a war was going on under Skyrim. It was not uncommon for explorers of the Dwarven ruins to stumble upon scenes of destruction from where the automatons had clashed with the Falmer. The explorers also cited significantly more of the automatons than previously found in the ruins. A couple surprising reports even mentioned seeing a couple of the Dwarven spheres moving above ground between ruins. All professional deep dives into the Black Reach caverns had completely stopped. There had always been fights and battles going on down there, but the size and intensity of them had grown significantly enough that no one wanted to risk going down there till things calmed down. Rictus had been tempted to lead an expedition down there himself to get a better idea of the situation, but he decided against it in the end. Although he could bypass most of the dangerous things by tunneling through the earth, the rewards were just not quite worth the risks at the moment. Maybe once the restored consolidated more of their power and a large, dedicated group of delvers could be assembled. Right now, most of the restored were working as guards for travelers and caravans, which greatly increased information gathering. Only a few small groups had been tasked with dungeon diving. Maybe once they get some more experience a great delving could happen. I bet some of the companions would be up for such a quest. Another thing recently brought to his attention was a cult of pyromaniacs. They had been accused of burning small farms and homesteads near the borders of northern Whiterun, southern Dawnstar, and eastern Morthal. They were not a huge priority right now and could be bandits or deserters, but it was something to keep an eye on. Something more interesting had caught his attention though. The orc strongholds had been united under one banner and had left for the mountain city of Orsinium. The city of the orcs had been sacked earlier during the Fourth Era. Many of the survivors had been brought to Skyrim by the Imperial Legion. The city was later rebuilt in the mountains between Hammerfell and Skyrim, and it seemed most orcs were going back there instead of staying in the strongholds. A new warlord had apparently risen from the stronghold Largashbur, which was near Riften. He had taken over the clan and then began going to the other strongholds and defeating their chiefs. Such a thing did not really bother most people living in Skyrim though, since the Orcish strongholds only rarely interacted with the outside world. The warlord went by the name Orgrim. The orcs following him called him the Doomhammer since he wielded a massive warhammer which was blessed by Malakath himself. He was an amazing warrior who danced across the battlefield as if his extremely heavy Orcish armor did not weigh anything at all. No one had pierced his armor and he never ran out of stamina while wielding his warhammer. The large migrating group of orcs had even started calling themselves the Horde. If that wasn't telling enough, their elite units would have a painted white hand on their faces. Noticing the parallels with a couple of well-known films and games from his world, Rictus easily deduced that Orgrim was most likely one of the skilled. Seems someone was well versed in nerd culture if he likes the Horde and the White Hand. He wasn't sure which skill Orgrim possessed exactly but figured it would be either two-handed or heavy armor. His bet was on heavy armor though despite the hammer he used. The fact Orgrim was leaving Skyrim was quite praiseworthy in Rictus's eyes. He personally had overlooked that as an option, even if he wouldn't have done it just yet. His identification of the other skilled was progressing decently as well. The magical ones were almost all accounted for. He was Alteration. Morrigan was Enchanting. Dante was Restoration. The man named Solomon was Conjuration. This left Destruction and Illusion. He was pretty sure the skilled of Illusion was working with Ulfric based off some information he collected about the killing of the High King and some of the battles going on in the Civil War. The skilled of Destruction was a complete mystery to him though. Maybe that cult of pyromancers would know something? Identifying the other skilled was not going nearly as well though. He knew Ken was the one-handed skilled. The others were mostly educated guesses. Orgrim was mostly likely the skilled of heavy armor or two-handed, but he had not heard of anyone else fitting those two skills. One of the caravan guards for the Khajiit was most likely the one for Block. Someone working for the Forsworn was smithing. He also had a feeling the eccentric imperial woman traveling with the Dragonborn was the skilled of speech, but he had not heard anything proving this assumption. Less educated guesses put sneak, pickpocket, and lockpick with either the Thieves Guild or the Dark Brotherhood. He had been hearing tales of a rapidly growing bandit group in southeast Skyrim which were skilled in long-range ambushes, but that was all he had to go on for the archer. Light armor and alchemy were totally unknown. Identifying the others was not a major priority, but it was something Rictus had an interest in just like he did with all the major factions and other noteworthy people. Knowing one's potential enemies was always a good course of action though. I think Sun Tzu had something to say about that. Or was it Tzu? Doesn't really matter who wrote it I suppose. He stood up and made his way over to the display on a large table in the side of the room. It was a stone map of Skyrim he had made more realistic by adding in actual topographical features like mountains and rivers. It also had marks identifying important factions or people. He also had it color-coded flags showing the sides of the Civil War. Currently there were three major sides, the Empire, the Stormcloaks, and Neutral. The holds of the Empire were Solitude, Morthal, Falkreath, and Markarth, technically. The Stormcloaks had Dawnstar, Windhelm, and Riften. The neutral parties were Whiterun and Winterhold. The neutrality of Winterhold had come as a shock for many people given its previous support to the Stormcloaks and Ulfric. Koror had decided he would not put his people through more battles after the fight with the Blood Horkers. He had even gotten assistance from the Mages' College to strengthen Fort Castoff which protected the only real road into the hold. Regardless, the war was still in full swing as the two sides fiercely fought. Whiterun had even been receiving missive/threats from both sides about joining. It probably would not be long until a decision would have to be made. Unlike Winterhold, Whiterun was too important and centrally located to leave neutral. The Stormcloaks had suffered a major setback though, and it wasn't even from the Empire. Dawnstar had suffered immense damage after a dragon attack. The docks were in ruins as well as a significant portion of the surrounding farms. There was no conveniently timed arrival of the Dragonborn to save the day, nor were the guardsmen able to slay the beasts as they strafed the city while breathing fire. The dragons did not conveniently land and give the defenders a chance to fight it on the ground either. The dragons had eventually been chased off after hours of fighting. More like they got bored or full and left. Still, this attack had proven a boon for the restored. Rictus had sent Dravinia Stonewielder with a large group to help with the restoration of the town. The process would not be quick, but it was significantly faster with Dravinia there helping get at least some basic living arrangements made. Such kindness had greatly swayed public opinion in favor of the restored. This led to a significant increase of recruitment as well as financial incentives from the Jarl for their continued assistance. The Dawnstar situation was just another thing which shows the difference of the world with the game. Dragon attacks were picking up as the smaller no-named settlements were hit the hardest. Things would only get worse as time went on though, as more dragons were raised. Alduin had thankfully been taking his time with it, or else things would be much worse than they are currently. These thoughts really made Rictus rethink his previous intentions of ignoring the Dragonborn. It really did not make sense when he gave it some though. This was not a game where she could just respawn infinitely until the quest was completed and Alduin defeated. The Dragonborn was the only real hope of solving the dragon crisis. If something happened to her, the world was in trouble. Because of this, Rictus it would be best to assist her. The main support would be in money and supplies. The restored were not hurting for weapons and armor, which would be a nice bonus for the Dragonborn in her party. He would do his best to supply them with information if they needed it. He was not decided on letting them use his teleportation system, but if the situation was deemed appropriate, he would be okay sharing. He also thought he could give the Dragonborn a bit of teaching in some alteration magic if she had the time. Even if it was only the simple armor spells, that bit of extra protection could be the difference between life and death. Rictus stretched as he put away the status reports on his desk and stopped his thoughts on the potential end of the world. He had done enough reviewing that kind of information for today. It was time to look at something a bit more fun. Magical advances. There had been quite a lot of them recently since Rictus had personally gone out less. The additional mages joining the restored also added more people available for magical experimentation and discussions. This allowed delegation like he had done to Rysera when she got their messaging system up and running. Some of the most important advances were involving the mana stones. After some research, the stones functions incredibly similar to Varla and Welkin stones. Rictus still preferred calling them mana stones though, since it was easier to understand. Once he heard of the similarities, they tested the mana stones and found they worked excellently at recharging enchantments, better than all but the best grand soul gems. Having a steady supply of mana stones for enchantments was a significant boon, since it allowed them to start having more enchanted gear, since they did not have to waste time and money finding soul gems. They did still get some soul gems, especially when the magical anomalies appeared, but it was no longer as pressing need as it was before. Having a good easy source for recharging enchantments also led many of the restored getting lifestyle enchantments. These were simple and easy to learn enchantments which made life a bit easier or better. Socks which could resist cold and easily keep toes warm was very popular with those serving up north in the snow. Magical lighting cut down on the smoke from fires inside and provide steadier lighting compared to torches. Tunics were made which would resist the heat of the sun for those who worked outside in the warmer climates. Pots enchanted to keep food warm or cold were also very popular. For many, they would use most of their salary on getting these items, since it was normally only reserved for nobility. The other application of the mana stone was much more martial. Magic staffs were becoming less rare among the restored, both mages and warriors. The majority were normal magical staffs which had mana stones embedded on them. Many staffs, while powerful, did not have many charges on them. Adding the mana stone gave a free easy refill on the staff. This led to more of the elites among the restored getting staffs as an added distance weapon, since recharging them was becoming easier and cheaper. Many of the mages also had some of the magical staffs with mana stones on them. These staffs were used as a training tool for many of the new recruits. The very basic ones were simply a wooden or metal pole with a large stone sitting on top. Adding and taking small amounts of mana from the stones allowed them to work on their fine mana control, which was important for any spell work. Charging the mana stones also gave them an additional source of mana, which helps cover one of the biggest weaknesses of new mages. The staff could also be used in conjunction with their own mana to overcharge spells and make them more powerful than usual. In fact, most all the restored have at least some basic understandings of magic or were taking some quick lessons on it. Rictus had really pushed all members knowing at least the basic healing and flames spell. This was to provide trauma support during battles which kept people alive. The flame spell would be used more as a distraction and utility spell, like lighting a fire, than for true combat purposes. While most did not have any talent with magic, mana was an ever-present constant in the world, so everyone at least had a mana pool, even if it was negligible. The healing spell would most likely only be used in dire situations, since many of the restored did not have a large enough mana pool for constant spell work without getting exhausted. With the magic staffs giving a magic attack to those who aren't mages, it prompted another avenue of magical research. They were working on simplifying runes and trying to condense them to smaller sizes. The results were partially successful, but not where they wanted yet. So far, they had one-time use shields with the paralyze rune on the surface, which could be powered by a mage or mana stone. This allowed certain peacekeeping forces of the restored to quickly incapacitate their foes with a paralyzing shield bash. Rictus had the hope of being able to condense the runes further and try attaching them like tattoos. He was not quite there yet, but it seemed promising based off some testies they had done on larger animals. One of his minions had also created a new spell which was great for training the restoration skill and could have great potential further down the line. Danica had figured out how to reverse a minor cure disease spell into a minor sickness spell. It worked as a great training tool for the medical mages under her preview. One of the ways they are being trained is by curing the sicknesses. The minor sickness spell was currently very weak, and casting required some medical knowledge, but it had potential. The more knowledgeable mages could now cast minor sickness on the apprentices who had to cure it or else deal with a runny nose and sneezing. I suppose people really do learn better and faster with practical applications. It sure made me learn the spell a lot faster at least. Rictus had also finally found some time to play around with the bound weapons spells he had learned from the College of Winterhold. They had always been one of his favorites while playing the games, especially the bound bow. It had taken a few days experimenting, but he was able to cast bound armor now. He had some faint memories of the spell being a thing in Elder Scrolls Oblivion and other games, but they did not really appear in Skyrim. Now on top of his normal alteration armor spells, he had the option of summoning some bound Didra armor for a short period of time. The bound armor/weapon spells were quite fascinating to Rictus. The caster essentially pulled a lesser Didra from Oblivion and contorted it into the object they cast. A more powerful spell caster with a greater will would have more control over the entire process. Conjuration magic was very much influenced by domination. One had to have the power and determination to dominate their summon and bind them to their will. If someone could do this, the conjurer would have much greater freedom in manipulating the outcome of the spell. Most spellcasters were more interested in rote memorization and doing exactly as the spell tome described instead of looking deeper into the meaning of spells. This was why most casters had to have a different spell for each bound item they tried summoning. Bound weapon spells cast this way by the average mage were generally a bit faster to cast and slightly more powerful for the amount of mana placed into the spell. Custom casting the bound spell though gave a huge amount of flexibility and customization. This type of casting better suited a talented, powerful, or well-studied mage. A lot of this information had been gained from Rictus's newest helper. He had finally gotten around to trying out the new Sanguine Rose necklace for summoning a Didra. Normally, the Sanguine Rose would summon a different Didra depending on the strength of the caster, at least he thought that was something it was supposed to do. Rictus had been expecting a Dream or a Lord or something like that. Imagine his surprise when a Mazkin, or Dark Seducer, appeared from the artifact. These humanoid Didra normally served the Didric Prince Sheogorath and guard Dementia in the Shivering Isles. It appeared female with grey skin and dark hair. The Mazkin wore dark black armor which could barely qualify as such with all the skin showing. It was strange seeing someone so scantily clad yet them not really appearing seductive. Must have been due to them being Didra. Thankfully, the Dark Seducers are known for being more patient, introspective, and humble when dealing with the lesser races which made cooperation easier. Rictus had taken to calling her Maz since it was the same one which was summoned every time. Maz had apparently been gifted to Sanguine by Sheogorath in return for an old jar which smelled of musty cheese. Regardless, the Mazkin had been quite helpful in regard to bound weapons, at least when Rictus could get her to talk. The final major magical advancement had been something he had been planning for a long time now. Rictus had been working on integrating the abilities of creatures and monsters into people. The process had been slow so far, but there were high expectations. Alterations so far were nothing drastic. Minor changes had been the most successful. Major changes were still being tested. He had experimented with the larger changes on some criminals who were slotted for execution. Good thing too since many of the large-scale changes he had tried to imitate had led to madness in his subjects. The one he had been most excited for was a troll's regeneration ability. The first 5 test subjects had all quickly succumbed to massive and quick replicating cancerous growths throughout their body. The test subjects with gaining the reaction speed of a saber cat had torn their muscles from their bones. He had been successful with granting a portion of the abilities though. These abilities were not on the level of the actual creature, but they were better than what a normal person possessed. Only a couple of the most dedicated restored, like Myrima, had opted to test it out. So far, the results were quite promising. A sigh escaped Rictus as he looked down at the invitation in his hand with mixed feelings. While the party invitation from Elenwen was not something he really wanted to go to, he felt it could be a good opportunity. He was sure the Thalmor had a reason for inviting him, and he was curious as to what would happen at the party. It also reminded him that Ankano's arm was still in his storage. I'm pretty sure that what they called the Eye of Magnus is not the actual Eye of the Drum Magnus. I mean the people at the college seemed fairly clueless about it and started calling it the Eye of Magnus without doing any research on it. It does still hold immense power though. Magical anomalies are still appearing even after all this time after all. Maybe something could be gained by trying to. Those thoughts were interrupted by Ken quickly making his way into the study without bother to knock. The look on his face meant it was likely something important. Maybe a new bit of information? Rictus's curiosity was quickly satiated as Ken wasted no time in saying what happened. The Dragonborn is here looking for you. I wonder what they could be wanting from Rictus. Maybe Rictus will help on a little quest with the Dragonborn for a bit before getting in some bigger trouble. Also, thank you all for the comments and feedback on the story. I really appreciate all of them and draw ideas from them. Chapter 55, The Dragonborn. The Dragonborn is here looking for you. Rictus raised an eyebrow after hearing the declaration. Well, this is a bit of a surprise. I did not really expect her to come looking for me already. I wonder what she has on her mind. When will she arrive and are her companions with her? They are not actually here just yet but will be soon. She currently has 2 people with her, the Altmer man and the Imperial woman. I can only imagine they are here looking for you or wanting an audience with you, so I wanted to warn you as soon as possible. No worries. If they are coming here for me, please bring them to the Overlook. That way we will not destroy the base if there are any altercations. I don't think that will happen but best to be prepared. I will be quite interested in what they will have to say. As Ken left the room, Rictus stroked his manly beard and thought about the upcoming meeting. I wonder how much support I will show them and what exactly I could get out of all this. Dragonborn Myra Jane POV. She boldly strode through the tunnels of the mountain base with her followers at her heel. Admittedly, it was more of a small fortress city than a normal base. Houses, farms, and shops were all located right near the entrance to the base just like a normal city would have. A small wall was raised around the homes and shops which were located the closest to the main entry into the mountain. A much larger stone wall restricted entry into the base and was patrolled by heavily armored warriors accompanied by the occasional mage. The base was completely carved into the mountain with an unnatural-looking smoothness which had to have taken huge amounts of manpower and time to complete. There were additional checkpoints and gates inside the base which added an additional level of security. The place was decorated lightly with carvings and tapestries which provided a little bit of life and color to the grey stone walls everywhere. The fortress was unusually bright on the inside with mage lights that gave off a comforting glow without any of the flickering smokiness of a torch. Despite being in the mountain, it did not feel cold or harsh like one would expect. The attitude of the people and the general atmosphere was significantly lighter than she had expected. People moved with a purpose but could still be seen stopping and chatting with a friend about something they had heard recently. Myra Jane noticed how every one of the people inside the base were openly armed and most had at least some kind of armor on. Despite the overall friendliness, these people were ready for a fight at any moment it seems. This was definitely a mercenary group at its core despite everything else they may do. It was very different than the companions she had interacted with so far. The companions were a group of great warriors who lived life to the fullest and just so happened to fight together. The restored she had encountered were much more professional in their attitudes. They may not be as good of individual fighters overall, but they seemed like a more cohesive group which has its own benefits. Her companions were looking around and taking note of everything they saw or observed. She knew they would want to talk with her about everything they had seen and wouldn't shy away from telling their opinions. I am very grateful for them both, but they sure do like to talk a lot. We don't have to overanalyze everything we encounter or ask about the past of everyone we meet. I am just glad they agreed to let me do the talking this time so we can get to the point without wasting much time. After traveling through the base for a bit, and climbing a significant number of steps, they stepped outside to a beautiful view of the plains of Whiterun. They were on an overlook which had a commanding view of the city and surrounding countryside. Near the edge of the cliff and beside a pool that flowed over the side, there was a large table with 6 stone chairs around it. All the chairs were unoccupied except the middle chair on the side opposing them. It was the same man she had seen leaving Riverwood when she had first entered the town. He was younger up close than she had expected. Most people leading larger organizations were much older. He was dressed casually with a well-made green shirt and dark black pants. A strange pendant which resembled a rose could be seen resting on his chest. A metallic-looking hand was poking out from his left sleeve as a show of previous battle wounds. His outfit did not match the image of a powerful spellcaster and warrior the tales spoke of. While his clothes may not have been what she expected, his presence did not disappoint. As he stood from the chair, he moved with an almost animalistic grace and each movement was deliberate and precise, like an expert swordsman. He was taller than Botherher and Solomon, which was quite a rare thing. His large stature and musculature spoke of physical might, showing he would not be helpless even without magic. Had she not heard the stories of him, she would have guessed he was a warrior instead of a mage. When he stared at her, she could even feel his barely contained magical power giving off a slight pressure. It was no wonder he could gather such a large group of followers. A lesser person may have felt intimidated, but she had faced and killed dragons. No man could compare to the timeless beasts. To what do I owe the pleasure of your company? I don't know why the Dragonborn would come seeking me out. His deep soothing voice and slight smile gave off the feeling he knew something they didn't, like he already knew what she would ask before she said anything. Getting straight to business was a good sign of not having to worry about being fawned over though. Being the Dragonborn hero of legend and prophecy makes personal interactions a little stiff. At least he is treating me like a normal person. Now I just need the others to behave. She spoke respectfully as she answered the question. We were passing by near here on our way north, and I wanted to stop by. There is quite a lot of talk about the restored recently, and I wanted to see you all for myself. I admit to being curious about you as well since there are many rumors about you floating about. The man nodded in understanding. She would not be surprised if a lot of people did the same thing as she did. While tales of her killing dragons were a favorite of any traveler or tavern goer, the tale of Rictus was more relatable than a hero of legend arriving out of nowhere to save the world. After sitting down, Rictus was the one who started back up the conversation. I will actually start with some introductions then. You can call me Rictus, and I am the leader of the Restored. The man behind you all is Ken, my second in command and the one who keeps everything running. Myra Jane blushed slightly at his words. She had completely forgotten about introducing herself. No one really asked about her name and just called her Dragonborn. By this point in time, most people had heard of her and knew roughly what she looked like, especially the more influential people she had interacted with. Of course. My name is Myra Jane. My companions are Solomon and Fala. Solomon nodded stoically while Fala waved energetically before speaking out. Is it true you led an assault on a pirate base where you killed all the undead by throwing goats at them? Is that why they call you the shepherd? Or do you prefer the goat herder? I personally think shepherd is better, but the story of how you started as a simple goat herder and are now the leader of a large group of people sounds more dramatic. Myra Jane face-palmed at the questions. Leave it to Fala to just say what was on her mind without hardly stopping for a breath. Thankfully, Rictus did not seem to mind her questions, although Ken seemed a little upset at her description of the fight. We did attack a pirate base, but it was a joint effort between the Restored, the East Empire Company, and the Jarl of Winterhold. I did not kill the undead by throwing goats at them either. I did use my familiar as a distraction during the final confrontation with an undead Goliath, but that was about it. For some reason, that is everyone's favorite part of the entire story. I also do not really care much what people call me, as long as it's not late for dinner. He finished with a wink while looking around at his audience. The lack of reaction made him deflate a bit. Was that supposed to be a joke? Before she could speak up, Solomon started talking. I have heard some rumors you can summon Daedric goats. I admit I have not heard of such a creature before despite my knowledge of the conjuring arts. It seems a bit strange. Myra Jane let out a sigh as she realized her companions were not going to be silent and let her handle this like they claimed. I do not summon Daedric goats. My familiar is a goat though, so maybe that is where the rumors started. Solomon snorted after hearing about the familiar being a goat. He had felt wary the whole meeting, but knowing Rictus summoned a goat put him more at ease. A goat familiar did not really inspire fear or represent power after all. Ah. I am sorry for that being the case. You should look into getting a spell to summon something more useful. A brief look of irritation crossed Rictus's face at the insult to his familiar. Solomon was not always the most diplomatic of people, especially when it came to conjuration magics. The Dragonborn and her companions instantly tensed as a creature was summoned right in front of them. The beast which stepped out was as large as a horse with flames flickering around its body. Its head was topped with two deadly-looking horns. Dark flaming eyes stared back at them. Fuss Aro Da! The shout tore through the air as it was directed at the beast. The unrelenting force knocked the beast into the air and out over the cliff. At this point, her group was on their feet with a weapon or spell prepared. Conversely, Rictus was sitting down in his chair intensely looking at the party. He was paying special attention to Fala, who was taking deep breaths in case she had to use another shout. Myra Jane turned an accusing gaze down at Rictus as her blood started pulsing faster in anticipation of a fight. You dare attack us? Despite the slight venom in her words, a bow aimed at his heart, spells ready to cast, and shouts on the edge of their lips, the man did not react worried in the slightest. I believe I should be the insulted party. I simply summoned my familiar and was promptly assaulted by a shout which could have easily thrown me to my death. What is the meaning of coming into my home, insulting my familiar, and then attacking me? His apathetic demeanor started slipping as anger seeped into his words. He had stood up as well and was eyeing them all challengingly. Myra Jane had to fight down her instincts. She wanted to do battle with a worthy foe and show her dominance. It was something she struggled with more and more as the number of dragon souls she absorbed increased. The Greybeards claimed it was her dragon soul which influenced this draconic desire for these feelings. Taking a deep breath, she slowly lowered her bow. My apologies for jumping to conclusions. This was not at all how I had wanted this meeting to go. He turned his fierce glare upon her, searching for the truth of her words as he skeptically glanced at her companions. Myra Jane nodded at the two of them, which caused them to finally let down their guard a bit. After seeing this, Rictus nodded at someone behind them. She was surprised to find that Ken had snuck up with blades drawn behind Fala. Seems the older-looking man had more fight in him than she had initially expected. The leader of the Restored then took a breath and relaxed back down in his chair. I did not plan for that kind of reaction when I summoned my familiar. I had thought to simply show him off and dispel some of your notions about him. I may not be as skilled in conjuration as you, Solomon, but I do know a thing or two about magic. I was also caught a little off guard by how quickly Fala was able to shout. Myra Jane was a bit curious why he seemed to put so much emphasis on the word skilled, especially when her companions both stiffened. What was she missing? She is a very talented follower of the voice. She has been traveling with me instead of staying with the Greybeards. She works as a sort of teacher of such things despite me learning them instinctually. Solomon has also been a great help in expanding my horizons in conjuration magic. It has really paid off during some of our dungeon dives. That was part of the reason I wanted to meet with you. A raised eyebrow was enough indication for her to continue. Both of them mentioned how there could be something you would be able to teach me which could help me on my quest to defeat Alduin. After hearing about your battle, I also wanted to see if there was any truth to it. If there was, I was thinking of asking for your assistance in my journey. Unwavering eyes stared back at her. He seemed to gather his thoughts for a moment before speaking again. Despite this little unpleasantness, I would be willing to work with you on some things. I sadly cannot travel with you just yet. I used to be an adventurer like you all, but then I took an arrow to the knee. Not to mention I only have the one arm. She wasn't too upset at this since it made sense he would not travel with them after his injuries. It was a little weird how Fala started laughing after hearing about his disabilities. Rictus continued though before she could chastise Fala about her lack of decorum. I am quite skilled in alteration magics which has some useful armor spells which are easy to learn. There are also a few other spells which I find extremely useful. I would gladly teach you, but I would require something in return. I support your quest, but that does not mean I don't want to be compensated for my time. She looked over him a little warily. It would depend on what it is you require or want from me for the lessons. I don't have a lot of money. Rictus waved away her concern about that. I have no need for more money. I am more interested in some materials you regularly encounter. Dragon corpses to be more specific. It was not a difficult decision for her. It wasn't like they could carry all those materials themselves. If she got support from such a far-reaching organization for giving them something she couldn't use, then it was a good trade for her. The spells were just a bonus really. I believe something could be arranged. The corpses are worth a lot more than some spells, so I do expect to be paid for them. Here is a sample of the things I can supply. I look forward to learning from you. With that she tossed a bit of the dragon bone and scales she kept in one of her many pouches. The gleam of curiosity was easily apparent in Rictus' eyes at this point as he picked up the materials. He soon stood up and reached out his hand. You have got yourself a deal. Solomon POV. That man was dangerous. The others are not as perceptive in the workings of magic as I am. They only saw a relaxed man sitting despite our threatening movements. I could feel his magic though. He was not simply waiting there. I do not know the spell, but I could feel his magic permeating the ground at our feet. The whole area felt saturated with his mana in fact. I have no doubt we would have prevailed, but it would not have been a simple fight. The ease at which we got his aid is also suspicious. I think getting dragon corpses from us was his goal all along. Getting the corpses from us ensures the dragon is truly dead, and Alduin won't be able to raise them up again. I sometimes forget about Myra's ignorance to the world. Dragon corpses are not some ordinary objects to just give away. There is so much which could be learned from studying their corpses or using them for materials. A sigh escaped my lips at the whole situation. I knew it was a bad idea to come here after all. Some simple armor spells or gold are not worth the materials she gave him, much less a full corpse. I will have to talk with her more about being careful when dealing with unknown people. I will keep an eye on these restored, especially Rictus. I don't trust him. They could prove troublesome in the future. Fala POV. I can't believe I did that. He was just showing off his summon, which was not very goat-like, and I yeeted it off the side of the mountain. So much for being in control of myself. If I reacted that way to a person, I would have killed them. Still, he was an intriguing individual. I can't believe he even dropped the old arrow in the knee excuse for not going with us. His smirk at his own words definitely means he is one of us. The fact Solomon didn't even react is a little suspicious though. He was already a little sus, but this is just the icing on the cake. He may not be the first skilled of conjuration after all. It's too bad Rictus was not the first one to join up with Myra. He would probably be a lot more interesting than Pretty Boy who is always trying to flirt with Myra or persuade her about something. The big buff manliness is so much more my type too. I wonder if he is seeing anyone? I wonder how that metal arm is attached to his body anyways? Maybe I should persuade him to take off that shirt for me? And there we have it. The first real interaction between Rictus and the Dragonborn. I will admit, this was definitely not my favorite chapter, and I struggled writing it. It may have been all the dialogue, not wanting to mess up the characters too badly, or just the lack of sleep I've been getting recently. I also tried writing the other two perspectives in first person as a bit of a change to see how I liked doing it. I won't change the main way I narrate but thought it would work for some inner thoughts of other people. Chapter 56, Little Talks. And so I messed up and forgot to publish this one. This actually takes place before the party, so for those who already read the chapter getting to the party, you could go back and read this one if you want since it has some decent stuff in it. Myra Jane had proven a competent student. She had already learned a couple of the weaker armor alteration spells without even using a spell tome in a single day. It seems like the Dragonborn being some kind of MC really holds true. I suppose they would have to be a prodigy since they go from a nobody to defeater of Alduin and savior of the world in such a short period of time. Rictus had enjoyed his time teaching her more than he thought. It helped that her companions were not there during that time. She proved studious and hardworking while having an intelligence about her which allowed her to easily pick up on things. It really made him wonder why she bothered keeping the other two around her so often. Might as well ask. So, Myra Jane, what made you decide to travel with those two? She looked up from where she was reading about some of the higher level alteration magics. Well, firstly they are very strong. Solomon is by far the best conjurer I have ever heard of, despite some of his more arrogant tendencies. Fala can shout. Just that alone is enough for me to want her help. She grew up around the Greybeards and has a lot of knowledge about how it works as well. It may not be very pertinent right now for me, but once I learn more of the language, we think we can start designing new shouts. I lack the knowledge while she lacks the power. I do get annoyed with them quite frequently, but I need all the help I can get. She seemed to stare off into the distance for a moment while muttering under her breath. I have been alone long enough. Besides, Isgrammer needed his companions, but no one said he liked them. The answers made sense to him. Having two extremely strong people protecting your back would be very much needed when trying to save the world. Dragons were not an easy opponent, and the support could be the difference between victory and defeat. Also, the roads do get a bit lonely after a while. Can't blame her for that. After a bit of silence, she looked back over at him. I have a question for you as well. What made you do all of this? You could have been welcomed anywhere and done anything, at least based on how your people speak of you. Instead, you created the Restored. What was your motivation? Rictus stopped reading a report to really consider the question. I honestly had not planned on any of this happening. It started because I was going to the slums to try and bribe some of the poorer people there to provide me some information about what was going on around the town. I was new here and wanted some information. Such a practice was common for the intrigues of High Rock. He paused after mentioning High Rock. Sometimes, little memories of his backstory would pop into his mind unbidden. It felt so natural though that most times he never even noticed. This thought was not one of those. He thought of his family for the first time in a long while. He felt a sad smile cross his face at the memory of them. Seems there was some attachment there even if he had not really met them before. He made a quick note to follow up on them, especially since he had an uncle here in Skyrim he hadn't interacted with yet. When I was there though, I found a gang had been mutilating the people living there and selling the parts to a necromancer. I put a stop to it, and I started healing the injured since I had a new spell I wanted to try. After that, things just sort of escalated. When I realized what was going on, I worked to improve the situation of the people who decided to follow me. I have continued working to improve the Restored ever since. A bit of a cheeky smile appeared on his face. Besides, even Isgrammer needed his companions. Myra Jane gave a little chuckle at that. She had known the overall story of how the Restored had started but wanted to hear from the man who made it happen. A part of her kind of related to him. She had been thrust into a position where people were relying on her. She could have simply left and not worried about it. Instead, she had taken up the mantle of Dragonborn. Rictus had similarly found people relying on him and had worked for their betterment. Myra Jane admitted it was not the same, but situation was still similar. Maybe that was part of the reason she felt comfortable around this man she had just met. She closed the tome she had been reading as she stood up. Sadly, I think it is time for me to take my leave. We really must get going if we are to make it up to Solitude in time. It will be close as it is. Rictus perked up at hearing this. It was the first time he had been told their next destination. What will you be doing up there if I may be so bold as to ask? I do have a base set up there after all. She seemed to consider telling him for a second or two. Eventually, she did not see the harm in letting him know part of the reasoning. I am going to a party at the Thalmor embassy. Fala and Solomon have tried to persuade me otherwise and go to Riften, but I feel like this is something I should do. A smooth smile appeared on his face at hearing this. He was pretty sure what she was doing there. You seem to think, or at least someone led you to believe, the Thalmor may have had a hand in the dragons returning, hey? And your companions disagree, while thinking there is someone important to find in Riften instead. A shocked look filled her face at hearing exactly what their plan was about. Could someone have told him what was going on? Solomon would barely even look at him, much less tell something important like that. Fala may, but I haven't seen them interacting before. Could he know about Delphine? She was not sure what to think. Don't worry. I am not a fan of the Thalmor. I also made more of a guess about what you were doing since I have also received an invitation to that very party. I figured if you were taking the time to go there, it would have to be dragon related. I also know you have met with Delphine, who is basically all that is left of the Blades. It was an educated guess, but still a guess. His explanation seemed to put her a bit at ease actually. That explains most of it, but how did you know about Riften? Well, I told you I have a base in Solitude. They may have overheard some of the Thalmor guards talking about a potential trip to Riften. Seeing as how Riften is on the side of Ulfric, the only reason I could see them risking such a trip would be if they received information about a member of the Blades being there. She nodded as she thought on his answer, then looked back at him. What do you think I should do then? He was a bit taken back from the question. He had only interacted with her for a day, but she was already asking for his advice. What kind of convenient trope is that? Regardless of his internal ramblings, he gave her an answer. You should do what you think is best. It is your journey after all. I do think there is merit to going to Riften, and I suspect you would find information at the embassy confirming it. If you wanted, you could always send Solomon and Fala to Riften to start the search while you go to the party. I doubt they would be able to get in anyways, nor do I think they have the skills required for such delicate work. Ultimately, it is up to you though. She stared intently in his eyes for a moment before letting out a sigh. I will need to think about this and talk with them about it. I do not know if I will do as you advise, but it is something to consider. I thank you for all your help though. Hopefully, we will be able to work together again in the future. Out of curiosity, if I was to go to the party alone, would you be willing to indirectly assist in any delicate work I might do? The smirk and nod were all the answers she needed before she made her way away to meet with her companions. She had still not fully decided on her course of action, but the advice was still appreciated. Her thoughts lingered for just a second on how different her journey would be if Rictus had joined her at the beginning instead of Solomon and Fala. A shake of her head banished those thoughts though. There was no time to worry about what ifs. Rictus watched Myra Jane walk away. He wondered if she would follow his advice or not. I personally think my advice was pretty good. It makes sense to go ahead and start exploring the maze that is the Ratway in Riften. I would also be more than willing to inconvenience the Thalmor. They think they are slick with trying to send spies to infiltrate the Restored, but they are not as sneaky as they believe. An hour or so later, he was surprised when Fala found him at the Overlook. He started wondering if he was becoming the predictable faction leader from games which was always found in the same spot. She wasted no time though in asking what she wanted to know. So, you know any of the other skilled? I know Solomon is one despite him not ever saying anything about it, but I don't think he knows the game like us. I mean, who doesn't at least acknowledge the old arrow to the knee joke? Props for dropping that in such a serious moment though. Had me cracking up. Rictus took a good look at the girl. She was young. Probably around 19 or 20. She was cute, but nothing to write home about, which indicates she either did not change her appearance or changed it very little. While she would be classified as an imperial, there were some traces of Spanish ethnicity based off her olive skin tone and dark hair. Her attitude and way she spoke to people made her stand out from the normal people here. A good arrow to the knee reference is always welcomed. I was happy to see you laugh at it honestly. Means you are one of the original skilled for sure. She seemed a bit confused at this point. What do you mean original skilled? Are than one type of skilled? Rictus then began to explain some of what he knew about the other skilled and how a fair number of them had already died and the skill passed on to someone else. He shared some of his suspicions on who the other skilled were as well. The speech skill had been one he feared the most. All the others were strong and maybe better in combat, but the speech had worried him more. The potential of it was just so broad and far-reaching. If someone with the skill was politically or maliciously inclined, they could easily sway people to their way of thinking or intimidate them into following orders. While he was explaining a lot of the things he had learned, he wondered how much he was being influenced by her skill compared to how much it was just him sharing with someone he could relate to. Morrigan was close, but something about her just did not sit right with him. Fala comparatively gave off an air of innocence and idealism which was more commonly found in more youthful individuals. She also seemed much more of a gamer, which automatically made her better in his mind. As they were talking, it was interesting to note she also did not remember a lot of the specifics from the games. She seemed to be a more serious player than he had, but she admitted to forgetting a lot of the little things which had happened in the game or that were not related to the main case T-line. Maybe something was blocking the more knowledgeable players from knowing too much? There was no way to know or prove it, but it did make a certain amount of sense. He noticed how Fala seemed starved for conversation and interacting with someone who would talk about Earth and more mundane things of that world. Maybe it was her skill coming into play, but he was more than happy to talk with her about their old world. It was relaxing really. Talking about it seemed almost therapeutic. It was also fun sharing and comparing their experiences. Fala almost aspirated from laughter when Rictus talked about doing the drunken quest for Sanguine. When he mentioned changing the appearance of the Hag Raven, she got a thoughtful look for a second which disappeared into shock after he mentioned how Moira was still alive and now one of the leaders of the Forsworn. After a little while, Myra Jane, Solomon, and Ken walked over as Rictus finished telling Fala about one of his first misunderstandings. And that is why people are wary of the Breeze home now. Haha, I was wondering why so many people avoided it. Makes sense if they thought the place was possessed from all those bright lights shining out of it at night. They both looked up at the newcomers as Myra Jane cleared her throat. The agitated look on Solomon's face was not missed either. I have decided to go to the party. Despite what Fala and Solomon claim, I think we should still investigate. The Thalmor may know something we do not. Fala, as I mentioned earlier, I want you and Solomon to head over to Riften early and start looking for the person you were telling me about. I do not want to risk something happening to him if he is as important as you claim. She then looked at Rictus. I will be taking you up on your offer for assistance at the embassy. Hopefully, we can get this done quickly and quietly. Then we can get back to figuring out how to defeat Alduin. Everyone nodded in agreement with her as the group broke apart to get their affairs in order. The Dragonborn's party went with one of the restored who would show them some supplies which Rictus was donating to them. He had also given Fala a spell tome on the Mage Light spell as well as some notes he had taken on it. It was an easy spell to learn and could be very useful in many situations. Ken stayed with Rictus as they watched the others depart. Once they were gone, Rictus nodded to Ken who started speaking. Solomon agreed with what was asked of him much more easily than expected. I would have thought he would have been adamant he accompanies the Dragonborn, especially since he is an Altmer. I almost missed it, but I am sure he had a look of relief when she first mentioned him not going to the embassy. The reasoning eludes me though. Maybe he is worried someone will recognize him? Something to consider at least. Rictus nodded at what he was told. He had made sure that Ken or another one of the sneakier restored would follow his guests and listen into their conversations. The rest of what was said by them was basically rehashing what was shared between Rictus and Myra Jane. Her and Solomon had apparently been having a private conversation, which was why Fala had come to talk with him. Now that he had a better reason to go to the party, he was kind of looking forward to it. He was not entirely sure what method of travel he would use, but he had an idea of one he thought someone with the soul of a dragon would appreciate. And, not much to say about this one. The next 2 or so chapters will be about the party and then maybe we will get into some more action, but that is not set in stone. I am looking forward to the KST lines after the party though. Chapter 57, Getting to the Party. Myra Jane gave a longing look where their ride had just disappeared. Rictus shook his head in amusement at her desperate look. He may have made an addict. Promises of secrecy were traded for promises of teaching. Seems there was a good chance he would be seeing her more in the future. She had initially been worried about getting there late, but Rictus was able to get her to wait another day before traveling. He promised her that she would enjoy the journey and would not be disappointed. They had gotten near Solitude around lunchtime. The party was not till later that evening, so they were taking their time as they summoned mounts and rode past the small settlements found on the outskirts of the city. The surprise when Rictus had caused a large replica eagle made of the same materials as 11 armors. It was not as large as a dragon, but it was easily as large as a carriage. The thing had been painted in darker colors which did not easily reflect the light. Myra Jane had given him a questioning look as he climbed onto the back of it where there appeared to be seats made into it. When he motioned for her to take the seat beside him, she did it with some trepidation. Once he had made sure she was strapped in, the most amazing thing happened. They flew. She was not sure how it was done, but they flew. It was a little rocky at first, but as time went on, the ride got smoother and smoother. She truly felt like the ruler of the skies as the wind blew through her hair. The shout she had released surprised Rictus and caused them to fall a little bit, but she could not help it. The feeling was glorious. Rictus had explained to her that while they were in the air, people would assume it was a large bird very high up in the air, at least that was the hope. Since flying was illegal, this would keep people from thinking it was a person who had been flying and report it to the Empire or Thalmor. Landing inside cities was not an option, but they could get a lot closer than before. On top of that, Rictus liked it and thought it looked cool, which was what really mattered. He had done it by collecting a lot of elven armors, gotten both legally and from some very generous Thalmor. Then he fused them all together by manipulating the metals. It had taken a long time, especially since it was just a little side project of his. Elven armor was the lightest metal armor there was, which made manipulating it for flight a lot easier. Combine some telekinesis and feather spells powered by a mana stone, and one got a flying eagle statue. Once the flight was over and they were near the city proper, Myra Jane had split from Rictus as she made her way to her contact which would help get her in the party. Rictus had explained to her that she was a bit too recognizable, and the leaders of other factions would most likely recognize her, but she assured him that it would be fine. Shrugging his shoulders, he did not pester her for more details. He could always intervene if things got out of hand. The embassy was close to the city, so Rictus had a couple hours to kill before the party. He contemplated visiting the restored base, but instead decided to kill time by meandering through the market. He picked up a couple sweet rolls from a vendor and found a nice, shaded bench near the market where he could sit and watch the people of the city. Despite everything the city had gone through recently, it was bustling with an overall positive atmosphere. One would hardly know a war was going on and dragons attacking the countryside. Still, if one looked closely enough, they would notice the strain in some smiles or bits of unrepaired damages. He noticed 2 children trying to cheer up another one who was sulking about. As they passed near him, he decided to try and lighten the mood a bit. 3 bright yellow dogs made of light ran up to the group of children. The dogs started wagging their tails like a helicopter as they were slowly lifted into the air. The children stood staring in wonder at the sight. Soon, the dogs started chasing each other around the children while still flying in the air. At this point, the children were laughing at such a ridiculous sight. The dogs started shifting into other animals and changing colors as they continued playing around the children. It wasn't long until an audience had formed watching the colorful light show. The final act involved 2 top hat-wearing miniature bears boxing with each other. As they landed simultaneous blows, they burst into motes of light which slowly fell to the ground. By this point, most of the market had slowed to a stop while watching the magical show. With the defeat of the bears, laughs and cheers went out as they started going back about their day. Some of the more perceptive ones noticed it had been Rictus directing the show and gave him a smile. It was quite obvious why he had done it after hearing the laughs and giggles of all the children as they talked about it. Rictus had his own smile as he watched the kids run off together playing, the once sullen mood forgotten after the magical sight. He enjoyed just playing around with magic like this. So, few people took the time to learn how fun magic could be with a little imagination. Sure, he liked doing experiments and learning new spells, but sometimes using the simple magics to bring a smile to a child's face was more fulfilling. He was interrupted from his thoughts as an Altmer man in blue robes sat near him on the bench. No words were exchanged for a while as the two just sat watching the people for a bit. Eventually, the elf turned to look at Rictus. "Who are you? Not many mages are around these parts, especially not ones who can make such a fanciful display. You can call me Rictus. What's your name?" After hearing his name and watching his magic, Melaran understood who he was talking with. "Forgive my rudeness. You can call me Melaran. I have heard some rumors of you. You and your restored made quite a stir in court not too long ago. How did you manage getting the mansion from the Vichys? Erikur has been trying for years to get that spot." Rictus went on to have a pleasant discussion with Melaran about a couple of different topics. It turned out Melaran was quite gifted in alteration magic as well after they compared some of their ideas. His knowledge of the court was vast, and he was more than happy to share his opinions about it. They were interrupted as 3 people started making their way towards them. One was a finely dressed Nord who looked as if he could hardly be bothered by the people around him. The other 2 were both women. One was an Imperial wearing blue robes, while the other was a Nord wearing armor with AR burned into it. The man was first to get there and addressed Melaran dismissively. "Come Melaran. I must return home and get ready for the party. You can talk with your friend later." Without a second glance the man started walking away. Melaran gave a little shrug as he rolled his eyes. With a nod to Rictus, he made his way after the quickly departing man. The other 2 women walked with determination right up to Rictus and were giving him the stink eye. The armored one was the first to speak. "I can't believe you ran off like that without any guards. We have been looking all over the city for you. Ken almost had a heart attack when you and the Dragonborn suddenly flew off without a warning." "Relax Myrima. I wasn't in any danger. Besides, I figured someone would be sent looking for me anyways. Thanks for your diligence." He stood as he encouragingly patted her shoulder and started walking away. His casual attitude took some of the wind out of her sails as Myrima deflated a little bit. Ilya just stayed silent, and the 2 started following him as he walked further into the city. "We just care about your safety. You are too important for us to risk your safety." Rictus spared a glance back at Myrima's words. He could see the sincerity and worry in her eyes. "I will try and do better at informing someone of my coming and goings." Myrima perked up a bit, but before she could say anything, Rictus kept talking. "You will do well to remember though that I am the leader of the restored. If I want to go somewhere, I will. Your concern is appreciated, but I will not be tucked away like some noble. Now come along. I have a party to get ready for, and I need some new clothes." Properly chastised and with nothing left to say, they went to prepare for the party. Time passed quickly and the next thing Rictus knew, he was standing before the Thalmor embassy. Ilya and Myrima had followed him there, but they were left to wait outside with the other guards and carriage drivers. The Thalmor assured everyone of their safety, so no outside guards were allowed inside. Typical power move if you ask me. Just like the Thalmor to pull something like that. The embassy was quite a sight though. It appeared like a very large manor house with a couple of outbuildings for various staff as well as a large stable. A wall surrounded the entire property, and the front section had a walkway on top which was blocked by thick steel bars. He could tell the walls and the bars had been magically reinforced. There were probably other magical security measures, but they were less obvious and seemed more geared towards detection. As he made his way inside, he was greeted by a tall Altmer woman in extravagant Thalmor robes. She spotted his metallic arm and a spark of recognition appeared in her eyes while a polite smile decorated her face. "Welcome Rictus. I am happily surprised you were able to make it. I feared it would be much longer till we were able to meet. Every movement and word screamed politician to him. Still, she was being polite, and he could manage that. It is my pleasure and honor to be invited to such a prestigious gathering as this, Ilan Wen. I feel as if I am in no way worthy of such an invitation. I had not known I was even known to you. Oh, the tales of your valor and battle have traveled all across Skyrim by this point in time. The rapid expansion of your organization combined with being a Thane of Winterhold has also surprised many an influential person. With such a meteoric rise in fame, how could I not invite you? The only topics more talked about than you are the Civil War and the Dragonborn. The polite smile never left her face as she even gave a polite laugh. It was all too fake for his tastes. I am humbled by your praise. If we have been able to gather such attention, then the restored really are moving up in the world. As Elenwen was about to say something else, another guest had arrived. Please excuse me, Rictus. I must greet the guests. I look forward to talking with you more at a later time though. I hope you enjoy the party. With that, she left to go greet another arriving guest. Rictus was glad to see her go. Something about her just rubbed him the wrong way. He was starting to feel that coming to the party may have been a bad idea. The look on her face after Myra Jane finishes sneaking through the base will be worth it though. Maybe I should try some of the food and drink here? There's bound to be something good here with all the rich and powerful people attending. He snagged a drink from a cute dark elf server as he found a corner of the room to stand in and observed the other guests. They were quite the group, that's for sure. There was a mix of powerful businessmen and nobility. He recognized quite a few different people from the profiles his people had gathered for him. Two Jarls had shown up, Idrod Ravencrone of Morthal and Sidgir of Falconriath. Jarl Idrod made a sense due to her proximity, but Sidgir being here indicated something bad had happened or he was just irresponsible. Based off some reports, Rictus believed it to be the latter. It was a little surprise when someone approached him. Proventus Avenici, the steward of Jarl Balgruaf of Whiterun, moved over to stand near him with a slight look of relief on his face. "Oh, Rictus. I am glad to see someone I know at one of these things. I get nervous in the company of so many worthies." The two of them had quite a few interactions with one another in Whiterun. The restored would take up many bounties and other quests for the Jarl. Over time, Proventus had taken to giving the restored preferential treatment due to their professionalism and helpfulness. There were even some rumors going around about how Jarl Balgruaf had been using them as a separate private military group, but these rumors were only shared behind closed doors. After speaking with the steward for a few minutes, two other people approached them. Each wore the colors of the East Empire Company. Adele Isa was being accompanied by another imperial man whom Rictus had yet to meet. She directed her attention towards Rictus as her followers started up a conversation with Proventus. "Well met, Rictus. I am a bit surprised to see you here, not that you aren't deserving. I hope all is going well with you. Pirate attacks have been down significantly since our attack on Japhet's Folly. We are very grateful for your assistance with rebuilding, especially your stoneworker. That significantly cut down on restoration and building costs, which made my superiors very happy. They even sent a bit of a bonus which you could pick up yourself at our office since you are in town, else we will leave it with your Solitude branch." Rictus smiled at the thought of a bonus. He had offered his assistance in repairing Japhet's Folly to the EEC, which they had gladly taken up after seeing his abilities. Since then, they have begun having more dealings with each other, especially working as additional mercenaries for some of their overland caravans. It had been profitable in many ways. He continued talking with Adele Isa about business opportunities for a bit. Eventually, Proventus and the other man from the EEC, who was called Orthus, rejoined the conversation when they started talking about how the Civil War had impacted overland trade routes. Rictus's eyes were drawn to the entrance as a fancily dressed woman with dark black hair entered. Despite being in disguise, he knew exactly who she was as soon as she entered the building. He was glad to see that Myra Jane had a decent disguise which would keep most people from recognizing her. Anonymity was important for this task. If she had come as the Dragonborn, there was no way she would be able to slip away from the party unnoticed. When it seemed Elenwen was starting to ask too many questions, a dark elf man smoothly distracted her while Myra Jane moved away and further into the room. He must be her contact here at the embassy. I wonder how he would feel about working for me instead. Having a spy in the embassy would be very beneficial. At least the party has officially started. And, well, we are starting the party with this chapter and the next one will be all party. I find this part of the story more challenging since there are so many characters interacting and political things which could happen. I am not well versed politically, and despite liking reading about it, I don't know how to write about political intrigues. This is also the reason I doubt I will ever write about an extremely smart MC. I may pretend to be slightly above average intelligence, but it takes someone really smart or good at writing and planning to pull off a genius MC. Most writers fail at it in my opinion. Not to say their characters are dumb, just not what I would consider a genius. I will gladly stick with my mediocre to below average intelligence characters since they are easier to write, and it helps explain things I mess up on. Sorry for the little rant there. It was just on my mind today after talking with one of my buddies about stories. Also, thanks for all the reviews. I love hearing them and use them for inspiration. Chapter 58, Party PT2. And, it was pointed out to me that I said Malborn was a dark elf when in fact he is a Bosmer. My bad. Also, I accidentally skipped an upload a couple weeks ago. So I just published a chapter called Little Talks which was supposed to come before getting to the party. My bad about that. It's a decent little chapter, so take a read if you want. The embassy became more crowded as more guests continued arriving throughout the night. A lot of important people showed up to these things after all. The parties provided a great way of networking with other influential people across Skyrim. A fair number of these people were sucking up to the Thalmor, at least it seemed that way to Rictus. He made his way over to the bar to grab himself another drink after excusing himself from Proventus and Adele Isa. Talking with them was okay, but it was starting to get boring. The fact Orthus continually brought up new trade agreements and how he would love to visit Rictus and Whiterun also played into him leaving. What an annoying man. He just would not shut up the entire time. He went a little heavy on the ass-kissing as well. Admittedly, doing it to Proventus, Adele Isa, and me at the same time was almost impressive. When Rictus made it to the bar, an unexpected person was sitting there. Dante, what are you doing here? The slightly dour-looking man brightened considerably when he saw Rictus. The two of them had not had many occasions to interact since the raid on Japhet's Folly. They had shared a couple drinks at the frozen hearth though, but not much beyond that. Since they were close in age, Dante got along much better with Rictus than many of the other master mages at the college. It also helped they were both warriors and scholars. Morrigan asked if I could come to this little party as a representative of the college. I didn't want to do it, but she can be quite persuasive at times if you know what I mean. Some of those enchantments do things I never would have imagined. Smirking and wiggling his eyebrows made it abundantly clear what kind of persuading had happened. Haha, well, I am glad to see you two are getting along so well. You will definitely have to tell me more about those enchantments at a later date. I fear talking about such things here would not be seen as acceptable. Dante's mood soured a little as he took in his surroundings once again. You are right. I am looking forward to leaving this place as soon as socially acceptable. The political games being played are not something I care about. I can understand the sentiment. Many of my followers were not too happy with my decision to come here. There are many who do not care for the Thalmor. Getting along with people you were at war with not long ago is beyond many people. This is true. The people of Hammerfell are much the same. We all remember the impact the war had on our lives. Although, many don't like the Empire much more than the Dominion after being abandoned. Even now, my home has little to do with either, even though it makes reconstruction more difficult. Rictus enjoyed hearing about the war from the Reguard's perspective. They had continued fighting for 5 more years after the Empire signed the treaty. Not only had they fought, but they also pushed the Dominion out of their borders instead of allowing the Empire to sign away half of the land to the Dominion. It was no wonder why they didn't care for the Empire. I am still impressed by Hammerfell's resistance and success. How exactly did they manage it? Dante puffed up a little in pride as he began a quick explanation. It was a combination of things really. One of the biggest factors was the terrain. We understand the desert, how to handle the oppressive heat, find water, and things outsiders wouldn't know. Traditional warfare was not a good strategy either. We waged a guerrilla war against them. Small quick engagements where we could attack and retreat before they could gather their forces and mages. Much like the Stormcloaks actually. This made sense to Rictus. The Empire could manage a traditional war with large battles against the Dominion since both had large standing armies with magical support. Hammerfell could easily match and surpass the Dominion in terms or warriors but fell behind magically. The explanation was not over though. The other main factor was our navy. The Dominion had large heavy battleships which were a good match against the Empire's ships. Hammerfell used lighter and faster ships which could run circles around the larger ships. This made blockades extremely difficult while our ships could quickly reinforce contested ports. I will admit, the massive losses of the Dominion from the war with the Empire definitely played a part in it. I was just a boy during all this, so I am sure there was a lot more going on. Maybe one day you will be able to visit Hammerfell yourself. I think I would like that. It would be a good change of pace from the cold of Skyrim. Dante let out a little laugh at that. That I can agree with. I do not understand why anyone would want the cold instead of the warm embrace of the sun. If my responsibilities to Stendarr had not kept me here, I would have returned home long ago. Although, I am glad I didn't leave when I originally wanted. Hearing the bit about Stendarr, Rictus was quite relieved he had placed the Sanguine Rose in his storage before the party. He had been working on a way to mask the Daedric aura, but he was not confident in it working against Dante. Normal vigilance he could fool, but Dante was on a different level. He was pulled from his thoughts though when Dante started talking more seriously. I have a favor to ask of you though. Would you be willing to stop by the Hall of the Vigilant? I will be there for a few days before making my way back to the college. There have been some incidences I would like your professional opinion on. I may end up calling on the Restored for aid. The look on his face indicated the seriousness of the request. It seems there was something going on which had the vigilantes worried. Maybe something to do with vampires? There have been more reported attacks recently. Of course. I don't know the exact day I can make it, but I will gladly stop by sometime in the next couple of days. The Restored still owe you for Japhet's folly. I am sure Jarl Koror would also lend his support in appreciation for your assistance. Dante was very pleased hearing that. They shook hands after agreeing to discuss it more later. Their conversation was interrupted by an Altmer man in Thalmor robes who wanted to talk with Dante about the college. Rictus gave a little wave as he walked away from them and back into the main room. He was not alone for long though as Jarl Ijrod Ravencrone approached him. So, life has brought you to me, and maybe Morthal soon. Rictus knew the rumors about her and how she could have visions. Most people dismissed it, but not him. Too much was possible with magic and the divines to brush off such abilities. Nice to meet you, Jarl Ravencrone. To what do I owe the pleasure? She stared into his eyes for a moment before speaking. I fear dark days approach. I do not know what, but strength will be needed. Is there some kind of trouble in Morthal? That which is unknown can create unease, even fear. It is to be expected. Some fear our new resident wizard, but I think you may have already resolved that issue. There is more, but the divines have not shown this to me. Rictus just kind of awkwardly stood there as the old Jarl spoke to him in her relaxed manner. He didn't quite understand exactly what was going on. It seemed she wanted him to come to Morthal for some reason, and she knew he had talked with Felion. Well, I will try and make some time to visit Morthal then. I have not had the pleasure of visiting there yet. She gave him a mysterious look as she continued making eye contact with him. In Morthal, there is little to rule. But there is much to teach. The confusion on his face was quite clear. Sometimes it was best just to walk away. All right then. I hope you enjoy the party then. She spoke up once more as he was leaving. There are words spoken, and words unspoken. Beware these Thalmor, for they are adept in both languages. For this reason, I avoid them when I can, and so should you. May wisdom light your path. She nodded at him and started walking away in the opposite direction. And with that she was gone. The whole conversation was a bit strange to him. He now better understood why there were so many crazy rumors about her. I like eye contact as much as the next person, but I don't think she looked away or blinked once during that entire exchange. I don't know if this makes me want to visit Morthal more or less. As he was moving through the party, a conversation drew his attention. Jarl Elisif was trying to get her Thanes, Bryling, and Erikur, opinions on things. What do you have to report about the state of Hafingar's defenses? Bryling, a handsome middle-aged Nord woman with blonde hair, looked a little exasperated by the question. Your Grace, I don't think this is the best time to discuss this sort of thing. The Jarl's persistent look got her to continue with a sigh. The news is the same as it's always been. Our borders are secure, but at the cost of the guards for our towns and roads. General Tullius constantly recruiting from our own guards does not help matters either. Erikur couldn't help but interjecting his thoughts on the subject. I don't see any reason why we'd need the extra guards. As long as those dogs stay outside of our border, we're fine. Besides, I do believe it was our Jarl which gave the general her blessing for recruiting from the guard. The faster the war ends, the faster we can recover our guards, who will also have more military experience. Bryling gave the man the stink eye at his intrusion. The storm cloaks are far from the only threat to the hold. The roads are beset by bandits and beasts, and now we even have to worry about attacks from bloody dragons. Just look at Dawnstar. The arrogant then rolled his eyes at her incessant worrying. My dear Bryling. Barring any fancy and folly, the good people of Hafingar are surely capable of dealing with the odd highwayman or stray dog. I doubt the dragons will bother with our hold, as there are many other easier targets for them, if they are even as dangerous as people claim. The other Thane continued arguing with him. Trouble on the roads and cities means less commerce. Less commerce means less money and more starving people. And that means more crime. Another eye roll and dismissive wave showed how much Erikur really cared. Humph. That's only a problem for people who can't afford to hire their own security. Elisif finally intervened with her bickering guards. That may well be our only answer. I may have to empower my steward to seek out capable individuals to secure Hafingar. As you know though, Solitude's coffers are much depleted by the war efforts. Thane Erikur, you have a strong head for business. What do you suggest? He lost his pompous smirk and looked like a real businessman for a moment. This is an unfortunate but unavoidable ebb in revenue. I do believe as long as we continue supporting the Empire, all our great sacrifices will be well rewarded in the end. It may not be the easiest course of action, but it is the safest bet we have in the long run. The East Empire Company has seen their business booming again, so the added taxes will be a welcome help. Bryling started to bristle at his words. Listen to you, speaking of sacrifice. You've never gone hungry a day in your life, Erikur. And what would my impetuous Thane Bryling suggest instead? She took a moment to gather her thoughts. It seemed to be something she had considered beforehand. Simple. Let the Empire fight its own war, with its own funds, and without hijacking our supplies and soldiers. Let Hoffinger rebuild from the troubles we have gone through recently. With the decrease in pirate activity, we have a chance to greatly increase sea trade. We cannot do that if we just let the Empire have everything for basically free. Erikur massaged his temples as he shook his head. Taking just a moment before speaking again. My lady, surely you are not that naive. Such foolishness would only leave us defenseless. The rebels would storm the palace in an afternoon. The Stormcloaks only rebel because the Empire uses Skyrim as its personal larder. The more they take, the more support the rebels gain. The more support the rebels gain, the more the Empire will take from us. It is a perpetuating cycle we must stop. Finally, Elisif took control of the conversation before it could get any more heated. That is quite enough from the two of you. Hopefully, I will raise all these issues when I have an audience with General Tullius later this week. The three of them all gave a slight start when a stranger's voice spoke out. Perhaps I could help you with some of these things. Rictus couldn't help but smile at the way the Thane seemed startled by him interjecting into the conversation. Elisif did not seem nearly so surprised though, which made note of. He had been working on his stealth after all. If he cheated a bit and levitated himself off the floor while pretending to walk and being utterly silent since he wasn't actually touching the ground, that was just a happy coincidence. Erikur gave a snort and disdainful look at him. What is a street magician doing here? I am not sure why you were even let in here, but I can only assume you are part of the evening's entertainment, so you should be preparing for that instead of bothering us. Wouldn't want you to mess up and look like an idiot in front of everyone here. Unlike him, Elisif looked pleased to see him. Ah, Thane Rictus. It is good to see you here. I have sent letters to Jarl Korur, but I do not know if he ever received them. Please tell him how sorry I am for his loss. Thana died defending me while I was still distraught from the loss of my husband. If there is anything I can do for him, please let me know, and it will be done. The look on Erikur's face after hearing his title and name was priceless. A mixture of recognition and fear appeared on his face. Insulting a Thane, an incredibly powerful mage, was never good for one's health. Rictus thoroughly enjoyed watching the man squirm under his gaze. He was a little surprised hearing Elisif's words. Korur had left out the identity of the woman Thana had saved. He would have to follow up on that next time they saw each other. It would be my pleasure, Jarl. He has been extremely busy as of late consolidating all the new citizens and changes in the city. So please, forgive his tardiness in replying. She smiled at his words. Seeing the beautiful smile, Rictus agreed with her title being Elisif the Fair. I thank you for that. Now, what did you mean earlier about helping us? Is Winterhold going to be joining the side of the Empire? He shook his head at the hopeful looks on their faces. I did not speak up as a representative of Winterhold. I do believe Jarl Korur will take a page from Jarl Balgruelf's page and stay neutral as long as he can. While he initially supported Ulfric, there has been some friction as of late. Instead, I was offering the services of my restored. We are rapidly growing, and new steady employment is always welcomed for my people, especially if it allows the newer members to gain some experience. The Jarl raised an eyebrow as Erikur spoke up again. So, you will be supporting the Empire in the war after all then? I am sure General Tullius would be pleased to hear that. Rictus stared at the man and his leap in logic. It was a fair thought, but this man should know better than most the benefits to playing both sides. We are a mercenary company. I will not send my people against an army, but fighting bandits is something we are quite experienced in. Ulfric has not contacted me for our services, so I do not have any formal agreements with the Stormcloaks, despite having quite a few customers living in Stormcloak territory. I was merely proposing a contract for keeping the bandits in line. Bryling gave him a skeptical look. This sounds expensive. I am sure we will have to discuss this proposal more at a later date. It is something for us to consider though. Of course, my lady. I just happened to overhear your concerns and offered a potential solution. I do believe you will find our services a better deal than you would find elsewhere, especially since we do accept contracts on a barter system unlike many other mercenaries. The restored have no shortage of funds after all. Just something to consider. The three nobles studied him for a moment before nodding. Their attention was grabbed by some of the other party-goers as they bid him farewell. Elisif hung back a moment longer as her thanes moved away. I do appreciate your offer. I do not know if anything will come from it, but my steward will come up with an overview of what we need. Once that is complete, we will send it to your people here in Solitude for review and negotiations. I also must warn you about eavesdropping. It is not a very polite thing to do. Rictus could not help but smile at the Jarl after she said this. I wonder if it really was eavesdropping though. It seemed the conversation got a little louder once I got nearer, as if the words were spoken so I could hear them. A sly smirk graced her face while a delicate eyebrow rose into the air. I haven't any idea what you may be speaking about. I am sure it was just happenstance. It is a very serious issue after all, so conversation can get a little heated. Regardless, you should enjoy yourself. Eluan's parties are always so elegant. She really has impeccable taste. My only regret is that she doesn't hold them more often. A small sigh escaped her before she excused herself. It was a pleasure meeting you finally, and I hope we will see each other again. Do give Korer my regards. With that, she started walking away and mingling with the other guests. Rictus was not expecting that. Maybe the Jarl is not quite as clueless about things as people believe. He simply shrugged at the thought. She didn't seem like some kind of political mastermind, but there was more intelligence there than people gave her credit for. He turned around as someone cleared their throat behind him. A dark-haired Myra Jane was standing there with a serious look on her face. I need you to cause a scene. Well, the next chapter will have the distraction, which I found a little funny. It will also be the final chapter at the party. Chapter 59, Party PT3. So a bunch of releases since I realized I missed a couple and put one out of order. Oops. Rictus looked around the room as he contemplated the best course of action. Myra Jane and her contact, Malborn, would be waiting near the door behind the bar to slip away unnoticed once everyone was distracted. He had no plans of personally being part of the distraction. That would just not be good for his image. Instead, he would have to nudge people into causing such a scene. Heat chance came faster than he anticipated. There was a drunk Reguard in the colors of the East Empire Company chugging mead from a huge tankard while holding another bottle at his side while moving away from the bar. Erikur was standing right in the drunk's pathway trying to flirt with a server. It was too good a setup to miss. A little application of telekinesis on the Reguard's foot caused him to stumble right into Erikur, mead splashing all across his outfit. A particularly lucky turn of events happened when the Reguard tried catching himself. He swung his arms around for balance but ended up smashing the bottle right into Erikur's crotch. To make everything better, the bottle cracked, and mead splashed soaked the area and made it appear like Erikur wet himself. The indignant and pained squeal from Erikur as he covered his privates in pain while crouching down was quite pleasing to the ear. Are you serious? What kind of clumsy oaf are you? The Reguard was mumbling sadly about losing his mead while he totally ignored the slighted Thane. This just caused Erikur to become even more upset, especially when the server glanced at his wet pants and started giggling while moving away. Her actions caused his face to become red in anger as he stared down the other man. This outfit is worth more than your life. I demand compensation. The drunk man simply rolled his eyes. It is not that big a deal. A little mead didn't hurt no one. A crowd was starting to gather which only seemed to embarrass Erikur further. He picked up his own tankard from the table and tried throwing it at the man. Instead, the Reguard dodged it by bending over while reaching for his dropped tankard. The tankard flew across the room and hit a robed Thalmor man, drenching him in mead as well. Erikur was staring dumbly at his blunder. While the Reguard was standing up, another little telekinetic push caused him to crash into Erikur. Both men fell to the ground in a tangle of limbs and curses. Erikur quickly stood back up and glared hatefully at the struggling Reguard. You will regret this. The cruelty in his gaze did a good job in sobering the drunk as he realized the true magnitude of his actions. He finally realized who he had hurt and the rumors surrounding his ruthlessness. He quickly started trying to apologize. The Thalmor mage had also reached them and started berating them. Erikur was in a terrible mood at this point and fueled the fire further with his scalding comments. At this point, Adele Isa ran over hoping to defuse the situation. Most of the party guests had gathered and were watching the confrontation. Adele Isa was trying to calm down Erikur and the Thalmor as the Reguard continued profusely apologizing. Elenwen and Elisif came rushing over trying to defuse the situation and get the party back on track. During all this commotion, Rictus had noticed Myra Jane making her way through the door and further into the building. He jovially made his way over to the abandoned bar for another drink as he wished her success. While he felt a little bad about what he had done to the unknown Reguard, it had been quite effective and humorous. While he was sitting there, the door Myra Jane had entered opened, revealing a female Khajiit in a cooking apron. She was looking around a bit nervously but quickly regained her confidence after setting her eyes on Elenwen. Figuring something was up, Rictus stopped her before she could take a couple steps. Are you the cook? The Catwoman tore her gaze from Elenwen and glanced at him. Yes. This one is the cook. She tried moving past him after the curt words, but he was not having any of that. Excellent. Would you please bring me a sweet roll? I have a major sweet tooth and would love having a little snack. There is something this one must do first before a sweet roll can be brought out. As she tried edging past him, Rictus put a hand on her shoulder and gave her a sharp look. I think you would be better served getting me that sweet roll right now than bothering Elenwen as she is busy right now fixing that mess. Besides, our Isod tells me that a sweet roll from a lovely woman can make one feel restored, especially when the correct sugar is used. Her eyes widened and nose twitched at the large bag held before her. She could not help but lick her lips at what she knew was in the bag. She began looking between him, the bag, and Elenwen. When a small pink bottle also appeared in Rictus's other hand, her entire body froze. He dropped the bottle into the bag as he held it out for her. You are more than welcome to keeping whatever may be left over after making the sweet rolls. I also would not object to any other sweets you could make from it. I do so love desserts after all. Shaky hands quickly snatched the bag from him and stared inside. If you need any more ingredients for the future, I am more than sure we can get your supply restored. It would be no trouble at all. The woman stared at him for a second before turning her eyes to Elenwen, still trying to de-escalate the previous confrontation. Making eye contact with him, she gave a toothy smile before giving a short bow. Savani would be honored. The gift is much appreciated. They shared a knowing look as the woman went back through the door, locking it behind her. Rictus rubbed his beard as he pondered their interaction. She must have seen Myra Jane. Whatever they tried to bribe or blackmail her with, was obviously not enough. They got lucky I was here and had heard a rumor about the cook buying moon sugar and other less savory products. Coming prepared is always a good thing. Everything soon calmed back down as some kind of agreement was reached between the arguing parties. Rictus felt a little bad for the Reguard, he didn't even know his name. Maybe he would send some of his people to buy some of the merchant's wares or enter an exclusive deal with him. That would be a good repayment for his unknowing services. Elenwen made eye contact with him as she made her way over to the bar. She raised a questioning eyebrow as she noticed he was the only one there. Where is Malborn? He is supposed to be manning the bar at this time. I sent him to check up on something for me. I had asked him if he could get the cook to make me a sweet roll or some other sweet food as a snack. If the other food already prepared is any indication, the sweet roll would be divine. I am truly sorry if I caused any trouble. I was being quite persistent with the request. She put on a polite smile and nodded, hearing the explanation. Malborn just so happened to walk out the door right at this moment. His eyes barely widened as he spotted Elenwen sitting there with Rictus. He quickly schooled his features though after receiving a wink from Rictus. Before he could speak up, Rictus did. Ah, Malborn. How are the sweet rolls I sent you after coming along? I do believe I can smell them already. The spy was quick with a smile and a nod. They should be ready in no time at all, Thane Rictus. He then resumed his post behind the bar as if nothing had happened. Elenwen did not seem suspicious of anything. Many guests would send special requests to the kitchens, so it was nothing unusual. I must admit, I am curious about you, Rictus. Many know of your deeds and your followers, but not much is known about you personally. From what I have heard, you have not been in Skyrim all that long. That would be true. I was living in High Rock but moved here after inheriting my grandfather's house in Whiterun. Skyrim is not what I am used to, but it definitely has its own charms. The civil war and dragon attacks have complicated matters though. She gravely nodded her head at his explanation. Ah yes. Those are the two most popular topics of discussion right now. Dreadful events for sure. He nodded in agreement before slightly changing the subject. I am curious about your position as Thalmor ambassador. I am quite new here and wondered if the post here differed from the other parts of the empire. She straightened up and started talking in a lecturing tone. Many do not truly understand the reason I am here. One of my main responsibilities is fostering a better understanding between the Aldmeri Dominion and the people of Skyrim. I oversee the Thalmor Justiciars, who preserve the peace between the Empire and the Aldmeri Dominion, throughout Skyrim. If you wish to discuss the politics of it all more, we can gladly schedule a time for a meeting. We have been cut off from the people of Winterhold for a while now, and as the lone Thane for the hold, your perspective would be invaluable. I am sure something could be arranged at a later date. I am fairly busy in the coming days, but please send a request to the Restored here in Solitude, and we can work something out. Elenwen smiled happily at his ready agreement before shaking his hand. I look forward to it. I must attend other guests now, but please enjoy the party. As they parted ways, Rictus couldn't help but internally scoff at their interaction. As if I would want to meet with her. There are tons of other things I would prefer to do than that, like brushing my troll's hair. I hope they are taking care of Grendel. He is very particular in what brush to use on his hair. He observed Malborn cleaning a glass behind the bar. You owe me. Malborn met his gaze for a minute before nodding and turning back to his task. He understood how much Rictus had saved him just now. He probably would have been taken to the dungeons without Rictus's intervention. Rictus stared at the elf for a moment longer before rising and going to mingle a bit more with some of the guests at the party. His eyes were drawn towards a Nord man and woman who must have been siblings. They both had sharp features and dark hair. Their jewel-covered outfits proved they came from money. The two of them were in a corner of the room when Erikur joined them and started quietly speaking with the man while looking awfully suspicious. The woman just sat at the table making notes in a book and ignoring everyone. Something felt off though. Rictus had a feeling in his gut that something was not right. Taking a moment to survey the area didn't immediately give anything away. Enhancing his sight with detect magic and life showed something confusing. Normally, people or things appeared like a light, while ambient mana could be detected making the air almost sparkle. Strangely, there was a void of any mana right near the two me. It was as if something was right there, but not. Or like someone was completely masking their presence. A sudden shift in the void ended right before the two men. Blood burst from the throats of the two men as a figure wearing dark red and black leather armor materialized and turned towards the sitting woman. Before the assassin could move, Rictus yanked the woman towards him with a quick telekinesis spell. She let out a startled yelp as she flew into Rictus's arm. As soon as their target moved, the assassin jumped out the nearby window instead of pursuing. A piece of paper could be seen falling to the table where the woman had been seated. The busting glass had gotten the attention of the rest of the party-goers. Many let out terrified screams as they saw the gruesome sight of the two men bleeding out on the floor. People quickly started running towards the exit of the building but were blocked by a couple Thalmor soldiers. Rictus could feel the large magical reserves of some Thalmor mages wearily approaching his location with magic on their fingertips. A loud clapping noise and bright green light exploded across the room, drawing everyone's attention towards the center area where an imposing older-looking mage was standing behind Elenwen. Once the spell fizzled out, the mage nodded towards Ilnun who then began speaking. Her voice was loud yet projected a sense of calm. Remain calm. Our guards are outside right now chasing the culprit as we speak. Going into a frenzy will not help matters. We are safe here for now as long as no one panics. Your guards will be allowed to come escort you out of here and back home after we make note of everyone still here for our investigation. The crowd had calmed down significantly after her talking. The spell definitely helped matters. A few, Rictus included, were a bit upset at the magic being used on them. Casting spells like that without consent was a major insult, especially in Skyrim where people distrusted mages already. Still, most of the more knowledgeable people understood why it happened in this situation. As people were still talking in hushed whispers, two Thalmor mages approached Rictus and the woman who was just staring at the dead bodies. A tall Altmer in hooded Thalmor robes spoke first. What happened here? Since the woman was just staring at the bodies, Rictus answered. I was just coming over this way when a figure appeared out of nowhere and stabbed those two over there. I reacted by pulling this woman over here with me, but then the assassin just jumped out of the window. I am not certain, but the armor looked suspiciously like what rumors tell me the Dark Brotherhood wear. The Thalmor turned towards the woman hoping that she had gotten a better look and could give him some helpful information. It would not be good if rumors of a Dark Brotherhood assassination in the embassy got out. Lady in gun. Are you hurt? Did you also see the assassin? Rictus took note of the name in gun. That was the name of Maven Blackbriar's daughter. Which then led him to believe the man who looked like her brother was most likely Hemming Blackbriar, Maven's eldest son. In gun slowly turned and looked at the Thalmor. I am not hurt. I did not get a good look at the assassin before being pulled over here by this man. I guess thanks are in order. Her voice was surprisingly neutral. It seemed almost as if she was not worried about everything which had just happened. The elf gave her a sympathetic look thinking she must still be in shock. Rictus wasn't so sure though based off some of the rumors he had heard about the woman. The Thalmor then turned and started talking to his companion. Rictus barely heard what Ingun muttered as she hung her head in sadness. I guess I won't be stopping by the White Phial on my way home. Mother will want to see me immediately. How troublesome. He noted the way she said it and the location. Was she interested in alchemy or something else there? Maybe I'll send someone to observe it in case there is something special there. What followed was a bunch of questions directed towards the two of them. Thankfully, they were not kept long and left after telling their version of the story a few dozen times. Rictus was quiet as he made his way out of the embassy and joined back up with Myrima and Ilya who were more than happy seeing him unhurt. The whole situation was quite intriguing. An assassin had snuck into the embassy and killed two prominent members of society. This was definitely not something he remembered happening during the original party or the Dark Brotherhood case T-line, which meant more things had changed from the original storyline. The two who were killed also were important. Hemming was the oldest son of Maven. He handled much of the day-to-day affairs of the business and did a lot for the Blackbriars. Erikur was a prominent businessman and Thane in solitude. One thing did link the two of them together from what Rictus had heard. They both had lots of dealings with the Thieves' Guild. It was not clear why the Dark Brotherhood killed them. Was a hit placed on them, or was there some kind of conflict going on between the two guilds? Maybe there was a rift within the Thieves' Guild? The note the assassin dropped did not really clear up anything either. Rictus looked down at the paper with a black handprint on it and the words "Know your place." It was a frustratingly vague note which Rictus believed was intended for Maven. He glanced back at the embassy before continuing on his way. The party was much more interesting than I thought. The Thalmor will suffer some backlash for letting an assassin kill such prominent figures under their watch. Not to mention whatever Myra Jane accomplished. A smile came unbidden to his face at the thought of the Thalmor suffering. Despite the horrible circumstances, such a thought made him happy. He was glad he came to the party after all. And, well, we are officially done with the party. I also just want to thank all those who took the time to review or read my story. I appreciate you doing that and would love to hear from you. I get a lot of motivation and ideas from the comments. Chapter 60, There and Back Again. Rictus casually stopped reading the dossiers while looking at an expectant Myra Jane. His lack of reaction apparently riled her up. Are you serious? I just gave you handwritten proof about Ulfric being a Thalmor asset, and you don't even look shocked. Don't tell me you already knew about all this. He stared at her for a moment. She had changed out of her formal party wear and into her armor. It was form-fitting dark brown leather which allowed ease of movement. A mismatch of green and dark brown dragon scales could be seen interlaced and studded into the armor for additional protection. There was no real pattern, but the coloration reminded him a little bit of camo from Earth and would make spotting her more difficult. Thick leather pants also had some additional scales along the thighs while tall leather boots adorned her feet. Her arms were mostly uncovered except for the leather vambraces which had 3 small dragon bones running along the top of her forearms with scales spaced along the rest of it. The bow slung along her back and various daggers equipped on her armor gave off feelings of an experienced hunter. Knowing the scales were from dragons only added to the predatory feel of the armor. He wondered how much better it would be if it was enchanted by Morrigan. Whenever the Dragonborn made her way towards Winterhold, he would have to make sure to give her a recommendation, which may or may not make things easier when he thought about it. Finally, he spoke some of his thoughts on the Thalmor. I was not certain, but I had my suspicions. The Thalmor working against the Empire is no big surprise. I mean, they call it the First War against the Empire after all. Which was the truth. He didn't know for sure if those things had actually still happened in this world or how true some of the fan theories and small-time game lore translated over to this world. Based on the dossier he just read though, Ulfric had been released from Thalmor captivity and been helped out on a few different occasions. The Thalmor were also working on destabilizing the Empire however they could despite the apparent peace. Myra Jane just shook her head. All this political garbage is just nonsense to me. Everyone is fighting while all our strength should be focused on stopping Alduin, not killing each other. Things keep getting more and more complicated. A comforting hand patted her shoulder as they continued away from the city. She carried a monumental burden that Rictus did not at all. He would gladly choose his abilities over the onus of the Dragonborn since his abilities did not mean he was the only hope to save the world. The two of them had met back up after the conclusion of the party in a prearranged location outside of Solitude. Both were quite interested in what the other had experienced. Myra Jane complimented his distraction but lost her humor after finding out about the assassination. She was slightly grateful for it though since it would mask her presence and get the Thalmor after the Dark Brotherhood instead of her. Despite not showing much reaction, Rictus was very interested in the documents Myra Jane had given him. It was proof of the Thalmor's deceptions. Unfortunately, there was not much he could do with it. If he tried blackmailing the Thalmor, they would just try and kill him with all their might. If he gave it to the Empire, it could further destabilize everything. He could potentially leverage it against Ulfric, diminishing his support in the war effort. Nothing good would come from rash actions though, so he would think on it more before taking any action. Once they made it far enough outside the city, Rictus summoned their ride from his inventory. While they were getting seated though, Myra Jane had a request. Could you take me to Riften? I should probably inform Delphine, but I feel catching back up with my companions and searching for this Esbern is more important, especially with the Thalmor after him. We could stop to rest at your base, and I can send her a letter from there. Rictus was a little torn about it. He was not really wanting to tempt fate by going near that lawless place but dropping her off and immediately leaving would probably be alright. I suppose we could do that instead. It won't be too much more trouble and it would save you a lot of time. Besides, I also worry about what kind of trouble Solomon and Falda will stir up without you there guiding them. She couldn't help but laugh at his accusation before becoming serious. They are not that bad, but it probably wouldn't hurt if we hurried. Rictus laughed as they took off on the giant metal bird. He really did hope the Dragonborn's companions did not get into any trouble. While they both had their faults, the two of them were extremely useful in the fight against Alduin. Time passed quickly as the miles flew by. Rictus had always been fascinated with flying. He had dreamed of becoming a pilot in his other life. He had even finally booked some flying lessons before all this happened. While he would never make it to the lessons, this type of flying was more enjoyable than he could have imagined. They made excellent time in the air and only stopped once to sleep and rest once they made it back to Whiterun. Once the sun rose again, Rictus gave Ken a quick explanation so he could prepare some countermeasures, then they were back in the air and headed towards Riften. Thankfully, the weather was still nice, although the cold airs from the north were beginning to blow south indicating a change in the season was soon upon them. They had just passed Lake Gyre when they spotted smoke rising not far in the distance. Rictus was more than willing to ignore it, but Mirajana's constant pointing and nudging persuaded him otherwise. Seems their trip was going to take a little longer than planned after all. A burnt husk of a small farm was found near a rocky outcropping and small waterfall leading to a pond. Almost everything was gone besides what must have been the giant millstone. If the windmill wouldn't have had a stone base, then they would not have been able to identify it was a far at all. Near it, 2 other areas were also burning ruins. One seemed to be a kind of hidden camp while the other was one of the many watchtowers spread throughout Skyrim. They swooped down a little closer and hovered over the wreckage trying to get a better view, but nothing but destruction could be seen. A rumbling noise broke them out of their search. The noise seemed to be originating from a large fort or small castle due south of them. Rictus spared a glance back at Mirajane who had a fierce-looking smile on her face. Rictus's stomach sank a little at that look and what it most likely meant. Without warning, Mirajane moved and stood at the very front of their metal mount as a bound bow was summoned into her hands. She gave Rictus a pointed look before turning her full attention back towards the fort. With a bit of trepidation, Rictus started climbing higher into the air as they sped towards the fort. It won't be that bad. I have the Dragonborn here who will do most of the fighting. This will also give me my first dragon corpse. Another piercing roar could be heard as they neared the fort along the river. Fires consumed the trees and wooden structures around the damaged fort. Down in the courtyard, rested the culprit. The dragon was huge, taking up the majority of the open space down there. It appeared distinctly reptilian, with its interlocking scales a vibrant green color. It had a wide spiked frill atop its head, a dorsal fin along the spines of its back, huge sharp claws along its wings and feet, and its long serpentine tail had a leaf-like fin ending in a sharp point dyed red. Before the dragon noticed them, Rictus decided on his attack. He aimed his eagle right at the dragon while it was still grounded. Next, he started accelerating right at the beast while cancelling the feather spell on it. As they were getting closer, he scooped Mirajane up into his arms and leapt off. The dragon turned suddenly as it looked to the sky right at them and the incoming contraption. A loud booming sound rocked the area as the metal eagle crashed into the ground followed by a pained roar. Unfortunately, the dragon's movement caused the eagle to be off target. Instead of crashing into the beast's back, it had pulverized the left wing of the creature. While not as effective as desired, it still grounded the beast and left it vulnerable. Rictus quickly brought them down atop the tower of the fort. Mirajane wasted no time as she fired her bow as quickly as possible at the downed dragon. While not doing huge amounts of damage, the arrows shallowly pierced the scales and were clustered around important areas such as joints and the face. The dragon turned towards them and started cocking its head back in what was most likely to be a breath attack. Before the dragon could release its attack, Mirajane struck again. Fuss aro da! The unrelenting force slammed into the dragon, interrupting its attack and sending it staggering. Mirajane jumped off the edge of the tower and onto the walls of the fort as she continued launching arrows at the disoriented beast. The shout had also gotten Rictus moving. Deadly sharp ice blades began appearing around him and flying towards the staggered beast at tremendous speeds as he jumped off the top of the tower. This was the first true test of his newest enhanced spell, Elemental Blades, and it was performing marvelously. The large ice blades punctured through the wings of the beast, pinning it to the ground. More smashed into its body and ripped off chunks of scales with every impact. Right before he impacted the ground beside the dragon, he channeled his mana into the ground around them, causing a pillar of stone to rise and meet him as he slowed his fall with feather fall. The earth continued bending to his will as more stone pillars shot up from the ground before collapsing on top of the dragon, trapping it in place. The beast began floundering about trying to free itself from its confines, but Rictus was having none of that as he kept reinforcing the impromptu cage built around it. He spared a quick glance checking on Mirajane. He was glad he did as he got to witness the Dragonborn in action. She threw herself off the top of the wall and directly at the dragon's head. The dragon opened its teeth-filled maw as fire started belching from its throat. The attack fell flat as Mirajane let out a quick fuss while in the air, causing its head to turn and the attack to miss. The bound bow in her hands dissipated into a ghostly-looking spear in her hands instead. As she was falling past the dragon's head, the bladed tip was stabbed into the neck arresting her fall. She redirected her downward momentum to swing herself around, letting go of the stuck spear, and landing on the dragon's neck. 2 large bound blades appeared in her hands as she ran the last few steps towards the head of the beast. The dragon tried looking up at her, but all that did was present the perfect target. The blades pierced down into both eyes of the dragon and into its skull. A rumbling mournful sound escaped its mouth as it collapsed to the ground. Rictus stared in wonder at the sight he had seen so many times on a screen happen in real life. Golden white energy surrounded the dragon as a whooshing sound was heard. The energy swirled for a moment before flowing right into Mirajane, who had been surrounded by a nimbus of the golden light. The dragon's body began rapidly decomposing as its body turned into fine dust which was blown away by the wind. As the process finished, all that was left were some scales laying around the bared skeleton. Mirajane stood with her eyes closed and a rapturous look upon her face. When she opened her eyes, they appeared just like the eyes of the dragon they just killed, before slowly turning back to their original color. She stared at him for a moment before laughing. Ha ha ha. That was amazing. If you fought anything like this on that island, it is no wonder everyone was so impressed by you. You moved the stone around like it was putty in your hands. The fact you could immobilize a dragon by yourself is something to be proud of, even if it was injured, distracted, and young. Rictus smiled at her praise but couldn't help shaking his head at the last thing she said. If this huge creature was a young one, the elder dragons would be massive. Still, he was happy at how smooth the fight had gone. The initial surprise attack played a large role in it. The dragon was hurt and crippled before they even began their real attacks. It would have been significantly harder if the dragon had attacked them first instead of the other way around. Myra Jane drew his attention as she kept talking. I am impressed how well we fought together against the dragon for our first fight. It is a shame not all fights could be this simple and easy. I am not sure why, but it seems as if Alduin is reviving mostly younger dragons first before the older more powerful ones. It is almost as if he is wanting me to grow in power and become stronger. Strange, isn't it? He had to agree with her on all points. They had worked very well together for the short fight, and it was easier than other battles he had been in. It was strange the weaker dragons were appearing first and more often though. Such a thing made sense in a game, but not here. Maybe Alduin wanted a large backing before raising the more powerful ones. He had abandoned them after all, even if it wasn't by his choosing. The younger ones couldn't put up any kind of fight against him, but the older ones could have been a slight problem. They could retaliate if they were upset at him. If enough banded together, it would be an inconvenience for the World Eater. It was something to think about at least. I am also impressed with how we fought together and the easiness of the fight. A lot of things went our way though, so that always helps. It is a little strange how things are happening like that. I for one, am glad they are though. The more powerful you become, the easier it will be when you defeat Alduin. She gave a determined nod at the thought of beating Alduin. The way Rictus acted like it was only a matter of time gave her confidence. Doubt clouded her mind at times, but seeing the faith people put in her renewed her confidence. Well, you are welcome to the corpse here like promised. I will take a couple of spare scales as a little trophy if you don't mind though. I don't mind that at all. Rictus smiled while thinking of the things he could potentially use the corpse for. He hoped there were some larger patches of scales left for an interesting experiment he had talked with Tolfdir about a couple weeks ago. We are fairly close to Riften. How about we take a little break as I bury the corpse real fast? Fixing up the eagle will take a little while, but I could always summon Billy to take you at least to the edge of Lake Onric. She gave his offer some thought. I don't think that will be necessary. I can make my way from here. While I enjoy your company, I wouldn't mind a little alone time before getting back into the thick of things. Taking a nice ride along the riverbank and the lake will be peaceful for me. I fully understand the sentiment. I wish you well in your journey. It has been more fun than I thought. If you ever need anything, just contact the closest restored base, and I will hear about it. She gave him a smile and a nod before moving towards the broken-down gate. She stopped before fully exiting the gate to give him one last look. I know it is selfish, but are you sure you won't join me? I could use someone like you. Rictus stopped and really considered the offer. Did he want to travel with her? After their little adventure together, he was considering it. It would be easy to just drop everything and join her. The cause was worthy. Alduin needed to be stopped if anyone wanted to live much longer. I would like to join you, but I don't believe I will just yet. I think I could better help you by growing the restored and giving other kinds of assistance beyond just fighting by your side. If you ever need any kind of equipment or information, go to any of our outposts, and we will give you whatever we can. When something big happens or there is something you cannot handle alone, do not hesitate to call on me. I will answer with the full might of the restored if it is needed. He tossed her 2 amulets as he finished talking. One was a solid iron chain with an R hanging on it. The R had 2 little horns coming off the top. The other one was the same amulet he had received from the Hagraven for altering her appearance. Show the R to any restored and they will help you. The other one is in case you come into conflict with any Hagravens or Forsworn. I have a feeling you may have to visit the Reach eventually, and this will speed your travels. Good luck. She looked over the amulets before placing them into one of her pockets. Without another word, she summoned a large wolf familiar which she mounted before taking off out of the fort. Rictus watched her go with only a small part of him feeling bad. He had been tempted to join her on her world-saving quest. Such a thing was the fantasy of many boys and girls growing up. It was what many stories were based off. Unfortunately, he felt better suited to provide a different kind of support. Not having to worry about paying for equipment or other little details like that would be a huge help. There would be times when it would be very helpful for there to be more than just a couple people helping her. He couldn't remember the exact details, but he knew there would be at least a couple times where a small army would greatly help the Dragonborn. When those times happened, he would answer the call. Until then though, he would do what he could to prepare. He smiled as he observed the dragon skeleton before him. This will provide some excellent materials for experimenting. And, oh, we finally have our first fight with a dragon. I understand it was pretty anticlimactic as far as fights go, but they did take it by surprise this time. It would not have been as easy if it was an alert elder dragon. Also, I have read the comments about lack of dialogues. I'll admit I suck at them, so I avoid them. Heck, I made a character mute just to write less of it. I am trying to write more of it since it makes characters more vibrant and shows personality. I appreciate the feedback though and will keep trying to improve. Chapter 61, Treva's Watch. Rictus stood looking at the dragon's remains for a while after Myra Jane left. Ideas fluttered around his mind on how best to utilize it, but more experimentation would be needed for some of the more interesting ones. The scales held a lot of promise for a project which should hopefully be nearing completion by now. A loud boom rocked the courtyard as a fireball detonated right on top of Rictus, engulfing him in a fiery explosion. A rough-looking male Nord in hide armor was standing at the open door to the keep. Lingering destructive fire magics could be seen swirling around his hands. Haha. Now there will be no one to dispute my claim of killing a dragon. With this, people will fall over themselves at my feet, begging for my protection and becoming my followers. Maybe I should have a little fun with Jediah in memory of that milk drinker Stalio. The man was a little surprised there was not even a body left after the fireball but shrugged it off. He had overcharged his spell and his target was probably greatly weakened after facing a dragon. His spell probably just obliterated him or threw his body behind the dragon's bones. A prideful look dominated his face just thinking of his power. Even the dragon could not have easily handled such a strong attack. That same prideful look stayed on his face as he turned back towards the keep. A slight sound of scraping didn't draw his attention, nor did the pulling sensation along his waist. The prideful look did not leave his face as he felt a sense of weightlessness. The castle tilting on its side and growing taller did not alter his expression in the slightest. Nothing could ruin his good mood. Pathetic. Rictus looked down condescendingly at the smug look on the bandit's face. A nudge from his boots sent the head tumbling down the stairs as he telekinetically tossed the body away as well. He shook his head in exasperation at the bandit ruining his previously good mood. Right before the fireball had impacted him, his left arm manifested into a metal shield which blocked the damage. Then, he had immediately sunk down into the earth. While hidden underground, he located his attacker, moved behind him, took his sword telekinetically, and beheaded him with it. Barely any time was wasted at all. Rictus had been expecting a significantly harder fight though. Any man willingly attacking someone who had just killed a dragon, even if he had help from the Dragonborn, should have been a great warrior or mage. Instead, he was attacked by some arrogant weakling who thought a slightly above average exploding fireball would kill him instantly. Some people are just idiots. Doing something he really should have done before, Rictus used Detect Life and Mana as he looked around for any more surprises. There were a couple signatures further into the castle and a very faint sign of life hidden under some collapsed stones near one of the walls. The collapsed stones quickly flowed away like running water and revealed a broken and bloodied man barely hanging on to life. His leather armor had been slashed to rags and small cuts and burns covered his body. Both legs were grotesquely warped while his entire right arm was missing. Burn marks along his stump indicated his wound had been cauterized, which likely was the only reason he had not bled out yet. When all the stones were removed, a wet cough came from the man. He looked up at Rictus with burning intensity mixed with desperation. Save, family, inn, keep, kill, Brurid. The man's eyes closed after weakly muttering those words. His breaths began becoming more ragged as he started succumbing to his injuries. Rictus stared at him a moment before pulling a couple large bottles from his inventory. He began pouring out the bottles on the dying man as he channeled a large amount of healing magic. Health potions worked extremely similar to the game's. They could heal grievous injuries in the blink of an eye. They tended to work better when ingested, but they still worked if poured onto wounds. Unfortunately, they had diminishing returns the more they were used. A couple potions could be used in quick succession, but more than that would be rendered ineffective. The man's breathing became steadier after a few minutes of healing. Once he seemed stabilized, Rictus left to investigate whether the other two life signs he picked up were this man's family or more bandits. Seems miscellaneous side quests are just a part of life. Hopefully this one has a happy ending. Fortunately, it did. Rictus was able to easily find the man's wife and son. The two had broken down into tears when they saw the state of their husband and father. Once they were assured he would live, Rictus got the full story of what had transpired. The man he saved was named Stalio Treva and owned Castle Treva's Watch. He had gone off with a group of his supporters to fight in the war after the High King had been killed. While he was gone, his rival, a man named Brurid, defected. Brurid gathered a group of bandits and fellow deserters, then led them here to take over the castle while Stalio was away. Stalio had rushed back here after hearing of Brurid's desertion since he knew his family was in danger. Unfortunately, he was too late since the undermanned castle had fallen. Stalio then led the men under his command in an all-out assault against his ancestral home. The attack had already been going poorly when a dragon appeared. The blood and noise of fighting had apparently drawn its attention. Brurid retreated inside while the dragon killed everyone else there. All the while, he made sure to narrate what was going on to the captured family. After the dragon had been defeated, he had been the one who went outside and attacked Rictus. The wife, who was named Jediah, profusely thanked him for saving them all from both Brurid and the dragon. She offered him anything and everything left in and around the keep, which he gladly accepted. After bringing Stalio inside, Rictus gave the man another round of healing magic. The man's body relaxed further after the healing had been done. Maybe one more and he will just need some rest. Rictus made sure to inform the family and then excused himself after warning them some of his followers would be arriving shortly. He then went outside the castle before creating another reinforced underground room for teleportation. After a quick trip back home, he returned with Myrima, Ilya, Rev, and a handful of soldiers. Orders quickly followed. Ilya, set up a perimeter around the castle in case there are more bandits hiding around here. Myrima, you go inside and start cataloging everything you can see which would be of value. Rev, I want you to go ahead and start studying the dragon corpse. Do not try and raise it yet. See if it is possible, but do not follow through with it. I am going back inside to check on the family. Everyone quickly began moving as they followed his commands. Rev was the exception as he just stared at the dragon skeleton in awe. Raising an undead dragon was every necromancer's wet dream. He shook himself out of his stupor and began casting various observation magics while slowly moving around the corpse. Once Rictus rejoined the family, he noticed Stalio was laying down asleep. Jediah turned towards him and began speaking again. We are truly grateful and deeply indebted to you. I do not want to think what would have happened if you did not show up when you did. I would gladly give you more if I could. The junk laying around here is not a fit reward for the lives of my husband and son. She softly caressed her sleeping husband's face after saying all this. Her son, Hofnar, was looking at Rictus with curiosity and a bit of guilt as he tried to gather the courage to say something. Rictus beat him to it though. You can ask your questions. It seems like you have something you want to know. The teen took a steadying breath before looking Rictus in the eyes. You said your name was Rictus. Does that mean you are the leader of the Restored? We heard rumors about some of your abilities. Is it true you can restore lost limbs? Desperation and hope filled the teen's face as he waited for an answer. Instead of answering with words, Rictus moved closer to Stalio as he channeled his magic. A soft glow enveloped the sleeping man as his arm began regrowing before their very eyes. The restoration was done incredibly quickly. Rictus smiled at how much easier the spell had become. Lots of practice, increased mana capacity and sensitivity, and knowledge gained from working on the trolls allowed his mastery of the spell to flourish. Jediah and Hofnar stared in wonder at the now restored Stalio. Tears fell from their eyes noticing the disappearance of any remaining wounds. Thank you, Master Rictus. Words cannot express how grateful we are. Both of them bowed lowly towards him in gratitude. Such kindness and good fortune had become foreign to them after everything which happened while being captives of Brurid. Before Rictus responded, Stalio started stirring as he slowly woke up. He pushed himself up from his sitting position as he took in the room. Jediah let out a happy sob as she wrapped her arms around him. Hafner had tears in his eyes as he joined in hugging his father. Stalio brought both his arms around embracing his family with a serene look upon his face. His eyes then widened as he realized what he had just done. The arm he had lost to the dragon was back. Standing up he moved his family out of his embrace as he knelt and bowed his before Rictus. There is nothing I have which could repay my debt. You have saved my life, in more ways than one. Therefore, I pledge my service to you from this day forth. Whatever you wish of me, I shall do. My magic is yours to command. My castle is yours to have. My loyalty is yours. As he was speaking, his family also knelt behind him while bowing their heads. Rictus was a little taken back by the solemn turn of events. He was expecting gratitude, but not this. He stared at the man carefully for a moment. In a spur-of-the-moment decision, he placed his hand upon Stalio's head. I accept you pledge. In return for your dedication and loyalty, I will grant you a boon. Your magic potential shall be awakened. With it, I expect many great things from you. Stalio stared in shock as he felt something change within him. Magic flooded his system as he felt a power grow within him. Magical theories he had struggled with before seemed trivial now. His head was abuzz with new ideas and theories. Rictus watched the rapidly changing emotions on the man's face as he pondered his choice. There was not an obvious reason for making Stalio his 9th alteration minion. Stalio was a strong mage, but there were other strong mages in the Restored already, not to mention other much stronger mages out in the world. For some reason though, Rictus had felt compelled to act as he did. Maybe it was the pledge, or the determined look in his eyes. A smile graced Rictus's face as another reason popped into his mind. Maybe I did it because of his restored arm. He had noticed a couple pieces of something foreign lodged into Stalio's shoulder when he started restoring it but paid it no mind. Part of his mind was still thinking about the dragon and what he could do with it after all. While normally such distractions were not a good thing, it had some unintended consequences. He had wrongly assumed it was just some rocks or stones lodged into the arm. Instead, it was a few tiny pieces of dragon bones and scales. During the restoration, his magics had used these pieces to enhance the restored arm. The arm bones were definitely not on the level of true dragon bones, but they were significantly stronger than before. The skin also became slightly thicker and more calloused. Tiny patterns could be seen on the knuckles and elbow which looked like scale-shaped calluses while the fingernails had grown thicker and slightly pointed. Such findings were incredible to say the least. If he could learn how to consciously make these changes, it would be a huge boon for himself and the elite forces of the restored. Like always though, more experimentation would be needed though. Luckily for him, the generous dragon had graciously donated its body for science. Realizing the Treva family was still kneeling before him, Rictus quickly left his thoughts for later. Now, there is no more need for kneeling like that. Stand up. There is a lot of work to be done still. Being one of my direct subordinates will keep you busy as there is a lot for you and your family to learn. The family stood up with determined looks on their faces. After everything they had just been through, they would follow their savior to the end. Rictus let out a sigh as he finally took a seat back on his overlook. No matter what happened, he always seemed to come back here when he got the chance. It was where he would get his best planning done while also remaining uninterrupted. The loud sigh from Ken as he sat beside him made him correct his previous statement from uninterrupted to mostly uninterrupted. I am starting to get too old for all this. Just when I think things can't get any crazier, it does. I am still shocked the Dark Brotherhood would target the Blackbriars. It's not really public knowledge, but they have been working together for years. I honestly thought the Blackbriars were off limits. Really makes me wonder why it happened. They hadn't really had an opportunity to talk about what had happened at the party since Rictus was in a hurry to take Myra Jane to Riften. He was similarly confused by what had happened. It was very strange the more he thought about it. I would also love to know the reason. It just doesn't make sense to me either. The ones killed were a Blackbriar and a high-ranking Thane with deep ties to the Thieves' Guild. If anyone should be safe from the Brotherhood, it would be people like them. He paused a second before speaking his thoughts. I have a couple theories, but I don't put much weight behind them. There could have been a change in leadership for the Brotherhood. I do believe this will happen eventually, but no telling if it has already happened. A potential guild war could be going on between the thieves and the assassins. There could even be an internal conflict in the Thieves' Guild and the Brotherhood has chosen to back the side Maven isn't on. I am sure we could come up with a lot of things, but I don't know if we will ever learn the truth. Ken let out a grunt at that. Thinking of assassinations, the Emperor should be in Skyrim any day now. Do you still think he will get assassinated? Rictus shrugged his shoulders in response. Before the assassinations at the party, I would have told you yes. Now though, I am no longer so sure about it. So many things are changing in the world, and there are too many things to keep count of any longer. There was no longer any guarantee the Emperor will be killed by the Dark Brotherhood in Skyrim. Rictus still thought it would happen, but he had no idea about the how anymore. If Askild was part of the Brotherhood like he suspected, they probably wouldn't get trapped like what happened in the game. They could just skip all that, board the boat, and kill the Emperor. He would just have to wait and see what happened. Ken's tone turned lighter as he spoke of a more happy topic. I must congratulate you on the new castle. It has a great position in the Reach and will be a good base of operations for the restored in the area. Seems like you are getting more open to the idea of expanding in that area. We got lucky with that one for sure. Treva's watch is right along the river between Lake Gyre and Onrik. Good defensible location too. Leaving Stalio there will be good since he already knows the area and the locals. A bit of silence passed between the two men before Rictus spoke again. I am going to see what Dante wanted to talk about tomorrow. Hopefully, it won't be anything too crazy, though I fear it will be about the growing vampire attacks. It is good you are hearing him out. Despite the request, I think we should offer some assistance. He helped us, and we should pay our debts for such a thing. Repaying debts and keeping our word is the cornerstone of any lasting group. Rictus agreed with Ken. As long as it wasn't something too ridiculous, they would pay back the favor. Get some rest, Ken. I have a feeling that things are only going to get more hectic. He then left to get some sleep for himself. He had a feeling he was going to need it for some reason. And, I was not originally going to include Stalio as a true minion, but while writing I thought it would be kind of fun. I always kind of liked his quest in the game so I thought I would include him. Chapter 62, Experiments. Turns out, Rictus was not going to make it to see Dante today. He made sure a letter was sent to letting them know he would be there tomorrow instead. Dante should understand the delay. Rictus was a busy man after all and would still technically get there in the required time. Right now though, Rictus and Rev were standing in a hidden glade carved into the mountain near the base at White River Watch. He and Dravinia had carved this area out for various experiments undertaken by the restored. Grass, trees, and other plants filled the glade, giving it a serene feel. It was separated into a few areas where different animals were kept. They were currently in the goat enclosure. These were not the ordinary goats found throughout Skyrim though. The most obvious difference was their size. Each of these creatures were as big as a horse. They still retained a shaggy tan coat of hair with large horns atop their heads which spiraled around into a sharp point. These horns gave them the ability to ram things with the blunted curves or gore them with the sharp tips. These magnificent creatures were to be the new mounts of the restored. The whole project had been started as a joke initially. A couple of the more senior restored had persuaded Rev that Rictus had a secret wish of all the restored having their own goats to ride into battle like he did with his familiar Billy. Taking their word for it, Rev had started experimenting on some of the goats in his free time. He already got practice altering the bodies of his undead creatures, so it was not too difficult for him to work on living creatures. As time went on though, a few other of the restored started liking the idea. Danica was often consulted for help and ideas since she had so much more experience working with the alter body spell. When Rictus had finally found out about it, the project was already well underway and showing promising results. 2 other restored had joined the project and were instrumental for its eventual success. Lith Pinevale was a Bosmer who had joined up a little before the assault on Japhet's Folly. He was not much of a fighter and preferred the company of animals. He became the caretaker of all the animals in the hidden glade. His natural inclination towards nature made him perfect for such a position, and the animals all loved him. The second man made Rictus smile every time he heard his name. Gardar's Dwarflegs was an older Nord and retired Legion Solitaire. He had been part of the Empire's cavalry during the Great War and had commanded a small company of men. His nickname of Dwarflegs had been gained during that time since he had lost both of his legs from the knee down during the war. Instead of leaving, he had just gotten people to strap him onto his horse so he could keep fighting. When the goats were finally ready to become mounts, Gardar would be the one leading and teaching the cavalry. Rictus was here though because he wanted to see if he could enhance the goats with dragon bones and scales. When he inadvertently found out he could enhance bones and skin with materials from a dragon, he decided to test it on a few of the goats. They had a decent number of materials from the one dragon, but it was still precious so only a couple would get the enhancements for now. Lith brought over a breeding pair to Rictus for experimentation. They were hopeful the enhancements could affect the offspring of the pair, but they weren't holding their breath. No one really knew how much the alter body spell interacted with genetics. Finding an answer would not be quick, but Rictus hoped to see the long-term implications of it. Hopefully, I will live long enough to see how these experiments change the creatures. Heck, if it works well enough, maybe I will even uplift the Falmer back into snow elves. That would be something for the history books for sure. The 2 massive goats laid down at Rictus's feet as if they knew what was happening. The animals were given a heavy dose of a sleeping potion so they would not have to experience any potentially painful changes about to happen. Rictus then brought out a bag of powdered dragon bone and some crushed scale fragments. He was hopeful to one day be able to just use his spells for making the alterations, but the materials were still needed for right now. Horns fell to the ground as they were removed by his axe. A little bit of the skin around the horns was also removed for testing the dragon scales. Light then encompassed the male as powdered dragon bone and crushed scales moved towards the stumps on its head. Slowly, the horns began growing back out as the flesh knitted itself back together. After repeating the process for the female, Rictus stopped to observe his handiwork. Success! The horns of the goats had grown stronger and sharper while the skin in that area had grown much thicker. Unlike the thick coat of hair before, the top of the goat's head had thick leathery skin with wisps of hair coming from it, like an elephant. The horns were heavier than they were before, but increasing the corresponding muscles helped alleviate the problem. Had the horns been totally dragon bone, their weight may have been too much for the creature. Rictus was quite proud of the final changes while Rev could barely contain his excitement. It's a success. I knew it would be. Think of how much this could increase the power of some of my summons. If we get enough materials, can I use them on Honey the Bear? I think that could be arranged. It would probably be a good idea for you to practice on your undead creature before moving on to the bones of live subjects. Enhancing the horns and some of the skin is easy enough, but I fear doing the other bones may be more challenging. Rev's ecstatic expression was slightly tempered by confusion as he tried clarifying what was just said. Why would the other bones be more difficult? The horns didn't really pose much of a problem. Well, the main reason is that all the experiments have been with regrowing the bones and skin. The alter body spell is great for adding or removing things which are already present. Think of how we have altered most our members' eyes to see in the dark like the Khajiit. Humans and other races just have less of a certain part in their eyes as compared to Khajiit. Since the part is already present, making the change is relatively simple after some experimentation. Rev nodded along with Rictus's explanation and continued listening attentively. From some of my scans, dragon bones have something in them which the bones of other races do not. I admit, I do now know what exactly gives them this quality, but that will hopefully come in time. For our purposes though, we are creating completely new bones which are a mixture of normal bones and dragon bones. We are adding in a material which is not found there naturally. This means that for right now, we must completely build back the bones from scratch. Realization dawned on Rev's face after that. Removing and restoring certain bones would be very difficult. I understand your reasoning now. I do think me practicing on the undead would be good before we move towards live subjects. Even then, we may need to use young offspring of the animals since their bones are more pliable. Rictus cringed a little bit at the wording and thought of doing the experiment on young animals, but the idea did have some merit. For now, let's focus on the horns of the animals and maybe some of the skin in key areas. Try to keep it as painless as possible since putting the animals through too much pain would make training them more difficult. I know getting a sizable force will probably take years since we do not have the manpower to alter that many goats, and it takes a couple years for a goat to mature. A quick reaction force, especially in mountainous terrain, would still be immensely useful. After getting a nod from the redeemed necromancer, Rictus finished talking. Unfortunately, I have another appointment at the college to get to today, so I cannot stay here with you. Let me know if you have any questions or need additional help. Keep me posted on your progress. Of course, sir. I will do my best on this whenever I am not out on missions elsewhere. Rictus gave him a friendly smile and wave before taking off, making sure to leave a couple bags of materials behind. While walking away, a thought occurred to him. Based on my own words earlier, maybe it wouldn't be that difficult to alter the rest of the bones in a body. If you just altered one, then the body now has an example to pull from. Then altering the rest to be the same as the first could be feasible. I don't know if that really would work though, since the materials were still needed to create the new bone. Could just be a logical error on my part. Oh well, I'll let Rev test out his own theories first before mentioning mine. It will be good practice for him. A happy whistle could be heard as he left the hidden glen. Originally, he was going to stay and experiment a little more, but there was another meeting planned for today which could prove profitable. A quick teleport later found Rictus inside the College of Winterhold. He had already sent a message informing Tolfter of his arrival. It was time for them to perform a little ritual. A while back, Tolfter and Rictus had talked about a new spell Tolfter was trying to create. Rictus already knew it was the Dragon Scale spell, but he was still interested in observing the process. So, he had agreed on helping the man out. Tolfter needed a dragon heart scale for the ritual. The heart scale was no ordinary scale though, and could only be retrieved using a special dagger called Kavozin's Fang. It had been a ceremonial dagger used by a sect of the dragon cult who were quite fond of ritual sacrifices. They had taken pride in the sharpness of the dagger, which could slice of individual dragon scales with ease. Retrieving the Kavozin's Fang would normally be quite difficult. Thankfully, all the hard work had already been done. The dagger was conveniently located at High Gate Ruins, the place which had been cleared a while ago when Rictus and the companions helped out Anska. Sending a team of Restored to find the dagger was a trivial matter. The only thing he had been lacking for the ritual was a dragon corpse, which he now had. Warning. The following paragraph is a completely fabricated piece of lore I made up because I liked the thought of it better than the game's explanation. If you really don't like it, just pretend that this is an O story for this part. It won't really have a huge effect on the story or be a big deal, but I wanted to warn you. The heart scale was different than what he faintly remembered from the game. It was not located externally like all the other scales. Instead, the heart scales were found on the inner part of the spine near where the dragon's heart was located. As a dragon aged, these scales would grow until they encapsulated the heart once a dragon reached full maturity. They did not impede the heart's functions in any ways, but their strength and durability would act as an additional layer of protection, like the ribcage did to other organs. This made targeting the heart of a mature dragon ineffective. Rictus quietly made his way through the college as everyone went about their business. The academic atmosphere was quite nice and a good change of pace for him. Memories of school and university were more pleasant for him compared to many people he knew. Rictus had always enjoyed school no matter what level. It had been fairly easy and didn't require much work or studying to get good grades. He would have gladly been a lifelong student if money wasn't an issue. Seeing young mages with their heads stuck in a book or hurrying towards their next lecture brought back sweet memories. Once out in the courtyard, he made his way onto the ramparts of the college. The ritual would take place atop one of the towers since the spaces were specifically created for larger and more powerful rituals. There were special failsafes built into the towers in case something went wrong. Most of the spaces were used by conjuration mages, but occasionally other magic schools would use the spaces for practicing new spells. Two people were diligently looking over a large ritual circle as one of them consulted a large worn-looking book. Clearing his throat brought the two's attention to him. Tolfter gave him an excited smile while moving to shake his hand. Rictus, good of you to join us. We have been working diligently setting up the ritual. Everything is in order, besides the heart scale. I hope you do not mind me inviting Brelina here for the demonstration. I have been helping her refine a novel spell she has been working on. Brilliant work, if a little unpredictable. This ritual could potentially give her some inspiration for her own work. Rictus studied the younger-looking dark elf. She was wearing traditional mage robes which had some strong enchantments upon them. Her medium-length black hair was pulled back into a tight ponytail which highlighted her pointed ears. Sharp eyebrows rested above large dark red eyes. Light freckles dotted her cheeks and nose. He had seen her a few times but had not interacted with her before. She had been with Morrigan the first time they met while fighting the magical anomalies. They had also crossed paths a couple times in the hallways of the college when he had visited for business. She had actually been one of the people he thought of recruiting and making a minion, but Morrigan had already beat him to it. I don't mind at all. Talking about magic can only get one so far. Seeing and being part of new magical experiments can lead to inspiration. It has for me at least. She gave a polite nod of her head in agreeance. I am thankful Master Tolfter has given me this chance. Observing a master-level alteration ritual in action is not something commonly seen. A smile crept to his face at her wording. Many mages would consider his teleportation glyphs to be a master-level alteration ritual, and those saw use daily. Well then, we shouldn't put it off any longer. Here's your heart scale. Tolfter grabbed it excitedly as he carefully placed it in the ritual circle. There was a place directly in the middle of the ritual for it to be placed. Obscure arcane symbols surrounded the scale in a spiral pattern where they grew larger the further away from the center they got. A few different components were arrayed inside the circle, including a blank book. Wonderful, just wonderful. And it's just as I suspected. The energies need to be channeled back through the nexus a second and third time. The symbols and lines of the ritual glowed blue as magical energies pulsed through it. The heart scale slowly began dissolving while an inky blackness covered the book. As the final pulse of magic burned its way through the circle, the darkness covering the book slowly faded away, revealing the symbol for alteration on the cover. Once the magic had fully dissipated, Tolfter turned back towards him. And that's it. I certainly think you deserve the first copy of the tome, but would you consider an alternative instead? Rictus was a little taken aback by the request. He had been expecting to receive the book but couldn't help but be interested in the trade. Seeing his interest, Tolfter quickly continued. I have a tome containing the blueprints of the ritual as well as my notes in creating it. I will give this to you if you agree that when you create more of them, you will provide me at least 10. They can be spaced out however you like, but I would like one at least every other month. It was a tempting offer. The ritual lines had already dissipated after running its course. He could potentially create it from memory, but it would take some trial and error to get it perfectly correct again. Also, seeing Tolfter's personal notes on the subject could prove enlightening. Getting heart scales is no easy task. I will agree to give you 6 of them and deliver them no later than 1 every 2 months. This is a master-level spell after all. It is not like there will be a huge market for such a thing. Tolfter smiled and nodded at the counter-argument. Splendid. I do believe that will be an appropriate arrangement. I look forward to future collaborations with you. They shook hands after that as Tolfter handed him a journal containing all the relevant information. Rictus could barely hold his excitement at the prospect of working with the information contained within it. His thoughts were consumed by what could be. If we used a heart scale to create a spell which emulates dragon scales, what if we substituted other body parts and changed the corresponding runes? Could we make something like wings? Or even vocal cords? Would vocal cords even make a difference? Ugh, I regret agreeing to meet Dante tomorrow. Maybe I can do a little experimentation tonight, that could work. He looked up from his thoughts to find Tolfter gone. Brelina was still there though and giving him a curious look. Seeing him look at her finally she spoke. Tell Riser the house isn't aware of her yet. They are most likely too occupied to care though. Let her know not to contact me anymore. I don't want to be drawn into any more house drama. Without waiting for a response, she turned and walked away. Rictus just stood there a moment pondering her words. Well, that wasn't ominous or foreboding at all. He shook it off though as he looked at the journal in his hands. He would have to hurry if he planned on getting any sleep before meeting Dante tomorrow. And Rictus will finally visit the Hall of the Vigilant next chapter. Also, sorry for the lack of responses to comments. I have been a little busy recently so haven't had the time to properly review and respond. I still love getting the ideas though since they help me a lot. Thanks for those of you who do comment. Chapter 63, Hall of the Vigilant. Wake up. It is time to get going if we are to make it to the meeting on time. Rictus slowly got out of bed at the continued nagging while giving Myrima the stink eye. Ugh, I shouldn't have stayed up so late. He hadn't actually gone to bed till just a couple hours ago. The excitement of creating new variations of the dragon scale spell had kept him up all night. A small smile adorned his face as he continued with his morning routine. Totally worth it though. Lack of materials will be the biggest limiting factor with this. Hopefully Myra Jane will defeat lots more dragons soon so we can get their remains. Soon a greenish glow surrounded him as he perked up. The variation of the spell equilibrium was very useful after late nights. Normally, it would transfer health or stamina into magic power, but this had been easily reversed. Using some of his mana could now regenerate his stamina. It was no substitute for real sleep and rest, but it could keep him going far beyond a normal person. Better than any kind of coffee. The glow faded as Rictus stood completely ready to face the day. He still wore his dark green outfit enchanted by Morrigan with Voken strapped onto one hip and his grimoire on the other. The leather vambrace on his right arm was now reinforced with ebony rods which he could easily manipulate. A thick leather belt wrapped around his waist hid the mana stones embedded into it. The bandolier around his chest also had smaller mana stones hidden along it while the outside had metal studs which could be manipulated in a pinch. For ease of travel, he stored his new great axe made of ebony and adorned with mana stones inside his storage. The dark outfit combined with his large frame and rugged bearded face gave him quite the intimidating aura, at least in his own opinion. The new additions of ebony armor and weapons had come as payment from the East Empire Company for all his help. They also gave him a great price when buying more of the metal which had been used for some of the elite restored members' weapons and armor. He had initially wanted to change the equipment from ebony to Dedrick at the forge under the college but decided against it. Despite loving the way it looked, the image it gives off would not be well received by the general public. Maybe once they had a few extra sets of ebony weapons and armor he would change them to Dedrick and have them as the equipment for a secret enforcement squad or something. Alright Myrima. Go gather Ilya. It is time to get going. She gave a quick bow as she left to follow his orders. While she was gone, Rictus ate a quick meal as he made his way towards the Nexus. The Nexus was what he started calling the area where all the teleport glyphs were set up. The area had some of the highest security they could provide with defensive runes and armed patrols guarding the area. This place allowed them to quickly travel all across Skyrim in the blink of an eye. Without it, there was no way they could have expanded as quickly as they did. He stopped in front of a large desk near the edge of the room. A cute Breton woman stood behind it with a look of intense concentration while going through a large ledger. Excuse me. I have a couple deliveries which I want taken care of immediately. The woman did not even bother looking up at him before responding. Like I told the person before, you can't just walk up here and demand something get done instantly. There are rules and regulations in place. Go back to the mailroom and leave your request with them. If it is important, they will send it to me. An exasperated sigh came from her as she noticed him not moving from his spot from her peripheral. I said leave me alone. She finally looked up and grew pale when she recognized who she was talking to. Her mouth started moving but no words came out. I have a delivery I would like taken care of immediately. The woman bobbed her head mutely as Rictus laid 3 books on the counter. Take this book and deliver it to Marandrucho. It is a new spell I want him to learn. These other 2 books should be delivered to Riften. The Dragonborn should still be there since I haven't received word otherwise. I bet her and her companions are still in the routeways or about to leave them. Make sure the books and this note is delivered to her personally. The woman gained some confidence as she realized she wasn't about to get in trouble for ignoring their leader. Of course, sir. I will get these sent out within the next 10 minutes. He thanked her and moved on to the teleporter designated for Dawnstar where Myrima and Ilya were already waiting on him. The books being delivered were ones he had just created last night. 2 of them were the Dragonhide spell since there were a few extra heart scales left. The second book he sent to Myra Jane was one he had just created last night. It was a little sad he wouldn't be there to see her face when she realized what the spell could do. After quick nod to his 2 companions and guards, they were teleported to the base in Dawnstar. The room they arrived in was square with 4 armed guards at each corner of the room. Small holes could barely be seen along the walls and ceiling where more attacks could come from. There was no evidence someone could hijack their way into their teleportation network, but no reason to take any chances. Steep steps lead them from the basement and into the building proper. The Dawnstar base was a large walled stone mansion which they got permission to build after helping the town recover from a severe dragon attack. It was located on the west side of town overlooking the docks. They had easy access to both the docks and the main road entering the town. Before leaving the building, Rictus stopped before the man stationed behind the front desk. Prepare an extra patrol. I want them making their way towards the Hall of the Vigilant as soon as they are prepared. The man gave him a salute before hastily scrawling a note down. Ilya quirked an eyebrow at him. Expecting trouble, are we? Not really, but I prefer to be prepared. I am expecting vampires to attack the hall, but I don't know the exact timing behind it. It would be really inconvenient if it already happened or happened while we were there. He froze for a moment before knocking on the wooden table. I hope I haven't jinxed us. Myrima gave him a confused look. Wouldn't you know if you cast a spell on us? A palm to the face was his only reply as he made his way out of the door. Little differences in idioms really brought home the fact he was not from here. It was confusing how some idioms were similar between both worlds while others were not at all. Long periods of time with everyone understanding him would make little reminders like this all the more impactful. Dawnstar was looking significantly better than it had right after the dragon attack. Most everything had been rebuilt by now. There were a few of the old wooden houses, but many were now made of stone. Being able to manipulate the earth and having subordinates who could as well, made construction projects a breeze. It was too bad only a select few seemed to have the right affinity and mindset for such spells. Changing the restored from a mercenary company to a construction company would be kind of funny. Admittedly, they were already so much more than a simple mercenary company based off the many things they dabbled in, but no one cared about the little details like that. The small garden located inside the compound was currently being tended to by a man and woman who were chatting amicably. When the two looked up, he was a little surprised at seeing familiar faces. "Why hello you two. I didn't know you had joined the restored Anska. And you are from the farm I stopped at?" "One of Brentis's kids." "Afgar, right." Afgar looked surprised at being remembered while Anska just nodded and smiled at him. "I hit a wall while deciphering the full message on the scroll and decided to return here instead of camping in that dusty old tomb." The restored were recruiting and offering free room and board. Some of the other mages and adventurers agreed to keep a lookout for any other ancient text I could use as a reference. He nodded at the explanation. He then turned to Afgar with a grin as he looked between the two of them. The young man's face started going red as he remembered what he had said all that time ago. "I joined not long after Anska. We just so happened to both like growing, so we were assigned to the garden here." Rictus continued smiling at the flustered man. Anska started laughing at his predicament. "No need to be so shy AF. Rictus won't care that we have the occasional roll in the hay." Tomatoes would be jealous of the red Afgar turned after she said that. Well, those weeds won't pull themselves." He quickly left while everyone else shared a laugh at his expense. Anska looked at him fondly before bidding Rictus farewell. "It was good seeing you again, Rictus. Got to say I am impressed with how far you have climbed. I should probably get back to work. Wouldn't want to get in trouble with the boss." She gave him a playful wink as she moved beside Afgar. Rictus chuckled as he left the two to their task. It was fun seeing some of the people he had interacted with early on. The time with Anska and the companions felt like so long ago already, even if it hadn't even been a year yet. He made a mental note to go visit the companions again soon. Nothing of note really happened after they left Dawnstar. Ilya and Myrima both had horses while Rictus summoned Billy as a mount. It was cold and overcast, but the icy rain held off until they reached their destination. The Hall of the Vigilant was only a couple hours outside of Dawnstar and in the shadow of some of the mountains which dotted the Pale. It was a large, sturdy, and well-made wooden structure. As the main base of operations for a prestigious order like the Vigilantes, it was a little underwhelming though. I guess they prefer function over presentation. Maybe most of their members are out traveling instead of staying here. It still standing implies the vampires have not attacked here yet. No one stopped them as they rode right up to the building. Only a teenage boy was outside chopping wood and wearing the same robes all the Vigilantes wore. He eyed them for a moment before turning back to his task. Maybe it was just because Rictus knew the place got destroyed in the game, but the lack of security made him a little paranoid. A couple knocks was all it took before the door was thrown open, revealing the smiling face of Dante. "Welcome, Rictus. I thought I had felt a familiar magical presence at the door." "Good to see you again as well, Myrima. Please do come in." They entered a large open room filled with pews and hanging banners. A large table sat on the opposite side of the room and a few people were sitting on the pews talking or reading a book. Dante led them past everyone and into a room off the back of the building. When they entered, the three people sitting at the table stopped talking. They were all wearing the traditional garbs of the Vigilantes, a mage robe enchanted for restoration magics, steel boots, and steel gauntlets. The lone female stood up and began introductions. "Welcome to the Hall of the Vigilant. Stendar's blessings upon you. I am Keeper Karsit and the leader of the Vigilant here in Skyrim. This is Brother Tolan and Brother Adalvolt." Keeper Karsit was a middle-aged Breton woman with shoulder-length blonde hair. She was a handsome woman with a kindly appearance. Something about her put one at ease. Tolan was a large Nord with balding hair and some seriously impressive mutton chops as facial hair. Adalvolt was an older Nord who had an impressive physique despite the wrinkles denoting his age. He was fully bald except for the well-kept salt and pepper goatee. Rictus gave them all a small bow before addressing them. "It is a pleasure to meet you all. I am Rictus, and these are my two guards, Ilya and Myrima. I am a bit curious as to why I am here though." Karsit and Tolan shared a look before she started speaking again. It was actually Dante and Adalvolt who called for this meeting. They apparently have some news they wanted to share and thought you would be a good person to include in this meeting. I have nothing against you, but I personally don't think we should be involving someone outside our order. We are here to help people, not demand help from others. Rictus picked up on Dante's exasperated sigh and Adalvolt rolling his eyes. Seems they may have already had this discussion before. Dante gestured at him to sit while he moved to the head of the table near Adalvolt. "I will get down to it. We focus most, if not all, our efforts on fighting Daedra. There are other threats which I believe need more attention. The biggest one is regarding vampires. They are often overlooked in our hunt for Didra, yet they are just as much of a threat if not more. Karsit raised her hand as she couldn't help speaking up at this point. There is no concrete evidence for such a theory. Vampires have never been a big threat compared to the Didra. The Oblivion Crisis showed us how destructive the Didra could be. If another cult like the Order of the Mythic Dawn came to power, it could have catastrophic consequences, especially in today's political climate. Our order was created to stop such things from happening again. Vampires are relatively tame in comparison. Dante stared at her intently as he held back his exasperation. Just because a threat is not as serious, does not mean it isn't dangerous. Wolves kill people just like dragons kill people. Besides, vampires were created through the influence of a Daedric prince. The number of reported attacks and sightings have skyrocketed recently. If that does not qualify as a threat, then I don't know what would. Silence followed his words as him and Karsit continued staring at each other. Adalval took this moment to rein back in the conversation. We know both of your positions on the matter already. Dante, you are still under observation for leading the group to Japhet's folly. It turned out to be the correct decision, but you abandoned your other obligations without warning anyone in the order. Karsit, I know you do not think the vampires are a threat comparable to the Didra, but they are still dangerous. This brings us to why you are here, Rictus. Everyone's eyes turned to him at this point. I recently discovered something in a cave system not far from here called Dimalo Crypt. More investigation is required before some of my theories are taken seriously. Karsit does not believe the expedition requires extra vigilantes. Dante would have come with me, but he must go back to Winterhold instead. He insisted I not go alone and recommended I take you with me. The fact you owed him a favor and would probably help for cheap was definitely a consideration. Adalvold smiled after saying that last bit. Dimalo Crypt sounded very familiar to Rictus, but he could not for the life of him remember why. It had to do with some quest, but he didn't know which one had him escorting a vigilant of Stendar. Helping would remove the debt he owed to Dante though, so that was a good enough reason right there. I will gladly assist you on your investigations. There is something else though. I know Keeper Karsit does not believe the severity of the vampire threat, but I have heard some disturbing rumors of late. While I have nothing concrete, there is a decent chance the hall here will be the target of an attack. It makes sense too. Your organization is one of the few who are uniquely suited for fighting and killing vampires after all. Losing this base here would cripple your efforts in all of Skyrim. I personally think you should be prepared for an attack. At least have some kind of guard or watch. The boy outside cutting wood is not enough. Everyone's faces grew grave at what was just said, even Karsit. Even if she disagreed with them about the threat level, the thought of losing the hall was upsetting. It provided direction and a place of rest for all the vigilantes across Skyrim. Having their headquarters destroyed would cripple their efforts. Tolan took this moment to speak his mind as well. Hearing it once is a happenstance, twice could just be a coincidence, but a third is a threat. I know we all dismissed Iran's warnings, but something should be done now. We would be unwise if we ignored warnings from him, Adalvold, Dante, and Rictus. Keeper Karsit seemed like she was going to argue about it more before she simply nodded her head in agreement. I suppose you are correct. It will not harm us to be more prepared. The more I think about it, the more I realize attacking us here would be a smart idea for any of our enemies. Besides a few of our members resting here, there is not any kind of defenses. We would not be prepared in the case of an attack. Tolan, I am placing you in charge of getting things set up here and pulling back a couple more brothers and sisters who can act as guards. Rotate them out so that no one stays here too long and gets complacent. More details can come later. Once she was done speaking, everyone stood up from where they had been sitting. Rictus felt good for playing a role in them beefing up their defenses. Hopefully it would be enough for whenever they do get attacked. Karsit and Tolan left the room first while everyone else stayed behind. Adalvold turned back to Rictus with an excited look on his face. How long till you are ready to leave for the crypt? I am eager to get going. Before he could respond, a sound distracted him. Barking and howls could be heard in the distance but getting progressively louder. It sounded like an entire pack of dogs were making their way to the building. Soon, a piercing scream ripped through the air causing everyone to rush out of the room. Out in the main area, Rictus saw everyone was on their feet and one man had made his way over to the window trying to find out what happened. Shattered glass pelted the man as a large dark shape busted through the window landing atop him. Loud growling drowned out the man's screams as a huge hound creature ripped into his throat. The grotesque-looking hound was pitch black, and its muscles could be seen due to the lack of skin covering the body. Long jagged teeth kept the monster from being able to fully close its mouth while glowing red eyes burned from its skull. Rictus couldn't help being a little disgusted seeing a death hound for the first time. The vigilantes in the room stood frozen as the dog slowly lifted its bloody mouth from the dead man. A golden blade pierced the beast, pinning it to the ground. Dante stood over the body, face radiating anger and religious fervor. Prepare yourselves, vigilantes. Do not fear, for Stendar guides us. The vigilantes took heart and let out a cheer, drawing their weapons and channeling their magics. Rictus simply stood there as a sigh escaped him. Seems I really did jinx myself. Chapter 64, Vampires. The hall was in chaos. Deathhounds continued jumping through the windows as the vigilantes valiantly defended their base. Besides the first initial casualty, everyone else was doing just fine. 6 defeated deathhounds littered the ground. Unfortunately, there were still quite a few of them outside waiting. Dante took a step away from one of the windows and quickly moved closer to Rictus as he addressed him. How many more? Rictus spared a glance outside with a combination of detect undead and magic. He let out a grunt after seeing their opposition. Exact numbers are unclear. The main forces are just arriving. 7 deathhounds still outside. Maybe a dozen living enemies, thralls most likely. 4 unknown beasts. Less than a dozen vampires. 2 strong ones and 1 extremely strong one. Dante winced as he heard the vampire forces. The rest of the fighters also seemed discouraged as they overheard the opposition's numbers. Nearly 3 attackers for every defender were not the best of odds. These were not normal enemies either. Vampires on average were stronger than a normal person in almost every way. They were stronger, faster, and better at magic. Some could have lived for hundreds of years, giving them more experience than an average man. The vigilants were better equipped to face the threat, but it would still be tough for the weaker members here. Thralls were also a problem. They were so brainwashed that they would gladly die for their masters. Feeling no fear and hardly any pain at all only made them more dangerous. They would step in front of attacks, especially restoration magics, so that their masters would not come to harm. With more deathhounds and 4 other beasts, the vigilantes were not feeling very hopeful. Their hope was further doused as flames impacted the building. The thatch roofing was slowly but surely catching on fire. Seems their enemies would smoke them out instead of trying to breach the building. A determined expression appeared on Dante's face after seeing his fellow brothers and sisters deflate in defeat. Bright golden light started emanating from his body as he moved to the door. Soothing restoring magic flowed across the room as a golden sword began humming in his hand. The defenders stood a little straighter as they felt stronger than ever before, while the couple of remaining deathhounds started whimpering as their flesh sizzled from the light. Dante stood before the door while giving everyone a lingering look. I will hold them back. You all make a run for it. Tell Morrigan I am sorry. He resolutely turned to the door as he prepared to charge and distract the enemies. Tears filled many of the vigilantes' eyes as they stared at his broad and dependable back. They would never forget his sacrifice. Smack. Oh, stop being so dramatic. We will kill these bastards just like we have any other enemy unfortunate enough to face us. The fatalistic mood was completely destroyed as Dante rubbed the back of his head from where Rictus had smacked him. His arguments died on his lips as Rictus stepped around him while patting his shoulder. Rictus didn't even spare him a look as he whispered words of encouragement. Once more unto the breach, my friend. Unseen magical force burst from Rictus's hand as the door and part of the wall exploded outward. Shrapnel impaled the few deathhounds and thralls who had started crowding the entrance. Metal spikes shot from Rictus as he waded into the stunned enemies. His metal arm moved without even a thought as it shot out like a whip and stabbed into enemies. Large ice spikes followed as Ilya made her presence known. Some would not think to use ice against the undead since they are resistant to cold. They are not, however, resistant to giant spikes piercing their bodies. A yell quickly followed as Dante and the other vigilantes charged into the surprised enemies with religious fervor. Seeing a non-vigilant valiantly fighting their sworn enemies urged them on as much as any inspiring speech. They clashed into the undead forces trying to even the odds as fast as they could. The vampire forces were not caught off guard for long. Soon, they began swarming their opponents and putting their numbers and skills to use. Large stone walls shot up from the ground and divided their forces before their counterattack could change the tides of battle. Rictus had raised up the walls in an effort to separate the stronger vampires from their forces. They had been staying towards the back directing instead of leading, and he would make them pay for that decision. 4 gargoyles had been standing by the elder vampires acting as a sort of honor guards. They had been the things Rictus had not recognized from earlier. Walls would not keep the vampires or their pets from the fight, but it would delay them. Every second counted in such a chaotic fight. Rictus found himself in the middle of the chaos with Ilya at his side while Myrima defended them in case anything got too close. Without sparing them a glance, he channeled his telekinesis while calling out to Ilya. Pull. As he said the words, a thrall was tossed into the air. Ice magic swirled in Ilya's hands as ice spikes shot out and impaled the falling enemy. More enemies were being tossed into the air before turning into pincushions. This was just one example of the attack patterns practiced by Rictus and his guards. It was very effective on weaker enemies in confusing battles like this since it reduced collateral damage. He would focus on tossing enemies into the air. Ilya would focus on shooting them down. Myrima would focus on protecting them. 6 more enemies died from their attacks in quick succession as the odds grew ever in their favor. A quick lull gave Rictus a moment to survey the battle. All the death hounds now lay dead. Only a few thralls remained, and they were engaged against Vigilant Tolan and another Vigilant. Adalvolt was kneeling over the body of a wounded Vigilant while healing a bloody gash on their side. Dante and Keeper Karsit were fighting back-to-back against 4 vampires while 3 already laid dead at their feet. Karsit maintained their defense with wards, and Dante would attack with his blade and spells. As Rictus watched, another vampire was quickly cut down after freezing up from a turn undead spell by Dante. A crunching noise followed by gurgling quickly drew Rictus's attention. Blood pooled at the feet of a gargoyle who had eviscerated an unsuspecting Vigilant after jumping down from the wall. 3 more thuds happened in quick succession as the remaining gargoyles made it over the wall while carrying 2 more vampires. Screeching could be heard as a swarm of bats quickly flew over the wall. They rapidly made their way over towards Dante and Karsit. While the 3 remaining vampires all attacked at once and distracted the 2 Vigilants, the majority of the bats moved behind Karsit as a couple got into her face. Bats flowed into each other as a figure took shape behind the distracted keeper. Deformed wings wrapped around her as the spikes on them pierced through her robes. A grey gnarled hand with sharp nails roughly grabbed her head and pulled it to the side, exposing her neck. She screamed out as long fangs entered her throat, quickly draining her of blood and life essence. The monster tore its head back, brining a large chunk of meat with it as the scream suddenly stopped. Keeper Karsit fell lifelessly before the feet of the viciously smiling vampire lord. The monster was intimidating. Rictus thought it was yet another thing the games did not do justice on. It was easily 7 foot tall and covered in muscles. Its greyish skin was on full display with only an elaborate loincloth and fancy necklace covering it. Long pointed claws adorned the feet and hands. Sharply pointed ears framed its bat-like face with squashed nose, long fangs, and eyes black as the abyss. An aura of death and malevolence permeated the air around it. Blue and red magic coalesced along its hands as it turned its full attention to Dante. Before Rictus could assist, the other 2 elder vampires attacked him with simultaneous lightning bolts. His metal arm absorbed the hits while redirecting the electrical energies into the ground. Seems he would have to finish this fight before he could help anyone else out. Rictus put his full attention into battling the 2 vampiric mages while Ilya and Myrima fought off the gargoyles. Stone pillars rose from the ground as the vampires continued casting their lighting attacks. They relied heavily on their large mana pools to empower the attacks in an effort to overcome the stone pillars Rictus was raising. Pillars exploded into smaller shards as the lightning bolts impacted them. Unfortunately for the vampires, this just gave Rictus more ammunition. The rocks froze in the air before being shot back at the 2 vampires. They cast a quick ward spell which partially blocked the many rocks flying their way but could not stop all of them. Realizing their disadvantage at range, the 2 vampires charged him while channeling a blood-red spell which had to have been a vampiric drain. A quick dodge to the side made the spells miss, but the vampires just moved their hands while redirecting the constant stream of magic towards him. Scales began covering his body as Rictus cast Dragonhide on himself. After witnessing Tolfdir's ritual, some tests, and his greater understand of the spell and dragons in general, it was stronger than ever. This emboldened him as he abruptly turned to face his attackers. They had drawn their swords and were coming at him side by side. A smile crept on his face as he cast another spell before using telekinesis to launch himself as fast as possible between the 2 while ducking under their attacks. A sharp tug on his shoulders and cries of pain quickly followed as he came to a quick stop between 2 stone pillars. Magic pulsed from him and into the pillars as the cries of pain quickly stopped. Looking at his handiwork, Rictus marveled at the sight. The 2 vampires had crashed into the stone pillars and almost made it all the way through them. Stone had encapsulated them while spikes dug into their bodies. Defeating an enemy this way was not that new. How he brought them over here with him was. A quick flex at his shoulders brought back the results of his newest spell. Large nearly translucent green wings folded themselves up behind him while blood dripped from the large talons on each of them. These were the results of his late-night experimentations. Combining his knowledge and Tolfdir's notes had led to the creation of the new spell. He had at first tried making the spell exactly like the dragon hide, but it had failed miserably. Seems making true dragon wings was not that simple. He was hopeful more materials would find their way to him so he could do further experiments for that. Instead, using a combination of alteration and conjuration magics had been the key. The wings were basically a heavily altered bound armor spell. The dragon wing basically served as the template for the spell and gave it shape and added strength. Whether the spell fell under alteration or conjuration was still up to debate. It was basically a conjuration spell tome created by using an alteration ritual. A large smile dominated his face as he admired his spell. Doesn't really matter what school it's from. I created it, and it is freaking awesome. Maybe I can eventually have my own dragon-like form. With a thought, the wings disappeared as he surveyed the rest of the battle. Myrima was pulling her sword from a gargoyle while Ilya was studying one encased in ice. The other 2 monsters lay dead at their feet, covered in a myriad of wounds. He turned just in time to see a bruised and battered Dante decapitating the vampire lord with a golden sword. After landing the finishing blow, he collapsed on the ground from exhaustion. Tolan and Adalvold were also both sitting on the ground and leaning upon one another to keep upright. The other vigilantes had unfortunately all perished in the fighting. Thankfully, all the enemies had been defeated as well, so there was no danger presently. Rictus and his guards made their way over to the downed men to make sure they were all right. Dante saw them approaching and let his body relax further as he closed his eyes. That was my first time fighting a vampire lord. Monster was stronger than I anticipated. Much more challenging than that giant undead I fought at Japhet's Folly. He opened his eyes as he stared right at Rictus, gratitude easy to be seen. Thank you. I don't think we would have won without you. A small smile appeared on Rictus's face as he sat down on a conjured stone chair. That's what friends are for. They rested there for a moment while catching their breath. While they were waiting, a group of mounted restored showed up too late to help in the fighting. A group of bandits had attacked them, which had delayed them getting there in time for the fight. Rictus got them to set up a perimeter around the hall and keep an eye on things. Eventually, the remaining vigilantes grouped up with him and discussed their next course of action. Tolan took the opportunity to speak first. Keeper Karset's death is a tragedy. It will be a huge blow to our operations here in Skyrim. She kept up with everything and everyone for us. I am not entirely sure what will happen now without her. Thankfully, the building is not too badly damaged, and hopefully, we should be able to recover her notes. The followers of Stendar had a moment of silence before Dante spoke. Us three are now the leading members of the vigilantes in terms of seniority or power. We cannot stay idle after the vampires revealed themselves in such a way. Adalvold looked over the other two before voicing his thoughts as the most senior member. I agree. Something must be done. The hall is no longer the sanctuary we thought. Our other brothers and sisters must be warned of the danger. If the vampires attacked us here, there is no doubt they will attack those moving throughout the land. We will need a place to gather and plan our next steps. Stendar's beacon is more a watchtower than a fort, so I do think it the best option. I can only think of one place we would have the safety to regroup and recover. He shared a look with Tolan, who let out a sigh after a moment. I will make my way south and talk with Iran. Despite our disagreements, I am sure he will see the necessity. There may have to be some concessions though. The vigilants discussed a few more details before Rictus chimed in with an offer. I think I can help get the word out to your people. The restored can inform any and all vigilants they come across of the dangers, where to go, and what has happened here. One less thing for the three of you to worry about. If you are all agreeable, I will get some of my restored to settle down here and make it another outpost for us. Any traveling vigilant who does not receive the message will most likely come through here at one point, and we can inform them of where to go. In the case of your talks with Iran not working, you will have a secondary location as long as you don't mind sharing the space. A short moment passed before they all nodded their heads while Adalvold spoke. We will agree to all this and thank you for all your help. We are more than willing to compensate you for your help. It may not seem like it, but we have amassed quite a bit of wealth over the years while purging the evil from this land. Part of it will be given to you for carrying the messages, and more will be added if you make the area around here defensible while creating a place for traveling vigilantes to rest. Rictus agreed to the terms before shaking on it. The location of the hall may not be the best, but there were some things which made it worth it. It was close to their base in Dawnstar and right along one of the major roads leading to the city. Being up against the mountain allowed them to burrow into it for more space and resources. A few ruins were near the location which would give their more adventurous members easy to reach targets. Additionally, there was supposed to be a large Dwemer ruin called Mzinka left very close to here. If the stories he had heard were true, it had an inoperable lift which allowed direct access to Black Reach that no one had been able to use in quite some time. All these things combined made it an acceptable location, especially since they would be getting paid to make it into a new base. After covering all their immediate plans, the group decided to head to bed. Once morning came, each of the vigilantes would depart on their own mission. Tolan would go talk with Iran. Dante would go back to Winterhold to work out a deal for enchanted weapons and armor. Being the lover of the Archmage would definitely help there. Adalvold would go investigate Dimalo Crypt with Rictus, since it was more important than ever to know as much about their enemy as they could. Failing to kill everyone here and destroy the base would prove to be a major blunder by the vampires. Word would travel quickly to the scattered vigilants. They would no longer be easy victims to surprise attacks by vampires. Having united leadership from Tolan, Adalvold, and Dante would ensure they had purpose and a plan. Keeper Karset's death would make her a martyr while acting as a rallying cry for the remaining members. They would show why no cult or Daedric influences had risen to prominence in the last 200 years since the founding of their order. The Vigilance Watch was over, and now the Crusader's blade would purge the lands. And, I wonder how things will change in the Vampire Dawnguard conflict now that the Vigilants are not out of the game. A holy war and a civil war? Sounds chaotic. Also. Finally reached 200,000 words. Woohoo. Did not ever think to see the day where I would write this much for a story I randomly thought of one day. I want to thank all of you for reading along and giving me ideas for the story. Without all the input, I doubt I would have written this much. Chapter 65, Dimalo Crypt. A funeral ceremony honoring the fallen vigilants was held at first light. It was a somber affair with few words spoken. Once the final rites were observed, Rictus decided to make something honoring the dead. Magic poured out of him and into the ground around them all. A huge pillar of stone rose 40 feet into the air. Pouring his focus into it, he started carving an imagine into the mighty pillar. After working on it for a while, everyone stood back and stared in appreciation at the statue before them. The image of Keeper Karsit stood proudly before them. She had a gentle yet determined look upon her face with one hand outstretched in welcome while her other held a blade resting against the ground. Stendar's symbol could be clearly seen upon her chest. At her feet laid the bodies of various spawns of darkness. Vampires, undead, and Deadra could be discerned in the pile beneath her. Rictus then poured more magic into the statue, further reinforcing it and making it harder than steel. A mana stone was embedded into the outstretched hand, which began emitting a soft white light, making it seem as if the statue was casting a spell to light the path for weary travelers. Tears could be seen gathering in the eyes of the vigilants as they stared at the monument to their former leader. Their sorrow was quickly replaced by a fiery determination. The vampires would pay for their transgression. No more words were spoken as they all went their separate ways. Dante borrowed a horse from Rictus to speed his journey, while Tolan had a wagon which he would use to carry the bodies to the Hall of the Dead in Dawnstar before making his way south to Fort Dawnguard. Rictus, Adalvolt, Ilya, and Myrima double-checked their equipment before making their way to Dimalo Crypt. The walk did not take them long at all. It was up a small beaten path not far from the Hall of the Vigilant. Despite the troubles from yesterday, Adalvolt was excited with the prospect of exploring the cave. I am not entirely sure what we will find in here. There is a high chance of Dragra making an appearance and maybe some other undead. It may be best for us to just clear the entire crypt and then I can take my time studying what remains while you can go on your way. Rictus thought the idea was sound. There were plenty of things he could and probably should be doing. I think that is a solid plan. Myrima, I will have you in the lead watching out for traps and things like that. Billy will be directly behind you ready to spring the traps or charge in and distract enemies. I will be behind him for support. Adalvolt, you stay in the center and focus on support, so healing and turn undead spells. Ilya, you will cover our rear and offer support when needed. Now, let us see what lies in store for us here. After summoning Billy, he couldn't help appreciating the improved look. A pulsing red light caused by the exploding familiar spell could still be seen around the hooves, horns, and eyes of the massive goat. The horns were larger and sharper looking than before, while a faint scaled pattern could be seen along the familiar's body. Enhancing the other goats with materials from the dragon led to Rictus better understanding how to further enhance his familiar. Unlike real animals though, he had much better control over his summon. Billy was hardly recognizable from the first time he had summoned him. A casual observer would never guess that his familiar had started out as a simple goat. With a basic plan and everyone now prepared, they boldly strode into the crypt. While not always having the best memory or being very smart, Rictus did finally realize exactly what was going on here. This was obviously the quest to get Serena. It differed a bit from the game because of his interference, but he still knew what was going on. Defeating the vampires before they could even enter the crypt would obviously change how things would happen in the overall KST line for sure. The vigilance would play a much larger role now that their headquarters and leadership were not entirely eliminated. They would now join up with the Dawnguard as they battled the vampire threat. Of the two sides for this conflict, Rictus preferred the Dawnguard to the vampires. Being a vampire lord was really cool, but not high on his list of to-dos. Yes, it was a form of immortality and could boost a person's powers, but it had too many strings attached. Pledging your immortal soul to Malag Bal is one of the big ones. Being subservient to someone known as the King of Rape is not something Rictus really wanted. As far as Daedric princes go, he much preferred Sanguine's realm of infinite parties. Maybe instead he would study a vampire lord's body to try and find out how it worked. Note to self, persuade one of the companions to transform as well to see how that works. Between the werewolf and vampire lord, maybe something interesting could be created. He was looking forward to how things would play out in this KST line. Joining the Dawnguard and running fetch missions for Iran was not something he was going to do though. What was the point of having minions and workers if you couldn't get them to do the mundane tasks you didn't like? A seed of worry did grow in his heart though. Part of the quest involved entering the Soul Cairn. He had already clashed with the rulers of that place, the Ideal Masters. Further angering being strong enough to lay claim to an entire plane of oblivion may not be the best idea for his health. Still, entering such a location could have immense benefits. Even though he had avenged them, the deaths of Asur and Thana weighed heavily on him. If there was a chance he could save their souls from the Soul Cairn, could he really not even try? All that was a problem for Ladder though. Right now, he needed to stay focused on the task at hand. Dungeon delving while distracted was a recipe for disaster. He couldn't help smiling to himself though. Serena had always been one of his absolutely favorite followers in the game. Now, he had a chance to meet her and get her as a follower. Unless someone had already beat him here. That is not a promising thought. Decent chance someone else would have remembered the location of this place and wanted to save her themselves. She always was one of the most popular followers. We'll just have to be extra careful if that is the case. As he had been having all those internal thoughts, they had passed through the entrance tunnel and entered a large cavern. A waterfall cascaded from the ceiling, creating a small river which flowed through part of the area. Stone pillars were spaced randomly throughout the room while a decrepit tower could be seen along the right side of the cave. Directly in front of them across the uneven ground was a large metal gate. A light shot from Adalvolt's hand to brighten up the area. Sometimes Rictus forgot others did not have the same ability to see in the dark like him and his followers now had. Ilya and Adalvolt investigated the tower as Rictus and Myrima surveyed the rest of the cave. Soon a creaking sound was heard as the metal gate slowly raised up. After finding nothing worth their time, the group proceeded on in their exploration. Moving through the tunnels and down some stairs found them entering another room. A small amount of water flowed along the floor while tall walls rose on either side of them. Stairs on the opposite side of the room lead up to the tops of the walls surrounding them. Instead of following along that path, Rictus created some stairs leading them directly to the high ground. Surveying the room revealed broken skeletons scattered about the floor. Besides that, another metal gate could be seen along the left wall. The lever which controlled the gate lay broken and strewn across the floor. Everyone shared a look after seeing it like that. This had been done deliberately. Thankfully, getting past the gate was not really a problem for someone like Rictus. Instead of bothering with the gate at all, he simply created an opening in the stone directly beside it. They passed through the small empty room and down the stairs leading further into the crypt. A typical Nordic Dragr burial greeted them. Beds which normally housed Dragr were carved 3 high into the stone. Strangely, every one of them was empty. As they moved a little further into the room, they discovered why. A mass of bodies with various wounds were piled against the wall leading to another gate. Interestingly, there were a couple bodies which were not Dragr. An Argonian and Dark Elf had been stripped down to their small clothes and left with nothing of value. It appeared both had been cut down by the Dragr. As Rictus studied the mass of bodies, he found something else interesting. Almost all the wounds on the Dragr were puncture wounds from arrows. Someone or a group of someones had obviously been through here before them. Based off the blood from the 2 non-Dragr, it had to have been in the past 36 hours. Rictus shared a pointed look with Adalvolt. The man looked at the bodies as he scrunched his brow and thought. Now that I think about it, one of the brothers did mention he thought he saw a group of bandits in the area. I wonder if these two are from that group. No one knew the answer to that. Only by further exploring would they figure it out. Passing through the gate and another tunnel led them into a large cave. 2 waterfalls cascaded down on the left and right side of the room creating a shallow pool of water in the middle of the room. Small stone markers could be seen poking out of the water. More skeletal remains could be seen just beneath the surface of the water. Another body laid stripped and pushed against the wall. Traveling up the stairs brought them into more classic Nordic ruins. It was the kind of place separated into small hallways with alcoves in the walls which normally held a standing Dragr. Large spider webs covered the area and smashed egg sacs dotted the ground. Some of the webs had been burned away showing the pathway the people before them had taken. The spiders must have been killed or scared off already. They went through a few more corridors and another gate before they finally found something new. The old Nordic architect and rough caves had made way for a more Gothic appearance. 2 large gargoyle statues stood upon pillars acting as guards for the door between them. Seems they had finally gotten to the main area of interest. Rictus was a little worried about what would happen next. Even though he had not met her yet, he was a bit worried about Serena. Adalvolt would not spare any vampire he came across right now no matter their circumstances. Rictus was not sure what he would do if a fight between the 2 of them broke out. As they entered the new area, an empty pedestal stood in the center of the dark room. Large archways flanked by more gargoyle statues immediately drew their attention. The archways led to a balcony overlooking the rest of the massive cave. A lake could be seen covering the ground while a strange circular structure rose from the water and dominated the middle of the cavern. It had 2 rings of arches leading to a more open middle area. Adalvolt wasted no time in moving ahead of everyone as he sped down the stairs. Whatever he was searching for would be found in the middle of the structure. They quickly followed after him as they moved across the bridge. Once they passed through the arches, they saw a chalice raised into the air on a stone pedestal slightly taller than a person. Seeing that, Rictus knew someone else had beat them here already. Adalvolt let out a cry of frustration when he found out there was nothing hidden inside the stone compartment. I was so sure there was something here. All my research and notes pointed to something of great importance being left here by the vampires. How can there be nothing? Those people who came before us must have taken whatever it was. He took a couple deep breaths as he calmed himself back down. Anger would not solve anything. Looking around the area, he started getting a contemplative look upon his face. It wasn't long before he had out his notebook and started writing something down. A minute passed before he turned back to Rictus. Would you be willing to continue exploring without me? There is something important about the way this is set up here. The pattern of the grooves is no mistake and remind me of some ancient runes of protection and preservation. I know we said we would clear the cave first, but I must figure this out. Maybe you can find a clue about the people who were here before us. Of course. I will leave Myrima here as a guard for you while Ilya, Billy, and I continue on. Rictus had quickly agreed with him. He felt a little relieved at the prospect even. If there was any chance of finding Serena or what had happened here, then it would be further ahead. Not having Adalvold with them would keep things a lot simpler. They quickly crossed the bridge and made their way further into the crypt. Signs of another fight was evident when then entered another room with busted open sarcophaguses. Skeletal remains and dragger bodies littered the floor. Going up the stairs in that room led them into a wide hallway with an already opened gate. Rictus paused at this point. He could detect there was something before them in the next room. Interestingly enough, it was only the dead he could detect and no one living. Him and Ilya slowly crept into the room while doing their best to stay concealed, even Billy pretended to tiptoe behind them. An arena-like room laid before them with what appeared to be a word wall in the back right corner of the room. Stairs ringed a flat squared area with a large burning pit in the center. 4 large pillars jutted up from the corners and into the ceiling above them. Stone thrones were coupled between each of the pillars and overlooked the middle arena. All the thrones were empty except for the 2 directly across from them. One was filled with a large hulking dragger covered in heavy armor and a spiked helmet. A massive ebony greatsword casually placed along its lap. The other one hosted a more worrying opponent. A dragon priest wielding a staff was floating above the chair. Unlike his first encounter with the dragon priest Vokan, this one lacked a mask covering its face. Taking a look around the room revealed a battle had already taken place here. Bodies were all over the place. The living had tried and failed taking on the dead. Some of the bodies closer to them had large, scorched marks on their backs from the dragon priest's magic as they attempted running away. After taking a longer look, Rictus could see a few arrows jutting from the overlord and the priest. Seems the attackers had at least landed a few hits before being wiped out. Rictus and Ilya shared a look as they mentally prepared themselves for the fight. He drew his axe, and scales began appearing over both their skins as they cast dragon hide. The dragon priest suddenly raised its head and looked in their direction. Seems it had been alerted by their casting. Rictus chided himself at his dumb mistake but immediately sprang into action. He flung himself with telekinesis at his opponents as 2 large ice spears flew past him. Before the ice spears could impact the dragon priest, the Death Lord responded. Fuzz! The unrelenting force shattered the incoming ice spears. Rictus quickly flung himself upwards while dodging the incoming shout. As he passed over the head of the dragon priest, he launched his axe down. At the last second, the dragon priest moved to the side. Instead of bisecting it, the axe cut off the arm holding the staff. Fire sprang up from the ground creating a large wall of fire between the dragon priest and Ilya. The ice spears she had casted being dissipated by the intense flames. The Death Lord quickly charged Rictus as soon as he had landed on the ground. Casting telekinesis, he tried tossing the dragger away from him. As it was just being picked up though, it released another unrelenting force shout which disrupted the spell and caused it to land back on its feet. Metal projectiles were immediately flung at the Death Lord who blocked most of them with its sword. A couple made it through its defense, but they didn't hit anything vital. While it was still distracted, Rictus used dire corrosion to weaken its armor. 2 large horns penetrated the armor from behind as Billy impaled the Death Lord. The mighty undead was still able to fight and swung its sword behind it while aiming at Billy. Billy exploded in a fiery inferno after the blade struck him. Another dire corrosion combined with the damage from the heat greatly weakened the armor protecting its head and neck. Then, 2 large tentacles of stone rose up before slamming together, completely pulverizing the Death Lord's head. Fire and ice raged against each other on the other side of the room. The dragon priest was covered in a cloak of flames while Ilya had one of frost. 2 Atronachs of flame and frost fought alongside their masters. The spellcasters had slowly gotten closer to one another as they continued their elemental duel. Their opposing magics cancelling each other out. Ilya had the advantage of being able to cast magic from both her hands while the crippled dragon priest possessed more power. 2 blades of lightning impacted the dragon priest from behind. Taking advantage of its lack in concentration, Ilya cast a new magic she had been working on. Instead of ice, 2 whips of water lashed out towards the priest. The water cut through the fire cloak and wrapped itself around its hand and neck. The water quickly froze over before exploding point blank into shards of ice which ripped through the dragon priest's body. More lightning impacted its back as it suddenly disintegrated into dust. Ilya put her hands on her knees as she took a moment to catch her breath. I had it under control. You didn't need to interfere. Rictus casually strolled up to her and patted her back. This was not some friendly magical duel or prideful competition. It was a fight to the death between 2 powerful mages. A single mistake could have ended in your death. I had already finished my opponent so I could easily lend support. If the situation had been reversed, I expect you to do the same. She nodded her head, properly chastised. Few opponents had been a worthy match against her. Her pride had started clouding her judgment recently. Such a thing was unbecoming of an experienced mage. Realizing she was better than this, she promised not to fall into the same mistakes again. The hand squeezing her shoulder pulled her from her thoughts. She saw Rictus looking at her with kind eyes. Don't worry about it too much right now. You should go back and watch over them back in the main cave. I will stay here and gather up any valuables while trying to figure out where these other people came from. She nodded her head before retreating to where the rest of their group was. Once she had left, he turned his attention back to the rest of the room. You can come out now. No use hiding anymore. A figure slowly moved out of a small recess in the stone wall along the side of the wall. Their figure became much more apparent as they entered the light. A faded black cloak was wrapped around her body while the handle of something poked from behind her back. Underneath the cloak, old faded vampiric armor could be seen clinging to her while a long and slightly rusted dagger hung from her hips. Her face was a thing of beauty. Smooth unblemished skin, lush red lips, prominent eyebrows, large expressive eyes the color of rubies, and long silk-like black hair cascaded past her shoulders. She studied him suspiciously as she warily approached them. Who are you? My name is Rictus. What's yours? She paused a moment as she weighed whether to tell him or not. Eventually, she seemed to relax just a little bit. Serena. And so we finally meet Serena. Not the traditional method of meeting her, but it still at least happened in the crypt. Chapter 66, Serena. It is a pleasure to meet you, Serena. What's a nice gal like you doing in a place like this? Rictus tried giving her one of his award-winning smiles, but she seemed quite unimpressed for some reason. Seeing you fight, I thought you may be one of my father's higher-ranked acolytes or even a member of the court, but you are obviously not. Who sent you here? He took a moment to gather his thoughts before replying to her. Sticking to the truth usually worked out for him. No need to change now. I am basically a mercenary and was asked to guard a vigilant of Stendar. He wanted to explore the cave since he had found some information about some ancient vampire relic being stored here. Obviously, his information was pertaining to you. She raised a dainty eyebrow at him. I have not heard of a vigilant of Stendar before, but I can guess they would not care for my kind. How do you know the information was about me though? His blank look combined with him motioning to the elder scroll on her back made her realize the answer was pretty obvious. Lack of social interaction for hundreds of years had made her a little rusty, it seems. I suppose it was kind of obvious. Back to your original question, it's complicated. And I'm not sure if I can trust you. You are working for an agent of Stendar after all. If you really want to know the whole story, help me get back to my family's home. You admitted to being a mercenary after all, and I am sure you will be rewarded for your efforts. Rictus held back a smile. Despite things being different here, it seems that the basics of the quest would still stay the same for now. He also knew the general location of where to take her, but it was still polite to ask. Where exactly is your family's home and how do we get there? My family used to live on an island to the west of Solitude. I would guess they still do. Thinking to himself, he decided he could use a little time off from his normal duties. Sure, his followers may not really like him going off alone, especially to the lair of an ancient vampire lord, but he was in charge so they couldn't really stop him. I think that will be doable. There are a couple of things I'd like to know before we go though. Do you know who these people were and how did you get out of your prison? It was obvious she was ready to go, but she took a calming breath before explaining what had happened to her. Well, it was a little strange to tell the truth. The man who woke me up kept saying such strange and undecipherable things. Brad is a little bit of a strange name, don't you think? He also seemed to know exactly who I was despite me being in here since before his great-grandparents were even conceived, if he was to be believed about it being the 4E201. She paused here for a moment. Part of her hoping the man had lied to her. Seeing Rictus nod his head in agreement made her deflate a little at how long she had been away from the world. Regardless, she quickly summed up the rest. After that, we made our way here, and he started fighting the Dragger. It was a little impressive how he fought them without a weapon. His boasts about being skilled in unarmed combat and light armor held some truth to it. Sadly, for him, the other group entered not long after and doomed them all. The new attackers shot arrows at both him and the Dragger, which caused him to lose his concentration, a fatal mistake. The dragon priest then blocked the archers from leaving with a fire wall. The priest and the Death Lord proved too resilient and powerful to be stopped. I hid myself away at the start of the fight since I was still recovering from waking up. I wasn't about to risk my life for complete strangers. Thankfully, the Dragger are still just as easily tricked now as when I was growing up. She finished her story and stood there waiting on his reaction. I appreciate the information. If you do not mind, I would like to examine some of the bodies and then warn my companions of my departure. You are more than welcome to observe me to make sure I am not betraying you or anything like that. As a sign of trust, I will leave my axe here with you until we leave. He dropped his axe to the ground before making his way over to some of the bodies. Once he moved further away, Serena tried lifting the axe up so she could get a better look at the strange mana fluctuations coming from it. After struggling with the weight, she decided to just let it lay on the ground. The weight of it and the casual way he wielded it greatly impressed her after not being able to lift the thing. Just how strong is he? Rictus smiled to himself at hearing her struggle lifting his weapon. Increasing the weight of it with a burden may have been a little childish, but he couldn't help himself. It was the little things in life which made it worth living. Looking over the bodies, some of his suspicions were at least partially confirmed. The bow users all had similar weapons and armor except for two which had much nicer equipment. Finding all of them in possession of a bow hinted at them being followers of the skill of archery. Most bandits or mercenaries don't equip every member with a bow when exploring a cramped cave. That just wouldn't make sense. If he had to take a guess, the skill of archery had sent these people here in order to retrieve Serena, and the two better equipped could have been minions. Reports of a growing bandit group which heavily utilized bows had come to his attention a few times before. Seeing the bodies before him somewhat confirmed the bandits being led by one of the skilled. Someone with the abilities of the skilled could quickly rise through the ranks of a bandit group and gather lots of followers. Greater care and more information would be needed regarding this group. They could pose a major problem if left unchecked. Serena's savior was even more interesting though. His body was covered in burns and laying decapitated near the fire pit. At a glance, the armor looked ruined, but on closer examination it was merely covered in ash. The only serious injury had been the decapitation. Based on the number of arrows around here and the scorch marks, the archers and dragon priest caused him to lose his footing, which was capitalized on by the Death Lord. Shame really. Based on the little I got from Serena, he most surely was one of the original transmigrators. The skilled of light armor from the looks of things. A portal to his storage opened beside Rictus as he moved the body into it. He would take the body back to the base eventually and give it a proper burial. If he decided to study the body for any abnormalities which could partially explain the abilities granted to the skilled while he was waiting on a good spot to bury him, that would be okay too. Finishing up here, Rictus made his way back to his companions in the other room. He quickly explained what he was going to be doing to Ilya and Myrima while Adalvold was still busy writing in a notebook while studying the room. They were not pleased with his decision, but they understood how this could present a good opportunity for them to get inside information on their opponents. Allying with the vampires over the vigilance did not cross their minds once. With all that done, Rictus made his way back to Serena. Well, are you ready to go then? She simply nodded her head and followed his lead as they moved through the tunnel at the back of the room the dragon priest had been in. It was quiet for the first few minutes before Rictus decided to ask her about her home. Would you tell me a little bit about your home? Silence greeted him for another minute before she answered. Well, as I said before, it is on an island near Solitude. Hopefully we can find a boat to take us there. It's my family home. Not the most welcoming place, but depending on who's around, I'll be safe there. He couldn't help questioning her about that last part. Depending on who's around, hey? Why wouldn't you be safe in your own home? Let's just say that my mother and father had a bit of a falling out. Don't worry, I'm not in any danger or anything like that. It'll just be more unpleasant to run into my father. We don't really get along. Ugh, saying it out loud makes it sound so common. Little girl who doesn't get along with her father. Read that story 100 times. Even though she had been wary of him at first, it seems the closer they got to leaving the cave, the more easily she started talking. Finally having a neutral party outside of her family drama to talk to definitely didn't hurt either. By the way, how long exactly were you in there? Too many years. From what Brad told me, I have been gone much longer than I originally thought, since Cyrodiil was definitely not the seat of any empire during my time. It was good to know the world didn't get boring while I was away, since there is another war of succession going on in Skyrim. Still, I need to get home quickly so I can figure out what's happened. They grew quiet after that. Rictus decided he would have more time later to ask about the Elder Scroll and why she thought she was locked away. No need to bombard someone he just met to try and get their entire life story in one interaction. Better to play the long game and ask about it more at a later time if he was still curious. Soon enough, they could see light at the end of the tunnel. After exiting the cave, Rictus turned back to see Serena with a blissful look on her face as she took in her surroundings while small snow flurries fell from the sky. Ah, it's so good to breathe the open air again. Even in this weather, it's better than the cave. He gave her a moment to enjoy her newfound freedom before they continued on their way. As they started going, Serena looked at him inquisitively. I do have a question for you though. Brad kept saying he was a diehard Serena simp. What does this mean, and are you one as well? Rictus caught himself from stumbling after hearing her question. Just what had this dude told her before getting himself killed? Hopefully he wouldn't have to explain too many strange things to her. Ah well, you see. Somewhere not with the MC. Myra Jane landed gracefully as the large translucent green wings disappeared from her back. She let out a content sigh after taking a seat. While she was sitting, a golden light wrapped around her before she felt a surge of power and understanding entering her. She affectionately patted the dragon skull she was sitting on before looking at her companions. Fala was laying down on her back breathing heavy as she finally patted out the flames from her cloak. She had come a long way and was becoming a force to be reckoned with. Her shouts were not as powerful as Marajana's, but they provided great utility and assistance. If she kept improving like she was, people may mistake her for the Dragonborn. Myra Jane eyed the others who had joined them in her quest. There were 4 others who now traveled with them. The first was probably the most important of the group though. Esbern was the Blade's lore master, and she was taking him to talk with Delphine in Riverwood. He had information on how to defeat Alduin and needed to confer with his fellow Blade about a couple of the details. To make sure he was better protected on their trip, Fala had insisted on hiring a mercenary mage named Mercurio to help escort their party to Riverwood. She had said something about him being one of the most powerful companions, which was weird since he was definitely not part of the companions. The Imperial mage was a bit feisty and would not hesitate to provide a snide comment. He was a little on the greedy side, but still reliable in a fight. His destruction magic was quite potent. Fala had also persuaded another one to join them on their quest. Mjol the lioness was an imposing Nord. She personified the stereotypical Nord. She was tall, muscular, light of skin and hair, honorable, and deadly in a fight. Myra Jane did not know what was said or promised to get her to follow herself and Fala, but it would become apparent in time. Their final follower was probably the most memorable for her. She had met him once before. Although his version of what had happened was significantly different than what she remembered. Still, the sincerity that he had pledged himself to her cause was undeniable. Somehow, she knew he would do anything for her. What does a dragon's soul taste like? I wonder if I will ever know. I always imagined it must be a little like licking the inside of an oven. A smile came unbidden to her face as she listened to the ridiculousness of Inigo. Some of the things he said and came up with would give Fala a run for her money. Instead of answering him, she looked over to her final companion. Solomon had not been quite the same since Riften. He would normally stay close to her and always had something to say. Now, he was a lot more reserved and jumpy, especially how he constantly patted his hip. A storm Atronak was summoned as a constant guard for him as well. He will eventually come to me with his problem like always. If it gets out of hand though, I will have to confront him on it. Hopefully, it won't come to that though. She looked out over the vast Skyrim wilderness once more before rising to her feet to gather her party. They were closing in on Riverwood but still a great distance from their other objective if Esbern was to be believed. It was too bad they could not travel as fast as she had with Rictus. Things would be a lot easier if they could. Another smile crossed her face as the thoughts of flying filled her head. She would have to thank Rictus for the dragon wing spell. Alright everyone, we still have a long way to go before we can rest for the night. If we travel fast enough and don't get attacked or sidetracked, maybe we can even reach Riverwood before it gets too late. Riften. A deep purring sound could be heard as her clawed hand traced the pattern on her newest acquisition. The book was a little tattered, but the symbol for oblivion and conjuration shined brightly on the cover. It complements the other one so nicely. She thought to herself as she placed a hand on another book which had 3 circles making a pyramid on the cover. These 2 books had become the 2 most prized pieces in her growing collection of treasures. A burning desire to complete the set filled her mind. She did not know exactly where the remaining 4 were located, but she had a good idea on a couple of them. There were perks to fully controlling the Thieves' Guild. Her eyes sparkled with desire as a portal formed in the air before her as she tightly gripped a key with a swirling blue-green knob at the end. Soon they will all be mine. College of Winterhold. I can't believe it. Arms gently wrapped around her as she processed what she just heard. Feeling Dante's comforting embrace calmed Morrigan more than any spell. She took a few deep breaths to regain her composure as she melted into the comforting embrace of the man she loved. Hearing about his near-death experience had shaken her more than she would have liked. Even if we haven't known each other all that long, I do love him. The thought of him dying isn't something I want to consider. I guess I owe Rictus one for being there. She couldn't help but roll her eyes at the thought of owing the frustrating mage anything. It wasn't like they hated each other or anything like that. He was more like that annoying relative or friend who always has a story or accomplishment to one-up you. Despite some of his actions seeming antagonistic, they gave her motivation and drive to accomplish more. His actions also seemed to work out in her favor eventually even if it didn't appear that way at first. Farrell leaving to become the court mage had Morrigan re-evaluate how she was treating some of her followers. This led to an overall increased productivity of all her mages. Jarl Korer finally taking a court mage smoothed relations among the mages and non-mages of Winterhold. The constant inquiries from the Synod and the College of Whispers, and the way she handled them, had actually further cemented her role as archmage in the eyes of the mages of the college. It also led to new channels for academic communication and debate among the mages across the empire. As she turned her mind back to the present, she moved out of Dante's embrace. She then walked over to a large display case along the wall and hidden under a black sheet. I was going to wait and give this to you later, but I think now is the time for it. As she moved the sheet away, Dante's face looked on in awe at the armor set before him. He stood frozen in reverence as the sight was not something he had ever dreamed of seeing before. Morrigan studied his reaction to the armor displayed before him. She noticed his trembling hand as it reached out and traced the red diamond on the center of the cuirass. Her eyes could not help but drift back to the new scar which cut across his jaw after confronting the vampire lord. He had claimed he kept it as a reminder, but she hated it. Determination filled her as her mana and the college itself seemed to tremble. What use was all her power if she did not use it for the ones she loved? The caring archmage who fostered academics and cooperation was no longer standing there. Instead, it was the powerful archmage who had plundered labyrinthian secrets, killed one of the most powerful dragon priests, and single-handedly defeated a mage channeling the power of the gods. They will rue the day they hurt the one I care for most. This I swear. Thalmor Embassy. Is that all? Yes, emissary. You are dismissed. Ilenwen steepled her hands as she reviewed the paper she was just given. Vampires attacking the vigilance at their base was a surprising turn of events. It seemed there was some new enemy rearing their head at every corner in this snow-cursed land. Still, there could be something to be gained from all of this. Since he was there as well, the restored are sure to mobilize in retaliation. This distraction could play in our favor. Haste will be needed if we are to succeed. Her hand quickly grabbed a quill and started writing. The new orders were sent out before the ink fully dried. Hidden location. Jerk gently placed the note onto the correct rune before channeling a tiny amount of mana into the mana stone. A faint pulse of light and the note disappeared. He made his way back over to his table covered in papers and boxes. Reading the various reports and sending them on to the appropriate divisions was tedious yet rewarding work. Not long ago, Jerk would have never imagined he would be part of something like this. There had never been a chance for him to indulge his curiosity about the world while he was growing up. Any time a courier, carriage driver, or traveler came through he would pester them into telling him what was happening throughout Skyrim and beyond. Now, he did not need to pester anyone. To think I can spend my days simply reading about everything going on throughout all of Skyrim. It almost seems like I am just reading a story sometimes. The restored had given him the chance to move to the informatics division months ago. He had quickly moved up the ranks and was now one of the senior whisperers tasked with maintaining their network. Being a shift lead was stressful but fulfilling. Thinking about his shift, it was almost quitting time. A quick teleport would then allow him to leave this place. No one working here actually knew their location. Portals were the only way in or out of here. Some of the crazier rumors said they were in a special plane of oblivion or pocket dimension. Jerk didn't think that was the case, but he wouldn't be too surprised after seeing the things their leader had accomplished. He paused for a moment thinking about their Lord Rictus. From being personally healed and enhanced, to seeing him battle the abomination on Japhet's Folly and seeing new and amazing magics only heard in tales of legend, Jerk had the utmost respect and loyalty for their fearless leader. Others had started taking it farther than just that, but he was not a part of that minority. Rictus is only a man after all. Soon his replacement got there and relieved him of his shift. Jerk whistled a happy tune as he decided to head back to White River Watch. Rumor had it that Velad had just finished a new batch of that juniper berry mead. If he was fast, maybe he could snag a couple extra to share with a special someone later. As he transitioned through the teleporter, a stray thought entered his mind. They say Tiber Septim was also only a man. Myriad realms of revelry. Wine flowed freely as they observed the board before them. A slight smile tugged at the corners of Sanguine's mouth as he took note of the moving pieces. He shifted his eyes to take in one of his counterparts before making the first move. The patriarch of the Folkihar clan will not see another year. Glowing blue eyes stared back at him from the demonic horned head. A horrifying and grating noise came from its maw of razor-sharp teeth. Your newest plaything will perish long before that. An unhinged voice chimed in, cutting off whatever was to be said next. The game is a foot. Or a leg. Or all manner of severed limbs. No one paid the mad being any notice as they all turned their attention back to the board. It was shaping up to be one of the better one in centuries. Outside Fort Dunstad. Eric bolted upright from his sleeping mat. He looked around wide-eyed for a moment before he remembered where he was. They had stopped at Fort Dunstad since it had a profitable skeever fighting ring and always needed more supplies. The Hall of the Vigilance would be their next stop before heading into Dawnstar to rest. He had joined the caravan as a guard when it passed through Rurikstead not that long ago. His father had not been happy, but Eric could not be dissuaded. It had been his dream to go on adventures and being a mercenary was the first step. He ran his hands over the worn leather armor he wore as he thought about his father. The armor had been the same one his father had worn while he was a soldier. Eric had been training in it for months ever since he had gotten a passing drunk to pick the lock of the chest where his father stored all his old solitaire gear. That drunk guy really said some weird things, but he was very helpful and gave some good advice. Standing up from the mat he had been napping on, Eric thought of the dream he just had. As he stood up, he marveled at how much better the armor fit him. It felt perfectly tailored to his body and didn't seem to weigh anything at all anymore. His movements seemed smoother, and his arms felt more powerful than before. A smile came unbidden to his face as he clenched his fists. Maybe I really was chosen for greater things. The legend of Eric the Slayer has only just started. Morthal. Seems things are about to get more complicated for Harkon. Good thing I accelerated my plans here. Everything is in order. A cruel smile light up his face as he stared down at the restrained older woman. You know, despite your sight, you were blind to what was really going on here. Sadly for you, there will be no salvation. The gifts you have will only prolong your suffering and keep you more aware of your situation. Your body will become your prison and there is naught you can do about it. Sharp nails trailed down the side of her face leaving dark red marks where blood gently flowed out. He involuntarily licked his lips at the sight but nothing more. He was too experienced to fall prey to his base desires, especially now that he could feed whenever he desired on whomever he wished. To assist Folkihar or expedite the clan's destruction, decisions. Harsh raspy laughter tore from his throat as he moved away from the bound woman trembling in fear. Whether it was for herself, her family, or something more, no one knew. Waters of solitude. She slowly swam underneath the boat which had just recently entered the port. Her thoughts had been her only companion for hours. After this, she would take the time to finish the other contracts. Then she could finally rest, but all that would come later. This was the pinnacle. This was her defining moment. It would not be long before the people on the ship got complacent. Then she would act. None may know her name or face, but all would know of her deeds. White River Watch. Ken put down the letter from Rictus after he finished reading it. A sigh escaped him as he rubbed his hand over his face. That man. It was a relief that Rictus had not been harmed, but did he really have to personally escort that vampire back home? The place filled with vampires of the same clan that just tried to kill him and the other vigilants. Ken remembered the conversations held between the two of them about some things to come and noted how the events for the clash between the Dawn Guard and the vampires was already in motion. He would follow through on his orders for spreading the word to the scattered vigilants though. A serious look appeared on his face as he turned to his top 5 lieutenants standing at attention before him. We are to spread the word to the wandering vigilants of the attack on the Hall of the Vigilants. Keeper Karsid has been killed, and we should urge them to retreat to Stendar's beacon where they will plan a course of action. The vampires will try and ambush the vigilants across Skyrim to cripple them further. These messages go into further details on your task and what has happened. Dismissed. The 5 warriors turned around simultaneously to go complete his orders. As they were about to exit the room, Ken muttered to himself just loudly enough for them to overhear. I cannot believe those same vampires tried to kill Rictus. I wonder why they want him dead so badly. Not a single misstep happened after they overheard him, but Ken could see their backs stiffen and hands tighten around their blades. Even as they left the room, he knew their eyes blazed in anger and their hearts with vengeance. He knew because he felt the same way. A sinister smile appeared on his face as he stood from behind the table and equipped his sword and daggers to his waist. A wonderful night for a stroll. I should probably personally deliver the message to the vigilants reported outside of Whiterun. Would be a shame if the vampires were already hunting them. The smile never faltered on his face as he left the room. The hunters had just become the hunted. Mark Arth. Varying shades of light played along the cascading water as the sun was setting. The city was peaceful, and things had finally started settling down. Moira couldn't help but feel pride at all she had accomplished here. A small frown appeared on her face as a slight feeling of something missing accosted her. Unwittingly, her hand moved and caressed the ring on a simple chain which rested against her chest. Resolve and determination filled her as she started walking away. I have waited long enough. Northwestern Skyrim. A comforting weight rested on its side. The sky was quickly darkening as a fire was lit. Quiet nights like this brought faint flashes of a simpler time when it was less and more than it was now. These insights had been happening more and more as time went on. The changes did not worry it though. Feeling that weight was all that mattered in this very moment. Any other thought was disregarded. A soft content bleat escaped its mouth. Ma. Billy relaxed further as the strong steady hand of his master patted his flank. All was good in the world. Somewhere. Thoughts race through my mind as I continue recording the ones I like. Some are kept while many are discarded. The thing that drives me can be elusive at times. Is it passion? Is it determination to do what others only talk about? Is it a desire to finish what was started? Or is it simple boredom? Maybe a combination of all the above. The dream is so vivid sometimes it astounds me. How could thoughts of other people and things never experienced feel so real despite their insubstantiality? Who is to say it is not all real though? The thoughts and dream could just be a glimpse into a world not my own. Some of the most real things in life are the things we can't see after all. A smile pulled at the corner of my mouth as I look over my latest poor attempt at humor. Would they think it humorous? Or would they see it as lame? Probably the latter if I am being honest with myself. I know that is how I felt after reviewing it. Still, it was a fun idea, so I thought I might as well try it out. Seeing things from different perspectives can give a greater sense of what is going on overall. And no matter. It is definitely time for bed. Perhaps a dream will provide some inspiration about how to find the culprit? Hopefully there won't be dreams of what happens when they catch them though. Those kind of dreams can be disturbing. And, well, it is not a double release, but the chapter is almost twice the normal length, so maybe that counts for something? Let me know what you think about all the various POVs. Anyone you thought was particularly fun or an important one I left out? Let me know what you think. Chapter 67, Castle Folkihar. Serena and Rictus stopped as they reached the water's edge. The shadow of Castle Folkihar could be faintly seen in the distance. They had almost made it. The trip here had been mostly uneventful. They had mostly kept to themselves and didn't interact with anyone else while on the roads. Traveling at night had been the obvious choice for the two since both could easily see in the dark, and it was more comfortable for Serena. They would then rest during the day in a large tent Rictus had. He was actually pretty excited for the chance to use it since most times he would just teleport back to his bed instead of roughing it in the tent. Admittedly, he still did check in every night in case there was anything truly important. No reason for him to stay completely out of the loop. He felt like it was a good decision, especially after learning news that would potentially shake the Empire. The Emperor was dead, at least there was a good chance he was. Nothing had been proven just yet, but Rictus felt the man had already died. The Emperor's ship had arrived unexpectedly early in Solitude. It was a little strange he would make a personal appearance while a civil war was going on, but that was beside the point. No one had gotten any information from the crew of the ship for over a day. The guards were easy to spot moving about, but nothing on the Emperor. Rictus had already informed Ken and some of the other important members of the Restored about what most likely happened. There wasn't much they could really do about it at the moment, but it was better to be prepared. They started stockpiling as many resources as possible. An emperor dying would prove detrimental for the economy of an empire. Getting ahead and preparing for the fallout was always a good plan. Other than that, they would take a wait-and-see approach. The civil war would most likely pick up even more once the news got out, since it would be a huge moral boost for the Stormcloaks. While traveling, there had been two places where teleport markers were placed. One was near the entrance to a cave they passed not too far from Meridia's statue. He got a strange feeling of foreboding from the cave. If there was time later, he would get some people to check it out. The other place of note they had just recently passed and could still be seen on top of the hill behind them. It was the infamous Northwatch Keep. The rundown fort was being used as a Thalmor prison. He would definitely find some time later to investigate the place and see if there were any noteworthy prisoners. From what he could remember, Thorold Greymane would have been imprisoned there had he not already saved him so long ago. Still, causing problems for the Thalmor was always a fun prospect. He had a sinking feeling they may try something while he was busy dealing with the vampire threat. If they do, I can always raise Northwatch Keep to the ground. Might do that anyways, honestly. During their trip, Serena and Rictus had grown closer to being actual friends from all their conversations. Talking was one of the few forms of entertainment they had after all. She was not nearly as standoffish and had been pleasantly surprised at how well they got along with each other despite their many differences. As they had finally reached their destination, it was easy to see her growing nervousness. Rictus was more curious than worried. So many things were different than the game, and there was a chance someone else may have already messed with the KST line in other ways. Many people that played the games liked becoming a vampire lord. It wouldn't be too surprising if someone tried the same thing here. The added power combined with a form of immortality would be difficult for many to resist. Even if things went badly during his time here, he was confident in his ability to run away. Few people could catch him if he truly tried his hardest. Serena searched around the coastline looking for something. She turned to him with a frown. There's no boat here. There always used to be one here just in case someone needed to get to the castle. Now it's gone. Rictus shrugged his shoulders at that. Well, it had been a long time. Maybe someone just recently took it and didn't bring it back. How are we to get over there then? I would suggest levitating over there, but that is a long distance to cover like that. No need for you to be exhausted when we get there. After debating for a moment, he decided against proving her wrong. There was a small chance someone at Northwatch Keep could see him flying, and then that could cause other problems if they reported it. Instead, he used his Fabricate Object spell to basically summon a small rowboat for them. The Fabricate Object spell had many practical uses in everyday life. Combat potential was still being tested though, since the spell took more focus and a clear mental image. Climbing aboard the boat, Rictus reached out to assist Serena into the boat. She had an impressed look upon her face. Nice boat. Thank you. He returned her smile as they started off to the castle. It took a moment for Rictus to figure out the best way to maneuver the raft, but soon they were racing through the water. It wasn't long till they made landfall in front of the ancient castle. Castle Folkihar was a sight to behold. Despite its slightly dilapidated appearance, the castle stood proudly. It had a strong Gothic theme as dark black stone jutted upwards from the shore. Gargoyles were placed along every corner and overlook. A large gatehouse was set in front of the main keep. There were 2 large towers along the leftmost side of the keep which towered over the rest of the structure. A stone bridge connected the castle to the smaller island they stood on, which had a tiny dock and small watchtower. Assaulting such a position would prove difficult. The easiest solution would be to starve out the castle, but that would prove difficult with it being on the water. Defenders could easily fish the shorelines while staying under the protection of the castle walls. A decent-sized armada would be required to surround the castle, but that would prove difficult with all the small islands and icebergs near it. Doable except for the fact their opponents were not normal mortals. An ancient clan of powerful vampires could hold the position much longer and easily assault the sieging forces. He could also feel the power of the building. It was steeped in a malevolent magical aura with copious strengthening runes enhancing it. This would be one of the few places Rictus could not easily manipulate with his magic. He could tell setting up a teleport glyph here on the island would also be a bad idea. Some of the vampires were bound to be powerful mages with centuries of experience. No need to risk them discovering the glyphs and figuring out how they worked. Seeing it all in person made the future inevitable attack all the more daunting. He wasn't too discouraged though. There was still time to find a better solution than throwing bodies at the problem. As soon as they landed on the shore, 2 arrows landed directly in front of their feet. Looking up at the watchtower revealed 4 archers staring them down. Before anything else could happen, an extremely old-looking Nord man came out of the tower. He was dressed in tattered leather armor which was probably as old as he was. He scowled at Rictus before his eyes widened in surprise at seeing Serena. After all these years, Lady Serena's back. Now that's something. Without wasting another word, the old man turned and made his way across the bridge. Rictus glanced at her questioningly. She shrugged her shoulders as she followed the old man. That's the watchman. No one knows his actual name or age since he's always been around the castle. A bit strange but devoted to watching over the front gate. She stopped walking and turned back to face him with conflicting emotions on her face. Hey, so before we go in there, I wanted to thank you for getting me this far. But after we get in there, I'm going to go my own way for a while, I think. I know some of your friends would probably want to kill everything in there, and as a mercenary, you have probably encountered vampires before. I know you can show more control than that based on traveling with me so far. Once we are inside, be quiet for a bit and let me take the lead. Turning around, she didn't wait to hear an answer as they made their way to the gate. Once they got near, the watchman shouted out. Lady Serena's back. Open the gate. The thick metal gate slowly raised up. The old watchman gave him one last lingering look. Lord Harkon's a great man. Best show him the proper respect. With nothing else to say, the old man went back to his normal duties, leaving them there. A solid wooden door reinforced with metal stood behind the gate. Without waiting for any more words, Serena strode forward, opening the doors and entering the castle, with Rictus right on her heels. The doors opened into a large receiving area. A long blue carpet with runic patterns went from the entrance to an arched opening. Gargoyles rested on raised platforms to either side of the room. An Altmer with glowing orange eyes and a sickly pallor stood waiting for them beside the entryway. He wore a fancy and form-fitting set of grey vampire armor with a bluish-grey brooch on his right breast. Another tall figure was standing alongside the other side of the archway. A large blood-colored trench coat went down below the knees. Dark black leather armor and boots could be seen underneath the gaudy coat while whitish leather gloves covered his hands. A wide-rimmed hat kept most of his face covered in shadow, but slightly glowing blood-red eyes pierced the darkness. Both quickly started walking towards them as the Altmer spoke. How dare you trespass here? Wait. Serena? Is that truly you? I cannot believe my eyes. He quickly turned around and made his way to the balcony overlooking the other room. He then loudly proclaimed their entry. My lord. Everyone. Serena has returned. Serena looked embarrassed by such exuberance as she glanced around shyly. I guess I'm expected. She started making her way into the room as Rictus followed. The second person quickly moved to his side. A harsh voice filled with arrogance whispering out to him. You will tell them I sent you. If you do, I will greatly reward you later. If you don't, you will not leave this castle alive. Rictus simply nodded along with him at this. He did notice something interesting when the man was near him. He had perfect elven features with snow-white skin and hair. His bangs fell slightly in his eyes, with strands on the sides of his bangs framing his face. What are the chances, is this guy really a snow elf? He had no more time for that train of thought as he entered the grand dining room. Long tables flanked both sides of the room with a grander one on a raised platform at the end of the room. There were 2 balconies along the walls, one on the left while the other directly behind the table of honor. As they moved down the staircase, whispers could be heard from all the vampires seated throughout the room. I can't believe it. It's really her. Told you he was right. As the whispers continued, Rictus couldn't help a morbid thought from popping into his head. At least I am not the only mortal here. His glance fell upon the blood slaves laying along the tables. No telling how long the poor souls had been here or would stay alive in such conditions. He promised himself such a thing would not happen to him. As they made their ways past the tables, a loud soothing voice boomed out. My long-lost daughter returns at last. I trust you have kept my elder scroll safe. A dashingly handsome middle-aged man was waiting with open arms before them. Black silk-like hair was pulled into a ponytail. An equally dark and luscious goatee, worthy of Rictus's respect, graced his perfectly symmetrical face. Firm muscles filled out his regal-looking vampiric armor while a blood-red cape billowed behind him. A red and gold brooch resembling the face of Malag Bal rested upon his right breast. The way he held himself spoke of power and experience. Saren responded to his question with a harsh tone. After all these years, that's the first thing you ask me? Yes, I have the scroll. Whispers broke out in the room about her having the scroll. It was a little ridiculous honestly since the giant scroll on her back was quite obvious. Harkin didn't even bat an eye at her words, but still spread his hands in a calming and welcoming manner. Of course I'm delighted to see you, my daughter. Must I really say the words aloud? Ah, if only your traitor mother were here, I would let her watch this reunion before putting her head on a spike. Now tell me, who is this stranger you have brought into our hall? She motioned for Rictus to come up beside her. This is my savior, the one who freed me. The ancient vampire gave him a once-over before nodding his head in appreciation. For my daughter's safe return, you have my gratitude. Tell me, what is your name? With a flourishing bow, he introduced himself. I am Rictus your grace. And you must be the Lord Harkin. I am honored to meet you. The respectful tone and bow appeased the man's ego. Before Harkin could say anything the red-cloaked figure behind him spoke up. Rictus was part of the team I sent to investigate, my liege. He has safely brought your daughter back just as I promised. Serena looked surprised and slightly betrayed by the statement. Rictus met her eyes and almost imperceptibly turned his head. He also brought his finger and thumb together while keeping his hand at his weights. Seeing this, she schooled her features once more before looking back at her father. This had been the sign they had agreed upon to mean just follow along for now. They had decided on a couple of them while traveling in case there were any problems. A tiny spark of annoyance appeared in Harkin's eyes before being replaced by gratitude. For which he will be rewarded as promised. He then turned and addressed the room, even though it was obviously said for Rictus. We are among the oldest and most powerful vampires in Skyrim. For centuries we lived here, far from the cares of the world. All that ended when my wife betrayed me and stole away that which I valued most. He waved his hand towards Serena as he was saying that. Rictus wasn't quite sure if he actually meant his daughter or the Elder Scroll though. She probably had similar thoughts. Harkin then turned back to the cloaked man. You have delivered upon your promises Alucard and done me a great service. Now you must be rewarded. There is but one gift I can give that is equal in value to the Elder Scroll and my daughter. I offer you my blood. Take it, and you will walk as a lion among sheep. Men will tremble at your approach, and you will never fear death again. Rictus could see greed and a lust for power flash in Alucard's eyes. He couldn't help but feel a little put out by how someone else was getting offered the reward instead of him. Hearing the name combined with the outfit sounded really familiar though, but he just couldn't place it. I didn't want him to turn me into a vampire anyways. Still, I feel a little put out I didn't get offered something. I did all the hard work after all. No one took any notice of his internal grumblings. All eyes were focused on Harkin. You had contacted a disease, but you are no true vampire. My gift will show you the difference. A demonstration is in order. At this, magical energies converged upon Harkin as he transformed. Rictus had noted his power upon their arrival, but it suddenly skyrocketed. He had been able to tell the vampire was powerful before, but it was different now. The pure power and destructive energies cascading off him was on another level. Harkin in his vampire lord form exuded more power than anything he had seen so far. This could be a problem. Rictus couldn't help the negative thoughts. Even the Goliath he faced at Japhet's Folly hadn't been this strong. This amount of power with untold years refining skills could make this whole conflict more difficult than he imagined. A powerful and commanding voice drew him from his thoughts as Harkin spoke. Behold the power. This is the power that I offer. Alucard removed his hat as he vigorously nodded his head. I accept. Without any preamble, Harkin lunged forward and bit him. A look of fear and second-guessing crossed his face before he collapsed on the floor. The hall was silent as they watched the induction of their newest member. I will take him to the shrine where I will teach him how to harness his powers. Do not go far, Serena. There is much we need to discuss. Harkin conjured a gargoyle which picked up Alucard. He then left the hall without wasting any more words on those he had already internally dismissed. Chatter soon started back up as everyone spoke of what had just happened. Rictus and Serena stood silently beside each other as they were seemingly forgotten about after the event. It was very rare they received any new members, so this was quite the news for them. While they were all distracted, Serena started walking back towards the entrance while motioning him to follow her. She waited till they made it back to the front door before turning an accusing look at him. Was it all a lie? This was the first time Rictus fully felt her ire. He was surprised by the amount of pressure coming off her. She wasn't a daughter of Cold Harbor for nothing, it seemed. Of course not. I have never met that man before in my life. I only told you the truth. When we entered here, he threatened me and ordered me to go along with him. It didn't seem worth the effort to fight him on it, so I just went with it. She studied him a moment longer before her gaze softened. I believe you. It doesn't sit right with me though that he took all the credit. Haha, don't you worry about it. I am a simple man. Forgetting about my worries and traveling with a beautiful woman was much more rewarding in my mind. Besides, your father looks like a horrible kisser. He winked at her, which caused her to start laughing and quickly diffused the situation. After they laughed for a moment, he turned serious. Be careful of Alucard. He is more dangerous than you think. The world has changed from what you once knew. As you have already experienced once, there are people with knowledge of things they have no way of knowing. He is most likely the same way. He will probably approach you soon and act strangely familiar, like he knows you. I don't know if he will mean you harm, but you should be wary all the same. Pausing a moment, he handed her 2 pendants. One was emblazoned with AR while the other had a simple black cylinder. If you ever have need of me, search out for any member of the Restored and show them this pendant. They will make sure I get the message. She looked at the cylinder questioningly. What about this one? He looked over one of the Magical Research Department's newest creations. That is a new piece of magic. If you are ever in dire need of help, simply break it, and I will know something has gone wrong. Unfortunately, it won't tell me where you are at when you break it. So, if you do break it, make your way towards the shore by the fort, and I will find you. She studied the necklace for a moment before putting it inside her cloak. Why are you doing all this? He simply smiled at her. Maybe it's because even though we just met, I feel like I have known you a lot longer than that. If you ever need me, you can usually find me at White River Watch right outside of Whiterun. Just ask for Rictus or the Restored. I wish you well, Serena. It has been a pleasure meeting and traveling with you. With that he turned around and left the castle without another word. Serena watched him leave with a thoughtful look before re-entering the castle. It was time for her to figure out what all had changed since she had been gone. The simple pendant in her pocket was surprisingly comforting. Rictus was making his way back across the water as he pondered everything which just happened. Seeing all the vampires, and Harkin, firsthand had shown the severity of the situation. Them having a skilled on their side only further complicated matters. I believe he will be the skilled of archery based on the group he sent to the crypt. That could prove problematic. Good thing he was aware of the problem now instead of being blindsided by it. Thoughts of countermeasures flashed through his mind as he made his way back home. Well, seems the vampires will have their own skilled backing them up. Maybe that will help even the fight a bit. Also, I will be going on vacation next week, so there is a chance I will not be able to post a chapter then. Hopefully, I will be able to do it, but I wanted to warn you in case it doesn't happen. Chapter 68, Armed and Dangerous. Sweat dripped from his brow as he observed his opponents. No one made a move as they took a moment to catch their breath. Eventually, Marandrujo got impatient and charged at him while Honey, the undead bear controlled by Rev, let out a roar and followed suit. Rictus did not stay put as he moved to meet their charge. Marandrujo used a modified jump spell to launch himself even quicker while his claws elongated into dragon talons. The charge was stopped in its track as Rictus telekinetically moved an iron shield in front of him. One claw stabbed clean through the shield as the Kajiat tried flipping over the obstacle to continue his assault. Instead, a reinforced scaled fist slammed into his face and knocked him to the ground. Before Rictus could take advantage of his downed opponent, Honey came swiping at him with its claws. Dodging backwards, he backed up to get a little space from the undead creature. Long talons began forming from his hands as he charged back in. Honey stood up on its hind legs and tried swiping at him again, but he deflected the blow with a metal arm while getting up close and personal. He stabbed his claws into the stomach of the beast as he ripped it open with all his strength while using his telekinesis to aid him in tearing it open. The bear tried wrapping its arms around him to smother Rictus, but it was too late by this point. Rev screamed as he was ripped out from inside his undead minion by the talon sticking into his leg. Rictus channeled a point-blank paralyze into him to stop his screaming as he tossed him aside. It was just in time to see Marandrujo start running at him. The two dragon-scaled mages met with a clash of claws as they traded blows. The Kajiat was a bit faster, but Rictus was stronger and had better defense. A flurry of blows happened in quick succession as each tried taking out their opponent. Rictus was caught by surprise as Marandrujo cast a spell which caused lightning to arc around his claws. He caught one of the claws with the Skyforge steel of his left arm while dispelling the lightning on the other hand. It still caused a slight opening in his guard which the Kajiat used to land a devastating stab into his left shoulder. Seeing his claws sink all the way through, the minion's eyes widened in surprise and fear. He looked over to see a vicious smile on his master's face instead of the pain he expected. The last thing he saw was a fist hitting coming right at his face. Clapping and cheers could be heard from the observers of the fight. Rictus looked down at his knocked-out opponent as his flesh knit back together. He looked up with a smile as he held his hands up in victory. A middle-aged woman in priest robes quickly made her way over to him and addressed him in an admonishing tone. "Must you be so careless during these spars? Someone could have been seriously injured." Golden restoration magic surrounded Rictus and his minions as they were healed after the intense sparring. "I appreciate your concern, Danica, but we were confident in your healing abilities, so we knew we could get a little rough and still be fine." Danica Purespring rolled her eyes as she mumbled under her breath. "Lately, it seems, I am more nurse than priestess." After double-checking to make sure everyone was all right, she left the three of them standing there. Rev made a dramatic sigh as he looked over the mangled body of his undead companion. "Did you really have to be so destructive? There is no telling how long it will take for me to restore all that damage." Rictus patted him on the back in comfort. "Well, I had to get you out of there somehow, didn't I? This will give you a chance to further fix any weaknesses you discovered during outsparring. Frankly, I am still impressed you figured out a viable way to use honey as an undead mech." The necromancer smiled in embarrassment at the compliment even if he was unsure what the word mech really meant. The undead had no need for superfluous things like internal organs, so Rev had hollowed the creature out thinking reducing its weight could make it faster. He saw how much room was left inside the creature and couldn't help thinking how it could be used to store things. One thing led to another, and he found a way he could safely hide himself inside the creature while controlling it. It limited his spells, but he could still control other undead while tucked away in his enhanced undead. Finding a strangely comfortable familiarity in the tightly enclosed space may have also played a role in it. Rictus also complimented his first minion. "You have improved a lot in your skills as well, Marandrucho. You almost had me with that last attack. Enhancing your already formidable claws with a lightning-based attack was a great idea. I am impressed. Keep up the good work. This one thanks you for the kind words and will continue working to improve." The three of them walked away in companionable silence before splitting up to rest after the fight. Rev went to start working on restoring honey. Marandrujo went to find some food, and Rictus took a seat as he observed his surroundings. He had returned a couple days ago from his trip with Serena. As soon as he returned, he sent out requests for all his minions to return to the base so he could catch up with what each of them had been up to recently. He also hadn't interacted or seen them in a while and felt a little bad about it. They would all be meeting later this evening to exchange information. While they were all here, he had convinced them of the need for some sparring to keep their combat skills sharp. So many dangerous foes were out there in the world, and it would not do for any of them to get too complacent. Word of them all sparring had gotten around, which caused it to become more of a spectacle than initially planned. A large training area had been partially built into the mountain right outside at White River Watch. Drills and training for the newly restored happened right here since it was at their main base. It had several different areas where various combat practice could happen. There were wooden dummies for weapons training, a shooting range for archers and mages, open fields for group exercises, and a few areas marked off for duels of varying sizes. The largest dueling space was closest to the mountain and looked more like an amphitheater with the seats carved into the mountain. Those stands had been filled with a variety of different restored as they watched the fights between the mages. All his minions had been paired up for their duels, except Danica. She was assigned as the designated healer and referee. The first matchup had been between Moss and Stalio. It was not really the most interesting or equal fight. Moss was more of an academic, and he had mostly spent his time focused more on transmuting and shaping metals. He had some good defenses and great utility but lacked offense and experience. Stalio was a war veteran and had been in many conflicts. With the power boost from becoming a minion, he was by far the better fighter. He did hold back some though so that Moss would get some good practice in. The second match had been between Rysera and Dravinia the Stoneweaver. Both dark elves were more evenly matched in terms of ability and experience despite combat not being their specialty. Rysera had spent a lot of time working to improve herself after the Battle of Japhet's Folly though. She was much more offensive in the fighting while Dravinia used her stone-weaving abilities defensively. It had been a little back and forth, but Rysera eventually won with her superior attacks and mana pool. Match number 3 had been the most visually impressive of all the fights. Ilya had faced off against Ferelda in a clash of destructive powerhouses. Ice, fire, and lightning had flown across the arena in a stunning performance of power. Rictus even had to dispel a couple stray spells which could have injured the crowd. Ilya mostly used her ice and water magic while Ferelda would switch between fire and lightning. Despite Ilya being powerful and a master of destruction herself, she still fell short. Finally, Rictus had taken on both Rev and Marandrucho. They had an unspoken agreement about limiting their ranged attacks, and Rictus not using his earth manipulation spells. Making this more like a brawl had caused the crowd to go wild as they watched the fight. Obviously, Rictus had won the fight to the cheer of his adoring followers. Sitting and watching everyone go about their business filled Rictus with contentment. Groups were training in all sorts of different ways and with different attitudes. A veteran member was running some new recruits through basic exercises and weapon training. Solitary warriors were off by themselves working on their technique. There were even some small adventuring groups doing mock battles with each other. In another world, none of these people would have come together under one banner. The restored had come so far in such a short amount of time. I am not usually a prideful person, but none of this would have been possible without me. Seeing the purpose with which everyone here acts, I am even more thankful I went into the slums that day. While watching everyone, he stroked his beard as he contemplated his next steps. Things had been progressing faster and faster. New problems kept cropping up which he felt compelled to deal with. The whole Dawnguard KST line being the more immediate worry. Before he had started on this path, he had been considering fully joining Myra Jane and facing Alduin. There were things he felt he could do which would greatly increase their speed and chances. Being a powerful mage with lots of followers also never hurt. Alduin was the world eater after all. Ignoring such a threat was the height of stupidity, a feeling Rictus knew quite well. Now, he was not so sure about that plan. Alduin and the dragons were the most obvious threat to the world, but they were not the only one. Harkon and Marek were also both still major threats to everyone. Nothing had been heard from Marek or the dragon cult in Solstheim. When everything with the vampires started happening, Rictus had sent word for some agents to go observe the island. Admittedly, that is something I should have done quite a long time ago. Better late than never, I suppose. Harkon was a more immediate problem though. The exact details of the KST line eluded him since it had been so long, but there were some major points he remembered. Serena would most likely leave after finding out her father's true plan. The Soul Cairn was still there waiting, and he was pretty sure there was something about getting 3 Elder Scrolls, but he couldn't remember if that was a fact or not. I also can't forget about Oriel's Bow. I know that it was located near Mark Arth, and it was in some hidden location, but the exact spot eludes me. Manually searching the many caves and mountains in that area would take months with no guarantee of success. Harkon succeeding would spell ruin for the world. This was a problem he could handle though. While leaving it to Mergina or someone else crossed his mind, he dismissed that line of thinking. She already had enough to worry about with Alduin. There was no need to put more on her plate. The Vampire Lord did not require the Dragonborn's intervention. Him and his allies should be more than a match for the ancient vampire clan. Even if they do have a skilled on their side, we have more. While Myra Jane would focus on the dragon crisis, he would make sure the vampires were pacified. If she called on him for help though, he would not hesitate to assist any way he could. The others could cover for him if it came to it. Sorting out his thoughts brought him some relief. He rested his face in his hands as stopped thinking of those things and just took in the sight of his people. An itching feeling on his leg broke the serene moment as he looked down at it. A pesky mosquito was trying to get a free meal from him. Seems even in a different world people still had to deal with the wretched creatures. Before it could get away and enjoy its meal, he smushed it. Feeling the smushed bug in his left hand brought a smile to his face. Even though it had not been all that long, he had missed having both his arms. He had only touched the surface of that area of research, but it still brought him joy as he remembered what happened. Rictus let out a loud yawn as he rose from his bed. He had stayed up late last night finishing all the paperwork that had piled up while he was traveling with Serena. With the rest of his minions not getting here till tomorrow and no pressing concerns, he had the entire day to himself to spend how he wanted. Deciding to take some time for himself, he did a little light reading. He really wanted to see how the series with that Argonian maid finished. After having some quality personal time, he decided he should probably be more productive with his time. Before he could come up with something more serious, he decided some house cleaning was in order. It had been a while since he had seriously gone through the many items in his storage space. There didn't seem to be a hard limit to what could be stored in there. Only creating the portal to place and remove items cost any magic. The larger the portal, the more magic it required. Needless to say, he had gone a little overboard with loot hoarding. Huge amounts of stone, metal, and rocks had been placed inside along with a plethora of various objects he could find useful. They ranged from food and drinks, to clothes, to books, to toys, to septums, to notes, to weapons and everything in between. As he started cataloging everything, he noticed something which he had ignored for a long time. A stone table was created in front of him so he could place the object on it. Ankano's arm had been in his inventory for months now ever since the incident at the college. He had been meaning to study it for a long time. This was just the first chance I really had to investigate it. I absolutely didn't forget about having it. Smiling at the liberated arm of a dead Thalmor, Rictus began studying his trophy. This arm had channeled the magical energies of the Eye of Magnus. He could tell there was something different about it just from a cursory look. Glowing bluish-green lines marked where veins and arteries normally should be on the arm. The arm gave off the feeling of some kind of magical material or artifact instead of flesh. Warning. Questionable lore ahead. I am not very well versed in that sort of thing, so this may all be completely wrong. If you are someone big into the lore, just try and ignore my ignorance. From his studies and discussions with Tolfdir, no one truly knew what the Eye of Magnus was or if that was even an appropriate name for the artifact they found. Theories abounded, but one thing everyone agreed upon was how powerful it was. Rictus himself was not quite sure if this was the actual Eye of Magnus, or if it was even used by Magnus. The thought had merits, but the theories were a little too hypothetical for him. There was one thing he believed though. The Eye of Magnus was capable of opening a path to Aetherius. Aetherius was known as the immortal plan and where the 9 divines, resided. Some speculated it was the source of magic and all creation. It was basically the inverse of oblivion, and a plane of pure magic as it was where magic originated. There were a couple reasons he thought the Eye was intrinsically related to Aetherius. The first one was because of Ankano. Rumors said the Thalmor wanted to basically unmake the world and revert things back to how they used to be. Rictus remembered there being lots of debate back on Earth about if this was truly their goal or not, since it was not specifically stated. He was kinda inclined to believe it though. Ankano had mentioned finally having the power to unmake the world at his fingertips, and Rictus thought he was being literal instead of figurative. The most obvious reason he thought the Eye could open a path was because of the magical anomalies and rifts which appeared around Skyrim after the Eye was activated. The magical anomalies were not something natural to Mundus. It would make sense if holes were created between the two planes, things would find their way over. A crazy thought entered his mind as he looked at the arm. His body acted before his mind could fully think through what was going on. The arm was placed where his left arm was missing. He then channeled his own magic into the arm while trying to connect it to himself with his alter body spell. Unlike the many times he had tried this with other arms, the magic seemed to stick. Laughter started bursting from his lips as he realized that he now had a new arm. The laughter soon stopped as something felt off. Looking down, Rictus watched as the glowing light from the arm started moving upwards towards his shoulder. Burning pain lanced through him as the light reached his flesh. He could feel the foreign mana traveling through him until it reached his heart. Once there, the feeling of pain greatly intensified as he could tell it was rapidly moving throughout his body. Blinding agony racked his body as soon as it reached his brain. Mercifully, he passed out after a few agonizingly long moments. Yug. A groan escaped his lips as he slowly came back to his senses. His head was pounding worse than any headache or hangover he had ever experienced, which was saying something since he had hung out with Sanguine. Slowly propping himself up, Rictus tried to make sense of what happened. Thankfully, nothing disastrous seemed to have happened from his impulsiveness. I really can be an idiot sometimes. No more experimenting on my own body with unknown magical forces, at least for a little while. He stood and opened up his window, letting in a cool breeze. Dark skies, twinkling stars, and bright moons greeted him instead of the afternoon sun. Seems he had been out of it longer than expected. He simply stood there letting the dim light of the moon and stars fall upon him. The longer he stood there, the more the pain went away. After a while, he felt good as new and bursting with mana. He admired his new arm in the moonlight. The pale yellowish color was slightly off from his normal skin tone, and the veins and arteries still faintly glowed a soft blue color. Besides that, it appeared perfectly normal. Flexing his fingers and touching it with his other hand revealed full control of motion and the ability to feel sensations. He then channeled his mana and cast a simple mage light. It is a bit brighter than before and cost barely anything at all. I suppose the exposed to the pure magical energies from Aetherius has further altered my spell casting ability. From what tiny amount I know of ethereal magic, there was also some correlation with nighttime and the stars. Could be that my magic has become more powerful and efficient at night. A smile appeared on his face at his good fortune. His carelessness had turned out for the better this time. I guess this is something like the plot armor of a MC. Neat. Having enhanced magical abilities is always a good thing for a spellcaster. It felt a little cheap that the solution to his missing arm was with him the entire time, but that is what he deserved for not paying attention to what he had in his storage. Hopefully he would learn his lesson from this, but he figured there would probably be more things he messed up on. He was only human after all. He soon pulled himself from his memories as he thought about the fight. An added bonus from the integration of the arm was his increased magical resistance. He was already quite resistant to magic, but now he was even more so, especially on his left arm. Leaving the arm encased in the skyforged metal gave it even more defense and basically provided him a shield against magical and physical attacks. Keeping it covered like that would also make people think he still had some kind of prosthetic instead of a restored arm. He soon started making his way away from the training ground. Almost as soon as he started moving, Ken was right there by his side. The old man had been waiting for him and joined him in his walk. That was some show you put on for the men. Seeing their leader fight seems to have put a fire under them based off the number of people training right now. That is good, seeing how rapidly the reports of conflict are coming in. A simple raised eyebrow got Ken to elaborate. Bandit attacks have nearly tripled over the past few days. Reports indicate the areas worst affected are the wilds in the northwest and southeast, so Hoffinger and the Rift. It is still too early to tell for sure, but it seems the caravans we are guarding in those two areas are getting hit much more frequently than others. Rictus's eyes narrowed at the implications of that. What kind of losses are we taking from these attacks? The ones in the Rift are mostly smash and grabs with few injuries and casualties. Mostly just inventory being stolen with light injuries if any. Things in the north are a bit worse, I am afraid. Large ambushes are becoming more common, and we are suffering losses there, both in materials and personnel. If things keep going like this, we will lose the contracts you helped us get from Jarl Elisif. That was not good. He didn't mind the material losses all that much. Those things could easily be replaced. His people though were not so expendable, and the contracts gave them great connections. Do we have any leads behind who is responsible? Ken rubbed a hand through his beard as he sighed. Nothing definitive yet, only suspects. Go on. The old solider looked contemplative as he spoke his theories. Well, the Thieves' Guild is the obvious culprit around the Rift. The attacks line up with their normal patterns. It almost seems like they are trying to antagonize us for some reason. Why they would do that, I don't know. They paused for a moment as they watched some children chasing after a herder and his goats. Their antics brought a bit of levity to the otherwise heavy subject. After watching them a moment, Ken continued with his report. The culprits in the north are not so obvious. From some of the survivors of the attacks, the bandits have a preference for ambushes with multiple volleys of arrows before they run away. Based off what you had mentioned before, they may be working with the skilled of archery. How they know which caravans are ours and why they don't attack the others is a bit perplexing though. Rictus took a moment to think before speaking his suspicion. It is a little strange how accurately they predict our travel routes. That knowledge is not well known, nor do I think they have the information network to figure it out on their own. I fear some other party is informing them about which ones to attack. Our people and the merchants traveling with them are not likely culprits, since that would just be stupid. The only other ones who know the specifics are some select court officials. We will need to investigate more, but I can easily think of one group with great influence in the court who would most likely not appreciate a new faction they have no control over. Ken's eyes narrowed as he spit on the ground in disgust. Thalmor. I wouldn't put it past them. One of their favorite tactics during the war was disrupting supply lines or bribing the bandits into doing it. He nodded his head in agreement to his second-in-command's thoughts. Indeed. We don't know for sure yet, but it is a starting point. Lean on some of our new contacts in the embassy to see if they can find anything. We could be mistaken or just underestimating the vampires, so it is best to be sure on this sort of thing. I kind of hope it isn't the Thalmor though. The less enemies we must worry about the better. If it is them though, I know the perfect target for retaliation. As they finally made it inside the base, Ken stopped at one of the hallways. I think I will investigate this personally. I still have a few personal contacts in the city who owe me a favor. Maybe one of them will know something. While I am there, I can get more details on the Emperor's death as well. Rictus nodded in agreement with that course of action. The death of the Emperor was a poorly kept secret at this point in time. No one knew the exact details of his demise, but that was not quite as important as the fact he had perished. Getting some insider knowledge on what General Tullius and the Legion would do now could prove useful. Some feared the Legion would simply leave and return to Cyrodiil instead of continuing the civil war here, but no one knew any specifics yet. Be safe out there. He received a crisp salute as he watched Ken march away to make preparations. Investigating the Thalmor would require the utmost of discretion, and he didn't trust anyone more than Ken on this. Instead of worrying about him, Rictus made his way further into the stronghold since it was almost time for his minion meeting. And, turns out I had enough time before leaving on vacation to finish up the chapter and post it. It even turned out to be a little over 4K words. I think I may be spoiling you with these longer chapters. Chapter 69, Meeting of the Minions. And, well, I got it done in time, but just barely. It is not the longest or most interesting chapter, but it is better than nothing hopefully. Next chapters may have some more action. And so, this first official meeting of the minions shall come to order. A small gavel smacked against the wood at the conclusion of Rictus's words. All his minions sat around a large, rounded table as the meeting officially started. This would be the first time all of them had gathered in one place. Everyone had been too busy off doing their own thing, but Rictus decided it would be worth it to start having more regular meetings, maybe monthly, with everyone, even if it just gave them all a moment to relax among like-minded people. First order of business is to get updates on what each of us has been doing recently and the progress of any experiments they may be working on. If anyone is stuck on something, then we can bounce ideas off each other. Everyone agreed with the request. Their knowledge covered a wide variety of topics, so there was a good chance someone would know something which could help them in their own research. Danica was the first one to speak up. The clinics and our healers have been getting plenty of practice recently. Patients range from members of the restored, soldiers on both sides, guardsmen, adventurers, and simple citizens. Healing everyone who shows up caused a little tension at first, but now it is commonly accepted that our clinics are a safe space for anyone. This has garnered a lot of goodwill for us from the populace. Setting up and managing the clinics had been Danica's personal project. Despite no longer being part of the Temple of Kynareth, she was still dedicated to the healing arts and wanted a way to spread Kynaretha's message. The clinics were her outlet and gave her a broader stage for what she wanted. She took a glance at a paper before her before speaking again. The enhanced project has also been going extremely well, and basic enhancements to muscle mass and eyesight have been done for basically all our core fighting forces. Project Chimera has also shown great promise. Only our most loyal and elite fighters have gone through the process so far, and it gets more efficient after each one. Troll regeneration and saber cat musculature are the current focus, with Hawkeyes being the next on the list for some of our archers. Project Chimera was one of the more interesting ongoing projects. Rictus had started it but soon passed it off to Danica. The enhancements were not quite as good as the real deal, but it still greatly improved their elite forces. A smile crept on his face as he took a look at his own rippling muscles. The gains spoke for themselves. Rev looked around the table a bit nervously before he started speaking. The upgrades to our goat cavalry have also been going extremely well. We still do not have a lot, but it is a solid raiding force. Reports show that the horses still hold the speed bonus over long flat distances, but the goats are much better on uneven terrain. Their horns also provide another weapon and even shield the rider. Overall, the soldiers are very pleased by their new mounts despite some of their more unpredictable tendencies. Chasing down bandits in mountainous areas has never been easier. The necromancer's face turned graver when he next spoke. Also, I don't know the exact reasoning, but reports of necromancers have been greatly decreasing recently. We have convinced a few to join us, but that doesn't account for what has been reported. Farrelda was the one to speak all their thoughts. Isn't it a good thing that there are less incidents involving necromancers? I mean, some of them are good and just practicing magic, but most I've encountered have not been like you or Finis. Besides, the college has really cracked down on necromancers recently. Rev scrunched his face up as he tried to convey his feelings. It is good there have been less crimes by necromancers, and the college's actions could definitely explain some of it. Necromancers are not the sanest people, so attacks against others does not tend to influence their decision much. That just means one less person to use up their resources. Also, the college doesn't have a large enough presence in the other holds to explain the lack of reports there. Combining the previous incidents between the restored and necromancers, and the fact we are going against vampires which many consider are the pinnacle of undead, I just think we should be wary. The atmosphere of the room darkened at his words. If necromancers were gathering, it was not for anything good. Solitary necromancers were dangerous enough. No one wanted to consider a huge group of them working together. Rictus couldn't help but wonder if the ideal masters had anything to do with this. He shivered at the thought of it. Farrelda let out a loud sigh before smiling at everyone. Well, now that we are done with those worrying thoughts, I have some more light-hearted news to share. They all shook off the previous gloomy mood as the ex-college mage spoke. Winterhold is flourishing right now. The refugees from Windhelm have settled in and are getting along with the original residents. Some minor altercations have happened, but nothing that wasn't quickly resolved. I don't think the city has seen this much activity since before the Great Collapse. The mines are prosperous, and the underground greenhouses and farms are performing above expectations. Many of the refugees have been writing to others they know in Windhelm and other locations telling them of the plentiful amount of work and fair conditions. She then turned her eyes towards Rictus and smiled. Korer also mentioned how he hasn't seen you in quite a while and would love for you to visit for a drink once you have some free time. He even said the first round was on him. I think he could use the break as much as you could. He smiled thinking about the offer. Sharing a drink with a friend before things really ramped up against the vampires was a good idea. Ilya looked over at Farrelda with a slight smirk on her face. Just Korer and not Jarl Korer hey. A slight blush appeared on the Altmer's face at the question. Seeing the blush, the women at the table all gave her knowing smiles. Before they could ask more questions, Rictus spoke up. Moss, how goes our mining ventures? Farrelda gave him a nod of appreciation at the subject change. Moss looked at Farrelda with a smile. I wish you luck in your pursuit. I am sure my wife Gracia will be more than happy to bring our little bundle of joy for a play date with yours. The normal pale yellow skin turned a deep shade of red as everyone chuckled at the statement. Farrelda would have snapped at him, but she could see Moss was being completely serious with his words and wasn't trying to tease her at all. She wasn't sure if that made it better or worse. Moss just continued with his report as if nothing had happened. Well, we are currently exceeding our projections for iron. It is one of the most common metals, so that is not too big a surprise. It is also a good thing for our finances since it can easily be sold to both sides of the war or transmuted into more precious metals. We still lack steady supplies and mines for the more uncommon ores. I have received a report from Dimalo Crypt about finding malachite, but mining has just begun there, so we don't know the quantity or quality yet. Initial estimates are promising, and our smiths look forward to working with the new material. Finally, we still have a decent cache of ebony obtained from the East Empire Company. Rysera spoke up before Rictus had a chance. Any luck on transmuting beyond iron, silver, and gold? Moss scratched the back of his head as he let out a frustrated breath. Minimal. I have had some minor successes, but nothing groundbreaking. Creating steel has gotten easier, but none of the mages under me have been able to do it consistently. I have been experimenting with some of the dwarven metal with some promising results, still a bit away from a full transmutation though. Rictus nodded at that. It was a shame more hadn't been done, but this was as much an art as a science. Keep up the good work. Dravinia, how are our construction efforts going? The mature dark elf gave him a nod before talking in a professional manner. Good. Your earth spells have been a major boon for us in this regard. If I had some more people compatible with it, we would have everything finished in a matter of days. We have finally finished all requests from the East Empire Company for Japhet's Folly. It is now a strong, defensible harbor for their ships, and they were quite pleased by our work. They dropped quite a few hints to me and my workers about working for them full-time. He thought about her words for a moment before speaking. It may not be a bad idea for some of the non-essential personnel to join them. I am sure there is much we could learn. Has everything finished up in Dawnguard? She shook her head in response. There are still a few requests for new or improved buildings. All the most important requests have been completed while the work on expanding the dock is still ongoing. All my work is done there, and I will be headed to the Hall of the Vigilant to expedite our construction there. After she finished speaking, Rysera started talking and moving the meeting along. Recruitment is still going strong, but it has been slowing down recently. We will soon reach our capacity of recruits. Focus has begun shifting towards increasing the quality of what we do have. This conflict with the vampires could be difficult since many are inexperienced, especially facing that kind of enemy. Some of the vigilants we saved from being ambushed have agreed to teach our people more about how best to combat vampires and other undead. She looked down at some of her notes before she continued. Also, our classes on basic magics have been well received by the average restored. Being able to heal small wounds and start fires without needing anything extra is quite convenient. Unfortunately, we still are lacking independence in the alchemy department. I would gladly review any recommendations anyone here has. Murmurs and small talk broke out for a moment as they tried thinking of people. The restored had a few contracts with apothecaries which supplied them potions, but there were only a couple members who actually knew anything about it. Rictus had been tempted to work on it more himself but had eventually dismissed the idea. Alchemy was a very time-intensive and expensive field of study. It wasn't like he could just mix a couple ingredients and instantly make a potion. Too bad alchemy isn't like the game still. That would have been really convenient right now. He did have an idea for a potential recruit though. Maybe Ignun Blackbriar could be a good fit for us. Stalio perked up after hearing the Blackbriars mentioned. Excuse me my lord, but I actually have some interesting news regarding the Blackbriars. Everyone focused on him at that. There had been little news of the family after the assassination of Hemming Blackbriar. A private funeral had been held for him, but that was about all. Everyone had expected Maven to go on a warpath after the assassination, but she had not. It was extremely strange and hinted that there may be more going on than meets the eye. A courier bringing a verbal message from Maven arrived at the watch right before I left for here. With this meeting already being scheduled, I figured it would be the best time to bring it. Rictus studied his newest follower for a moment before motioning him to continue with the message. The essence of the request was about Maven desiring a meeting with the restored, you in particular my lord. A mutually profitable arrangement was mentioned. The courier didn't know the exact details but guessed it would have to do with some kind of guard contract since things have gotten more unpredictable in Riften as of late. Marandrujo quickly spoke up. This one advises caution. The Blackbriars have been synonymous with the Thieves' Guild for years. Maven is known for being particularly ruthless. Rictus looked around to see everyone not in agreement. Farelda was the next to speak her mind. I do not know if she actually is in the good graces of the Thieves' Guild anymore honestly. Rysera looked at her inquisitively. What makes you say that? Well, it isn't common knowledge, but each of the major factions or guilds have a kind of unspoken agreement not to interfere with each other. Like Marandrujo mentioned, the Blackbriars are basically members of the Thieves' Guild for all intents and purposes. The fact the Brotherhood assassinated one of them is very worrying. There could have been a major change in leadership and dogma for the Brotherhood or the Thieves' Guild. Neither option is very pleasant to think about, especially if they are no longer upholding tradition. The guilds having that kind of agreement didn't really surprise Rictus. It only made sense that the more powerful groups in Skyrim decided not to interfere with one another. Faraldaw's thoughts mirrored what him and Ken had already considered regarding the assassination. There was more going on than meets the eye. It was very likely one of the skilled had taken over for one if not both factions. I think I may just have to listen to her request. It could prove enlightening. The meeting continued in a more relaxed atmosphere after that. No other major topics were brought up as each of them grew more familiar with each other. After having dinner together, they all went back to their rooms to rest. Rictus stayed back in the room for just a moment longer as he sat contently after a successful first meeting. A sigh escaped him as he thought about the upcoming meeting with Maven. He was a little uneasy about it, but it wasn't something he should ignore. Guess I will be going to Riften after all. Chapter 70, Maven Blackbriar. After triple-checking his attire, Rictus left his room to gather up his companions. He was wearing dark red formal wear instead of armor to try and make an appearance of wealth and sensibility. With his spells, armor wasn't really the highest priority anyways. Instead of his normal guards, he planned on taking Marandrucho, Stalio, and Rev with him this time, as well as a group of their new mounted riders. Ilya and Myrima had their own mission to accomplish. It wasn't long till the group were all mounted and leaving Treva's watch. A smile tugged at Rictus's face as he looked at their unique group. Mounted troops were already not very common in Skyrim. A group of 15 all mounted on massive goats was even more unique. Of course his was his familiar Billy, but that was just semantics at this point. He rode in the middle of the formation with his 3 minions and cavalry commander, Gartered Dwarf Legs. 3 riders were scouting ahead and watched their rear, while a couple more were out on each flank. Instead of actually meeting in Riften, Maven had wished to meet at the Blackbriar Lodge which was just east of the city. They would follow along the road which ran south of Lake Onric all the way there. I am not sure whether to feel more relieved or worried we are not meeting in the city. From what I have heard, the city is basically controlled by the Thieves Guild at this point, so meeting outside of it is fine by me. Everyone was on high alert as they traveled, but nothing of note happened. It was a rather peaceful trip everything considered, and the rift was quite beautiful this time of year. As they neared the city, Rictus couldn't help studying the home of the Thieves Guild. Riften was a massive sprawling city partially on the water. Large slightly dilapidated docks and houses could be seen sticking out over the lake while many small fishing boats were either docked or out in the lake. It was an old city and gave off a sense of history with the traditional architecture of wooden houses with stone bases. A sense of disorder pervaded the place which matched well with the fact it hosted the Thieves Guild. The wall around the city was covered in moss and would keep out animals, and some of the dumber bandits, but would not hold up to an actual assault. Mistvale Keep was a strong if plain castle which provided a more commanding presence in the sea of chaos that was the city. As they were riding behind the keep, Rictus felt eyes staring at them from the city. The guards outside of the gate were giving them glances, but others, most likely thieves, were watching from the dark crevasse of the worn wall. He wasn't too worried about them seeing his passage. Besides, nothing he could do about it now anyways. It was strange there was not more guards along the south side of the city, but he was sure their passing had been reported to someone at least. After traveling a little away from the city, they finally reached their destination. Blackbriar Lodge was not nearly as gaudy as he would have thought given the owners. It was partially built into the rocks surrounding it. The large rectangular building had a base of stones with wooden beams atop it which gave it a rustic feel. Chickens roamed around the yard and a small stone stable in the back was filled with horses. A large fortified wooden watchtower overlooked the lodge and the surrounding area. Everything someone would need to survive in relative comfort was here. He sat on his mount for a few minutes while silently staring at the lodge from the hill. Eventually, he spoke up as he urged his mount forward. Be on your guard. No telling what kind of trouble will come from this. Rictus had noticed a few guards in the watchtower, but they didn't stop them as they approached the lodge. His various sight-related spells revealed 5 guards in the watchtower with another 10 people in the lodge. A couple people in the house appeared decently talented, but nothing worrisome. There was one unique signature, but that was it. He even made sure there were no void pockets like he had experienced from the assassin at the embassy either just in case this was an assassination attempt. It wasn't long before the person of the hour walked out to greet them. Maven Blackbriar was a commanding woman. The way she walked exuded a mix of confidence and arrogance. She was a woman who knew her worth and wasn't afraid to use whatever means to get what she wanted. Rictus was pleasantly surprised how attractive she was as well. Despite having adult children, she could be mistaken as one of their siblings instead of their mother. Looking at Ngun standing at her side only confirmed his thoughts. She looked like a slightly younger version of her mother. Walking behind them with a disgruntled look on his face was a huge man wearing steel armor. If Rictus's information was accurate, this would most likely be Maul, Maven's right-hand man. Maven wasted no time as she approached him. It is good you showed up so quickly. Such punctuality is a promising sign for our future ventures. He gave her a little bow at her words. When one receives an invitation from Maven Blackbriar, it is a good idea to follow up on it as soon as possible. Rictus of the Restored at your service. A controlled smile appeared on her face as he stroked her pride. She probably thinks I rushed over here immediately to hear her request. Makes a much better impression if she thinks that instead of knowing I just took a teleporter most of the way here and then leisurely rode along the lake. Before we go inside to discuss the reason I called you, I must thank you for protecting my daughter at the embassy. I do not forget those who helped me. She then turned and started leading them inside, assuming everyone would just follow her. He was a little surprised she offered thanks so easily, but it made sense. Maven deeply cared about the idea of family. Not saying she actually cared about her family, more like she cared about the family legacy and name. Losing 2 potential heirs to the Blackbriar family would greatly hamper the family going forward, which is something Maven wouldn't stand for. Rictus motioned for Marandrujo and a couple of the warriors to join him as he headed inside. The rest would stay outside and watch for any potential dangers. As he neared the door, Maul turned around and stopped him. Leave your weapons here at the door. Rictus patted his shoulder as kept walking. Maul froze up at the touch. I think we will keep our weapons. Good try though. He could see Maven nod her head as they kept going on in. Seems like it was a little test for them. They all walked in while Maul stayed completely still for a few more seconds. He took a shuddering breath as he suddenly relaxed. What Maven hadn't noticed, was that Rictus had paralyzed him, which was why he hadn't said anything more. The guard mumbled to himself as he followed after them all. I better get a good bonus from all this. Damn mages. The group ended up in a comfortably appointed study. Bookshelves covered the back wall, and an empty fireplace dominated another wall. Large windows let in the sun's light to brighten up the room. Ledgers could be seen on the large wooden desk Maven sat behind. Ingun and Maul flanked her with bored expressions while Rictus sat in an uncomfortable wooden chair before her. The chair was obviously a power play, but he didn't really mind. Being able to levitate made any chair comfortable, and he wasn't particularly intimidated by her. The Blackbriar matriarch wasted no time before getting down to business. I would like to hire you and your people. As I am sure you know, I have numerous holdings which others would love to get their hands on. Your people would provide some extra security. I am willing to pay handsomely to ensure the safety of my interests. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at her words. Security? I find it hard to believe you would invite me personally all the way out here for something as simple as that. If that was all you wanted, then all this could have been done with our subordinates. Her face gave nothing away, but the 2 people behind her were not as stoic though. Indicating he was right in his suspicions. The agreement will be strictly for security and guard duties. You are known for your professionalism, high rate of success, and strength. Your people are also not limited by some ridiculous code of honor like the companions. Such qualities are exactly what I need right now. Are you sure this has nothing to do with the change in leadership at the Thieves Guild? I bet changes in Dark Brotherhood also could play into this. That got a small reaction. She stiffened up at the claim while her left eye barely twitched. What do you mean? Hearing the deflection caused him to sigh. Did you really expect me to blindly rush in without doing a little homework? It is commonly known you have contacts in the Thieves Guild and the Brotherhood. Some may even say you control the Thieves Guild. Normally, you would be off limits from the Brotherhood, but the fact that your son and a thane you kept in your pocket were targeted is very telling. Additionally, the fact we are having this meeting here instead of at your manor in the city also indicated that you are not entirely comfortable there anymore. They held eye contact for a few tense seconds before Maven started looking a little annoyed. The part about the thane was mostly a guess, but her look confirmed his suspicions. I guess it was foolish of me to hope you were a simple mercenary. There has been a lot of changes to the status quo recently. Not long ago a Khajiit woman joined up with the Thieves Guild. She was quite skilled, which was a welcome change from the beggars Brynjolf normally recruits. It didn't take long before she was quickly rising in reputation and skill. A break happened as she took a sip from a cup sitting before her. The trouble started after the disappearance of Mercer Frey. I know for a fact she is responsible, but there was no evidence. At the time, I wasn't worried since it shouldn't really affect my operations. Oh, how wrong I was. The Blackbriars have a long history with the guild, and this hussy is causing problems for me. She has proclaimed herself guild leader, which has divided the guild's loyalties. She has their respect while I have their purse. Something must give, and it won't be me. Rictus sat back in his chair as he thought about the things he was just told. It all kind of lined up with what he had theorized already. While it wasn't concrete, it partially confirmed his fears of the skeleton key being in the possession of a skilled. Such an artifact could wreak all kinds of havoc. He didn't know the full capabilities of it, but the little he knew or had heard about was daunting. Combining its power and an original skilled's knowledge could be disastrous. If that person had really wanted Maven gone, she would be dead by now. That sounds more like an assassination request. Wouldn't the Dark Brotherhood be the better route to go with that? Another frown marred Maven's face at the mention of the Brotherhood. They also have been going through a more traditionalist movement. My main point of contact in the Brotherhood is no longer there. He could roughly guess what this meant. The Brotherhood had basically devolved into a fancy assassin's guild, but then Cicero brings the Night Mother, which changes things. If someone picked that as their start and became the listener, things would definitely be different than what Maven had grown accustomed to. Strangely, there had been no reports of the Penitus Oculatus striking the Fok Wreath despite the Emperor already dying, which told him they did not follow the original KST line. Saying your main point of contact is gone implies you have another point of contact. Maybe you can lean on them. Of course, I can, but that is a card I won't play just yet. Hence why you are here. Your people are not needed for any kind of assault. I can handle that on my own. Brining enough force to bear though would leave my holdings weakened though, which is something I cannot stand. You will be the guards and my insurance policy in case things do not go as planned. There is a chance doing this would also help some of your other caravans from getting hit down. It wasn't a bad deal for the restored. He knew there was probably more to it than simple guard work though. Maven would probably try and get some of her enemies to attack his people so that there would be less resistance to her fighters while also gauging the restored's capabilities. If they defended successfully, Maven would weaken her enemies. If they failed in their defense, Maven would still have weakened her enemies, and the restored would have to cover the loss in damages. A win for her no matter what. Still, this could be a good deal. She basically admitted it was the Thieves Guild targeting the groups his people guarded here. Decreasing the attacks against his people in the south while also having Maven as a business partner, even if only temporarily, would be a good thing. The Blackbriars had their own information ring, and this could give him a chance to partially subvert it to his side. I am very tempted by the offer since it would be beneficial for us on a few different areas. I do have a question for you though. What is it? I apologize for not being able to keep my curiosity under control any longer, but is that person hiding in the chimney one of your guards or a spy? It can't be comfortable in there. Maven's eye widened in surprise as a curse escaped her mouth. Maul quickly ran over there as Ingun looked away from the alchemy book on the shelf. Before Maul could make it over there, a figure wearing some dark armor dropped from the chimney and entered the room with their hands held out before them and spoke in a feminine voice. Easy, easy. I mean you all no harm. The figure was wearing dark bluish-black armor with overlapping leather pads and fingerless gloves. A short black cape was on their back while a hood and mask completely blocked off their face. The hood somehow covered their face in an unearthly darkness which was impossible to see through, and the armor made it difficult to stay focused on her even in such a well-lit room. Maul had his sword pointed at the intruder as Maven stood up with her dagger drawn and a shock spell primed in her hand. You better give me a good reason you are here, or else you will not be leaving this place fully intact or alive. The venom in her voice was unmistakable. Rictus just sat calmly in his seat as he watched the show before him. The woman was obviously in nightingale armor, which piqued his interest greatly. You are all in danger. I am here warning you because I need your help in stopping her and getting back something she took. Maven looked on with a tiny amount of curiosity as she lowered her blade. Are talking about who I think you are. Light began shining from a small totem at Rictus's wrist as he suddenly stood up, drawing everyone's eyes to him. He stared outside the building as he started making his way toward the door. Why don't we head outside and see? Seems we have some guests outside who are waiting on us. It would be rude of us not to greet them. Maven, Ingun, Maul, and the Nyingali looked at him in confusion before noticing a commotion happening outside the window. They soon followed after Rictus, worried about what could be happening. Chapter 71, Words with a Thief. And, welcome to all those coming to this site from web novel. Hope you enjoy the chapter. As Rictus was leaving the lodge, he could sense a strange magical energy outside. It pulsed strongly yet slipped away like a shadow. The skeleton key was the most likely suspect. He took a good look around as he walked out the door to see who and what they were up against. The most striking thing was the glowing portal right ahead of them. People continued exiting the portal even as the lodge was slowly surrounded. 5 of his restored were standing before the door in a semicircle with Stalio behind them. A few were trapped in the stables with the mounts while the rest were in the watchtower. Finally, people stopped exiting the portal as it closed without a sound. All in all, they were heavily outnumbered by what appeared to be a collection of thieves, mercenaries, and beggars. Maven was looking at all of them with an arrogant sneer on her face, but Rictus could see her hands clenched in nervousness. Interestingly, Maul did not seem surprised or nervous. People moved away and created a small clearing as 3 people walked past them. 2 of them were walking slightly behind the other one. Those 2 were a male and female Nord. The woman had brown hair slightly past the shoulder with piercing blue eyes. She wore a brown sleeveless version of the traditional Thieves Guild armor. The male's reddish-brown hair also came down to his shoulders, but he was wearing faded black Thieves Guild armor. The person in the middle demanded more attention though. The dark black Thieves Guild armor the Khajiit woman wore was a much higher quality than her followers. It clung to her like a second skin and left little of her curvaceous body to the imagination. The black armor melded almost perfectly with her dark black fur, which lightened up marginally around her muzzle and tufts of her ears. Brilliant yellow gold eyes sparkled with intelligence and mirth as she stalked forward like a leopard which just caught its prey. Her voice had a musical and seductive lilt which could cause a monk to second-guess his dedication to celibacy. My, seems someone has been up to something recently, Maven? And is that Carla with you? You must be after the guild if you are consorting with Gallus's killer. Are you perhaps thinking or repeating the feat? She placed a hand over her mouth in fake surprise as the man beside her stared hatefully at Carla and Maven. I was skeptical at first, but seeing you here with that murderer proves your ill intentions to the guild, Maven. Maven scoffed as she looked over at the Carla. As if I would work with someone like her. I caught her trying to spy on me just moments ago. You are more than welcome to her. The Khajiit woman had a thoughtful look on her face. That is very convenient timing if you ask me. You have to admit a meeting with the killer of at least one guild master, and the leader of the restored mercenary group way out here is mighty suspicious. Slowly, Carla was moved away from the group and surrounded by an angry group of thieves. The Khajiit woman turned to Rictus finally as she gave him a sensual smile and spoke in a slightly husky tone. Ah, but where are my manners? I haven't introduced myself to your guest. You can call me Laverna Bastat, thief extraordinaire and guild master for the Thieves Guild. I have been looking forward to meeting you for a long time now, Rictus. Not interested. I know some furries would jizz their pants at the sight of you with all those straps, but that's not my thing. Not trying to kink shame you, just making sure you know where we stand. Everyone just stood in shocked silence at his words. No one really understood exactly what he was talking about, but they got the gist of it. Meanwhile, Laverna just stared at him a moment before letting out a melodious laugh. Haha. It really has been too long since I have interacted with someone like you. I was not prepared for that at all. No one else said a word as she slowly shook her head in amusement. It was immediately replaced by a no-nonsense look. I know why you are all here. Carla being here is a surprise, but not a great one. I am willing to let it pass if you bend to my demands. Maven rolled her eyes at the thought of someone else giving her demands. Your worries and suspicions have no proof. I was meeting with Rictus to provide some new guards for my merchandise when he caught the murderer spying on us. We then came out here when we heard a commotion. Nothing more, nothing less. A bored look crossed the new guild master's face as she looked behind Maven. The ringing of a blade exiting a scabbard was heard, followed by someone gasping. Turning around revealed Maul with his sword to Ngun's throat. They were planning and talking about exactly what you suspected, guild master. Maven's face turned red with barely contained rage as she clenched her fists hard enough to almost draw blood. Her voice seethed with malice as she looked at her former right-hand man. How dare you, after everything I have done for you? This is how you treat me and my family. You better run as far away as possible after this, because nowhere in Skyrim will be safe for you after this betrayal. The man gave her a hard look as he brought the blade closer to Ngun's throat. You better be careful how you speak to me. Wouldn't want my arm to slip and cause an accident right now. It would be a real shame if you lost another kid, especially since one is still in jail, and we both know how dangerous that place can be. A soft chuckle came from Laverna as she looked at one of Skyrim's most powerful persons dancing in the palm of her hand. She then turned back to Rictus, acting as if Maven was beneath her notice. A claw tapped on her chin as she started pacing back and forth like a predator stalking its prey. Now what to do with you? No crimes were technically committed yet, but you were still implicit in a plot against me. I cannot just let something like that go. It would ruin my reputation. I am sure you can understand. Her words caused the restored around him to tense up. They did not appreciate the way the conversation was going. He spoke up before any of them could do anything stupid. How about we just forget the whole thing? There is no need for conflict between us. You all can figure things out between while we leave. Although, Ngun will be coming with us when we go. I already saved her life once and she still owes me. I wouldn't want her to die before she returns the favor. Shaking her head, Laverna obviously disagreed. That's not quite good enough, I am afraid. Plotting an assassination is a serious crime. I don't think my followers and fellow guild members could accept such a thing. While I would be fine with it, I fear they may act out if you aren't punished. Rictus rolled his eyes at her words. Let's hurry this up and you just tell me what you want. I am getting a little tired and want to leave this place. It's Frida's, and I got a keg of Velad's newest juniper brew calling my name. She stared at him a moment before motioning to his side. Give me your grimoire and you can go. I will even let you take Ngun if you hand it over peacefully and promise she won't return to the rift unless I say so. You will also of course have to give me some additional favors, but we can work on that at a later time. Letting his fingers run through his beard, Rictus pondered the request for a moment. A book wasn't a terrible trade for peace with the Thieves Guild. It wasn't like he actually used it or anything like that. I think I am going to have to pass on the offer. I'm keeping the book. A chuckle snuck from her lips as the surrounding thieves gave him a dirty smile. I think you misunderstood something. That was not an offer, but what will happen? I will get the grimoire one way or another. Personally, I was hoping you would resist so I could test some things out. Rictus, seeing that things were not going so well, raised his right hand as he channeled his mana towards the ground. He planned on raising a wall to give them some space before launching a counterattack. Nothing happened. Looking at his sides revealed shocked looks of fear on both Stalio and Marandrujo's face. They both looked at their hands a moment before turning towards him. Marandrujo spoke in a low and shaky voice. It is gone. This one can no longer feel the magic. What is happening? Rictus also felt somehow less than he did just moments before. Looking up revealed Laverna giving him a victorious look. In her hands was an ancient-looking key with a large bluish knob that she was pointing right at him. He stared at her a moment before commenting. The skeleton key, seems it is as powerful as people speculated after all. I guess this was part of the plan all along. It was the truth too. He had thought the key was way more powerful than an unbreakable lockpick like it was shown in the game. Seems all those fan theories about it were at least somewhat correct. Laverna's grin grew more pronounced at his words. I do so love someone with some intelligence. A mage without their magic isn't really much of a threat to me at all, especially since I can guess how you got all those muscles. This is checkmate for you. He stared at her for a moment before a slight grin appeared on his face. Reaching out, he grabbed the ebony bat leaks one of his soldiers had on his back before walking forward. It may be check, but not mate. How about I show you if these muscles really are just for show? Laughter spilled out of her throat as she saw him do some amateurish swings one-handed while holding the axe in the middle of the shaft. A hand movement had her people stop advancing as she sashayed towards Rictus while drawing a Daedric dagger. I was taught not to play with my food, but I think I can make an exception this time. I think I misjudged your intelligence if you are facing me, especially wielded that one-handed and without any armor. No words were spoken as he kept advancing towards her with a steady pace. She shrugged her shoulders after giving him a moment longer to change his mind. Guess we do this the hard way then. She exploded forward faster than Rictus expected. He was able to move his axe up just in time to block the dagger thrust at him with the large, bladed head. The force surprised him but wasn't enough to push him back. Trying to push back at her proved fruitless as she already moved backwards. Her eyes narrowed at the fact he blocked her first strike. Maybe he wasn't as hopeless as she thought. Rictus took a large swing at her while letting the shaft slide through his hands until it stopped at the pommel. The extra reach almost took her by surprise, but she rolled under it as she swiped at his leg. A slight stinging sensation told him she had landed the first blow. She wasn't done though as she tried to hamstring him. Kicking out with his foot caused her to back off while he regained his stance. They soon met again with a clash of blades. Small wounds began accumulating on Rictus as it became apparent she was the faster and more skilled of the two. Laverna and the other thieves were not surprised since Rictus was a handicapped mage. After he barely managed to dodge an attack, she backed off. Go ahead and give up. You lost. There is no shame in admitting defeat, and I don't honestly want to kill you. Spitting on the ground, he smiled back at her. How about you give me and my companions back out magic, and we forget this ever happened? Her face scrunched in confusion. Why would I do that when you are beaten? A defiant look appeared on his face as he stared down his opponent. Ha, I can do this all day. I am just getting warmed up. A sigh escaped her as she shook her head at his arrogance while cringing at his words which sounded like a crappy anime protagonist. Why don't we change things up then? Make it at least a little more interesting. She pulled out a book which had been strapped to her side. It looked eerily similar to Rictus's grimoire except it had the symbol for oblivion and conjuration on it. After opening the book, a large black circle with purplish flames appeared. Out stepped a large humanoid wearing spiked black and red Daedric armor and wielding a Daedric greatsword. I smell weakness. She had summoned a Dremora Lord. Arguably the best summons from the Skyrim game. Laverna gestured at Rictus with a flick of her hand. Subdue him for me. Eyes like the abyss stared at him before a bloodthirsty yell came from the Dremora. I honor my lord, by destroying you. Balls. The explicative had barely left his mouth before the monster was before him swinging with all the might of a mountain. Despite blocking, the Dremora pushed him back a step from the force of the swing. This would not be the easy fight Rictus hoped for. He had to dodge a couple more swipes from the sword as he tried to think of the best way to counterattack. Its thick armor would most likely turn back any strike not swung at full power, and it was more skilled with its weapon than he was. Guess it is time to try and speed things up. Couldn't keep the arm hidden forever. I may be really good with a blade, but this beast is a master. He ducked under a horizontal swing while choking up on his axe with both hands and letting the blade slide against the armor around the summon's knee. The armor slightly dented but ultimately held. This would be a battle of attrition after all. Everyone was transfixed watching the fight going on before them. Where Rictus had been the slow one before, he was now skirting around the summoned Dremora while taking short, controlled slashes at it with both hands. It was a complete reversal from the fight between him and Laverna. Having the use of both hands had surprised the watching thieves. They all suspected it was his trump card which he had to use now instead of against Laverna. Unfortunately, his opponent's thick armor and monstrous strength kept the unarmored Rictus on the defensive. Rictus caught an overhead swing with the top of his axe while keeping the pommel on the ground to catch the blow. His foot then shot out faster than ever before and hit the knee joint of the Dremura's armor. A sickening crunch was heard as the armor crumbled under his kick. The Dremura Lord fell to the ground as it lost its grip on its sword. No. Not by a mortal. The body slowly dissolved into nothing as Rictus's blade lodged into the ground where its neck had been just moments before. Everyone was stunned into silence for a moment before the restored started cheering. A loud slow clapping sound stopped their cheering as everyone turned to see what was going on. Laverna stood there with a slight smile on her face. Looks like you were hiding some of your strength during our spar. Too bad you didn't utilize it earlier. You may have stood a chance then. Unfortunately for you, I already have what I want. Rictus's hand shot down towards his waist where his grimoire normally sat. It was gone. He looked back towards her as she patted the book now in her hands. When did she have the chance to do that? She answered his unspoken question. While you were distracted with the fighting, I was able to snatch this off you fairly easily. I am a master pickpocket. Such a thing was trivial for me. Why do you even want it that badly? It's not like it has any use for you. Her smile only got wider. Rictus kept his face neutral as he internally hoped for the classic monologue and explanation. Ah, that is where you are mistaken. I have what some would consider a god-given talent to seamlessly use magical artifacts I pickpocket. That was how I summoned the Dremura Lord after all. Combine that ability with the grimoire's ability to drastically reduce the magical cost of spells in the corresponding school of magic while holding it in hand, and I can cast magic as good if not better than some masters. His eyes widened in shock at the explanation. He tried thinking back on all his experiences with spells to this point and got a sickening revelation. A thought burned in his mind. I don't think I ever tried casting a spell while holding the book. Did I really get such an item at the start and never used it? I only thought it recorded information and was convenient to write in. Wait, was that how I was able to summon so many of those mage lights in the breeze home as soon as I got to Skyrim? What a hack! Seeing his shocked face and slightly misinterpreting it, Laverna puffed up in pride. She wasn't usually one to boast, but something about winning against someone like her brought deep satisfaction. Her actions and thoughts were a little altered from her normal calm and collected persona, but it was natural after such success. I can tell you see your new position. Having to finally pay full cost for your spells will limit you for a while, but that is no problem. Join me, and I will make sure you have plenty of potions to help you out. Think of all we could accomplish working together. Your restored will stand in the light while my guild will control the shadows. Rictus stared at the hand she held out at her offer. It wasn't a terrible deal given the situation. Having the Thieves Guild working with him could take their information gathering to new heights. Having dedicated rogues would also even out some of his adventuring teams and make certain missions significantly easier. They wouldn't have to worry about their caravans in the south and could focus their full attention on the north. Working with a knowledgeable skilled would also carry a lot of benefits. It was a good deal. I believe I already mentioned it, but I am not interested. Seeing his apathetic expression ticked Laverna off. She had made him an excellent deal which would greatly profit both of them. Why wouldn't anyone accept such a proposition? You are not nearly as smart as I thought. This could have been the start of something special. Instead, you will be my prisoner which will keep the restored in line anyways. I don't actually need your cooperation. She couldn't help but sigh at the turn of events. Some people were just too prideful to see common sense. Bound them all up. No need to be gentle either. If anyone resists, don't take any chances with your life. Her followers moved to apprehend the stoic restored. She had to give them some credit. None of them showed any fear at all despite the hopelessness in their situation. They all stood solidly with their weapons still in hand and their eyes closed. Another sigh escaped her at the trouble this would cause. Letting her people go to work, she couldn't resist peeking at the new grimoire she just acquired. Her fingers caressed the binding as she opened it up. Let's see what secrets you hold. Brilliant bright light suddenly flooded the area, blinding everyone as a loud rumbling could be heard. Many of the thieves screamed out at the surprise of it all. When the light finally died down after a few minutes, they were shocked at what they saw. Rows of thickly armored warriors surrounded them with weapons drawn. Archers aimed at them from rocky platforms they could have sworn were not there earlier. All of the warriors who suddenly appeared looked ready to attack at any moment. The thieves were caught completely by surprise and turned their heads to their leader, which gave them another shock. Laverna was standing completely still with her hands miming at opening a book. Another thing stood out even more than her not moving. She was completely naked. All her belongings were scattered on the ground around her. None of the thieves could wrap their heads around why she was like that or the sudden turn of events. Everyone's eyes turned and followed the figure walking towards the paralyzed guild master. Rictus unfurled a large sheet of fabric from his back before placing it on Laverna. As soon as it contacted her skin, it started disintegrating as large amounts of rock and ash encased her entire body while leaving the head uncovered. You should have locked down the magic in the area instead of just our personal magic. That would have stopped runes from working and others from interfering. He petted her head condescendingly before reaching down and picking up the item of interest. Even with his magic locked, he could feel the power of the skeleton key. The possibilities of such a thing were nearly endless. Just imagining the things he could accomplish with it sent a small shiver down his spine. His gaze turned towards the nightingale who had been silent this entire time. Carla, can you use the key to undo what was done to us? She simply nodded her head and walked over to him at his beckoning. Her mind was still processing everything she just witnessed. As she got close, Rictus tossed the key at her like it wasn't one of the most powerful Daedric artifacts in existence. Carla caught the key and activated it instinctively. A rush of familiar power poured into Rictus as he felt reconnected with his magic. Ah, that's better. Now, I think you should probably take that away from mortal hands and back where it belongs with Nocturnal. Using the key to get there faster would be smart. Maybe after that you can persuade the other thieves here of your innocence. Gallus's journal would probably help with that. If not, I could find a use for someone of your abilities. Carla nodded in determination as his words reaffirmed why she was here. After seeing everything that just happened, she did not question why she was here. Before she could activate the skeleton key, a voice stopped her. Laverna looked confused and discombobulated as she stared at Rictus. She couldn't quite understand what had just happened. How? Rictus looked over at her still trapped in stone. Magic. He moved his hands back and forth as little magical lights sparkled around them. Like he was going to explain anything to her. Turning towards Carla, he motioned at the trapped Laverna. You should take her with you. I bet your patron would be very interested in meeting someone who kept the skeleton key knowing its importance. Laverna's eyes widened in fear at that statement. No words left her mouth as Carla simply nodded in agreement. The two of them disappeared as a portal swallowed them up, leaving Rictus standing there with a contemplative look on his face. Marandrujo was the first to approach him. Was it wise to give away such a powerful artifact? Much could have been done with it. Perhaps it wasn't, but keeping it could have proven more troublesome in the long run. I try to avoid angering or even interacting with any of the Daedric princes. I feared if I used it, there was no way I wouldn't keep it. That kind of power corrupts. I'm probably being an idiot about the whole thing, but what's done is done. Now we just have to figure out this whole mess. He hadn't really thought as much about what would happen after this moment. The contingencies for the Thieves' Guild showing up had worked perfectly. He had informed Myrima and Ilya about his worries regarding the meeting. They had gathered up a large quick reaction force including all his minions who would come to their aid if he needed it. He purposely leisurely rode towards the meeting so that his enemies would know his whereabouts and could guess who he was meeting with. While he had stopped on the hill overlooking the lodge, he had carved out a teleportation glyph under the ground so that his people could appear. Rev broke off from the group as soon as they arrived at the lodge to keep an eye out for the thieves' approach. He had broken the linked charm which caused Rictus's totem to light up when they appeared. Rictus then broke another charm which was the signal for his forces to prepare and get in place. The signal for their intervention would be the bright light. He had prepared a fake grimoire before the meeting which he had trapped with 3 overpowered runes. One would make the extremely bright light. One was a paralyze spell. The final one was the spell Sanguine had taught him. It basically removed all the items a person had on them. Rictus went with this one in case the person who stole it had the skeleton key on them. This would remove it from their person and limit any retaliation against him. Thankfully, everything had gone according to plan. The only problem now would be figuring out what to do with all the thieves here. A sigh escaped him as he looked at the rising tensions between his restored and the remaining thieves. Nothing is ever simple, it seems. And, hey there readers. I hope you liked the chapter and weren't too disappointed in how it went with the skeleton key. I debated for a long time about whether he should keep it or not, but ultimately decided to return it. He could have potentially done like a lot of people say and unlock his and his followers' potentials, but it didn't happen. I never said Rictus was the most intelligent of people. I read a theory somewhere that the key can do that, but it needs to stay closed for such changes to last. Don't know if that has any merit, but I kind of like it. In the end, making Nocturnal happy and allowing her to more fully interact with the world sounded like the safer option. Chapter 72, Surprises. Rictus looked around as he assessed the current situation. The restored were ready to attack at any sign of aggression by the thieves, especially since they had been targeting their leader. Many thieves were looking around nervously at the heavily armed troops surrounding them. Some others were just standing in confusion at the sudden turn of events. He understood why they felt that way. What they had thought would be an easy outing had completely reversed. Their undefeatable leader had been utterly humiliated and defeated after seemingly holding victory in her grasp. Their future was currently up in the air. As he was looking around, Rictus noticed there was still a bit of a situation going on. Maul still had a gun captured with his sword at her throat. He was looking around nervously and for good reason. He had betrayed Maven. It was all a misunderstanding. I was never going to truly betray you. This was just so I could get on her good side. Maven stared at him blankly. He was obviously reaching and trying to save himself at this point. Do you ever think I would trust you after something like this? You are smarter than that, Maul. He then pulled his gun closer and rested his blade against her throat. Let me go, or I will kill her. Maul was sweating profusely as he alternated his sights between Maven and Rictus before settling his eyes upon Rictus, who was his only chance at living at this point. Shaking his head, Rictus looked at him in confusion. Does that ever really work? I mean, I guess it could in certain situation and against some people, but I doubt it would in this one. Maybe you just want someone else to die with you? I guess I could see the appeal of that. Still, if you surrender, you could die easily. If you kill her, I highly doubt you will die quickly or easily. Either way, you will be dead. While he was talking, Maul's eyes darkened before a fatalistic look appeared on his face. It was obvious what he was about to do. I won't go down easily. I swear. His words stopped in his throat as he suddenly froze up. While Rictus had been talking, Maul was only focusing on him, which was a major mistake. He didn't notice the green ball of energy Maven shot at him. What he did notice was her cruel smile. You are right about something. You will not go down easily. I will show you the error of your ways before putting you down like the gutter rat you are. Don't worry, we will have plenty of time to talk about your betrayal and for me to teach you one last lesson. Rictus actually felt a little bad for the man. Maven was not someone to piss off, and Maul had done an amazing job at that. Ingun was soon free of him though, and he was properly restrained. A couple of Maven's guards came out from the lodge where they had been hiding and took Maul somewhere back inside the lodge. Well, now that is taken care of, perhaps we can come to an agreeable solution from all this mess. Rictus conjured up a large stone table and 4 chairs. He motioned the 2 thieves which had been flanking Laverna to some chairs as he and Maven took the other 2. Taking the lead, he spoke first. I think some introductions are in order. I'm Rictus, the leader of the Restored. The 2 thieves stared at him before the man finally spoke. I am Brynjolf and the lass here is Sapphire. Rictus had always liked Brynjolf from the games. His unique Scottish accent combined with his honorable thief routine made him a fun follower. Hopefully, he would be as easy to work with now as in the game. Unlike him though, Sapphire was staring at him with smoldering eyes and clenched hands. Seems someone was holding a grudge against him. Thankfully, Brynjolf kept talking. Before we go any further, what did you mean by Gallus's journal helping Carla prove her innocence? Well, that's because she didn't kill Gallus. They were lovers after all. Mercer killed him and framed her. He was even stealing from the guild vault using Noctural's skeleton key, which he stole. I don't know what Laverna was doing with the vault, but it should have been almost completely emptied by Mercer. The 2 thieves started at him in surprise for a moment as they digested what he said. They still obviously didn't take his words for fact, but it was a kernel of doubt and gave them something to investigate later. He steered the conversation back. All of that is more of an internal issue though and not what we need to discuss. Everyone sat up a little straighter at that. I have some simple demands. First is to stop the attacks on the caravans my people are guarding. I was content to leave the guild alone until that started happening. Second is a non-interference pact between our people. You will try your best not to steal from mine, and we will do our best not to kill yours. If you agree to provide us information when we request it, that would just be a nice little bonus. Rictus thought his demands were pretty simple. Brynjolf did wince a little when he mentioned the attacks on the caravans. I had told Laverna that was a deal she shouldn't have taken. The money was too good to pass up though. He narrowed his eyes at the thief. What deal and who made it? Before he could speak up, Maven interjected. Why, it was from Ambassador Elenwen. I was planning on telling you before our previous conversation was so rudely interrupted. Seems you have made some enemies. Although the Thalmor are usually a little more careful than this. Must have been in a hurry or you really angered them somehow. Brynjolf nodded his head. That is who gave us the contract. Stopping the attacks will not be a problem. Our losses were starting to outweigh the benefits anyways. I don't think many will object to your terms after today, but there could still be some complications. The guild doesn't control every thief out there. His eyes darted over to Sapphire, who was still giving Rictus the stink eye. Not one to shy away, Rictus stared right back at her. I don't really care how you feel about me. You all were the ones who attacked me first. Had you or your lover just reached out to me first, we probably would have been working together. Instead, you tried to strong-arm me into compliance, which is something I will not let happen, at least not to something like this chapter of the Thieves' Guild. Do not take my mercy for weakness though. If you attack me or mine again, I'll kill you without a second thought. She stared at him a little longer before turning her head away. The lover part was a guess but seemed to be pretty accurate based off her and Brynjolf's look. Only time would tell if she continued being a problem. Maven cleared her throat as she took control of the conversation. Now, there are a couple other matters I would like to address. The rest of the talk happened without incident. Brynjolf would be the new guild master since he had already been doing a lot of the basic duties as the second in command. Maven had also gotten some concessions from the guild for a fair number of losses she had taken from them recently. Rictus didn't really much care about the other little details they argued over since none of it directly impacted him, especially since his thoughts were on the Thalmor. He wasn't entirely sure why they were trying to make trouble for the Restored. The only thing he could think of was they were wary since the Restored were an unknown that had grown in power and influence so quickly. Their failure at infiltrating the upper levels of the organization also had to bother them. There was a chance some spies had slipped among their members, but the chance of them getting into the leadership was very slim since the Restored were almost fanatic in their loyalty to him. Still, he hoped this issue didn't escalate too much. Eventually, the talks came to an end, and the thieves departed back to the city. It would be a long cold walk in the dark for them, but Rictus didn't really care. A few Restored would follow them and make sure they didn't try anything stupid. Maven and Rictus stayed outside as they watched them leave. "I'm guessing you would still like to hire some of my people as guards, yes?" She just scoffed. "Of course. I would be stupid not to hire you. Besides, it would be mutually beneficial for us to keep working together. This will allow you to stay informed on the guild and the Reach while I have another layer of protection." He couldn't help smiling at the pointed look she gave him and the hidden meaning behind her words. Seems she knew he wanted her information network and was willing to work with him to a degree, for now at least. "You have seemed to have benefited greatly from this whole ordeal. If I didn't know any better, I would say pitting the guild against me was your plan all along." A large smile stretched across her face as she gave him a sly look. "That is truly an interesting idea. Too bad I didn't think about it before." He could only shake his head at her words. "Why the guild would ever try going against you I will never understand. The rumors about you do not do you justice." She turned around and started walking away after giving him a smug smile. Before she went too far, she abruptly stopped. Her gaze lingered on her daughter before turning to face him once more. "I think I will take you up on your offer to watch over Ingun. It will do the girl some good to get away from here until things calm down." She patted her daughter's cheek in a rare display of affection before she entered the lodge, dismissing them without a second thought. Rictus shook his head again at her. He looked over at Ingun who was giving him a curious look. "Are you prepared to go?" As he said those words, two servants exited the lodge carrying a large chest. They dropped it at Ingun's feet before going back inside. She glanced at the trunk before looking back to him. "Seems so." Rictus let out a sigh. Seems he still had a lot to learn from the Blackbriar matriarch. "All right everyone. Let's go home." Rictus finally started to relax after finally making it back to their main base in White River Watch. It had taken them significantly longer on the return trip since he wasn't taking Ingun through the teleporter. She had not earned that level of trust. Still, they had made great time riding. The sun was just about to set, and Rictus was determined to make it to his overlook in time to watch it. Sweet rolls were already ordered and on their way. He couldn't help chuckle as he thought back on the big happy smiles all his people were giving him as he passed them. Seems they all had missed him. He stopped in his tracks as he saw someone sitting in his seat. As she turned to look at him, he felt his heart stop for just a moment. She was the most stunning woman he had ever seen. Long luscious dark hair cascaded past her shoulders. Silk-like hair framed her angular face which sported the most delicate lips he had ever seen. Her nose was slightly long, but while some may consider it a minor imperfection, it only made her appear more real and beautiful in his eyes. Speaking of eyes, hers drew him in. They were almost entirely black except for small bright dots that glittered like stars in the depths of space. He couldn't help as his eyes traveled across the rest of her body. She was not the buxom beauty many desired, but her athletic figure still had curves in all the right places. A few things stood out to him though as he overlooked her. Dark black feathers with gold tips could be seen along her arms. Instead of feet, her shapely legs ended in large talons. Finally, in her hands was a large glass of wine and a sweet roll. A smooth and seductive voice pulled him from his thoughts. "Darling. I've been waiting for you to return to consummate our love." Long-forgotten images rapidly flashed through his mind. Showing up with Sam to a small shack in the wilderness. A long night of talking under the stars. Sharing hopes and dreams as they shared a large mug. The flash of magic as he made a wish come true. Things he had thought forgotten after a night of drinking and debauchery came crashing back as he looked upon the woman whose beauty he struggled to put into words. Ever so softly a single word escaped his mouth. "Moira." His eyes slowly fluttered open as he felt the sun's gentle rays on his face. The soft songs of the birds drifted through the window, acting like nature's alarm clock. He stared up at his ceiling remembering last night. Rictus was still a little shocked at being reunited with Moira. It wasn't something he had ever thought to pursue and had put it out of his mind despite Ilya mentioning her a few times. Seeing her had caused him to remember some of the time they had spent together. Not everything was perfectly clear, but the moments of clarity did cause his heart to speed up just a little. It turned out that part of the reason he found her so attractive was because of how he cast his alter body spell. Normally, he tried to direct the spell and control it, at least to a degree. That time though he had only channeled the magic as he thought about making her beautiful. The huge amount of alcohol in his systems had caused him to act more instinctually instead of rationally. He had basically made her into his picture of beauty, which gave him some conflicting thoughts. Those thoughts were chased away by a soft sigh from the head on his chest and arms pulling him tighter. A goofy smile appeared on Rictus's face as he looked down on Moira's sleeping face. Some may disagree with his actions, but he couldn't care less. She was absolutely stunning, not to mention it had been a while for him. Besides, they were two consenting adults. There were sure to be some long talks and bigger issues later, but for right now he just didn't care. A night of talking, watching the sunset, wine, and sweet rolls was a great start. Also, who knew that the equilibrium spell that could magically restore stamina had so many additional benefits? His quiet contemplation was interrupted as his door was violently thrown open by Ilya and Myrima. He couldn't help letting out a disgruntled sigh at the interruption to his peaceful morning. Their appearance ruined his plan of a little morning exercise. Unless... He quickly shook his head of those lewd thoughts as he saw the conflicting looks upon their faces. That was never a good sign. Just one day free of problems. Is that too much to ask for? Their words came rushing out and caused his blood to run cold. Ken's been captured. And, well, that was a lot to throw in all at once there at the end. I almost ended on a cliffhanger after him reuniting with Moira, but I figured the poor guy could use a little stress relief. It may not be the reunion some hoped for, but it finally happened. I do have to apologize if the writing with her seems a little forced. Romance or relationships are not really my area of expertise, especially writing about them. So, I will take all the advice or critics I can get with that kind of stuff. Finally, I think next week we'll have a little bonus chapter from Ken's perspective and how he got into that mess. Chapter 73, Can You Believe It? And, when talking about the story, my brother mentioned I should do a bonus chapter from the POV of Ken while he went to Solitude. It just so worked out that I had some extra time and that this chapter was fun to write, so I can finally give you all a bonus chapter. Hope you like it. Ken's POV. A sigh escaped him as he finally neared Solitude. The rain and the cold had made for a terrible trip, and he couldn't help complaining about his aching joints. Even though they didn't hurt anymore after his alteration, complaining about achy joints was just something he felt obligated to do because of his age. The Restored had set up their teleporter outside of Solitude unlike most the other holds. The only other one outside the city was in Windhelm. Each of the ancient cities had some special magics in them which made the teleportation more expensive and likely to be detected. Solitude was a bigger worry though, with it being the base of the Legion and Thalmor. The fact that Sybil Stentor was the court wizard also played a role. She was easily the most powerful and learned of all the court wizards in Skyrim. All this led to Ken having to make his way to the city on foot. He regretted trying to stay inconspicuous and travel by foot instead of carriage or horse. That would have made it much easier for him, but then his life had never been the easiest and being outside was good for him. No one really paid much attention to the old man wearing a cloak traveling to the city, which was just the way he liked it. Being the second in command of the Restored was immensely fulfilling, but sometimes it was nice to just be another face in the crowd, especially since he was going searching for information. I suppose this is why Rictus is always running off. It is a bit freeing. Walking through all the crowds, he kept an ear out for any interesting news. Unfortunately, there was not anything noteworthy being said. Most were talking about normal daily activities like work or shopping. Some talk of the war happened, but it was all old news to him. He did notice a beggar everyone else ignored. Spare some gold for a veteran. As Ken approached him, the ragged man turned one good eye to him. Can you spare a septim? Lost an eye during the Great War, or I'd earn it myself. A bit of pity entered Ken's eyes as he looked at his fellow warrior. He moved his shirt to the side, showing the many scars he had accumulated during his time in the war. Where did you get yours, friend? The beggar's eye had a faraway look. Anvil. I was on the field at Anvil, and when I was struck down, they left me. You understand? They left me for dead. I didn't leave them. As he was getting upset, Ken placed a calming hand on his shoulder. The beggar stared out over the street as he kept talking. I was the finest scout in the Legion, once. Tracked down all the places in the wilds that were causing people trouble. Lost my helmet in one of the old caves. My pretty helmet. Life just got worse after that. Kept losing things. So many things. Ken just listened to the man as he spoke. Sometimes a person just needed someone to listen, even for just a moment. No one pays attention to the beggars on the street. Even the ones that give money usually just drop a coin instead of stopping. The ones that do stop usually just nod their heads without really paying any attention. Ken understood the way the man felt. He was the same way not so long ago. He placed a small pouch of coins in the man's hand. Take this. He paused a second to look the man in the eye. If you spoke true about earning gold yourself, go the restored. Tell them Ken sent you. They will take care of you. From one veteran to another, you will not regret it. He patted the man on his shoulder as he straightened up and gave one last word of encouragement. Some still remember and care about the sacrifices we made. You too can be restored. With that taken care of, he walked away without sparing a second glance. He had done all he could to help, but it was out of his hands now. Hopefully the beggar will make the right decision. Thinking back on his words, Ken couldn't help but cringe a little. I'm starting to sound like a damn priest. You too can be restored? Good thing no one else overheard that. I'd never hear the end of it. As he moved further into the city, he made his way over to the open market space. After perusing the wares, he stopped in front of a bored-looking Nord woman. She ran a food stand with a few different bottles of alcohol standing prominently in front. I heard some of the caravans have been targeted by bandits recently. Hope it hasn't messed with your stock of spiced wine. As he talked, he subtly flashed a pendant marked with AR. Her eyes widened for a moment before she stood a little straighter. Yvette San was one of their informants. The restored had bought out her father's debt in exchange for her keeping an ear out in the market for them. Many people liked her signature spiced wine, especially the bards. Bards tend to get around, in more than one way, and they were prone to gossip. Who better to get information from bards than the woman who sells them their alcohol? She reached down for a bottle for him. Thankfully the divines have been looking out for me so far. Others here have not been so lucky. Many had hired the same mercenaries to guard them, which has people talking. Some even say they are the ones responsible, but most don't believe such rumors. She handed him a bottle of spiced wine. He gladly accepted it as he laid down some coins. Well, I am glad you are still doing well. Thanks for the wine and give your father my regards. She simply smiled and nodded as he moved away. Finding an out-of-the-way alcove, Ken popped open the cork and pulled off the small note attached to the inner part of it. Suspicious beggar. Gisser. Nord. Black hair. Marketplace opening or closing asterisk. He memorized the note before casting a small flame spell to burn it. He was no mage, but Rictus had forced him to learn flame and healing. It did come in handy sometimes. It also seems like Yvette has been paying attention and going above and beyond. He would make sure to properly reward her even if the lead didn't pan out. Such initiative was a good thing as long as it was done right. Originally, he was going to ask around and then leave a message for his contact in the Penitus Oculatus. He was hopeful to meet with them to find out the truth about the Emperor's death, but it didn't seem like that would happen today given the sun's position. This Gisser character could show up at any time, and the inquiry about the Emperor could wait a little longer. While he was watching over the marketplace, he saw a couple of the restored going to meet with a merchant they had a contract with. None of them noticed him, which was exactly what he wanted. Another person seemed to have eyes on his people though. Taking a closer look, Ken thought this could be his target. He was an average Nord male with dark black hair and greasy, splotchy facial hair. Gisser acted like a beggar and even looked like one, but closer inspection showed Ken a different story. His clothes were too nice and appeared artificially dirted to his eyes. There was a bit too much fat for him to be a true beggar. Being around beggars and a beggar himself for so long made identifying certain traits easy for him. The things he observed raised some red flags in his mind. If his guess was correct, the man was most likely a spy for someone, and it wasn't the restored. After a few minutes, his target left the marketplace and moved further into the city. Ken followed him at a distance while staying discreet. Gisser obviously had some experience in getting lost and making sure no one followed him. It was nowhere near enough to throw Ken off the trail. He had been doing this a lot longer and at higher stakes than his target. After moving around the city for a couple hours, the sky was growing dark as the sun set. The long shadows and dim lighting proved perfect for sneaking since the sky was dark and the lanterns around the city hadn't been lit yet. Ken was a bit surprised at where they seemed to be headed though. Gisser had snuck up near the walls of Castle Duer. Ken was impressed to see the man quickly but carefully make his way up and onto the stone wall that separated it from the rest of the city. As he moved closer to the wall, he noticed extremely small indents a person could use to scale it if they knew the right spots. Taking a moment to stretch, Ken couldn't help but smile to himself. It felt great to be back out in the field and doing something. Maybe I should follow Rictus's example more. This is much better than paperwork. After taking his time to scale the wall, Ken looked around for his target. Thankfully, his enhanced eyes showed Gisser sneaking past Castle Duer and near the Temple of the Divines. The man looked around before quickly entering a door to a tower along the wall right before the temple. He hummed to himself as he looked at the tower. If I remember correctly, that is supposed to be abandoned by the previous owners. Not wasting any more time, he made his way to the door. Pressing his ear against it, he didn't hear anyone right there. Since the door had opened silently, he slowly opened it up to see if he could hear anything. Testing his luck, he peeked into the room. The room appeared empty, but a light could be seen coming down the stairwell of the northwest wall. Sneaking his way closer, Ken noticed the signs of recent use in the room. There were still lots of dust and spiderwebs, but some of it had been disturbed recently, especially as he made his way to the stairs. He passed a large table with a tactical map of Skyrim as he started hearing people talking. At the bottom of the stairs, he could finally understand what they were saying. That is not a lot to go on, Gisser. You are supposed to give us confirmations, not guesses. A whiny voice responded. But I need that money, I earned it. I have my own expenses, you know. Silence. You are most useful, but do not presume. We have plenty of other informants who are much less offensive. That may be, but not many are willing to give you consistent information on the restored, are they? A moment of silence passed between them as Ken tightly gripped the 2 daggers hidden on his waist. He recognized the tone and accent of the unknown speaker. Hearing the last words, he made up his mind as he silently moved up the stairs while drawing his weapons. At the top of the stairs was a very large bedroom with a large double 4-poster bed coming out from the wall, with a couple baskets to the right, a small round table to the left, a long chest at the foot of the bed and a wall shelf above the bed holding books. In front of that was a wooden table with food on top of it. The people at the table had his full attention though. On one side sat the beggar Gisser, who was eating with one hand while sneaking food into his pockets with the other. A Thalmor wearing their iconic robes sat opposite him. 2 more elves were standing in golden armor at his back. The sitting Thalmor steepled his hands before talking again. Do not overestimate your... The Thalmor wizard suddenly stopped talking as everyone looked at him in surprise. The reason for him stopping was apparent as a large dagger was lodged firmly through his eye socket and into his brain. Ken then dashed into the room as the Thalmor soldiers drew their weapons. A feral smile appeared on his face at the challenge. Killing the wizard first allowed him to fight without worrying about pesky spells. Ken quickly moved to the right to confront one of the elven scum while keeping the table between him and the other one. The Great War had provided him lots of experience fighting skilled elven warriors. Their greatest advantage laid in the fact they had been wielding a sword since before he was born. Combine the skill with their armor, which weighed next to nothing, and they were difficult opponents. Unfortunately for these 2, they greatly underestimated him. His dagger shot out and deflected the downward slice to the side while he grabbed onto the sword arm of his opponent. Using the grip on the arm, Ken pulled, causing the already unbalanced Thalmor to stumble forward. A quick upthrust with his dagger, and it pierced under the unprotected chin and up into the skull. Dazed and confused eyes stared back at him as he withdrew his dagger with a twist. 1 down, 1 to go. Ken turned his attention back to the other fighter. The other soldier approached much more cautiously after seeing his companion so easily dispatched. He would not be making the same mistake. Using his extra reach to his advantage, the soldier focused on controlled jabs and defense. Ken would dodge or use his dagger to divert the attacks, but struggled closing the distance enough for his dagger to reach anything vital. Their dance continued on with neither gaining an advantage. A smirk soon appeared on Ken's face, which unnerved the Thalmor soldier. Where once the soldier's strikes came close to landing, they continued to be more easily countered or dodged. The Thalmor's face twisted in fear after realizing what was happening. He was being played with. Seeing the look in his opponent's eyes, Ken let out a dark chuckle. He had been taking his time to get a measure of the Thalmor and learn their technique. It had been a long time since he had a chance to fight one in a controlled environment and wanted to see if they had changed their sword arts. Learning weapons had always come easily to him, but after the Battle of Japhet's Folly, he could learn new techniques and pick up on his opponent's pacing and fighting styles after just a couple minutes. The warrior's strikes became wilder as he tried his best to stop Ken's advance, but it was all for naught. Dodging a quick strike at his stomach, Ken sliced open the elf's wrist where the armor was weak. Before the blade fell to the ground, he punched them in the face, tilting their head backwards from the force and leaving their neck invitingly open. A quick cut and the Thalmor was on the ground clutching his throat as he quickly bled out. Sweeping his eyes across the room, he found Gisser running down the stairs as gold coins dropped from his hands. The beggar had snuck over to the dead wizard and looted the body during the fighting. Greed was a powerful force. Scampering down the stairs, Gisser knew if he made it outside, he would be safe from the insane old man. He made it over halfway across the room when a sharp stabbing pain happened in his lower back. Next thing he knew, he was face first on the ground. Fearfully, he turned around and saw Ken's dagger embedded in his spine above his waist. Tears streaked down his face as he fruitlessly tried moving his legs as Ken stalked towards him. Seeing a motion ahead of him, Ken took his eyes off the beggar in time to see the door open. A Thalmor justiciar in hooded robes stood staring at him with a group of soldiers at his back. The man looked at him for a moment before a flicker of recognition appeared in his eyes. Subdue him. 4 soldiers rushed at him as Ken cursed himself for his stupidity. Throwing the dagger had been a good idea, but now he was weaponless against 4 soldiers and a justiciar. 2 of the soldiers charged him straight up with their weapons drawn while the other 2 moved to flank him. Taking the initiative, he rolled into the far right one and kicked out at his legs and causing the elf to fall on his face. Not wasting any time, Ken snatched away his sword while reaching his left hand and drawing the dagger from his opponent's waist. Not wasting any time, he threw the knife at one opponent while stabbing the sword into the downed elf's neck. A pained cry indicated the knife hit his target, but it was slightly off and hit the shoulder joint instead of the neck like he wanted. 2 streams of fire came at Ken from his remaining opponents. Seemed these Thalmor soldiers were more proficient with their magic than the first 2 he killed. Ken was able to dodge to the side as the right side of his clothing got singed. Ripping off the burning clothing, he threw it at his opponents as a distraction. They flinched as he closed the distance to the wounded one. Deflecting the wild swing, he elbowed the Thalmor in the face before pulling the knife from his shoulder. Moving the knife across the stunned and injured elf's throat was all too easy for him. 2 down, 3 to go. More streams of fire came towards him as he rolled underneath them and towards his remaining opponents. In the middle of the roll, a green paralyze spell impacted him. It wasn't enough to actually paralyze him, but it did interrupt his roll. An armored boot impacted his face as he tried to rise. A lightning bolt hit his leg at the same time, causing the muscle to stiffen up momentarily. The 2 attacks were enough to unbalance him as he fell to the ground. A mace impacted his sword arm, and he dropped the stolen sword. Ken grunted in pain as an ice spike stabbed through his calf and anchored him to the floor. He stared up at the justiciar who was standing imperiously over him with magic crackling along his arms. The justiciar gave him a cruel smile. Well. Looks like we have found something interesting. Down in the bowels of a castle, a man was hanging from chains along a back wall. Blood poured from his many wounds as 2 robed figures stared at him. This one has proven more stubborn than most. Everyone talks, in the end. It is only a matter of time. Ken turned his one remaining bloodshot eye up at the 2 Thalmor interrogators. Time had kind of run together while down here, but he knew it couldn't have been more than a couple days. They had tortured him almost constantly since coming here, which always messes with one's sense of time. Seeing his hate-filled stare, one of the interrogators backhanded him. Do not look at your betters that way or else you will lose that one too. His head slumped in exhaustion after the hit. He took solace in the fact that he had revealed nothing to the knife-eared bastards, nor would he. They could never make him betray Rictus or the Restored. The 2 also couldn't hide their looks of apprehension and slight fear of him. He had managed to kill 3 of the previous interrogators before they chopped off his arms. A noise could be heard as the ground shook, loose pieces of stone falling upon them all. The interrogators looked around outside the prison cell in confusion, trying to figure out what had happened. They quickly turned around as a strangled croaking sound came from behind them. Unease built within them at the slightly deranged but joyful expression on Ken's face as they realized he was laughing. A familiar tingle had flitted across Ken's skin. He continued shaking as laughter racked his exhausted body. Soon the jerking movement stopped as soft words slipped from his lips. The Thalmor drew closer as they tried to hear what he was saying. Doomed. He kept repeating the word in between chuckles, which only got louder as he saw the confusion on his jailers' faces. They were already dead. They just didn't know it. Rictus had finally arrived. Chapter 74, Revenge. 3 days. It had been 3 days since the report of Ken's capture, and they still did not have his exact location. They had plenty of theories, but nothing concrete. Rictus considered going to every suspected location and razing them to the ground till he found Ken, consequences be damned, but he decided against such rash actions. He took a deep breath as he regained his focus. This was not the time for irrational thoughts and outburst of violence. They needed to find Ken and find him fast. Once that was done though, there was sure to be some violence. As he was sitting at his desk, a large black bird landed on his window sill. It stared at him for a moment before taking off in flight. A small paper fluttered onto the floor as the bird flew away. Finding such a thing suspicious, he moved over and picked it up. 2 words were written on it. North Watch Keep. Asterisk. He clenched the paper in his hands as it disintegrated. A cruel humorless laugh slipped out as he made his way out of the office. Seems returning the skeleton key and having the gratitude of a Daedric prince had been a good decision after all. The Thalmor had gone too far this time. Taking his second in command and imprisoning him in their most notorious prison in Skyrim was a mistake. He had not taken any serious action against them since that could have brought needless troubles, but things were different now. They had bought the Thieves' Guild to attack them in the south, and now they took Ken. The Thalmor were probably even responsible for the vampires and bandit attacks on his convoys in the north. It was time for a little payback. Overlooking North Watch Keep. A large boulder on the side of the mountain blocked the view of the group hiding behind it. It provided cover from the cold biting winds, falling snow, and watching eyes. Rictus watched and listened to his people as they argued over the best course of action. Rizaram moved her hands in a placating gesture as it looked like Myrima was about to stab her. I am not saying we cannot rescue Ken. I just think we should think this through a little more instead of charging in there. The Thalmor are not some simple bandit group we can just erase without any major consequences. They are one of the most powerful entities in all of Mundus. Stealth is our best bet for long-term success. Myrima seethed at her words. They took Master Ken. It doesn't matter who they are. This is the kind of insult we cannot let go. We will kill every last one of them so there will be no need for stealth. Dead men tell no tales. The debate continued heating up as sides began forming. One side were in favor of a stealthy assault while the other wanted a straight-up attack. Neither side was budging on their argument. Silence. The cold words caused everyone to instantly quiet and straighten up. Rictus turned away from them as he looked down upon the keep. While their opinions and thoughts were valid, he held the final say. Rysera, you make an excellent point about the long-term consequences of a frontal assault. I just cannot find myself caring about that though. They took Ken, and we all know the horror stories of what they do to people in there. It was an open secret what went on here. Everyone grit their teeth as they thought about what Ken must have been experiencing while in captivity. Not a single stone will be left standing when I am done with this place. Cold looks of anger passed over everyone's face as they mirrored their leader. Despite their initial arguing, Rysera and the other mages wanted nothing more than to destroy the place. A stealthy approach was the better political option, but that didn't mean it was the option they truly wanted. Rysera and Ilya, you will be in charge of guarding the roads leading to here. Stalio, Rev, and Moss will each take teams and sweep the surrounding countryside to make sure no one sees us. Danica and Dravinia will set up a forward operating base for any potential wounded. The rest will follow me. Bring all our people through the teleporter once I have them distracted. Everyone gave him a salute as they prepared for their roles. They had only brought their small group of elites to start with since they didn't want to risk detection. Once the assault started though, the rest of their forces would come through. Rictus didn't plan on needing them though. He looked at the people sticking near him. Marandrujo and Myrima were fidgeting in anticipation. Moira had also decided to join him. They hadn't spent a lot of time together, but she had been by his side the whole time supporting him. Her being an extremely magically powerful Hagraven would make this assault all the easier. Another 5 people were also stoically standing at his back. They were all wearing a complete set of altered Daedric armor. The dark red and black spiked armor made them look incredibly menacing. The sides of the armor were reinforced with dragon bones which they had been getting more and more of compliments of the Dragonborn. Each of the killers stood around 7 feet tall and moved the armor like it weighed nothing. The only difference between them were the weapons they carried. Other than that, they were perfect copies of each other. These were Ken's top 5 lieutenants and personal students. He had taken each of them, along with Myrima, and taught them everything he knew about combat. Rictus had seen them fight before, and it was most impressive. Not only had they been taught by Ken, but Rictus had also greatly enhanced with his magic. Their muscles and bones were stronger than any normal mortal, and they had an incredible healing factor. Their sheer size, power, and skill made them the deadliest warriors the Restored had to offer. Myrmua was the first to ask about their plan of attack. How are we going to attack? The gate is currently open with a squad of Thalmor scum guarding it. Should we just charge right through them? Rictus couldn't help the smile tugging at his lips. Oh no. I have something I have been waiting to try out for a long time, and this is the perfect opportunity. Before she could ask for clarification, Rictus pulled something from his storage. It was a massive black metal monstrosity larger than a mammoth and looked faintly like a carriage. It was oblong with large boulder-like wheels partially hidden under the main body. The front appeared similar to a train with a large, pointed metal fender. Every bit of the outside appeared to be covered with metal spikes. Everyone stopped what they were doing to stare at the strange creation. The metal peeled back as Rictus moved towards it while gesturing for his party to follow. All aboard. They shared a glance before following him inside. Once everyone was in, the metal slid back together. Rictus sat in the front of the vehicle and closed his eyes as he focused his magic on his creation. He had shaped the thing himself a while ago and kept it in his storage to be bathed in his mana. Now, it only took a simple thought and tiny amount of mana to manipulate it at all. Excitement started building within him at being able to finally test his creation. It soon started rolling forward as it moved towards the keep. He did his best to smooth out the ground before them as they continued moving. It wasn't long before they were rapidly picking up speed as they barreled down the mountain. His companions had a slightly confused look when he mentioned a crazy train and muttering a strange tune under his breath. The Thalmor standing watch stared in wonder at the large thing rapidly coming down the mountain. Soon, they started shouting as they realized it was heading right at the gatehouse. Spells started shooting out at it, but it was too heavily armored and moving too fast to be stopped at this point. They scurried away as it rushed at the keep. Stone exploded outward as the train impacted the keep. The ground shook at the mighty impact and dust flew up into the air. The wind quickly blew it away to reveal a massive hole in the wall and the metal spiked train sitting in the middle courtyard. Thalmor's soldiers poured out of the keep and surrounded the thing with weapons drawn and magic primed. Inside the train, most of its occupants looked sick at the crazy ride they just experienced. They quickly recovered though as they remembered their circumstances. Rictus stood up with a mask of cold fury on his face. A massive buildup of magic could be felt coming from him. He waited just a moment longer before throwing out his hands. As he did, the spikes which covered the vehicle exploded outwards like a cannon shot, decimating those which had crowded around it. With all the metal removed, Rictus looked around at the carnage he had just reaped. Blood and body parts covered the courtyard while mutilated Thalmor screamed out in misery. They had been torn to shreds from the explosive attack. It reminded Rictus of his first encounter with the Forsworn so long ago. This was just like that attack, but on a much larger scale. He started imperiously strutting onwards, ignoring the dead and dying around him. His companions stood in shock as they looked around them. Moira started cackling as dark magic pooled around her. Body parts started coming together as she conjured a massive flesh golem from the remains. Her actions seemed to spur everyone else into action as they rushed out to confront the remaining enemies. Rictus had to give the Thalmor their dues. Despite their atrocious initial losses, they retaliated far faster than most could have. There were still quite a number of them around the outer walls as well as coming from further inside the keep. Seems they had greatly increased security recently since there were nowhere near this many when I first passed by with Serena. They must have figured we would try something. Too bad for them. Just more corpses. His expression didn't change as a group of 3 charged at him with swords drawn while casting flames at him. A wave of his hand dispelled the magic as an invisible force pulsed out from him. Once the 3 were about 6 feet away from him, a massive pressure bore down upon them, causing them to stumble and fall. Spikes shot up and penetrated their skulls as Rictus continued walking past them without altering his stride. Burdensome Cloak was a new spell he had just recently developed while waiting for news on Ken. He still remembered the power of Arcanos and Morrigan's cloak spells as they had battled over the Eye of Magnus. Instead of focusing on the elements though, he worked to combine it with some of his other alteration spells. He already had one which could basically crack the space around him, but he wanted more. It took a little practice, but he figured it out. Instead of being surrounded by fire or ice, anyone who entered near him would fall under the effects of a massive burden spell which increased their weight by hundreds of pounds. Expanding the cloak out further lessened the effect while retracting it increased the amount burdened. Blades of lightning and metal spikes shot away from Rictus and towards the enemies farther away from him. More tried charging him, but they died just like the others. Throughout all the chaos around him, he walked unyieldingly onwards. Nothing and no one would stand in his way. The doors leading further inside were telekinetically ripped from their hinges and tossed into some archers aiming at Marandrucho. Talons started extending from Rictus's hands as he stared at the tight interior before him. 2 guards were waiting with weapons drawn further into the room. He crouched down for just a moment before an earthen pillar shot him forward like a bullet. The Thalmor's eyes widened at the speed, but he was past them before they even reacted. Their faces looked shocked as the heads tumbled to the floor. Rictus didn't stop though. There were more Thalmor to kill. He didn't worry about leaving his people behind. They were more than capable of handling themselves. Rictus never slowed as he propelled himself through the keep. His feet rarely even touched the ground as he used a combination of feather, telekinesis and manipulate earth to throw himself down the hallways. A trail of broken bodies laid behind him as they were not prepared for his speed or unconventional attack angles. Few had any kind of experience fighting someone who was moving along the walls or ceiling after all. After clearing a large 2-level room of Thalmor, he came to a T-junction. He had been scanning with his detect magic and life spells constantly since entering the keep. Sensing a familiar aura, he didn't hesitate a moment before going into the room on the left. The fiery anger building in him the whole time suddenly stopped as he entered the room. Cold hate filled his veins as he took in the sight before him. 2 robed Thalmor stood inside the room. They both held cruel bloody-looking serrated blades as they turned away from the quivering mutilated body chained to the wall by hooks into where arms should be. Before either could speak or bring their blades closer to the body, an unrelenting power forced them to their knees. A blinding green light washed over them as they found themselves completely paralyzed. Stone and metal weaved together and encapsulated the 2, leaving only a tiny hole near their nose to give them just barely enough air to survive. With the 2 completely immobilized for later, Rictus made his way to chained person. He carefully removed the hooks from Ken and gently picked him up. A bloodshot eye cracked open to stare at him. The dry raspy whisper could barely be heard. "Took you long enough." Tears fell from Rictus's eyes as he let out a humorless laugh. Golden light surrounded Ken as the restoration magic went to work on his ruined body. "Rest easy, my friend. You are safe now." A peaceful look crossed Ken's face before his eye closed, and he relaxed in Rictus's arms. Restoration magic poured into him as Rictus did his best to stabilize him. More would be needed later, but he would not die today. Rictus glared at the 2 living statues beside him. As if they could feel the malicious intent directed at them, soft whimpers could barely be heard through the stone. They would not be dying today either. The 2 bodies floated in the air at his back as he started making his way back out while carrying Ken. His magic infused the ground around him as the keep started collapsing behind him. There would be nothing left of the keep once he was done with it besides a barren patch of land. Thalmor Embassy. Ilenwen set down the note with a frown. Seems the Thieves' Guild will no longer be targeting the restored. Their excuse of losing too many people, and it not being profitable made her scoff in annoyance. Still, she had never placed much hope in the Thieves' Guild accomplishing anything more than being a thorn in the Restored's side. Ilenwen only used them as a pawn to show how far her reach and influence could extend. A strange magic permeated the air as a multitude of muffled thumps could be heard hitting the roof and the ground outside her window. Yells quickly followed, causing her to rise and prepare her spells just in case. The doors to her office burst open as Ondolamar came rushing in, and the look on his face made her feel uneasy. "What is the matter?" He shook his head and moved to the window while motioning her to join him. "See for yourself." What she saw caused bile to rise in her throat. Bodies and body parts littered the ground and buildings of the embassy. Blood and other fluids were splattered everywhere, dyeing the entire area in a grisly red color. The directions of the splatters made it appear that the parts had been dropped on them from a great height. Worryingly, each of the body parts had yellowish skin which hinted at Altmer lineage. As she was looking on in disgusted horror, one of the guards approached one of the more intact bodies. When they got close, the guard let out a scream as a blinding bolt of lightning shot from the body. The guard stumbled backwards and stepped on an arm, which caused a fiery explosion and sent the poor guard falling face first onto a leg. The ice spike from that one at least caused the guard to stop screaming. Ondolamar shared a look with her as they realized what that meant. Somebody had carved destruction runes into the body parts. Anyone approaching them would activate the runes and unleashing their elemental attack. A creaking and groaning noise caused them to turn towards the front gate. A wagon was sitting at the gate with two large spikes sticking up from it. After getting a good look at what was on the spikes, Ilenwen couldn't help throwing. Ondolamar's eyes flashed with magic before he turned even more sickly looking. How are they still alive? Able to faintly make out the gurgling sounds coming from the two grotesque abominations, both couldn't help but continue being sick to their stomachs. Just what kind of monster had they awoken? I don't understand why we didn't just kill them as well. Rictus didn't turn away from the sight of the Thalmor embassy far off in the distance as he answered Myruma's question. If we attacked them directly at the embassy, there would be a good chance we would be discovered. The Empire and Dominion would then have openly targeted us. This way, Ilenwen will live in fear, and we can keep an eye on our enemies. Had we killed them all, the Thalmor would just send a larger and better prepared force here, which is something we don't want. We have them trapped for now and can kill their patrols at liberty while they are hiding in the embassy. Besides, I want them to feel fear and helplessness. Petty of me, but I am only human. His fury had abated, but he had not forgiven or forgotten the Thalmor's actions. Unfortunately, the Restored were still no match for their full might. Their small presence in Skyrim was not indicative of their full capabilities. Given enough time to grow though, and the Restored could change this dynamic. Rictus was more than willing to play the long game and keep them under observation. It would be a while before the Thalmor tried anything against them. More time for the Restored to prepare. There were other pressing issues waiting on him though. The most immediate one involved the woman who had approached his forces on a small raft after the destruction of Northwatch Keep. He had a feeling he knew some of what Serena wanted to speak about. I know some may have wanted him to kill all the Thalmor, but I personally like the idea of them living in fear a little better. May not be the smartest decision, but it sure was fun. Chapter 75, Prophecy. Just as a warning, there is a fair bit of repetitive dialogue from the games in this chapter. So if you are more familiar with it, you may get a little bored. Sorry about that, but I felt it was still kinda useful for the story. Stop hovering. Ken is fine. Go do something more productive than staring at a sleeping man. Danica pushed Rictus out of the room and shooed him away. He had spent a lot of time just watching over Ken and personally seeing to his recovery. With all their magical advances in restoration, healing Ken had not taken any time at all. The biggest hurdle would be Ken's mental health, but all signs pointed at that not being nearly as much of a problem as expected. Still, his second-in-command was restrained to bed rest and very light duties while Danica personally watched over his recovery. It had taken a lot of persuading on Rictus's part to stop the bulk of the Restored's forces from burning the Thalmor embassy to the ground after they found out what happened to Ken. Thankfully, the mental torture eased most people's desire for violence. There were still some hunting groups formed which just so happened to travel places Thalmor agents had been sighted. Total coincidence as far as he was concerned. Rictus sat down in his usual spot on the overlook as he pulled two books from his inventory. These were the two books he had gotten off the thief Laverna. This was his first time taking a good look at the two of them. They were obviously the grimoires for the skilled in conjuration and illusion. He knew the skilled of conjuration was Solomon and could be found with the Dragonborn who was somewhere out in the wilderness near Mark Arth. Giving him back the grimoire would increase the Dragonborn's party effectiveness, but Rictus wasn't sure if that was the right decision. Solomon had always rubbed him the wrong way and granting more power to someone like that did not sit well with him. Conversely, weakening someone directly supporting the Dragonborn on their quest could be a poor decision as well. Maybe once contact was re-established a little blackmail would be in order. As for the skilled of illusion, he still did not know their true identity. His best guess was that the skilled was someone close to Ulfric or working with the Stormcloaks. Unless he personally went to investigate or sent one of his minions, Rictus would have to settle for that since he didn't want to risk any of his people falling to a powerful illusionist. The spells and abilities for someone like that are very intimidating since they wouldn't be limited by what the game did for illusion magic. Flipping through the books revealed a major disappointment. Casually casting spells listed in the book like Laverna was not an option. He did not have a way to bypass the soul-bound nature of the grimoires or whatever magic was cast upon them. It wasn't all bad news though. Each spell the person knew was listed out clearly and concisely. Spell formations and more information were also listed out and expanded upon. While this wouldn't grant him the immediate knowledge like a spell tome could, it gave much more insight into each spell. If he learned the spells the hard way by studying this book, his spells would be much more powerful and easily altered. Something he greatly appreciated. Also, knowing all the spells a potentially enemy mage knew would be a huge advantage if they came into conflict. I think the decision on giving the book back to Solomon can wait until I learn some more of the spells here. There is bound to be something good for enhancing Billy. Maybe a combination of the familiar and Atronax spells. Rictus lost himself in his studies as he enjoyed learning more about magic as a whole. Getting back to something familiar was good for him after all the action against the Thalmor. While he did not feel regret for his actions at all, getting used to such mutilations may not be the best thing. He didn't want to go full murder hobo after all. Still, sometimes this world required a little cruelty to make a point, and he would not hesitate when his people were harmed or threatened. He was pulled from his thoughts and studies as people approached him. Turning around revealed who had disturbed him. You probably weren't expecting to see me again. He quickly stopped himself from laughing as he looked at Serena. If only she knew how wrong she was. She was standing there in a newer and nicer set of armor than he had seen her in before. Behind her stood Rev, Myrima, and Moira watching her every move. Well, it is good to see you again so soon, Serena, but what brings you here? She had a bit of a complicated look on her face as she responded. I needed to talk with you. It's important, so please just listen before your friend here loses her patience. Well, it's about me. And the Elder Scroll that was buried with me. Rictus spared a glance at Moira who was staring hard at the vampire. Feeling his gaze on her, she gave him a slight smile and winked before going back to glare at the vampire. What about you? The reason I was down there, and why I had the Elder Scroll. She took a deep breath as Rictus motioned for her to continue. It all comes back to my father. I'm guessing you figured this part out already, but my father's not exactly a good person, even by vampire standards. He wasn't always like that though. There was a turn. He stumbled onto this obscure prophecy and just kind of lost himself in it. While Rictus knew the main points of the quest, he had forgotten much of the little details and conversations involved in them. Besides, there could always be something more in what people said than just what he remembered from the game. Seeing him watching her intently, she kept talking. It was a vague and stupid prophecy, like all prophecies. He latched onto a part that spoke of vampires no longer needing to fear the sun. That is what he's after. He wants to control the sun and have vampires rule the world. My mother and I didn't feel like inviting a war with all of Tamriel, so we tried to stop him. That is why I was sealed away with the scroll. He nodded his head before looking at her inquisitively. That is very interesting. What does all that have to do with the restored though? Serena scoffed and rolled her eyes. I'm sorry. I had heard you and the vampires were in conflict with each other. Seeing as how you are the leader of the restored, something you forgot to mention when we were traveling together, I figured you just might want to know about a vampire plot to enslave the rest of the world. Was I wrong? Laughter did escape him this time at her sarcastic attitude. Ha, I did tell you I was in charge of some mercenaries, which is basically what the restored are. You aren't wrong about us wanting to know though. I don't have any desire to be enslaved anytime soon. Also, I did tell you that I would help if you needed it. Guess this would count. She smiled in relief at hearing his words. She had reached out in faith since she had a good feeling about him. Having that faith confirmed took a weight off her shoulders. So, in case you didn't notice the giant thing on my back, I have the Elder Scroll with me. Whatever it says, it will have something that can help us stop my father. But of course, neither of us can read it. He nodded his head at her words as he spoke with a knowing grin. We may not be able to read it, but a moth priest could do it. Good thing I just so happen to be hosting one right now. A wave of the hand was all it took for Myrima to leave and retrieve the priest. Serena just stared at him with a mix of shock and suspicion. Why are you hosting a moth priest here? Mostly for my own curiosity. I have heard many tales of them but had never personally met one. When I received word of one visiting Skyrim, I invited him to rest here for a while. Her eyes narrowed at his weak explanation. Is that really the only reason? He smiled wider. Well, Dekshan may have decided to stay here a little longer after I mentioned knowing about an Elder Scroll and how there was a good chance I would come in contact with its bearer again. He seemed quite excited by the opportunity. I am sure he would be more than happy to help us out, especially after I saved him from some pesky bandits. The fact the bandits had been tipped off about an easy mark who could be carrying some very valuable magical materials was not really worth mentioning. Everyone benefited in the end, besides the bandits of course, so it all worked out. Also, I have a suspicion that your father actually spread some rumors at the first sign of dragons to get a priest to travel here. Much better he stays here than randomly travel around risking capture or worse, things are quite dangerous out there after all. Serena agreed that her father would do something like that. He was obsessed with the prophecy and would need a moth priest to decipher the Elder Scroll despite his own personal power. She admitted it wasn't too surprising Rictus had come across the priest. Whiterun was the heart of Skyrim and most major roads passed by here. Saving the priest from bandits was a strange coincidence, but it wasn't that far-fetched with the war going on and how the restored patrolled the surrounding areas. Myrima eventually came back while leading an aging imperial man. He was bald with a big graying beard. His pale skin hinted at his scholarly life and lack of sun exposure. Still, he was physically fit and there was a mystical aspect to him that was hard to describe. The cult of the Ancestor Moth was an ancient order and taught things beyond what most could comprehend. It only made sense one of its members gave a very distinct impression. He moved with purpose and barely contained excitement as he quickly approached them without taking his eyes off the scroll on Serena's back. Is it finally time? After seeing the decision was left up to her, Serena carefully handed the scroll to Dekshan. He took the scroll reverently, as he began opening it up as Rictus felt a strange force surrounding them all. Now, if everyone will please be quiet, I must concentrate. I see a vision before me, an image of a great bow. I know this weapon. It is Oriel's bow. Now a voice whispers, saying among the night's children, a dread lord will rise. In an age of strife, when dragons return to the realm of men, darkness will mingle with light, and the night and day will be as one. The voice fades and the words begin to shimmer and distort. But wait, there is more here. The secret of the bow's power is written elsewhere. I think there is more to the prophecy, recorded in other scrolls. Yes, I see them now. One contains the ancient secrets of the dragons, and the other speaks of the potency of ancient blood. My vision darkens, and I see no more. To know the complete prophecy, we must have the other two scrolls. Dekshan slumped as if a mountain was on his shoulders as he finished talking. Seeing his exhaustion, Rictus motioned for Myrima to help him. Thank you for your help. You should get some rest now though. As the moth priest was led away, no one spoke as they considered the words of the prophecy. Eventually, Moira broke the silence. Well, that was decidedly unhelpful. Just another reason why prophecies are a waste of time. One Elder Scroll wasn't good enough, now we must find two more. Those things aren't just found lying around after all. Rictus couldn't help laughing at her blunt words which ruined the lingering mystical feeling of the Elder Scroll reading. I think we could all use a little break after that excitement. How about we each sleep on what we have learned and reconvene in the morning with a fresh start? Everyone nodded along and started making their way back inside. When Serena saw that Rictus was still sitting there, she moved over to speak to him. His companions didn't miss this and waited for Rictus to give them a signal all was okay before they kept going. He didn't miss the suggestive look on Moira's face urging him to hurry. Serena eventually spoke after everyone had left. Do you have a moment to talk? Of course. What's on your mind? Thinking of what Dekshan said. She nodded her head in agreement. Yes. He said we needed two other Elder Scrolls. I think I know where we can start looking for one of them. Oh really? Where do you think it is? She had a complicated look on her face as she looked off in the distance. We need to find my mother, Valrika. She'll definitely know where it is, and if we're lucky, she actually has it herself. Last time I saw her, she said that she'd go somewhere safe that my father would never search. The way she said it though was cryptic, yet she called attention to it. Even though he knew where Valrika was hiding, Rictus played along with the conversation. Seems like she was being cautious and maybe she didn't feel like she could trust you with the information. That's always a possibility. She was almost as obsessed as my father by the time she shut me in. But I can't worry about that now. We need the scroll, and she's our only lead. Besides, I can't imagine a single place my father would avoid looking. And he's had all this time, too. Any ideas? A thoughtful look crossed Rictus's face as he responded to her. Sometimes the most obvious of places are overlooked. Maybe she never left the castle and stayed right under Harkon's nose the whole time. She considered his words before a light shone in her eyes. That almost makes sense. I used to help Mother tend a garden in the courtyard. All the ingredients for our potions came from there. She used to say that my father couldn't stand the place. Too peaceful. It would be risky for her to stay there, but she was never known to be a coward. I doubt we will find her there, but it is worth a look. Her words had gotten more animated as she talked but slowed down at her final words. I think it would be a great place to look. Although, I doubt they would just let me in the front door again. Serena waved her hand at the comment. Trust me. I lived there for a very long time, and I know every nook and cranny. There's an inlet on the northern side of the island that was used by the previous owners for supplies. An old escape tunnel from the castle exits there. That will be our way in. He could see the excitement in her eyes at sneaking around the castle like an adventurer from the stories. It was quite endearing. We have a plan then. I have a few things which need to be taken care of first, but once that is all done, we can leave. You are more than welcome to stay here if you'd like. She seemed a little hesitant all of a sudden. Are you certain? You are aligned with a group dedicated to killing off vampires. My being here could cause some trouble. No one will bother you while you are under my protection. I would not have given you the offer if I didn't want you here. Sporting a small smile, Serena left Rictus sitting there. It seemed the time for going to the soul cairn had finally come. He would be lying if he said he wasn't worried about it. Lots could go wrong there. It needed to be done though, and besides maybe Myra Jane, he didn't think there was a better person for the job than him. As one of his favorite doctors once said, had to be me. Anyone else would have gotten it wrong. And, not too much new for this part of the KST line. Hopefully there will be some small twists and turns later in the quest to keep it a little more original. Chapter 76, Back to the Castle. Castle Folkihar was just as imposing as Rictus remembered. If anything, the castle had grown darker and more ominous than before. The trip here had been rather dull besides some conversations with Serena about each other's family. It was a little saddening hearing the longing in her voice as she spoke about the good times spent with her mother. The sudden change brought about by the prophecy had soured all that though. She still had bouts of loneliness, but it wasn't as much as before. When asked about her loneliness, she had been quick to change the subject. It should be just around this bend. The castle looks so much bigger from down here. I mean, it is big, but, well, even bigger. Rictus stopped himself from laughing at her words. He was certain there was a "that's what she said" reference in there somewhere, but this wasn't the time, nor would Serena understand the reference. He put out a hand to stop her though as they came around the bend. Wait. I thought you said the docks were unused. They should be. Taking a closer look, they could make out figures moving around and repairing the docks. From what Rictus could tell, they were a mix of weaker vampires and thralls. Seems they wanted to update the place and get it back in working order. I guess we will be sneaking past them and into the castle. I hope you are prepared. Serena was a little put out but crouched down in a classic sneaking position. Rictus cleared his throat, getting her attention. She was at a loss for a moment seeing him standing there on a small stone platform floating in the air. I have a modified invisibility spell. Instead of straining ourselves with the sneaking you were doing, we should try my way. While a little conflicted, she was extremely curious about how he would sneak past them all. Finally, she stepped onto the platform with him. There was enough space on it for a few people, so the two of them fit comfortably on it. Well, let's see what you can do then. With pleasure. Try not to be too impressed. Maybe one day I will even teach you how to do it. A veil of magic surrounded them as Rictus floated them over the work crew. Not a sound was made as they landed right at the door to the undercroft. Serena was impressed how no one had even turned their heads in their direction. Arriving at their destination, she suppressed her curiosity though. While no one was looking, they quickly slipped in and shut the door behind them. Rictus suppressed a sneeze as they entered the dusty underground. Cobwebs and dust coated everything, although he did notice the dust was disturbed in the middle of the hallway. Someone had definitely been through here, and relatively recently at that. Does this area see a lot of regular use? She pondered the question for a bit before answering. It shouldn't. A few who couldn't handle their new lot in life and went feral sometimes stayed down here, but they rarely attack another vampire. His blank stare caused her to shift from confident to embarrassed. She realized their situation. Ah, well, I am sure it won't be a problem. If they attack us, we can dispatch them easily. It isn't like anyone will miss them. They then came to a large wooden door. The hinges loudly screeched as it opened. Serena looked at him like it was his fault the door made noise. So much for being sneaky. He rolled his eyes as growls could be heard farther into the room. A waterway filled with ice and water split the first part of the room into two sides. On their sides stood two large death hounds with teeth bared at them. Before they could charge, Rictus lifted both of them into the air. Noticing the large icy stalactites on the ceiling, he launched the two monsters upwards and impaled them there. A scream of rage revealed a feral vampire in a rough-looking tunic charging them with sword raised and preparing a spell in the offhand. Rictus calmly removed the axe from his back as he used his telekinesis to pull the vampire towards him. The rage turned to confusion as it flew through the air before being bisected by his axe. A disgruntled voice came from behind him. Seriously? Turning around revealed Serena's cloak had been covered in the feral vampire's remains. Rictus smiled at her before tossing her another cloak he pulled from storage. Sorry about that. Thought you would have moved from standing behind me when I drew my weapon. She let out a sigh as she rolled her eyes and donned the new cloak. They didn't encounter anyone else as they moved towards the back of the room. Passing through an archway, they were stopped by an opened chasm with a raised drawbridge. Looking up, Rictus could see a lever on a balcony overlooking the area. A quick pull with telekinesis caused the drawbridge to fall. Do you use that spell for everything? Why, of course I do. Telekinesis is easily one of my favorites and may be my most used spell. Pulling enemies closer, manipulating faraway levers, sneakily grabbing sweet rolls. There are countless applications for such a versatile spell. I highly recommend learning it if you don't already know it. I always heard it was too costly for not enough benefits. How do you get around that? Rictus waved his hands in front of him as tiny sparkling lights appeared on them and dust swirled around. Magic. Serena snorted at his actions as they continued, not bothering to dignify his actions with a response. They eventually came to another room that had a T-junction where the narrow walkway dropped off into a dark pit. Rictus looked around before turning towards Serena for direction. She glanced around the room before pointed up to an opening covered by metal bars. Behind the bars was a lever just waiting to be pulled. He couldn't help smiling as he repeated his trick and getting the bridge lower before them. The courtyard should be just down the hallway and up the stairs. Then maybe we can find some answers. After traveling through the cramped hallway and up the stairs, they arrived at the door to the courtyard. Seeing her trepidation at entering, Rictus comfortably patted her back. Taking a breath of courage, Serena pushed open the door and strutted out. A couple steps in, she faltered. Oh no! What happened to this place? The area was a complete mess. Walls had been broken and stone torn down, littering the space. Large dead and petrified grey trees dotted the decaying landscape. A large worn-looking golden sundial dominated the middle of the courtyard. Everything's been torn down, the whole place looks, well, dead. It's like we're the first to set foot here in centuries. I wouldn't say the first. Serena jumped as the strange voice startled her. Looking around, she noticed someone else was there with them. A figure in a large blood-colored trench coat was lounging beside some ruined stairs with his back against a dead tree. He tilted up his wide-rimmed hat as he finished speaking, revealing blood-red eyes and a smile. Serena did not smile as she looked back at him. What are you doing here, Alucard? Waiting for you, of course. He tilted his head as if confused she could have thought anything different. He slowly started walking over towards her. I am surprised you came here alone though. I would have thought you might have gotten some help. Maybe from the man who rescued you. Serena's eyebrows raised in surprise at his words. She could have sworn Rictus was right there behind her this whole time. Where did he go? She received her answer as Rictus suddenly appeared behind Alucard. Before the other vampire could react, stones encapsulated him all the way up to the neck. His grin finally faded as shock replaced it. This was unexpected. Rictus walked till he was standing in front of the trapped vampire. Hello there. Alucard spoke in a whisper almost on reflex. Kenobi. That's General Kenobi to you. There was a moment of silence before both men started laughing. Alucard gave Serena a glance before turning back towards Rictus and whispering. Can we talk out of character? Seeing him nervously glancing at Serena, Rictus nodded his head as he raised up a stone wall separating them. He kept him trapped though. No reason to take any unnecessary risks after all. Once the wall was raised, Alucard seemed to relax a bit more. You really surprised me, dude. I didn't even notice you at all. Your illusion or sneak must be really good. Also, how freaking cool is all this? I mean, I have become a fucking vampire lord with minions and everything. It's like a dream come true. Super excited to finally meet someone else from back home though. The sudden change of attitude and speech threw Rictus for a loop. One moment the guy was a strong and confident vampire lord, and then suddenly he is super chill. It was strange. I have to ask, what's with the sudden change? It took Alucard a moment before he understood what was being asked. Hey? Oh, right. Well, I was always real big into D and tabletop role-playing games. Figured it would be awesome to role-play this character who started off as a simple bandit who was turned into a vampire. I was always a big fan of vampires, especially the abridged version of Helsing, which was who I based my character after. But why stop there? I built up my reputation and created the biggest bandit operation in all of Skyrim. Thanks for taking out the Blood Horkers, by the way, they were trying to steal my title. Anyways, I figured if I was gonna be a vampire, I might as well be the most OP of them all. So, I was able to bribe and talk my way into the castle here and eventually persuaded Harkin to personally change me. Again, thanks for playing along the first time you came here. Would have thanked you sooner, but I was out of action for a bit. I always saw myself as a ruthless ruler who lavishly rewards those who follow me but crush those who oppose. Be good to your minions and they will be good to you, you know? Mine appreciate the carrot and stick approach. Rictus numbly nodded his head at the long-winded explanation. He let out a sigh as he rubbed his face. This was not what he had been expecting at all. Part of him had believed Alucard would be the traditional bad guy / edgelord who would have ended up being even worse than Harkon. There would have been a huge battle between the forces of good, the restored, and evil, the vampires, which would have ended with Rictus slaying Alucard. At least that was what normal fantasy conventions would have followed. Instead, he got some random dude role-playing like this was some kind of D-campaign. If this was a trick to get him to lower his guard, it was working wonderfully. He even dismissed the stone trapping Alucard, who started stretching with a big smile on his face. Thanks. It was starting to get mighty uncomfortable in there. Rictus looked carefully at him before speaking. Well, that is one heck of a story. I am actually kind of impressed how well you have managed all of that. Are you working with Harkon though? The playful atmosphere disappeared as both men stared each other down. It was suddenly broken though as Alucard snorted. PSH. No way. Eternal darkness and night? That is a stupid plan which would have everyone targeting vampires even more than they already do. There just aren't enough vampires to make the plan truly viable. There are some crazy strong people out there in this world after all. Also, the darkness could kill off plants, which could kill off people, which are kinda important to vampires. I am definitely opposed to Harkon. I just wanted his blessing. If anything, I think I will try and usurp him and become the leader of the vampires. It's not like I could do much worse. His answer made Rictus relax even further around him. I know I shouldn't lower my guard too much, but these long answers are making it mighty hard not to. It's weird finding someone so open about themselves and thoughts like this. I bet he would get along great with Fala. He shook his head to get rid of those thoughts. There were more important things to deal with. That is good to hear. Harkon has created a mess for the vampires here. The Dawn Guard and the Vigilance of Stendar have teamed up for a holy crusade. They even have the backing of the College of Winterhold, since the Archmage's lover was at the hall when Harkon's men attacked. Not to mention the attacks on the Restored. Yeah, that is a pretty terrible situation for Harkon and his court. Not the greatest rulership if you ask me. The final fight would be epic though. The game never did large group battles justice. Things are so much more intense here, that's for sure. Rictus could agree with that. We can talk about all that more later while we focus on what is important right now. What are your plans for being here? Alucard seemed genuinely confused by the question. I thought that was obvious. I've been waiting here for Serenus so that we can go to the Soul Cairn and get her mom. Was a little hopeful the Dragonborn would be the one coming with her instead of you though, no offense. Finding the answer acceptable, he brought down the wall separating them from Serena. She just raised one dainty eyebrow at the two of them. Oh, finally remembered me, did you? Don't mind me. Just trying to discover my long-lost mother and save the world from damnation by my father. Take your time though. No rush. Both men shared an embarrassed look with one another. They may have gotten a little carried away. Alucard cleared his throat. I fear I must clear the air here, my lady. I have actually come here for the same reason you have. I believe Veilrika has hidden herself away from Harkon, and we must find her. Maybe I have given you the wrong impression, but I do not actually support your father in his quest to enshroud the world. Please, let me assist you in your quest here. She studied him a moment before glancing at Rictus for an answer. He shrugged, leaving the decision up to her. She was technically the one in charge of this operation while he was just here for support. Still, she wanted his thoughts on the proposition as she got him to raise a wall for privacy, or maybe she had felt left out before. Ancient vampiric women were difficult to understand. I do not fully trust him, and I don't know if he will betray us to my father or not. What are your thoughts? Rictus took a moment to think about what to say. I also do not fully trust him. Despite such feelings, he could be a great asset. If what he says is true, then his support would go a long way in strengthening your position in the court while weakening your father's. While I don't know how strong he truly is, I can tell you that he is extremely formidable and has a much larger backing number-wise than your father. Having someone like that on your side would be good idea. Besides, I have heard to keep your friends close but your enemies closer. If he does try and betray us, I will not hesitate to kill him. I'd gladly pick either of our lives over his. She stood in contemplation for a bit longer before nodding at Rictus, who dismissed the wall. Once it came down, Alucard perked up. Serena gave him a long searching look before finally speaking. I do not fully trust you. His face fell a little at hearing the words, but he perked back up as she kept talking. Despite this, I will accept your assistance as long as you swear on your mana and blood not to betray me. He made a quick cut on his wrist with a nail before flicking the blood in the air. A soft blue glow surrounded it before it burned up as he made his oath. I, Alucard, do so swear by blood and magic to not betray Serena in her quest to find her mother and stop her father. Accepting his oath, Serena looked at them both. Where should we look now? Alucard was the first to speak up. Your mother's secret laboratory. I have already prepared the ingredients and just need a drop of your blood before we are ready to go. She looked at him in confusion. What are you talking about? Why would you need my blood? And ready to go where? He gave her a reassuring smile. To open the portal to the soul cairn, of course. And so I decided that Alucard was not going to be the super edgy emo vampire killer person, or at least not yet. Hopefully it wasn't too weird or you hated it, but I did have a lot of fun writing that part. Next chapter we will finally be entering the soul cairn and finding out what Rictus will do to enter it. Chapter 77, The Choice. And sorry for missing not posting last week. My wife threw out her back and couldn't hardly move for about a week. Combine that with having to do more reports at work, and I didn't have enough time to actually write anything. Well, enough about me. Let's get to what people really care about. The story. Valerica's study was covered in dust as it had laid untouched for a long time. Pathways through the dust indicated where Alucard had traveled while he searched through it. Despite all of this, it was still clear how much time and effort were placed into organizing and cleaning the study. Books were still alphabetically sorted, candles were placed in perfect symmetry, and other little details spoke of the ancient vampire's meticulous nature. Serena looked with wide eyes at her mother's secret area as she quickly walked around. Look at this place. This is definitely my mother's place. I knew she was deep into necromancy. I mean, she taught me everything I know. But I had no idea she had a setup like this. Look at all this. She must have spent years collecting these components. Rictus looked impressed, despite not really knowing much about the importance of the components. He was curious about Serena's knowledge of necromancy though. He remembered her being able to reanimate the undead, but that was about the extent. Could she do more than that spell? It was something to consider asking her in the future. Your mother kept quite the laboratory, that's for certain. She didn't even look back at him as she kept exploring. I had no idea that her laboratory even existed. She had an alchemy set up in her drawing room, but nothing that even comes close to what's here. Looking at the equipment and materials, it seems she was trying to advance her necromancy. Serena came back towards the middle of the room and stood near the large circle taking up much of the floor space. And what's this thing? It's obviously something. I would hazard a guess it is the portal you mentioned, Alucard. The nerd-turned-vampire lord gave her a slight bow. Indeed, it is, my lady. I also have this journal which I believe you will find most interesting. It is how I knew what ingredients to prepare for our trip to the soul cairn. He pulled out a small red journal from his robes and handed it to her. She quickly flipped through the book before she turned a guarded gaze back towards Alucard. What do you know about the soul cairn? He straightened up while placing a hand on his chin as he entered lecture mode. The soul cairn is a plan of oblivion inhabited by souls and undead. It is controlled by beings referred to as the Ideal Masters, who it is believed were powerful necromancers many ages ago. When a soul is trapped in a black soul gem and its energy used to power an enchantment or something similar, the remnant of that soul is sent to the soul cairn. Many necromancers desire the powerful undead which inhabit it, so they try and make deals with the Ideal Masters, but such things can be quite treacherous. Serena nodded her head along with his explanation. It lined up a lot with the theories her mother had. My mother spent a lot of time trying to contact them directly. Based off the circle in the center of the room, her notes, and your words, it should provide us safe passage. The reason you mentioned my blood must be because my mother used her blood originally, and I am of her bloodline. It should be good enough for our purposes. Instead of giving her blood to Alucard, Serena worked on completing the ritual herself. She reviewed the circle a few times while referencing the journal before moving up some stairs onto the balcony overlooking the room. All the ingredients, beside her blood, were placed in an ornate vessel by the railing. She triple-checked everything since trusting Alucard to have done everything correctly seemed like a bad idea. Once satisfied with all the preparations, she turned towards Rictus who had been silently waiting this whole time. The rest is up to me. Are you ready to go? I'm not entirely sure what this thing is going to do when I add my blood. Rictus smiled at her confidently. The thing will open a portal to the soul cairn once your blood is added. I do not doubt that one bit. Before we start, there is something I'd like to ask you. She turned an inquisitive eye towards him. Of course. What is it? What will you do when we find your mother? The question made her pause as she tried voicing her opinion. I've been asking myself the same thing ever since we came back to the castle. She was so sure of what we did to my father, I couldn't help but go along with her. I never thought of the cost. Rictus had a contemplative look before he spoke again. I don't really know what she was thinking, but it does seem like she may have done everything for your sake. No words were immediately spoken in reply as Serena had a faraway look in her eyes. Eventually quiet words spilled from her mouth. I also don't know what she was thinking. She always seemed happy, before we heard the prophecy. Then it all changed as she became a different person. They both did. Still, I guess even a vampire mother is still a mother. She worried about me. About all of us. But she wanted to get me as far away from my father as possible before he really went over the edge. A comforting pat on her shoulder pulled her from any more lingering depressing thoughts. Well, we won't know until we find her. Then you can ask her whatever you want. Her face broke out in a smile at his words as she looked away shyly. Yes, you're right. I'm sorry. I just didn't expect anyone to care how I felt about her. Thank you. Alucard chose this moment to clear his throat. I don't mean to interrupt your moment, but are we ready? I do believe the faster we can reunite you with your mother, the better. Adopting a more serious attitude, Serena nodded at the two of them. All right. Here it goes. Taking a knife from her side, she made a small cut on the tip of her index finger. A single drop of blood pooled on her finger before slowly dropping down into the rest of the ingredients. As soon as it did, the entire room began shaking. Brilliant purple light shined upwards from the ritual circle as the stones started shifting. The stones floated into the air as they rotated around until they formed a walkway connecting the balcony to a dark purple portal in the floor. Power pulsed from the portal as all three of them stared in wonder at it. By the blood of my ancestors. She actually did it, created a portal to the soul cairn. Incredible. Simply incredible. Rictus agreed with Serena's words. It was incredible. He had many experiences with teleportation, but this portal was on a different level. Opening a portal to a plane of oblivion was much more impressive than what his rituals did. Summoning creatures from oblivion didn't really count for much, but sending people from here to there with a viable and stable means of return was much more impressive. He had made sure to commit everything he had seen to memory as well as all the ingredients used. Rictus didn't think he would ever want to return to the soul cairn, but it was still good knowledge to possess. Maybe with some alterations, he could travel to other planes of oblivion, maybe even carve out his own piece like the ideal masters had done so long ago. I know it's a bit far-fetched, but a man can dream. Knowing what would likely happen but deciding he needed to try for himself anyways, Rictus stealed walked towards the portal. At first there was no pain as he started descending, but that quickly changed the further he went. It started off slightly discomfortable after going a third the way down, then progressed to little pinpricks all over his skin after getting about 2/3 the way. Finally, as he stood right at the entrance, it felt like someone was actively skinning him alive. During the whole thing, there was an inexplicable feeling of being observed. Rictus was panting as sweat dripped down the side of his face as he quickly made his way back up. Serena approached him with concern while Alucard was giving him an incredulous look. Are you all right? That looked painful. Are you serious? That was stupid. The simultaneous responses got Rictus to smile despite the way he was feeling. He agreed with both of them, but he had to make sure his theory was correct. His magic resistances didn't count for much in this situation. The soul cairn targeted his life essence, and while he theorized his resistances may have helped some since he had gotten very close to the portal, it didn't make a difference. There was a moment while he was feeling watched he felt almost like something had called out to him. It didn't really speak any words, but he knew what it wanted. Souls. Rictus somehow knew one of the ideal masters was asking for payment for entering the soul cairn. Like I would really deliver 250 black soul gems just for entry into this place. While I do have some, it is nowhere near that much. I wonder if the power of someone's soul directly affects how much they are willing to trade. The game's not allowing the Dragonborn such a choice would make sense then, because the soul of the last Dragonborn is so much more powerful than any normal mortal's soul, especially after they start absorbing dragon souls. Still, he wasn't left much a choice if he wanted to enter the portal. That was more painful than I hoped. Turns out magic resistance does not allow someone to easily force their way into the soul cairn. Alucard only shook his head at his actions and spoke before Serena could voice her concern. You should have already known such things. Your willingness to take risks is a bit worrying. Serena gave him a withering look before turning back towards Rictus. I should have expected that and told you about it. Sorry. The soul cairn is, well, hungry, for lack of a better word. It was trying to take your life essence as payment. She looked him over before hesitantly speaking again. There may be a way for you to enter, but I don't think you are going to like it. Vampires aren't counted among the living. We could probably go through there without a problem. Seeing his raised eyebrow, she quickly kept talking before he could respond. We could also just pay the toll another way. It wants a soul, so we give it a soul. Yours. Rictus shook his head at that option. I am not trading my soul to the ideal masters. Serena waved her hands defensively. That isn't what would really happen. My mother taught me a trick or two. I could partially soul trap you and offer that gem to the ideal masters. It might be enough to satisfy them. It would make you a bit weaker when we travel through the soul cairn, but we might be able to fix it once we're inside, maybe. Her confidence in that option did not encourage Rictus in the slightest. If anything, it made him even more against it. Seeing his disappointment, Serena spoke in a quiet yet comforting voice. I'm sorry. I wish I knew a better way, something that would be easier for you. Just know that, whatever path you choose, I won't think any less of you. Sometimes things just must be done. I know that better than anybody. Serena's final words had been spoken under her breath, but Rictus still heard the pain in her words. He couldn't help but sigh at the entire situation. Despite knowing this could happen and even fantasizing about storming the soul cairn to rescue Koror's family after they had been soul-trapped, Rictus had no clever solution to entering the portal. There was no sudden MC magic that gave him the exact knowledge he needed or some special off-screen training he had done, or item he found, which would get him into the soul cairn. Sometimes the most obvious solution was the only one. I don't really see or know another way. I'll become a vampire. Serena looked a little surprised at how fast he came to a decision. Are you sure? I'm willing to turn you, but you need to think it through. You'd become the very thing your people are trying to destroy. I don't know how you're restored, the Dawn Guard, or the vigilance of Stendar will react. Rictus smiled at her concern for his well-being. It was appreciated, but not needed. He actually had a pretty good idea how they all would react. The Dawn Guard would try and hunt him down. The vigilance would probably do the same, although Dante may do it reluctantly. The restored wouldn't really care. They followed him because of who he was. Him changing into a vampire would not sway their loyalty. I understand the risks. Your concern is noted and welcome. I'm ready. The serious atmosphere was completely broken by Alucard raising his hand in a silent high five behind Serena's back while mouthing Team Vampire. Rictus had to try really hard not to roll his eyes at that. Serena meanwhile had an almost embarrassed look on her face. Turning someone is a very personal thing for vampires. It's intimate. For us. I don't want you to feel like I'm forcing you into this. He couldn't help smiling at her acting so bashful. In that case, I'm honored you're the one doing it. His smile turned sly as he narrowed his eyes and wiggled his eyebrows while looking at Alucard. So, turning is intimate, hey? That means Alucard and Harkin got intimate while everyone was watching, right? I suppose Harkin is quite handsome with his fierce goatee, manly features, and strong physique. I'll go ahead and let you know I am not interested in men, so don't get any funny ideas in your head, Alucard. Alucard started stuttering as his eyes widened in disbelief while Serena chuckled at his reaction. Rictus also couldn't help laughing at the other man getting so flustered over his little joke. Alucard let out a huff as he rolled his eyes and turned around while blushing. The laughter soon died out though as Serena approached Rictus. I promise to try and make this as painless as possible. Hold still. Rictus tiled his head to the side as she approached him. Next thing he knew, her fangs were biting down into his exposed neck. He could feel something coursing through his veins and throughout his entire body. All his muscles tensed up as a burning sensation assaulted him. Time lost all meaning for a moment as it was just the strange, slightly painful, sensations filling his entire being as Serena's fangs were still clamped on him. Eventually, it all came to an end as Serena took a step back. She looked at him with an indescribable expression while Rictus was taking catalogue of his new body. Things were different. The vampire virus had infected every cell of his being while he could tell there was a slight void inside him. It didn't necessarily feel bad, just different. He could tell that his body had been enhanced even beyond what he had already done to himself. For a split second, Rictus swore he heard laughter, but brushed it off. Strength filled his body while he also felt closer to his magic, as if it was easier to grasp. He flexed his muscles and did some stretches as he got used to his new body. The enhancements would be quite useful while in the soul cairn. He still wasn't certain he would stay this way, but that was a worry for later. Once he returned from this trip, he would get Serena to further explain his powers. Maybe he could even figure out what the virus did that so dramatically increased someone's strength. If he could, it would prove a massive boon to the restored. Perhaps I will need to sample the werewolf after this as well. Without waiting any longer and risking getting lost in thoughts, Rictus confidently walked towards the portal. It was finally time to enter the soul cairn. And I decided just to go with the classic vampire option for a couple reasons. The biggest one was that choosing the soul trapping option in a realistic setting just seemed stupid to me. Not a big deal in game, but splitting your soul is never really a good idea in my opinion. Also, I couldn't come up with something clever that would be able to circumvent the rules of entering the soul cairn. So, I just left it with the same options the game gave the Dragonborn, and Rictus chose the best option available to him. He could have let Serena and Alucard go alone, but that would have just been boring for the story. Let me know what you think or if you have any cool ideas on how it could have been done better. Chapter 78, Soul Cairn. The soul cairn was unlike anywhere Rictus had ever traveled. The sky was cloudy with a dark purplish hue that gave off enough light to see by but was by no means bright. Instead of a sun, there was a spot of impenetrable darkness with a nimbus of purple and blue hues. The ground was covered in dead grass and shrubs while a prevailing fog coated everything. Towering ruins and grave markers went on as far as the eye could see. Quiet desolation filled the land. If one somehow got past all of that, there was a strange sense of peace about the place which Rictus found oddly comforting. He tested out some of his spells and discovered most all worked as usual. The only complication was with his Manipulate Earth spell. Casting was significantly more costly and took more concentration. Pulling some small rocks from storage proved they could be utilized just fine. Rictus theorized the land here had been saturated with the energy of the soul cairn which resisted his manipulation. It was a good thing he had filled his storage up with countless tons of materials before coming here, or else he would have been at a disadvantage. He was pulled from his thoughts as Serena started speaking. I'd heard stories about the soul cairn, but never thought I'd see it myself. So far, it's about what I imagined. I mean, look at this place. I can't imagine choosing to come here. You'd think a vampire would be right at home in this place. You'd be wrong. Let's just find my mother and get out of here, quickly. Off in the distance, they could see a large wall with a gap. Further on, there was the shadow of some larger structure. Alucard raised a hand and pointed in its direction. That is most likely where we will find Valerica. We should make haste. No telling what undead monstrosity could be lurking in this realm. They all nodded and instinctively grouped together as they started moving towards where they believed they had to go. As they were moving, spectral figures could be seen in the surrounding landscape. Some were moving, while most others stood or sat completely still. These were obviously the souls trapped here. Occasionally, they could hear the souls speaking. I thought death was a release, not an eternity of torment. Death is but a door, time is but a window, I'll be back. Why can't I just die? I fear I'm cursed to walk this desolate land forever. SHHH. They're watching us. Always watching. There's no escape. All I said to Potma was I thought she looked a little portly in that gown. How was I supposed to know? Only those who have suffered long can find the light within the shadows. The words spoken drew their curiosity, but despite approaching them, the souls never paid them any attention. Rictus thought it was a shame since he really wanted to find out more details from the poor man who died after commenting on a woman's weight. He also really wanted to ask about Koror's family to see if any of the souls had seen or heard of Thena or Asur, but he resisted for now. The chances of a random soul knowing about other relatively new souls were extremely slim. Maybe he would eventually come across a more distinct soul which retained more of their personality than those faded specters around them. If that happened, then he could try and ask about them. Silence reigned supreme as they drew near the large wall. As they neared, a frantic soul drew their attention. Arvak, Arvak. The soul noticed them and quickly approached them. You must help me find my Arvak. He doesn't deserve to be in a place like this. Alucard made the first move as he neared the soul. Calm down. How can I help? The soul didn't seem to hear the question as it began becoming more frantic again. Arvak. Arvak, where are you? Arvak, please come back. Come back. The soul then just faded from their sight right in front of them. Serena was looking on confused while both Rictus and Alucard knew what was going on. The two men shared a look and Rictus could see the pleading in Alucard's eyes. Rictus simply shrugged and nodded, which caused a large smile to appear on Alucard's face. Arvak was a really cool summons, but Rictus did not have any need for it. His familiar Billy was more than enough for him. So, what just happened? Serena was still stuck trying to figure out what was different between that soul and the others since it interacted with them while the others barely acknowledged them. Rictus just shook his head at her. My guess is the soul died with his mount and wanted us to find him. Maybe if we come across it, we can help, but for now we should stay focused. She immediately shook off her confusion and nodded determinedly. This was not the place to become distracted after all. Seeing as everyone was ready, they continued making their way towards the imposing wall. It was a very impressive structure. The wall was taller and thicker than even Solitude's. It rose imposingly high and stretched on towards the horizon, or whatever there was in this plane of oblivion. Rictus fought the temptation to fly to the top of the wall. He was really curious what could be up there. They passed through the wall and could now more clearly see the massive structure dead ahead of them. So far, the path they had been following was leading them directly towards it. Almost like they were supposed to go there. Rictus couldn't help feeling a bit strange at the whole situation. Sure, such a thing was practical in a video game, but it happening in a realistic setting was just kind of strange. Maybe the ideal masters were not worried about being subtle or the living coming through here. If they wanted thing to be obvious and straightforward, who was Rictus to question them? Nothing attacked them was strange though. They could see shadowy figures off in the distance, but that was about it. None of them were itching to investigate just now either. No use antagonizing them right now. There was plenty of time for that later. Still, it gave Rictus an uneasy feeling. With Serena leading with a blistering pace, they rapidly moved across the desolate land. Not once did they pause for anything. Before they knew it, they were at the foot of the large structure. Now they were closer, Rictus could tell it was some type of temple. The architecture of the temple resembled some of the more Gothic structures he had seen. It had an ancient feeling about it, and despite showing signs of untold years of aging, it still stood proudly. As they started ascending the stairs, Rictus noticed Serena becoming more and more tense. The thought of finding her mother had her as taut as drawn bow. Something which stood out to Rictus was the magical barrier blocking the entrance of the temple. A transparent bluish-purple barrier, more powerful than any he had felt before, blocked them from approaching a large door nestled into the structure and past large stone columns and piles of bones. Even though there was plenty to grab one's attention, Serena had eyes for something else though as she rushed forward. Mother? Mother! Veilrika jerked in shock from where she had been leaning against the wall in a trance. Rictus thought she looked a lot like her daughter and even wore similar vampire armor. They had the same color hair, except Valerica's was pulled back into two separate buns on the back of her head. She slowly made her way towards them as if it had been a long time since she had moved. Maker, it can't be Serena. Is it really you? I can't believe it. How do we get inside? We have to talk. Serena had a voice full of hope as she looked at her mother. The excitement at having finally reunited with her mother filled her with happiness. Her mother did not share in this happiness. Serena? What are you doing here? Where's your father? Seeing her mother immediately mention her father, Serena's excitement lowered, and she couldn't help but frown a little. He doesn't know we're here. I don't have time to explain. Veilrika didn't seem to be listening though as she was lost in contemplation. Her daughter's words not even really registering. I must have failed. Harkon's found a way to decipher the prophecy, hasn't he? No, you've got it all wrong. We're here to complete the prophecy our way, not his. Something in the words drew Valerica's attention. She slowly turned her head towards Rictus and Alucard. Wait a moment, you've brought strangers here? Have you lost your mind? No, you don't. Serena tried speaking, but her mother cut her off. You two. Come forward. I would speak with you. Rictus and Alucard gave each other a small shrug before moving forward. Rictus couldn't help but notice the disappointment radiating off Serena. This was definitely not how she had imagined their reunion going. Her mother had basically blown her off and didn't even bother listening to her. So how has it come to pass that two newly turned vampires of mixed blood are in the company of my daughter? Alucard was the first to speak up and bowed his head. We have journeyed with your daughter to support her in her quest to find you, my lady. Ha! You claim to support her, yet you bring her here. Has she explained nothing to you? Serena is in far greater danger now than she was before. She has sacrificed everything to prevent Harkon from completing the prophecy. I would have expected her to explain that to you both by now. Her words and tone were biting as she accosted them both. Rictus weathered them without blinking an eye though. She has explained some of what is going on, but she doesn't know everything since it wasn't explained to her either. Could you please explain more of what is going on exactly? I know all of us would appreciate knowing more about what is truly going on, especially regarding the Elder Scrolls. Veilrika gave him a withering look before turning contemplative. She slowly started explaining what was going on. The scrolls are merely a means to an end. The key to the tyranny of the sun is Serena herself. When I fled Castle Folkihar, I fled with 2 Elder Scrolls. The scroll I presume you found with Serena speaks of Oriel and his arcane weapon, Oriel's bow. The second scroll declares that the blood of Cold Arbor's daughter will blind the eye of the dragon. Alucard nodded his head while speaking. Since you and Serena are both daughters of Cold Harbor, the tyranny of the sun requires Serena's blood. That is why you have acted the way you have. Veilrika gave him a suspicious look at guessing they were both daughters of Cold Harbor, but such a conclusion was easily guessed at from her explanation. She was at least a little glad her daughter's companions were not complete fools. She would have been disappointed if they couldn't connect the dots so easily honestly. Now you're beginning to see why I wanted to protect Serena, and why I've kept the other Elder Scroll as far from her as possible. If Harkon obtained Oriel's bow and Serena's blood was used to taking the weapon, the tyranny of the sun would be complete. In his eyes, she'd be dying for the good of all vampires. Alucard stood up straighter as he spoke again. We will not allow Harkon to do such a thing. The easiest solution here is the best one. We will simply kill Harkon. Veilrika looked at him like he was an idiot. If you believe that, then you're a bigger fool than I originally suspected. Don't you think I waited that option before I enacted my plans? Rictus took a moment to look over to Serena, who was standing completely still with a confused look on her face during the entire exchange. Serena, what is your opinion in all of this? His words seemed to pull her from her trance. Before she could speak though, Veilrika interjected. You care nothing for Serena or our plight. What would such a newly turned vampire even know about what is going on? You see the tyranny of the sun as your chance at deification, and like Harkon, you won't hesitate to destroy anything that stands in your path. Stop. Valerica's tirade abruptly ended as she looked a little shocked at Serena's forceful tone. Serena? These strangers may call themselves vampires, but they know nothing of our struggle. Why should I entrust you to either of them? Anger seeped into Serena's voice at the way her mother kept speaking to her. I am no object you can simply entrust to someone else, mother. Besides, they have done more for me in the brief time I've known them than you've done in centuries. Valerica was more than prepared to match her daughter's tone. How dare you? I gave up everything I cared about to protect you from that fanatic you call a father. Yes, he's a fanatic, he's changed. But he's still my father. Why can't you understand how that makes me feel? She gave her daughter a pitying look while shaking her head in disappointment. Oh, Serena. If you'd only open your eyes. The moment your father discovers your role in the prophecy, that he needs your blood, you'd be in terrible danger. The pity only upset Serena more as tears threatened to fall from her eyes. So, to protect me you decided to shut me away from everything I cared about? You never asked me if hiding me in that tomb was the best course of action, you just expected me to follow you blindly. Both of you were obsessed with your own paths. Your motivations might have been different, but in the end, I'm still just a pawn to you, too. No one asked or cared about my opinions. A tear slowly fell from her eye as her voice wavered slightly. I just want us to be a family again. But I don't know if we can ever have that. Maybe we don't deserve that kind of happiness. Maybe it isn't for us. But we have to stop him. Before he goes too far. And to do that, we need the Elder Scroll. By the end of her speech, Serena had straightened back up and spoke with determination. There was not more wavering or doubt in her voice, only calm confidence and assurance. Valerica stood silent for a few moments after her daughter's rant. A sad and broken look appeared on her face before she schooled her expression. Her words were barely above a whisper. I'm sorry, Serena. I didn't know. I didn't see. I've allowed my hatred of your father to estrange us for too long. Forgive me. If you want the Elder Scroll, it's yours. A look of understanding passed between mother and daughter before Valerica turned back towards Rictus and Alucard. Your intentions are still somewhat unclear to me. But for Serena's sake, I'll assist you in any way that I can. She then turned back towards her daughter. I have kept the Elder Scroll safely secured here ever since I was imprisoned. Fortunately, you're in a position to breach the barrier that surrounds these ruins. You will need to locate the tallest of the rocky spires that surround here. At their bases, the barrier's energy is being drawn from unfortunate souls that have been exiled here. Destroy the keepers that are tending them, and it should bring the barrier down. Serena nodded at her mother's words. We will return soon, mother. Before she could turn around, Valerica stopped her. One more word of warning. There's a dragon that calls itself Dernevier roaming the cairn. Be wary of him. The ideal masters have charged him with overseeing the keepers and will undoubtedly intervene if you are perceived as a threat. Other threats lurk everywhere, so keep your wits about you. Be careful and keep my daughter safe. The last command was obviously for Alucard and Rictus, who simply nodded in agreement before the three of them started walking down the stairs. They knew what they had to do now, and nothing would stop them. And, well, we are finally in the Soul Cairn after all this time. I wasn't super excited about this chapter as it was mostly background stuff, but more action is coming soon. I don't really know how long we will stay here, but hopefully it won't be overly long. Thanks so much for all the well wishes last week. I greatly appreciate them all. Hearing all the comments about Rictus becoming a vampire was quite fun to read, honestly. Finally, I want to thank Lord Valmar who provided me some new updated covers for the story which are much better than what I had before. Your donation is greatly appreciated. Chapter 79, Soul Cairn PT2. /rant, I would like to apologize for those last two chapters. They were basically just me reusing the game and its conversations almost verbatim. I actually found them really boring and was not the biggest fan. Thankfully, this one is at least a little different and has some new things in it. Hopefully in future, there won't be too many parts where I just blatantly copy the game, but I make no promises. Rictus was making his way towards the southernmost spire and keeper location. He had been impressed at how Serena had taken command of their little group. She had actually proposed they split up so they could at least scout out each of the keepers. If they were confident in taking them out, then do it. Else, they would regroup near the temple and work together. It was a bold and dangerous plan, yet neither him nor Alucard could persuade her otherwise. Her impatience at freeing her mother and stopping her father was influencing her decisions. It actually kind of made sense to him though. There were 3 keepers and 3 of them. Splitting the party was generally a bad plan, but it did have its uses. If everyone was careful, they should be able to easily scout out the locations without worry. Rictus was pretty sure he should be able to take down a keeper by himself though. It wouldn't be the first time he had defeated such an enemy, and he was even stronger and more prepared this time around compared to the first time. He hoped he wasn't being blinded by arrogance. Walking through the Soul Cairn alone was strange. When he was with the others, he wasn't as aware since their presence acted as a distraction, and they were moving in a hurry. Now, there was nothing stopping him from taking in more of his surroundings. The souls still muttered random things but didn't really acknowledge his presence. The ground was covered in rocks and dead-looking plants but was utterly silent as he was walking on it. Only the soul husks, the strange coral-looking plants seemed to thrive in the environment. Rictus stopped and gathered them when he came across them before placing them in storage. He knew they had beneficial effects, but he just couldn't bring himself to eat it. Eating something which thrived in such place just felt like a bad idea. Maybe when he left here, he would get a volunteer to eat some of it to make sure it worked as he thought it would. Rounding a destroyed mausoleum, he froze. 4 black skeletons with shining white eyes and wielding a variety of weapons were standing right in front of him. Right before he attacked, they all turned and faced him. We die. We pray. To live. We serve. They spoke as if completing a greeting or chant. Rictus was completely caught off guard by such an action. They had never spoken in the game before that he knew of, and now they just did it like it was the most natural thing in the world. What did you say? His words were apparently not the right response as the bonemen raised their weapons to attack. Seeing the change in their attitude, Rictus sent his axe flying out and smashed the archer first. A cutting weapon is not usually the best against undead. Not having living flesh and blood took away a cutting edge's deadliest attribute. The good thing about his axe though, was that if it was turned sideways, he had a massive blunt object he could smash things with. Which is exactly what happened to that poor boneman archer whose bones were now scattered everywhere. Before the other 3 could get close, Rictus sent out 3 quick blades of lightning and fire which impacted and destroyed the bonemen. After they were destroyed, the bones seemed to dissipate into a black-looking goo. He used his axe handle to shift around in it for a moment and revealed a petty soul gem. Removing the soul gem caused all evidence of the bonemen to disappear. If this place wasn't so terrible, it would be an amazing soul gem farm. The bonemen are quite weak overall and providing a filled gem is a good harvest. Unfortunately, I doubt the ideal masters would tolerate such actions. He was still a bit thrown off by the bonemen speaking though. Did that mean the others could speak as well? Maybe this was something else different from the games. Skyrim was very much an adventure gaming where you fought enemies a lot. Even bandits would attack you on sight and not even bother trying to talk, which was not how things worked here. Could the denizens of the Soul Cairn be the same? Doubtful, but it is something to investigate. I will just have to be extra careful though if I do follow through. As he kept walking, a strange energy source was coming from a dilapidated obsidian-looking hall. It was powerful, but in a subtle manner which made detection and identification difficult. Rictus froze as he figured out where it was coming from. Floating above a section of the hall, he could see a massive purple crystal. It looked almost like a soul gem, just 1,000 times bigger. Another strange thing was how he had completely missed such an obvious sight. He would have sworn it was not there at all until he had gotten closer to the structure and looked over it carefully. A tiny part of him wanted to get closer, but he quickly shut that thought down. There was no way he was doing that, especially since he was pretty sure this was a vessel, or conduit, for the ideal masters. Ever so slowly, he made his way past the structure. The mixed feelings of attraction and repulsion filled him the entire time. Begging him to come closer, while warning him to stay away. The dichotomy of feelings had his mind in a whirl until he passed some invisible boundary, and it all fell away. Taking a deep gasping breath, Rictus tried calming his nerves from the entire ordeal. He waited for something to happen, but it never did. No enemies appeared, no lightning struck, no apparition or voices spoke out to him. Just silence. It was almost like his presence didn't warrant any kind of acknowledgement. A feeling of insignificance filled him after the encounter, and that gave him mixed emotions. On one hand, Rictus was glad nothing had happened. It would not have been good if the masters of this plane of oblivion were actively working against him. On the other hand, he was strangely a little insulted nothing had happened. He had defeated a major supplier of souls for the ideal masters and had entered their domain in order to free one of their prisoners. It was a bit of a blow to his ego that he was completely ignored. Shaking his head to dispel those thoughts, Rictus tried focusing on what he could control. I still need to scout out and defeat the Keeper. If the ideal masters don't take notice of me, I should be thankful and not overthink things. Just gotta stick to the mission. One thing at a time. Eventually, Rictus was nearing his destination. He did notice another soul near him that was muttering about some book, but he paid him no mind as he kept walking. A cluster of dead trees were on his right, and dark misty shapes could be seen within. Like moths to a flame, they quickly moved towards him. This time, it was a group of mistmen. Black skeletons who floated in the air and had a dark misty cloud instead of legs. These ones had a much stronger magical signature than the bonemen and were known for casting frost spells. As he was preparing his attacks, he suddenly stopped once more as he heard eerie voices speaking. Death is the mother of beauty. The seasons turn to winter. In the frozen whiteness, time stands still. We came this far for beauty. We came this far for love. From this place we can see forever. They stayed floating a little bit away from him. Shrugging his shoulders, Rictus decided to try talking. That's real poetic of you. I appreciate your sharing. Does this mean we don't have to fight each other? Nothing was said as the mistmen simply floated there indifferently. Rictus gave them a moment longer before he spoke again. Well, this has been very instructive. I am sure you three have some real important work, and I would hate to keep you from it, whatever it is. As soon as he took a step backwards, frost spells enshrouded the mistman's hands. Trying not to roll his eyes at the predicted outcome, Rictus once again used his axe to quickly destroy the three physically weak mistmen. They were able to get off a couple ice spikes, but he easily dispelled them before they could do anything. Rictus tried fighting off the feeling, but he was starting to underestimate the enemies found here. The bonemen and mistmen were both fairly weak compared to others he had fought recently. He hadn't encountered the wrathmen yet, which were known to be more powerful, and he was curious if they would prove more challenging. Still, encountering more talking enemies was strange. What was causing them to talk instead of just attack like they would in the games? Maybe it was just because he wasn't the Dragonborn? Whatever it was, he wasn't sure he would try talking with them again. They attacked any time he did, so he might as well get a free attack on them. Finally, he could make out his target. Sitting on a stone throne at the foot of a tall tower with some kind of energy coming from the top, was the keeper. It was a massive creature, easily twice his height and covered in what appeared to be a type of bone armor with a large battle axe resting across its lap. Two glowing purple orbs were floating in black mist where its head should be. Souls could be seen in various positions around it while glowing beams shot up from their bodies into the sky. Two wrathmen, undead creatures in old Nordic-looking armor with glowing eyes and skeleton, stood guard in front of the tower. Getting a feel for his enemies, Rictus believed he could defeat them. Deciding a little help could be useful, especially for handling the wrathmen, he used the Sanguine Rose. A Mazkin, or Dark Seducer, appeared from a portal. The female Didra, who he simply called Maz, had grey skin, dark hair, and wore dark black armor which barely covered her modesty. A bonus to using the Sanguine Rose was that he could still conjure another creature the traditional way. I know this isn't how the game works, but it is how I like to think it should. Secondly, he summoned his familiar Billy, who had gotten another upgrade recently. Not only was Billy larger than a horse with horns like a dragon, he also had gotten a longer prehensible tail with a sharp spike on it. On top of that, circular glyphs which resembled a hurricane could be seen across the body while lightning arched in the storm clouds surrounding Billy's hooves and horns. His once simple goat familiar had evolved into a lightning dragon goat. He patted Billy's side with a chuckle. Don't know how much longer I can call you a goat familiar, and it remained true. Rictus had finally gotten around to experimenting some with the summon Atronax spells while traveling. The Atronax are elemental Didra from the plains of Oblivion. Most conjurers only knew the default humanoid appearance, but they could take many different forms. Knowing he could change their forms just like he could with bound weapons, Rictus wondered if he could do more than just that. It was still a work in progress, but there were some already promising results. He already knew the Flaming Familiar spell, so he took inspiration from the Storm Atronac to create a Lightning Familiar. By studying and taking inspiration from one of the most powerful Atronacs, he had been able to greatly enhance the elemental abilities of the spell compared to the Flaming version. Yes, Rictus knew the flames would be more effective against the undead. He also knew lightning was just cooler than fire. With his two summons at his side, Rictus had a way to keep any additional enemies off him while he dealt with the Keeper. It was weird not to feel his blood pumping through his veins in anticipation of the battle, but he quickly shook it off as he prepared his opening salvo. 3 large metal spikes were pulled from his storage. Rictus had made them with large opponents in mind. Each one was around 7 foot long and a little less than half a foot thick. Both ends were barbed so that extracting them would be incredibly difficult, whether that was from the body or the ground. Not only that, but they also had runes of burden on them which would activate after contact, so they would be even heavier than they already were. Manipulating 3 such weapons was fairly difficult, but it was made easier since he cast Feather on them for the initial launch. With a mental command to his summons, he sent the 3 metal spikes barreling towards the sitting Keeper. Crashing noises of busted stone and bent metal reverberated around him as he took in the damage his weapons wrought. Surprisingly, one of the spikes had been completely deflected by the bone breastplate, which worried Rictus. That armor was mostly likely made from dragon bone and would be incredibly difficult to penetrate since the spike only left surface damage. Another of the spikes had been slightly off and was now firmly stuck into the stone structure. Thankfully, the final one had landed on the upper right arm where there was no armor. It pinned the Keeper to the stone as Rictus and his summons continued their assault. The utter silence of their opponents was slightly unnerving, but it didn't slow down their attacks at all. Maz drew a Daedric bow and was rapidly releasing arrows at the charging Wrathmen while Billy started his own charge at them. Noting the physical resistance of the Keeper's armor, Rictus rapidly cast blades of fire and lightning from each head which impacted the trapped Keeper with small explosions. The Keeper wasn't idle for long though. Deciding the spells were a bigger worry than an arm, it simply ripped its arm off and left it attached to the spike as it wielded its massive dragon bone battle axe one-handed and charged, bolts of fire and lightning impacting it the whole way. When it finally got near him, it reared back its axe and swung it in a sweeping motion trying to bisect him. With only having one arm, the accuracy was not the best. Still deadly, but not as much as it would have been with both arms. Instead of fighting up close though, Rictus lifted himself into the air as he aimed his spells at the floating darkness that was the keeper's head. Rictus flew around the area raining destruction down on the undead who continued doggedly chasing him. It took the monster longer than expected to cease the chase and raise its axe to try and block some of the incoming spells. At this point, the glow in its eyes had greatly diminished, which was about the only way Rictus knew he was having some kind of effect on the thing. A health bar over its head would have been real convenient though. The large axe made it incredibly difficult to land a proper hit. Too bad for the keeper, it also restricted its vision. That was why it didn't notice the massive goat familiar until Billy slammed into the back of its knees with a thundering discharge of electricity. Unsteady from the hit, the keeper fell face first to the ground. Not one to miss such an obvious opportunity, Rictus pulled another of his barbed metal spears from storage and carefully aimed it at the keeper's exposed upper arm. After shooting it down, he started rapidly falling from the air. Rictus drew back his axe and unleashed a massive overhand strike on the unarmored section of the back of its knees. With it properly immobilized, Rictus began pouring pure destructive lightning magic at point-blank range. He was no master of destruction, but his huge mana pool and judicious use of mana stones allowed him more power than most others could handle. Even Billy unleashed his fury with lightning-empowered stomps and tail whips. Darkness flared as the keeper finally succumbed to their attacks. Its body, including the armor, dissolved into a black inky substance which pooled at Rictus's feet. Thankfully, its axe as well as the armor from the dismembered parts remained. Meow. Billy let out a victorious bleat at the death of their foe. Rictus couldn't help but smile at his familiar's antics. Despite all the changes made to it, it still sounded like a goat, albeit a large one, which was not what he considered a particularly intimidating war cry and victory shout. As soon as the keeper died, the beams coming from the trapped souls abruptly ended. He could faintly hear their mutterings and noted they looked slightly more faded than some of the others he had seen. Sobs could even be heard coming from one who walked near him towards a mausoleum-like building with a determined stare. Slightly intrigued by the soul's actions and feeling a little impulsive, Rictus moved towards the soul. Soon, he could make what it was saying. "Why did you listen to them over me? Boys are supposed to listen to their mothers." Rictus froze as he felt his chest seize up. He knew that voice. With a trembling voice and unsteady hand, he reached out towards the soul. "Thena. Dun dun duun. Oh no. A wild cliffhanger appeared. I am actually a little sorry for ending it like that, but I see others do it all the time, so I wanted to give it a shot. Not sure if I am the biggest fan, but that is just how the cookie crumbles. Definitely didn't happen because I haven't finished writing the next part. That would just be lazy. Also, to those wondering about the words of the Bonemen and Mistmen, I did not actually come up with those. Someone much better had already done that, and I wanted to reuse something from a long time ago. Let me know your thoughts on it." Chapter 80, Soul Cairn PT3. Thena. Rictus stood mouth agape at the soul as she kept moving towards a massive mausoleum. His mind was a whirl of emotions as he tried comprehending the sheer coincidence of meeting her here. What were the chances of him dealing with the keeper which had her imprisoned? There were 3 of them after all. On top of that, why was her soul being trapped by a keeper in the first place? The chances of him running into her in this vast desolate plain should have been minuscule, yet it was almost like it was predetermined they would meet again. Rictus hated feeling like some character in a story where these sorts of miraculous encounters happened all the time. The mutters of Thena drew his attention back to her though. He was so stubborn and angry. Why couldn't he just listen? Rictus's heart felt heavy as he knew the only person who she could be referring to. Asur was her only child and had also died in a similar manner as she did. He didn't know what could have happened once they got here though. Thena stopped a little ways off from the entrance to the mausoleum. He was caught off guard when she suddenly turned around and stared directly at him. "I couldn't make him listen. Please. He doesn't deserve this. He's just a boy." Looking closer, Rictus realized she wasn't really looking at him, but straight through him as if she couldn't see him at all. Turning back around, her hand reached out pleadingly towards the mausoleum's entrance. "My boy." Without another word, she suddenly disappeared just like the first soul which tried speaking with them. Rictus was left dazed at the entire encounter which almost felt like a dream. A part of him wondered if the entire thing was just his mind playing tricks on him. It all had happened so suddenly. Still, he knew what he had just witnessed was reality despite his best wishes that it wasn't. It would be so much easier to ignore it, but he simply couldn't. Looking back, he still wasn't quite sure why Asur and Thena's death had caused such an impact on him. Yes, he had interacted with them while in Winterhold and even started teaching Asur some things about magic. Their interactions had been fun, and they were getting closer, but his hurt and reaction at their deaths was almost excessive when he thought back on it. He basically went to war and risked his life and the lives of his followers because of it. It was a worthy cause since the blood horcrux needed to be stopped, but it had felt more personal than that. Even though they had not been his, something about losing a wife and son resonated with him on a deeper level. That was probably why he didn't hesitate much at all as he made his way into the dark gaping maw that was the mausoleum's entrance. Darkness enshrouded him as if he was walking in the dead of night. His enhanced vision couldn't penetrate it at all. A faint red light which would slowly alternate between on and off could be made out coming from around a corner though. When he could finally lay eyes on what was causing the light though, he froze. The room was a large open area with a vaulted ceiling taller than two giants standing on each other's shoulders. Bones littered the floor and were piled high against the far wall. A pedestal stood near the middle of the room, right before a grate which covered a strange magical rune. What stood out the most though was the peculiar Wrathman standing by the back wall and between some piles of bones. It was slightly smaller in stature compared to the previous ones he had fought. On top of that, a tattered black cloth hung from the armor, almost mimicking robes. It wielded a great axe like its other counterparts, but what it was doing with the axe was part of what was so strange. Rictus watched in fascination as it held out one hand and conjured a small red ball of light near the wall. Then, it would throw the axe at the light which would disappear on impact. The Wrathman continued repeating this action over and over again as Rictus silently watched as the pit in his stomach only grew. It didn't take a genius to figure out what was going on here. He had found Asur, or at least what was left of him. It was the only thing that made any sense. Thena had led him here while mourning about her son. The Wrathman wore tattered robes which looked similar to the ones Rictus had worn when he first saved the boy in Winterhold. On top of that, when Rictus had taught him how to conjure a mage light, the boy would only conjure a small red one since it was his favorite color. The Wrathman even threw its axe at the light, just like how Rictus told Asur he used to practice. Rictus's eyes started watering as he stared at what remained of the boy he used to know. Quite a sight, isn't it? Rictus quickly spun around toward the location of the voice. Another soul was leaning against the wall near him also watching the Wrathman. This one seemed a bit more whole than the other souls he had seen here somehow. He could tell the soul looked like the iconic Nord, big and strong, but he did not recognize him. The fact it was talking to him in a coherent manner gave Rictus a chance to find some answers he so desperately wanted. How did this happen? The soul turned and looked at him a moment before explaining. Sometimes if a big enough impression is left on a soul, it will retain some characteristics even after the change. It is really rare though, especially for one as young as this one was. Rictus frowned at the explanation. How does this change even happen? How do the ideal masters choose what soul they force this change upon? A slight chuckle came from the soul beside him. You are mistaken if you think the ideal masters force this upon anyone. They are not really like everyone assumes. What do you mean? The soul took a moment before answering. The ideal masters are quite interesting honestly. Different than most other necromancers or Daedric princes. They exist in a state of peaceful rest and eternal love, by their own standards at least. Their spirits have no forms but dwell inside gems, as far as I know at least. They are almost completely dismissive of mortals, but they will buy souls from those who are selling or will offer services to any mortal that wishes. Some do remember wearing flesh more than the other more detached masters, and they are usually the ones who are known for interacting more with other beings. Rictus wasn't quite sold on this but continued listening as the soul kept talking. There is a place here called the Chapel of Love which has a device called the Twin Fingers of Life. It is in the chapel that a soul pledges themselves to the ideal master's service. Interestingly, service to the ideal masters is not forced but always freely given. That was a little difficult to believe, and the soul could see the apprehension on his face. Think about it. There are many souls hanging around the soul cairn which are not among the ranks of the blessed, which are the bone men, mistmen, and wrathmen. They are roughly free to wander about the cairn without service and aren't even hostile to interlopers like yourself. If the ideal masters were forcing service, why would they allow this? They would instead simply get their minions to gather up all the souls and force them into submission. The souls here couldn't even really put up a fight either if that happened, and it would greatly swell the ranks of the ideal masters. It isn't like they have to bother feeding their subjects like the Daedric princes. The reasoning did make a certain kind of sense. They had passed quite a number of souls traveling through the cairn while the only hostile ones had been the bone men, mistmen, and wrathmen. The more normal souls mostly just sat around and complained about things, which wasn't the most threatening thing unless you counted boredom from their repetitiveness. How does a soul get turned into these different types of minions though? The soul brought a hand up and scratched its head as it tried explaining. Now I am not certain on all the details since I haven't done it myself, but I can tell you my theories. One must willingly go to the Chapel of Love and bathe in the monobeams there which will cause the transformation. The bone men seem to be the ones most detached from the world and their self. They can talk, but basically only repeat the same mantra of we die. We pray. We live. We serve. Through their selfless service, they gain immortal existence. The mistmen are basically ghosts. They are more talkative, but terrible conversationalist. They do seem to see beauty in the soul cairn though and see it as a type of eternal paradise. Finally, we have the Rathmen. They are the most tragic of the lot. They hate this world and see it as a place of eternal death. Basically, they are pissed off about their entire existence. The last bit about the Rathmen stuck with Rictus as he looked on at the soul which used to be a Sir. Living in perpetual rage was no way to spend eternity. You didn't actually say what determines the soul's transformation. The soul looked surprised for a moment. Hey. I guess I didn't. Basically, my theory is it is all about a soul's perspective on life before and during the transformation. If one is more detached and selfless, they become a boneman. If one is more appreciative of the beauty around them and looking forward to eternal bliss, they become a mistman. If they are angry and hateful at their lot in life, they become a wrathman. Also, before you say anything, I don't know why they are all called man instead of woman. Maybe because human ends in man? Don't really know nor care though since it isn't my problem. Rictus stood there in silence as he tried processing everything shared with him. It did a great job of capturing his attention and distracting him from the problem before him if nothing else. He wasn't entirely sure he agreed with everything the soul had told him, but it was an interesting outlook on things. It made him wonder how much of it was true and how much was fabricated. It was all well and good to claim the ideal masters weren't so bad, but it could be false. The Nazis didn't exactly go around and claim that they were the bad guys either. Rictus continued watching the repetitive actions of the Rathmen before him while wondering how much of the boy he once knew was left. A strange feeling pulsed through the room while he was waiting though. The soul beside him spoke out after it passed. Seems all the keepers were destroyed. Don't think Dernevier will care for that. Rictus tensed as he heard this. He didn't have much time to figure out a plan of action since he needed to meet back up with Serena and Alucard. The soul's words drew his attention though. Good luck with you struggles here. Sometimes there are no easy solutions. Not everyone can be saved. It was nice talking with you though, not everyone here is as open to talk about the lore. Oh, and I do so hope you can give our mutual acquaintance the same treatment as last time you two interacted. With those words and a wink, the soul disappeared leaving Rictus alone with his thoughts. His final words gave him a sinking suspicion on who he had just been talking with and who might show up again. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Rictus knew what he should do here. Steady and deliberate steps brought him further into the room and towards its only other occupant. As he neared, it looked over at him with hate-filled eyes. Cheated. Betrayed. Deceived. You promised. But you lied. Forever. Each word felt like nails piercing his very spirit, but still he continued on. A roar of rage came from the Rathman as it charged him. Before it got any closer, two long steel bars appeared behind Rictus and shot towards it. Instead of stabbing into it, they wrapped around it and trapped it against the ground. Rictus stared down with sadness. I am sorry, sir. Words failed him as he got choked up looking at the twisted creature beneath him. More hate-filled words came from it then. How could you ever understand my pain? You know nothing. You understand nothing. I see all, feel all, suffer all, hate all, forever. You know nothing. I laugh at your pity. You cheated me. I hate you. Weathering the heated words, Rictus pulled an old and tattered brown leather-bound book from his storage. The title read Book of Rest and Endings. It was something Rictus had found a while ago stashed away in the Arcanium when he was searching for information about the Soul Cairn. He had never really expected to use it but was glad he had it now. As he turned past obscure passages of cult blather, he landed on a worn page before he stared speaking in a solemn tone while releasing control of his mana. From 50 Fathers. Fozen enslave past. Rip from the Wraith Loom. Sunder the Life Weave. Loctite in Earth Grip. Hold firm in Grave Fast. As the last word of the ritual for ending of Rathman was spoken, the Rathman which was once a Sir stopped struggling. The burning hatred in its eyes dimmed as it stared at him. No words were spoken as its body shuddered as if something changed internally. The light coming from the body slowly started fading as small motes of darkness lifted from it. An almost peaceful look came upon Sir and Rictus swore a look of recognition and gratitude could be seen in his eyes before fully fading away into dust. A soft but pleased voice came from behind him. Finally, my son can rest. When he turned around though, nothing was there. Rictus stood alone with his thoughts in the darkness. The ritual from the book would free the bonds holding the Rathman bound to the ideal masters, at least that is what it appeared to do. Where Sir's soul now went, he didn't exactly know. Wherever it was though, he was certain it was better than the perpetual rage, hate, and servitude found here. It was a shame he could not do more for Sir or Thena, but not everything ended happily. A careful bump against his hand made him realize he wasn't alone as he started petting Billy in appreciation. Billy may just be a familiar, but Rictus didn't much care and appreciated the comfort it brought. After numerous pets, a distant roar drew him from his thoughts as a determined expression appeared on his face and he clenched his fists. He was tired of this place and ready to leave this place behind him. A fight where he could relieve some of his built-up frustrations sounded good right about now. Without another word, he turned and left the mausoleum for good. And, I did make up a fair amount of things here, but a lot of it was pulled from an Elder Scrolls legend, Battle Spire. There were some really cool things in that game regarding the Soul Cairn which I found to be really cool. I also read a Reddit post by Bandito Walrus called Eternity, Peace, and Love, Lore Mining the Soul Cairn, which I thought was awesome, so I incorporated it into my story since I felt the Soul Cairn was a little lackluster in Skyrim compared to Battle Spire. Chapter 81, Soul Cairn Battle PT1. And, just a warning, this one wasn't really edited, so be gentle with the grammar errors. Also, sorry I haven't replied to the comments lately, but I will try and get better. I do still look at them though. Rictus was distracted while making his way back towards the keep and his companions. He just couldn't help replaying everything that just happened over in his head. It wasn't productive at all, but he couldn't help it. Some thoughts creep into the mind no matter how hard you may try and resist them. Walking and pacing had always helped clear his mind, which was part of the reason he was caught off guard when Billy let out a cry and charged at a large group of bonemen which just appeared near them. While he was watching his familiar trash the undead, he failed to notice how another one had snuck up behind him until it was already raising its weapon to attack. Instinctively, Rictus reached out his left hand and caught the boneman's arm, stopping it from attacking him. While he was doing this, he felt a strange sensation faintly running up his arm. The struggling undead brought his attention back to his current situation as he cast lightning point black into the undead. The spell caused the boneman to shatter and turn into dust. That is a little more powerful than I remember. I wonder. Before Billy could demolish all the remaining bonemen, Rictus telekinetically pulled one towards him. When it got near, he easily disarmed the undead, in the most literal meaning. The armless undead could not escape him as he grasped onto it with his left hand again. Now that he could focus more, Rictus could tell his arm was reacting with the undead. It almost felt like he was passively pulling something from the undead. Focusing on that feeling, he tried increasing it. A small rush of power entered him as the boneman dimmed before disappearing into dust and leaving him in a bit of shock. The veins of his arm were glowing slightly more than normal. Seeing Billy advance on the last two bonemen, Rictus ordered his familiar not to kill the creatures. While he knew he needed to hurry back, this was too interesting for him not to experiment a little bit. Billy incapacitated the two bonemen by tackling them to the ground and laying on them. They tried biting, but it was ineffective on the buffed-up familiar. After casting a mage light, his magic hadn't felt like it dipped at all. Instead, the glow along his arm slightly dimmed closer to what it looked like before he drained the undead. A smile lit up Rictus's face as he thought on what this could mean. He knew the arm tainted by the Eye of Magnus had increased his magic abilities, but this was something new. It appeared he could use it as a type of magical absorber. At least, that is what he thought based off what just happened. Undead skeletons were primarily held together by magic. If his arm could absorb enough mana from them, then they would be destroyed. How this would affect other undead, spells, or the living, he wasn't sure, but he was even more eager to leave this place and find out. Since Billy had so graciously trapped him two subjects, Rictus decided to try something else out with them. The primary thing he was trying was how far away he could absorb the magical energies. After some testing, he was a bit disappointed to find he had to touch them with his left hand. He tried with the right, but it hadn't done anything. There was a slight feeling that it was possible to use that hand or even drain from farther away, but it would take a lot more practice. With only one boneman left, Rictus tried something else. Instead of touching it with his hand, he pulled out an ebony spike from his inventory. While holding it, he thrust it into the undead before trying to absorb its magic. It didn't feel like it would work, but then he started feeling the magic travel through the metal and into him. Laughing at the success, Rictus watched as the boneman disintegrated before giving Billy some pets. Well, my friend, it seems like we have discovered something quite interesting. I wonder if I keep using this same piece for absorbing magic, if it will keep getting easier. Some magical items start off as more mundane things after all. Having a magic-absorbing spear would really be something. Hey. Billy nodded along with him in agreement, which caused Rictus to laugh. Sometimes he wondered if his familiar actually understood him or if it was simply his subconscious commanding the creature. I'm glad you agree. Unfortunately, I think our little experiments will have to be placed on hold. We've wasted enough time already, and I doubt they will wait for us too long. Let's go. Instead of walking, Rictus mounted Billy, who was more than happy at the change of pace. It didn't take them long at all before they were back at the fort. His traveling companions were waiting for him at the bottom of the stairs leading up. Serena was pacing back and forth while Alucard sat on a very familiar-looking undead horse. When he finally neared them, he dismissed Billy before Serena spoke out. What took you so long? He shrugged as he responded. I ran into some old friends. The two looked at him in bewilderment at his statement. Comprehension came over Serena as she looked at him with sympathetic eyes. There was only one way normal mortals could end up here in her mind, and it was nothing pleasant. Before more could be said though, Alucard spoke up. Well, now that all the keepers are dead, I at least assume you killed your Rictus. We should get going. I am sure Veilrika is eagerly awaiting us. At the mention of her mother, Serena's expression became more determined as she hurried up the steps with the two men following after her. Rictus couldn't help looking over appreciatively at Alucard's new mount, Arvak. Seeing his look, the vampire lord got a big grin on his face while whispering to Rictus. Pretty badass, hey? Rictus couldn't help chuckling as he nodded in agreement. Arvak was pretty awesome looking. The purplish-blue fire mane combined with its black bones was striking. Alucard actually looked like a proper vampire lord riding it. Even knowing what little he did about the man, Rictus figured he was geeking out over his new appearance. The fact he didn't dismount while going up the stairs may have given it away though. The lack of magical barrier was proof enough of their success. Seeing them approach, a small smile appeared on Valerica's face as she looked proudly at her daughter. I'm impressed at how quickly the keepers were defeated. Between your own strength and your insight into choosing companions, I was wrong to underestimate you, Serena. You have grown so much in our time apart. Serena's face split into a large smile as tears gathered into her eyes at the praise. Even after all this time, hearing words of affirmation from her mother brought a wave of feelings she hadn't felt in a long time. Seeing the look on her daughter's face, Veilrika let out a little embarrassed cough as she turned towards the door behind her. Right, let us go get the scroll for you. Keep watch for Dernevier. With the prison's barrier down, he's almost certain to investigate. Her words caused everyone to tense up as they prepared for the worst. Passing through the door, they entered a large boneyard-looking space with mist overing the ground. Thick metal walls surrounded the large open courtyard which was studded with small rock monoliths. It gave Rictus the feeling of a walled-off graveyard, with giant piles of bones placed around the edges for some nice ambience. A shouted roar drew their attention above them as a massive figure could be seen flying across the sky. Dernevier had arrived and shouted his challenge to the sky as thunder boomed and lightning crackled in response. He wasn't alone either. A familiar humanoid figure dropped from his back and onto the ground. Black soul gems could be seen on the hulking monstrosity of bone. Spikes covered its bone armor and a bone crown rested upon a slightly distorted head. It was almost like a fusion of a keeper and a human. A single word filled with loathing emanated from the familiar being. Rictus. All eyes turned towards him as Rictus stared down at the familiar foe. Haldan of the Blood Horkers, or should I say of the Ideal Masters now. It will be a pleasure killing you again. The coldness of his voice and malice of his smile caused the vampires around him to shiver as they stared at the exchange. He didn't even bother looking their way as he stalked towards what was left of Haldan, eager to unleash his frustrations out on the monster once again. I will assist you with Dernevier once I am done with this trash. Try not to die. Rictus pulled a massive hammer from his storage and held it in one hand. It had a core of ebony but was also surrounded in skyforged steel. It was as long as Rictus was tall, and the head was as big around as his chest. The size was comical, but a feather spell allowed him to wield it like it weighed nothing. Even though it wasn't very practical in a standard fight, it would work great as an opening move against a giant opponent. As he was walking, he summoned Billy for the extra support. Instead of its previous lightning incarnation, bright red light pulsed from Billy as its body barely contained the fire inside. Each step created small fires while black smoke billowed from its nostrils. It looked like some great monster straight from the hellish deadlands. Rictus floated up and stood atop the broad back of his familiar as it started sprinting towards his opponent. He quickly summoned Maz with the Sanguine Rose and got her to handle any potential additional enemies which would interfere. Lightning lit up the Dragonbone greatsword in Haldan's hand as Dernevier took to the skies. Rictus left his companions to deal with the dragon as he focused on his own opponent. Metal spikes were launched at Haldan who parried them with his sword. None broke through his defense, but they did stop him from advancing and focused on defense. Jumping into the air, Rictus slowed himself down as Billy plowed right into the undead with a loud crash. Haldan tried bringing his blade down on the familiar, but it dodged to the side. This moment of distraction was all Rictus needed for his attack. Pushing himself forward with telekinesis, Rictus drastically increased the weight of his hammer as he swung. Armor and metal shattering rang across the battlefield as the hammer impacted Haldan in the chest. The hammer was bent and dented while the chest plate was severely cracked. The blow was also strong enough to send the monster staggering backwards but not falling down. Billy was upon him quickly though with flame-enhanced stomps, headbutts, and tail whips. While distracted and trying to defend, Rictus hounded him with a huge volley of lightning and flame blades. It didn't take long for Haldan to recover though and kick Billy away while starting to unleash its own lightning blades towards Rictus. The metal spikes he threw earlier were moved in front of him and redirected the lightning towards the ground. Seeing that lightning was not as effective, fire blades started shooting out. Fire blades exploded at the site of impact when Rictus brought forth more objects to block the attacks. He was regretting the difficulty of manipulating the ground in this plane of oblivion since that would have made things significantly easier on him. A poisonous-looking mist began swirling around Haldan as he tried charging Rictus. Staying just out of reach using telekinesis, Rictus called forth his own cloak spell to counteract it as the space around him started cracking. Interestingly, the effect was much greater here than back outside the soul cairn. Probably because the space here was not quite as stable as it was back home. The fight continued to be a stalemate as each side fought back and forth. Rictus had better speed and maneuverability while Haldan was tankier. Too much time had already been wasted on this fight though, especially considering there was still a massive undead dragon his companions were struggling against. Deciding to try out one of his trump cards, Rictus had Billy stall for a moment. Billy valiantly fought against the stronger opponent but could not hold him back for long. Thankfully, Rictus did not need a lot of time. Metal flowed from his storage like a river. It flowed around his body and raised him up into the air. The metal soon stopped coming from his storage as a spiked metal monstrosity stood where Rictus was previously at. It was 12 feet tall and a mix of dark black ebony and polished silver steel. Large spikes covered most of the shoulders and arms while the breastplate appeared much smoother and thicker with overlapping plates. Its helmet was almost completely closed off beside a small slit at eye level and around the throat. The large hammer from the initial strike was back in its right hand while a massive shield was in its left. Rictus had made himself a mech suit. It took a lot of mana, control, and internal runes, but Rictus could manage. Unlike the last time he had battled the abomination Haldan had become, he had plenty of time to prepare for a major fight, so there was a plethora of mana stones he could pull from. Hidden away inside his armor, Rictus couldn't help the childlike glee on his face at using his new magical mech suit for the first time. With their sizes about the same, Rictus charged. While their battle before was a deadly dance, this was more like a tavern brawl with the two massive titans bashing on each other. Haldan's bone armor was slightly tougher, but Rictus was still more maneuverable and could easily reshape and replenish his. Despite being more skilled, the undead abomination was being driven back by Rictus's ability to utilize his magic for faster and more powerful blows. Just like in their last fight, the deciding factor was neither of their martial skill. It was Billy. Getting so caught up in the fight, Haldan hadn't paid enough attention to the familiar yet again. Billy rammed its horns into the back of his knees while Rictus landed a devastating blow with the hammer. The undead fell on his back as both Billy and Rictus pinned him there. Rictus then shoved a spike into the cracks along the dragon bone breastplate. He then nailed it into the monster with his hammer. His armor peeled back along his arm as a hand reached out and grabbed onto the exposed part of the spike. Last time he had done something similar and dispelled the magic inside, now it was different. Using what he had learned earlier, he pulled. An anguished scream came from the former pirate as power rushed through the spike and into Rictus. The power was intoxicating. All too soon, it came to an end as the body started disintegrating. Combining the previous damage with this was simply too much. Rictus revealed in his victory for just a moment, taking a deep breath to steady himself after the fight. Unfortunately, his work was not done. Roars and shouts disturbed his moment of silence as the battle between the vampire lords and a dragon raged on without him. Seems it was about time for him to join the party. And, well, we are now getting close to finally getting out of the soul cairn. Next chapter should be the last one here and then we are off to other things. I do want to take a moment to thank everyone who has read the story and those who have commented on it. I have liked writing this and interacting with you all far more than I had ever thought. So in this time of Thanksgiving, I want to thank you all for your contributions to the story. It would not be what it is without all the feedback I have received. Just for fun, I wrote a tiny little extra part just for fun for the holidays. I decided to share since it was already written. In an alternate universe of Altering Skyrim. Thank you all for taking the time to gather together here in this time of Thanksgiving. We have all been through a lot, and I am thankful for every single one of you here. My life would not be the same without you in it. Rictus stood down to light applause as he looked around the Thanksgiving dinner table. Soon Ken also rose and spoke. In these troubled times, it does one good to take a moment and remember the things that are important in life. None of us would be here without you, Rictus, and though I may not always say it, I am thankful to have met you. Rictus smiled at the heartfelt words of his closest companion. Ken for his part let out an embarrassed cough before sitting down and taking a bit swig of his drink. He never was real big of the sentimental things. Danica patted his arm as she declined speaking to just take everything in. Moira was not one to let the silence last too long though. My darling is truly the thing I am most thankful for in this world. Without him, I never would have been in the position to gain all the power and followers I have or make them bow before me. It truly is the most wonderful thing anyone has ever done for me. Ilya quickly spoke up after her teacher. I never would have gotten the chance to interact with Master Moira either without Rictus. If that hadn't happened, who knows what I could have been doing instead. Moira let out a little laugh at that. Haha, exactly my dear. You may have even been in a much worse situation. Heck, things could have been so bad you could have wanted to kill your mother. Everyone laughed at that crazy idea. Mathrid the Mute stood up and began making some elaborate and passionate gestures while motioning towards Rictus. Everyone stared at him blankly except Rictus and Ela who had tears in their eyes. Moss interrupted him though. Who even are you and why are you here? Does anyone know this guy? Ela let out a scoff as she scowled at the young mage. He's at least made a difference in Rictus's life unlike you. No one even knows your name or who you are. Laughs abounded as Moss's ears turned red in embarrassment. Rev just patted his fellow mage in a comforting manner as he tried making him feel valued. Instead of talking though, Rev just enjoyed the ambience and sent a silent prayer of thanks for Rictus who had so drastically changed his life. Rysera and Dravinia were sitting off to themselves as they drank wine and reminisced about the good old days back in Morrowind. Farelda was eating food with one hand while holding Koror's hand with the other. Both trying and failing to hide their blushing. Marandrujo was scarfing down fish faster than they could be supplied. Serena sat off by herself watching everything go on with a slight smile. Such revelry and camaraderie had been sorely missing from her life and she just wanted to drink it all in. A heavy arm landed on Rictus's shoulder as some liquid sloshed onto the table. Looking up revealed the smiling face of Sanguine. Now don't tell me you forgot to invite you good pal Sam to this little party. Looking around nervously, Rictus tired and failed to find an excuse. He decided a different tactic. How about we share a drink instead as thanks for all you have done for me? The Didrik prince let out a loud laugh as he pulled a massive tankard from nowhere. Now that sounds like a good idea to me. Cups with mead filled everyone's hands as they all raised up a toast and cheered. As Rictus brought the cup to his lips he paused and looked at Sanguine with confusion. Why does mine taste like cheese? A mad cackling laughter filled the room as everyone shrugged their shoulders and continued enjoying their cheese-flavored alcohol and the fine company. Sometimes it is nice to just relax with the people you care about. A small smile appeared on Rictus's face as he looked around. Happy Thanksgiving! Chapter 82, Soul Cairn Battle PT2. Serena POV. She had never considered herself a weak person. Magic had always come easy to her while her vampiric nature gave her physical strength beyond any normal mortal. Being the strongest person in the room wasn't an uncommon thing, including around other vampires. Even when their group had split up in the Soul Cairn to kill the other keepers, she had been able to defeat the undead monstrosity despite the difficulty. Things were different now. She felt weak. Fighting the undead dragon Dernevier was showing her how much further she could climb in strength. The fight had not been going on long, yet she was already feeling exhausted. Her attacks hardly fazed the powerful dragon as it withstood any attack they tried. Without her companions here, there was no way she would be alive. Serena had always known her mother was extremely powerful, being older than most countries can have that effect, but it wasn't till now she got to really see her in action. Valerica was an ancient vampire lord mage who had spent untold amounts of time honing her craft. Dernevier had summoned countless lesser undead during their fight, and her mother had matched his summons. While the dragon used quantity, Valerica used quality. The hordes of bonemen, mistmen, and wrathmen were held back by Valerica and her conjured minions. Serena couldn't help but be in awe of her mother's conjured undead. Massive flesh Atronax were being supported by reanimated skeletons, but they were not the most impressive thing. She had no idea where her mother had conjured it from, but a lich was following her commands with its own reanimated skeletons and destructive spells. Liches were not something any normal conjurer could dominate into submission. They were at least as intelligent as any other mage and were extremely magically powerful and resilient. Her mother having been able to summon one here of all places was beyond impressive. Still, this part of the battle was just the lower level minions fighting it out. I still don't quite understand why Alucard called Dernevier's summons ads, but we are taking care of them without much problem like he mentioned we should. Thinking of Alucard, Serena couldn't help but glance in his direction. She was still not sure she liked the man. He seemed a bit arrogant at times and acted strange. His true thoughts and personality were difficult to place as she sometimes caught him slipping out of his serious demeanor, especially when he thought it was just him and Rictus talking. At those moments, she thought he actually wasn't too bad and would like him better if he acted that way around her. Before seeing him fight, she had thought he was all talk and no bite. Now, she thought he had good reason for his arrogance. Serena watched as another mana-infused arrow exploded against Dernevier's shoulder, causing its breath attack to miss the nimble Alucard once again. A quick jump allowed the vampire lord to land on the back of his newly acquired undead horse as it sprinted around the dragon, allowing its rider to focus on unleashing more and more explosive arrows. While not killing the massive monster, Alucard had done some damage and fought it to a standstill so far. Quick strikes with his bows combined with rapid movement on his undead mount let the vampire outmaneuver his opponent. When an attack seemed like it would land on him, he would use his vampire lord abilities to transform into a swarm of bats and get away. His horse had been resummoned quite a few times already because of these attacks, but Alucard had escaped mostly unscathed so far. Dernevier was patient though and had continued attacking Alucard. The dragon could survive significantly more punishment than this, while a couple lucky hits would kill the vampire. Additional booms came from the far side of the utterly huge boneyard they were in and drew her attention. Serena couldn't really decide what was more impressive. Her mother's conjured creatures, Alucard stalling the dragon, or Rictus fighting the other undead. She watched in fascination as Rictus had transformed into some kind of metal monster and brawled with a huge undead humanoid. Such a magical transformation reminded her of some of the legendary dwarven centurions. She wasn't entirely sure how powerful that undead was, but it was significant from what she could sense from here. She highly doubted she could have stopped it. Another loud boom and cracking noise hurt her ears as the undead humanoid finally fell. Serena couldn't help smiling as she thought they would be getting some much-needed backup soon. Yells drew her attention back to what was going on near her. Unfortunately, the moment of inattention proved disastrous as the last thing she saw was a massive tail coming at her before she knew no more. Back to Rictus. Turning from where he had just absorbed the power of his defeated foe, Rictus was just in time to see Dernevier swat Serena like a fly. She was rocketed back and disappeared in a cloud of dust after crashing into a small mausoleum. Valerica let out a scream of rage, as she battered Dernevier's summoned minions aside while sprinting towards her daughter. Her lapse of concentration and support allowed a couple bonemen to get through and charge at Alucard, who was still maintaining the majority of the dragon's focus. While the bonemen were not really a threat, they proved enough of a distraction that Alucard took his eyes off the dragon for just a second. The ancient dragon didn't need more than this to gain an advantage though. Swinging its tail like a whip, Dernevier tried landing a serious blow. Alucard barely dodged the tail, but that was simply a distraction for the main attack. A mighty blast of force was shouted and struck the vampire lord, who flew across the field like a ragdoll. Thankfully, Alucard recovered by transforming into a cloud of bats before landing, looking very battered. Swarms of undead minions converged on the injured vampire, not letting him unleash more arrows at the dragon. Rictus hadn't remained idle though. As soon as Serena had been hit, he cast the Leak Step spell, which allowed him to sprint significantly faster and use less stamina. The spell even worked on his giant metal transformation. Crossing the boneyard took no time at all with his enhanced form, which shook the ground with each pounding step. The dragon started turning to see what the noise was, but was distracted as a dazzling flash happened right before its eyes, blinding it to the incoming danger. Dipping his shoulder and jumping forwards, Rictus poured out his recently acquired power and rapidly increased his weight as much as magically possible. The resulting collision made the ground quiver and quake as the two bodies went tumbling. Rictus finally got a good up-close look at the undead dragon, and it was disgusting. Massive protruding and partially broken spikes trailed from the back of its neck down its tail. 4 horns sprout from the massive skull while the wings looked weathered and decayed. The grey-green complexion, dripping and oozing scales, and yellowing drool were vomit-inducing, not to mention the smell. Scorch marks covered the body from the explosive arrows Alucard had shot, and flies could even be seen buzzing around and in the mighty body of the dragon. Decayed flesh slightly gave way, which meant that Rictus was now partially buried inside the body of the dragon. Dernevier let out a mighty roar at the immense amount of damage suffered. The dragon's side was caved in while its right wing was a mangled mess. Despite the injuries though, it was not out of the fight. Claws rent deep furrows into Rictus's armored shell while the massive creature wrapped its sinuous neck and tail around him like a boa constrictor. Curling into a ball inside his metal armor, it soon changed from a humanoid shape into more of a blob while metal spikes continually shot out like a piston and into the undead dragon. Even with all the physical damage done, Dernevier continued stripping away the metal from his prey. Knowing it would not be long before the dragon reached him, Rictus caused the metal to bulge out on one side. Taking the bait, the dragon renewed its attack on that part, thinking Rictus was trying to escape that way. A huge breath of fire combined with its claws ripped away the last of the protective metal. Finding nothing there, Dernevier couldn't help but tilt its head in surprise. A thump on its neck gave it a foreboding feeling. Rictus's form could be seen standing atop the dragon. All his metal armor had been discarded. The powerful dragon's breath attack had burned through his robes, leaving it in tatters. Scales now covered his body from head to toe, while a long, spiked tail extended from his lower back. Jagged claws sprouted from his hands and feet and were lit up in a blazing fire. With the feral look in his eyes, Rictus looked more beast than man at this moment. Without wasting a single second, he stabbed his tail through the dragon's flesh as an anchor. His clawed hands and feet began rending apart the weak scales before him as he dug his way into the mighty beast. Its flailing around could not dislodge him, as he continued his grisly task. Dernevier brought its massive head as close as possible to Rictus. Time froze for a moment as the two made eye contact. No words were spoken, but both knew this was the final moment. The ancient undead dragon opened its mouth as power began coalescing around it. Quick as lightning, Rictus flung himself forward as pure crackling magical power began blooming from Dernevier's throat. Silence suddenly reigned supreme in the area as a unique purplish fire suddenly covered the entirety of the mighty dragon's body. All around, the Bonemen, Mistmen, and Wrathman disappeared into shadowy flames. Nothing of any of the creatures remained after just a few short seconds. Rictus thumped into the ground as his transformation slowly reverted him back to his normal self. Exhaustion set in as he closed his eyes, gasping for breath, and thankful he could do such a normal thing after the battle just fought. He quickly pulled out a large black robe and put it on, since all of his clothes had been completely destroyed. The only thing remaining of them a metal cord around his waist which had his dragon priest mask, Voken, attached to it. Once clothed, he flopped on the ground. In all his time here, this was the closest he had ever come to death. The fight between him and Dernevier had not lasted long, but it had been brutal. One single misstep could have resulted in his death. Ever so slowly, Rictus could hear the ground crunching as footsteps neared. Cracking open an eye, he took in their battered appearances. Alucard was covered in wounds and his normally immaculate appearance was a complete mess. The normal confident demeanor nowhere to be found. Veilrica looked like she had aged years despite such a thing being impossible. Her eyes had a far-off and detached look to them. Serena was by far the worst off of all of them. Her arms and legs were completely smashed and limply dangled from the arms of a flesh Atronak. Cuts and bruises covered every inch of her body. Shallow, labored breaths escaped her while her face was a grimace of pain. It was a wonder she was even alive. Battling his exhaustion, Rictus moved towards the broken body of his companion while conjuring up some more magic. Her eyes shot open, and a scream ripped out from her throat as her body forcibly knitted itself back together. Serena fell limp again as the magic finished stabilizing her. Veilrica rushed over in concern and checked on her daughter. Rictus didn't really pay much attention as he slowly sat back down. A comforting presence soon pressed against his back. Feeling Billy behind him, Rictus relaxed as he rested against his familiar. While not helping against the dragon, Billy had been busy making sure nothing interfered with his master's battle. Soon, everyone else was sitting on the ground resting. Veilrica was the first to find her voice. I never thought I'd actually witness the death of that dragon. Alucard let out a snort. It's not like we actually killed the dragon. Dernevier will probably be reconstituting his physical form right now. We should try and get going as soon as possible. Rictus let out a sigh as the thought of moving. Alucard was right though. No need to be an ass, Alucard. We all nearly died fighting that monster. How about you go get the scroll real fast for us then, Alucard? Then we can get going as soon as possible. Feeling a little chagrined, Alucard's expression quickly turned eager as he started moving towards the location of the legendary scroll. Rictus and Veilrica sat in silence besides the gentle breathing of the passed-out Serena. A small but pained smile appeared on Valerica's face. Once he comes back with the scroll, you all should be on your way. Her hand softly stroked her daughter's hair. She kept talking without looking up at him. I am grateful for you. Rictus raised an eyebrow at the unexpected words. If it wasn't for you, I doubt I would have been able to see my daughter again. I have not been the best mother, this much is obvious, but I have never stopped loving her in my own way. She is all I care about even if my own arrogance blinded me at times. Having someone like you watch after her makes me feel much more at ease. I guess that means you are staying here, Hui. She nodded her head sadly but with some conviction. I have no choice. My return to Tamriel only increases Harkon's likelihood of bringing the prophecy to fruition, and I am not willing to let him win after all this time. He gave her a strange look. I don't really understand your reasoning there honestly. How could that increase the likelihood? She gave him an exasperated look at his question. I thought you were smarter than this. As I told you before, I'm a daughter of Cold Harbor. This means I could also be used to complete the prophecy, thus doubling the risk. Besides, my returning would only hinder your efforts. Harkon would likely sense my return, and the last thing you need right now is a trail for him to follow. Part of her reply at least made some sense to him. If Harkon could track her, that would most definitely be a pain. He knew the part about her being a daughter of Cold Harbor, but he figured she would be staying near Serena, which would just add another layer of defense for each of them. Still, it wasn't his choice to make. You do know we may never return here. It's not like the ideal masters really welcome our presence. A pained look crossed her face as she focused on Serena's face before turning to him. She held his gaze for a moment before speaking. After what I put Serena through, I would understand if she never wished to see me again. I leave that decision in your hands. Surprised colored her face as Rictus started chuckling. Ha! Leave the decision in my hands? Wouldn't it make more sense to leave it in Serena's hands? I'm not some master she just blindly follows along. It's not like I can simply command her or that she can't make her own decisions. Isn't that right? Veilrica was slightly stunned and opened her mouth to respond. Before she could, another voice chimed in. Of course, it is right. I am a big girl now, capable of making my own decisions, mother. Rictus laughed at the look on Valerica's face as he stood up and gave the mother-daughter duo a chance to discuss some things in private. He didn't bother listening in as he moved over to where Alucard went to retrieve the Elder Scroll. Seeing the scroll again still gave him a surreal feeling. By the look on Alucard's face, he also felt something mystical about the scroll. The things were strange just to be around. First time holding one of those is such a weird feeling, Hui. The vampire lord nodded his head in agreement. There is no telling how many times I have seen one of these behind a screen, but holding it here is so surreal. After a moment of contemplation, he looked back towards Rictus with a smile. Now we just have to get one more scroll before we get the exact location of Dark Fall Cave. Then we can go get Oriel's bow, which I hope that I get to keep seeing as I'm the skilled of archery after all. Rictus stared at him with a blank look as he kept rambling. He took a deep breath as ran his head down his face. Wait, are you telling me you knew the name and location of where the bow was all this time? Alucard lifted an eyebrow in confusion. Well, not the exact location beyond it being in the mountains between Markarth and Solitude. I think there was an orc stronghold near it too, but I forget its name. Naturally, I remember the name of the cave for the bow though. It is only one of the most important locations in the whole Dawnguard DLC. Hearing his reply, Rictus tried his best not to get frustrated. His voice was strained as he clenched his teeth. Why did you not tell us this earlier? I thought you already knew. Rictus let out a sigh at his answer. If he had known as much about the location as Alucard did, he would have already sent his people out searching for Dark Fall Cave. While they may not know the exact location, it would have close enough. Having an in with the Forsworn and Hags with Moira would have made it significantly easier as well since they were extremely familiar with the wilds of that area. Then, the whole trip to the Soul Cairn could have been bypassed. Looking up at the still talking mother and daughter, as well as all their injuries, Rictus admitted it was a good thing he had come, at least for Serena's sake. The three people here were extremely powerful, but he doubted they would have survived without him, at least not all of them. He would have been upset if he was the reason Serena had died. At least we all made it through and can now go home. As the two men approached the others, Valrika turned and looked at Rictus. Against my better judgment, I will be leaving with you. That came as a bit of a shock. Really? What made you change your mind? She glanced over at Serena who was looking quite pleased with herself. My daughter can be very persuasive when she wishes it. Besides, what kind of mother would I be if I sent my daughter into danger I was not willing to face myself? I have wasted enough time hiding as it is, hopefully now I can actually make a difference. Rictus was curious about what was said to get Valrika to change her mind. This was not something which was an option in the game. Seeing the dumbfounded look on Alucard's face only reinforced that idea. Still, it didn't really bother him all that much. He shrugged and then smiled at the pair. Well, as long as you two are happy I am good with it. I may even be able to provide you a safe place to lay low if you so desire. If offering such a thing led to her becoming more indebted to him, well that was just a bonus. It wasn't every day one could get the favor of an ancient and powerful vampire lord. Valrika nodded in appreciation as Serena motioned towards the door leading out of this place. Now that everything is settled, how about we leave this place? No one objected to that as they hastily made their way out. Once out the door, they all froze as a familiar purple fire blazed before them. Before they could do anything a deep and ancient voice spoke out. Stay your weapons. I would speak with you Kanaran. They all stood dumbstruck at this development. Rictus hadn't believed this exchange would happen at all. None of them were the Dragonborn, so what did Dernevier want? What would you speak of? The dragon shook itself as it settled onto some of the nearby rocks before it started talking again. As you can clearly see, I am trapped between loss and Dinoke, between life and death. My desire to speak with you was born from the result of our battle, Kanaran. My claws have rent the flesh of innumerable foes, but I have never once been felled on the field of battle. I therefore honor name you Kanaran, or Vanquisher in your tongue. I merely wish to respectfully ask a favor of you. A small flame of hope flared in Rictus, but he quickly squashed it. What kind of favor would you want from someone like me? Dernevier stared off into the distance as he spoke in a weary voice. For countless years I've roamed the Soul Cairn, in unintended service to the ideal masters. Before this, I roamed the skies above Tamriel. I desire to return there. My time here has taken its toll upon me though I fear. After all this time, I now share a bond with this dreaded place. Should I venture far from the Soul Cairn, my strength would begin to wane until I was no more. The flame of excitement he tried squashing reignited with a passion at this point. How would you have me help? I will place my name with you and grant you the right to call my name from Tamriel. Do for me this simple honor and I will fight at your side as your Grizimahzan, your ally, and teach you more of my Thursday This was big. Rictus could not have imagined that this would have actually happened to him. He was no Dragonborn. How could he be granted this ability? How could I do this though? I am no Dragonborn, nor do I have the ability to shout like one. A deep chuckle emanated from the dragon before it got a contemplative look. Are there no other besides a Dragonborn who can utilize the Thursday Back when I roamed the land, Dovis had taught other mortals the way of the voice. Does no one still practice this? What of all the priests? The words made Rictus come back to his senses. The Dragonborn was not the only one who learned shouts. Didn't Parthunax teach the Greybeards? Why couldn't Dernevier teach him? You are right. I simply forgot in my surprise at the request was all. I would be happy to help you see the skies of Tamriel once more. You were a more than worthy opponent, and I relish having a chance to fight beside you instead of against you. Fast as lightning, Dernevier had his head directly in front of Rictus. Before he could respond, the dragon leaned forward and touched their heads together. A powerful force beyond normal magic slammed into his being. Time lost all meaning as Rictus was imparted with knowledge. In a flash, things returned to normal as he took deep gasping breaths while the dragon kept an eye on him. Seeing something, Dernevier nodded his head with a pleased look. You are strong to be able to learn so fast. It seems my instincts were correct in granting you the title and my name. Simply speak my name to the heavens when you feel the time is right. I look forward to what the future may hold, Kanarin. As the dragon started flapping its wings, Rictus stared on mutely. Dernevier took off into the sky and quickly faded from sight. Everyone was still a little shell-shocked from the entire experience. They just got done fighting a life-or-death battle with the dragon, and then it stopped them and granted Rictus an incredible opportunity. Well, that just happened. Serena's words seemed to draw them from their shock. Seeing all the questions on their faces, Rictus quickly cut them off. We can talk more about this later. Right now, I just want to get out of this place. They weren't particularly happy about that, especially Alucard, who kept muttering about life being unfair, but they wanted to leave as much as he did. Soon, each of them was mounted on a different conjuration as they were racing back to the portal they came from. Rictus sat in contemplation as a smile adorned his face. He knew a shout. Not just any one either. This was one of the most powerful ones, and it came with the chance to be taught more shouts from an ancient and powerful undead dragon. Didn't get much cooler than that, honestly. Rictus couldn't wait to get back and try it out. Things were definitely looking up at this point. And, well, we are finally done with being in the soul cairn. This was almost long enough to be 2 separate chapters, but I was ready to go ahead and get it done, so one big chapter was made instead. Hopefully you liked it despite some of the lingering questions not answered. I also figured Rictus should learn a shout, because it is a Skyrim fanfic after all. Hard not to give the MC a shout. Chapter 83, Out of the Fire. Everyone let out a sigh of relief as they got to the portal leading out of the soul cairn. They had been tensed the entire ride back, waiting for something bad to happen. All their worry was for naught though, as nothing happened. No enemies tired ambushing them, and even the mist covering the ground was a little less dense than it had been before. Almost like something was wanting them to leave as soon as possible. Serena took the lead as she led them back into the portal. Before Rictus entered though, he spared a glance back at the desolate surroundings. He could make out 2 souls observing him. One bowed towards him in gratitude while the other gave a sarcastic salute before they both disappeared. Rictus felt a little pang of regret about not being able to do more for Thena, but at least Asur was no longer living a tortured existence of a Worthman. He didn't particularly feel anything special about who he presumed was the original skilled of one-handed. Without waiting any longer, he quickly entered the portal. Going through the portal was a strange experience. It wasn't like how his normal teleportation felt at all. When he had entered the portal coming into the soul cairn, there was a strange feeling of going down and to the right as well as some other directions he couldn't comprehend. This time though, it felt like he was going sideways and inside out. Exiting the portal, Rictus could tell something was wrong. He was not in Valyrica's study in Castle Folkihar. A large table sat before him and was filled with all kinds of food and drink. A stone fireplace sat beside it with a roaring fire. There were no walls or anything else though, just an impenetrable darkness. Nothingness may have been a better description of it, but Rictus was struggling to fully comprehend that notion though. Sparks of light could be seen penetrating the darkness though and rotating around the space he found himself in. Sometimes they moved closer while other times they winked out completely. It was beautiful and mesmerizing watching them move. The clearing of someone's throat quickly drew his attention. His brow furrowed in confusion. Sanguine? What's going on? The Lord of Revelry was sitting on a plush blood-red chair by the fireplace, which Rictus would have sworn was not there just a second ago. Sanguine motioned for him to take a seat at another chair that had suddenly appeared right behind him. I think that is pretty obvious. We are sharing of drink together. Rictus nodded in agreement as he finished drinking from the massive mug of mead in his hand. He just went along with the sudden appearance. A Daedric prince in his own realm is a power few could comprehend. All he could do was sit, drink, and listen. If stayed sane, well, that was just a bonus at this point. I was actually quite disappointed, you know? Your good old Uncle Sanguine has been nothing but good to you, yet you try and go behind my back. It's almost insulting. Rictus racked his brain pondering what he was talking about. Sanguine let out a sigh as he set down his drink. I can see by that stupid look on your face that you don't even understand what you did. Guess that is my own fault for giving a mortal too much credit though. I'll make it obvious. Why did you try and give your soul away to Malag Bal, the King of Strife, the Harvester of Souls, Lord of Lies, and the King of Rape? What made you think that was a good idea? He was stunned silent by the questions. It had seemed like a good idea at the time since he needed to enter the soul cairn. It was either keep his soul intact as a vampire or split his soul, which just seemed like an even worse idea. I needed to get into the soul cairn. I didn't trust Serena, or anyone really, to safely split my soul so that I could get in. Becoming a vampire was the better choice in my opinion. The Daedra chuckled at his explanation. A good-looking woman promising power are a weakness for many. Let me guess. You were not too worried about being a vampire since you thought you could find that other mortal in Skyrim who knows how to cure vampirism, give him a black soul gem, and then it would be like nothing ever happened, right? Yeah. That was my plan actually. Sanguine nodded his head after taking another deep pull from his mug. Did it ever occur to you that not all souls are exactly equal? That Malag Bal may be a bit more observant of the things going on in his realm, especially the theft of the more potent souls promised him, compared to those sleepy hippies the ideal masters. Why would he trade a powerful soul like yours for something more mundane? The questions shook Rictus a little bit. He had thought it really would have been easy to cure his vampirism. It was such a simple thing in the game. Take a filled black soul gem to Felion who would take him to some summoning stones, cast a spell, and he would be cured. Such a simple idea in theory. Heck, he had even contacted Felion so that it could be resolved as soon as he exited the soul cairn. A bit of fear creeped into him at the thought of his miscalculation. Sanguine kept talking though. You could have just asked me for help, you know? I know Malag is known for being the creator of the vampires, but he isn't the only one who has ever made one, you know. Why, I used to have entire vampire clans of Khajiit devoted to worshipping me. They don't call me the Blood Cat for nothing, you know. Rictus looked up at Sanguine at that. He really hadn't known that Sanguine was able to make vampires. The fact he had vampires worshipping him was something he had never heard of before. Could that have happened in one of the other games I didn't play as much? On some level, it made sense given Sanguine's name basically means a crimson or bloody red liquid, at least he believed that was what it meant. Taking a moment to collect himself, Rictus chugged his alcohol for what felt like a few minutes before stopping to take a breath. Feeling a little looser, he bowed his head slightly towards Sanguine. What do you think I should do then? A loud booming laugh was the Daedric prince's response. Ha ha ha. No need to get all mopey about it. It shouldn't be too troublesome for you to get back your soul if you'd want it. That wasn't the reaction he had been expecting at all. Why do you say that? A big shit-eating grin covered Sanguine's face as he seemed to loom over Rictus menacingly. Why, because Malag Bal does not have your soul. I do. What? Why? How? The smile seemed a little more malicious now. Well, because I hated the thought of someone else getting the soul I have been keeping an eye on. You have been wearing the Sanguine Rose this whole time. Did you really think its only purpose was summoning a Daedra? It is my personal artifact after all. I was easily able to influence that little sexually charged moment of transformation, intercept your soul, and bring it here instead. Rictus thought on those words and wasn't sure how much he liked them. He had always tried his best to avoid the Daedric princes, but it hadn't really worked out very well for him. Agreeing to become a vampire had actually been completely opposite compared to how he had been operating before. Could he had been subtly influenced to make that decision so that Sanguine would be able to take his soul? How would I be able to get my soul back from you then and cure my vampirism? A long-to-lone finger tapped onto a giant mug. Now why would you want that? You are more powerful than ever. The vampires I create have a special affinity to blood magic and can even siphon power from other creatures' blood. Your power would grow significantly if you did this to something powerful, say a dragon. You may not have a fancy vampire lord form, but innate talent for blood magic seems a fair trade. On top of all this, I am the lord of the myriad realms of revelry where you could get your very own pocket of oblivion tailored made for you. The power he spoke of was tempting, so was his own personal slice of oblivion. Rictus couldn't help feeling tempted at the offer. Sanguine was always known as being one of the better Daedric princes. Many already think you have some level of reverence for me anyways. Your little restored are some of the hardest partiers out there. Seems being given a second chance on life will make you want to let loose and indulge yourself. You even breed mutated goats. I mean, come on. Those are a staple of my more devout worshippers, who use them to partake in various rituals. Hey! Rictus had never thought about the goats thing being something related to Sanguine. That was definitely new. His followers being a bit crazy at parties wasn't too unusual though. Many of them had been in terrible situations before he healed them, so it wasn't too difficult to imagine they would want to celebrate their newfound strength. I agree, you are making some very good points. If I do decide I still want my soul back from you, how would I go about it though? Hypothetically, of course. The look given to him by the prince made him think this was what he had wanted all along. I suppose someone sufficiently powerful would have to be traded for it. Preferably an extremely strong vampire. If they just so happened to be the patriarch of a mighty vampire clan, that would just be the icing on the sweet roll. As he said that, a dark black gem appeared in Rictus's hand. That little gem right there would be mighty useful in that hypothetical situation. It even has a rune of soul trapping on it that activates when placed on or in a powerful vampire. Pretty neat, hey? Not many things would be capable of taking a soul before it moved on to where it was claimed. Nodding his head in agreement, Rictus knew this was what Sanguine wanted him to do from the very beginning. It wasn't even too bad of a deal in his opinion. He had planned on killing Harkin anyways, so this just gave him a little extra motivation. I understand. Thank you for indulging my curiosity. Now, how would I get out of here? Another sleazy smile appeared on Sanguine's face as they both took a drink from their cup. Get out of here? Why, the party is just getting started. Besides, it would be rude not to share a drink in thanks of me saving your soul from Ole Malag. Unless you are into his kind of ministrations. A sinking feeling grew in Rictus's gut at his words. As he sat down another empty tankard, figures appeared around him as he felt his head go slightly fuzzy. Any spell he tried casting escaped him as he took another sip from his mug in annoyance. A few more sips had him smiling though. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad to cut loose a little. He deserved a break, and who wouldn't want to party with Sanguine? He was great. Strong hands began massaging his shoulders. Looking back revealed a very unique character. It was a towering man with large goat horns coming from his head. Thick hair covered his chest and legs, which looked just like goat legs. A serene smile was on his strangely familiar face. Relax, master. His words gave him a sense of familiarity that put him at ease. The cackling of a white-haired man in a suit of purple and red getting chastised by a giant armored figure barely drew his notice. The sweet smell of cheese and talks of payment were the last thing he remembered before his mind went black. A flash of purplish light brought Rictus's senses rushing back. Despite the disorientation, he quickly took in his surroundings. He let out a sigh of relief as he found himself back in Valerica's study in the castle. A few choice curses escaped his mouth at what had happened again. Frankly, he was tired of it. Having Sanguine basically force him into a drunken stupor whenever he wanted was getting old and overdone by this point. Couldn't he think of something more original? Unfortunately, that was just the way things happen when interacting with the Didrik Prince of alcohol and revelry. It would be nice if it didn't happen like that. I suppose that is just a dream though. Something stuck out to him though as he looked over the room. It appeared much cleaner than it had before, as if someone had been using it recently. There were some new furniture and supplies on tables he did not remember from his first trip here. He stopped as he passed by a large mirror. Seriously. He remembered his old clothing had been destroyed in the fight against Durnahir. He had put on some of his simple backup robes on their way back so that he wasn't nude, well beside the dragon priest mask he always had on him, which worked surprising good as protection for his most precious jewels. What he had on was no longer the simple clothes from before. The new armor was actually pretty stylish. It had a long red overcoat which trailed down near his knees but was open at the front with a small slit in the back for ease of movement. A collar stuck up around his throat while thorny black vines with an outline of gold twisted around the cloak in various patterns with the occasional rose here and there. The top part of the armor had dark red and black Didrik armor covering the upper half of his chest and flowing over his shoulders. At the bottom of his throat there was a small, raised section which had the Sanguine rose embedded into it. Additional chainmail ran along his stomach with metal bands reaching across it. Dark grey gloves covered his fingers while black pants and boots finished off the ensemble. A small note appeared in his hand after he finished checking himself out. I couldn't have my favorite mortal walking around looking like a beggar, especially when you got a job to do. That would just be in poor taste. Can't have good Ole Uncle Sam spoiling you too much though, so go get that college girl to give it the works. The note then folded in on itself, creating a small origami rose before it burst into flames. Rictus couldn't help but be a little amused despite his annoyance. It does make me look kind of cool though. I can see why Alucard likes this kind of stuff. He could tell the quality of the armor was a step above anything he had used before. Even with his very rudimentary knowledge of enchanting, he knew it would greatly bolster whatever enchantment was placed upon it. The silence of the room was starting to get to him now though. Where was everyone and why wasn't anyone here? Had something happened to them without him knowing? Did Harkin find them all? How long had he been with Sanguine? His mind was barraged with all the questions and worries as he made his way towards the exit. Before he could make it there though, the door was thrown open with a bang. Darling! Moira threw herself in his arms as she snuggled up against his chest. It was a bit of a surprise, but not an overly large one. He had actually made sure to bring her with him as backup when he initially infiltrated the castle so she could keep watch over the portal. She had been hidden from the rest of the group the entire time as an insurance policy. A small smile creeped onto his face as he held her affectionately. It's good to see you too, Moira. Where are the others though? She looked away from him as she hid her face. Ah, well, there may have been some complications. I like the new outfit by the way. It looks good on you. Not liking how she didn't actually answer the question, Rictus was about to press for more answers when a gruff familiar voice called from the door. About damn time you showed back up, boy. His eyebrows rose in surprise. This was not at all part of the plan. What are you doing here, Ken? His friend and fellow leader let out a tired sigh. As he came closer, Rictus could see how tired he looked. Ken did seem to relax a little bit and straighten up after patting Rictus on the back, as if he had just transferred a great weight off his shoulders. The situation has changed a lot while you were gone. I am glad you are finally back so we can start putting things in order. And, well, that just happened. This was not what I had originally planned out at all for the story, but I wanted to change some things up. Hopefully the whole interaction with Sanguine wasn't too terrible. It is tough writing about ancient and nearly unfathomable beings, so I just did the best I could. We will just have to wait and see what all has changed while Rictus was away though. Also, I based his armor off the Sanguine alchemy from Destiny. I thought it was a really cool looking armor and kinda fit with the theme. Chapter 84, Into the Fire. A little over a month, hey? Things are getting out of hand fast. Rictus rubbed his tired eyes after the debriefing with Ken and Moira, who tried catching him up with what had been going on recently. They had both left so he could have a moment to gather his thoughts. It had taken some time, but he had a better grasp of what had happened in his absence. Not much good apparently. The first and most obvious change was the restored now controlling Castle Folkihar. After Serena and the others had reappeared, they had been confronted by Moira, who was hiding in the room. It had been tense, but thankfully things did not turn violent. They had quickly rushed away from the castle and back towards the restored. Ken had tried keeping Rictus's disappearance silent, but it was all for naught. The most widespread rumor was about how Rictus was trapped in a magic ritual in the vampire's castle. This knowledge quickly spread among the restored and worked them into a frenzy. They were prepared to rush at the castle for their leader regardless of the consequences. Thankfully, Ken was able to get them ordered and prepared for the battle instead of letting them simply charge it. With the help of the main minions, especially Dravinia, they actually created bridges across the water. The bridges kind of zigzagged across the Sea of Ghosts as they followed along the many small islands in the sea. This made the process faster and more efficient than if they just tried cutting straight across the water. Before the restored attacked, Ken had rapidly transported some of the initial wave of Dawnstar members across Skyrim. They were the distraction while the restored created the bridges. Once those were done, sheer numbers overwhelmed the vampires. It had helped that some vampires had already defected at the words of Alucard, Serena, and Veilrika. The biggest reason for the successful takeover was for a different reason. Harkon was not there. He had been Ken's biggest worry during the assault, but he had never revealed himself. Ken personally thought he had gone chasing after Serena and the others who had continued looking for Oriel's bow. It wasn't until after the battle that he realized Harkon may have been doing more than just chasing his family. Large bands of undead and Idra now roamed northern Skyrim. The areas closest to Solitude were hit the hardest. No one knew where they had originated, but everyone felt their impact. Small settlements had been completely wiped off the map. Even larger ones like Dragonstone had nearly fallen from the relentless hordes. From what Rictus gathered, it wasn't a real zombie apocalypse like in stories from Earth. The bite of a zombie could pass on a rotting disease that if it isn't treated will turn the victim into a zombie, but that didn't happen very often. Instead, it seemed as if every vampire, necromancer, and unsatisfied conjurer in Skyrim had been united under one banner. There were even sightings of liches leading other undead in attacks across the countryside. Also noteworthy were the number of bonemen, Warthmen, and Mistmen. It seems deals with the ideal masters had been made. How Harkon had created such a force was a bit of a mystery, but he hadn't lived so long just because of luck. All these attacks had really set back the Legion's war effort. They spent a lot of time and effort preventing these attacks, but they were stretched extremely thin by this point. The fact necromancers could appear and disappear suddenly did not help matters. With the Empire so distracted, it gave the Stormcloaks a great opportunity to expand their influence. There was a slight problem though. For some inexplicable reason, dragons seemed to appear more often in the east of Skyrim compared to the other parts. They had been wreaking havoc all over while raiding the different settlements for food and fun. Few normal people had the abilities of turning a dragon away, much less defeating one, which meant most places suffered until the dragon got tired of them. Despite all these things going on, the civil war still hadn't stopped. Both sides tried taking advantage where they could. Legion soldiers would sweep in after dragon attacks, taking over and providing aid where they could. Stormcloaks would do the same thing after attacks from the undead. Large battles were an immensely bloody affair for both sides. Dragons were attracted to the sound of battle while necromancers could easily take their pick of new minions. On top of all this, Morthal had gone silent. No information had come from the city in quite a while, and neither did people for that matter. The restored had lost contact with what few informants they originally had, as it seemed no one ever left the city at all. It was extremely worrying, but at least there was a report from Felion, who had recently arrived at White River Watch with Jarl Ravencrone's youngest child. Their story spoke of a town complete subjugated by vampires. Had this happened in the game, it would not have been that big a deal since the town was not very large. This was not the same city from the game though. Morthal was one of the major holds of Skyrim. If it had fallen, then the vampires had gained a significant number of allies. The restored didn't have the numbers for a full investigation, or subjugation if true. Thankfully, they had great relations with an order dedicated to the eradication of vampires and other Diadra. Telling the Dawn Guard and Vigilance about an entire town subjugated had prompted them to rapidly mobilize. From what he was told, Dante was leading a force to investigate the town, and he was not alone. Morrigan had left the college alongside her lover. Seems she had been quite upset at the vampire attack against Dante. Rictus couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. The vampires there didn't stand a chance. Of all the skilled, Morrigan was the one he would least like to fight. Sure, the sneak would be a nightmare, and the destruction could probably unleash the more devastating individual spells, but enchanting was an entirely different beast. All the skilled could make super strong minions which would give them a small elite force under their control. Given enough time and materials, Morrigan could outfit an army. Even someone without training was deadly with a powerfully enchanted sword. The weakest could become as strong as a veteran with the right enchanted armor. Morrigan had been given time against the vampires. Having basic enchantments which were super effective against the undead only made things easier. Most of the Dawn Guard and Vigilance probably had at least minor enchantments on all their gear by this point. Thinking of vampires though, Rictus couldn't help but think about Serena. They had been able to find Darkfall Cave with the help of Moira and the Forsworn, who were having some difficulties adjusting to ruling, but that was something else entirely. The group had set off in a hurry to find the bow and stop Harkin. Ken had even sent Rysera, Myrima, and a couple of his lieutenants with them as some extra protection. Of course, the official reason was for their added protection, but it wasn't the only one reason. He had remembered some stories Rictus had mentioned about a hidden valley somewhere in the mountain peaks of Hoffinger. If they found this forgotten vale, Rysera could set up a teleport portal for the restored. Her portals were not nearly as efficient or pleasant as the ones Rictus made, but they worked. Then the valley could provide the restored a new start away from all the existing powers. It would become their fortress, if it existed, of course. There was only one more large piece of interesting news. Myra Jane had called on the restored for a favor. She had seemed disappointed Rictus wasn't there, but her quest couldn't wait. She had gone on a delve into Blackreach and needed supplies. Thankfully, Ken and Rictus had already made plans for such a delve, so it didn't take Ken any time to put that into motion. No fixed return time was given, but it shouldn't be much longer at all. Rictus knew she was going to find the Elder Scroll which was needed to defeat Alduin. It also meant it wouldn't be long before Myra Jane confronted the World Eater. Such a fight would be one told for ages to come. It also signaled the end of what was considered canon for the game. Sure, there could be some other little things, but his foreknowledge was basically non-existent past that. It would be interesting to see what would actually happen after Alduin's defeat. At that moment, Ken walked back into the room with a severe expression on his face as Moira waited at the door. "We are being attacked again. This one seems more serious compared to the others." There had been periodic attacks on the castle since it had fallen. Part of the reason it could even happen was because the bridges had greatly expanded since its captured. There were now 2 stone walkways connecting the castle to the land. They weren't really the most reliable of things because of the waves and ice, but they served their purpose. Apparently, the ones controlling the undead took advantage of the bridges by sending probing attacks against them. Some undead would fall from the bridges, but it didn't really matter as they would just walk across the sea floor. Rictus thought having all the undead walk under the water would be more strategic, but he wasn't complaining at them bottlenecking themselves. Feeling a little frustrated at being out of the loop for so long, Rictus was actually kind of happy they were under attack. This would be a great way of relieving some stress for him. Not the healthiest stress reliever, but still effective. As he was walking, he shot a glance at Moira. Maybe after the battle there will be a different kind of stress relief. I'm sure she missed me at least a little. Catching his look, she blushed just a little as she gave him a saucy wink. Her swaying her hips a little more than was necessary and the hungry look in her eyes was not lost on him either. As he passed various members of the restored, each would stop and salute him with a joyful look on their faces. Whispered words of how they never faltered followed in his wake. While word had quickly spread, it wasn't until they saw him that they truly believed he had returned. Cheers greeted him as he stood on the castle walls. The sight of their leader healthy and back among them did wonders for the restored. Rictus couldn't help the smile on his face or the warmth in his heart at their cheers. These were his people. His happy expression quickly turned dark as he looked out at the large group of undead charging them. He grunted as he noticed how some undead were marching underwater as well as across the bridges. Seems someone over there had a brain after all. It didn't change anything though. Those monsters wanted to hurt and kill his people. That was simply unacceptable. It was time to let the world know he was back, and he knew exactly how he would make that statement. Der Nehvir. All the restored stood in awe at hearing their leader let out a shout. No one knew he could do that. His legend only grew larger as they witnessed it. The awe turned into reverence at what they witnessed next though. Der Nehvir appeared in all its majestic undead glory while wrapped around the closest castle spire. Taking in the surroundings, a truly massive roar ripped from his maw. He then turned towards Rictus. Ah! The free air of Vuz at long last. The dragon's head tilted to the side as it took in a massive breath. A scary, but pleased, look came over its face, which only became more pronounced as Dernevier took in the approaching undead. You honor me once again, Kanaran. After this feast, I will teach you the first word of soul tearing, Rai, as promised. With that, the dragon let out another roar before taking to the skies. Rictus looked imperiously down on the undead as Dernevier completely devastated them. Who would have guessed that an immortal undead dragon necromancer of immense power would be so effective against undead and mortal necromancers? Getting an itch in his left arm, Rictus decided it was time for him to join in the slaughter. As he casually dropped from the castle walls and charged the undead horde, he completely missed the looks his people were giving him. If any of them had ever had a doubt about his power, seeing an ancient and powerful dragon submit to their master only reinforced his image. Ken let out a sigh with a smile splitting his weathered face as he glanced over at Moira. Try to keep up, you old hag. She let out a condescending laugh while covering her mouth. Oh, I think an ancient coffin dodger like you will be the one left behind. She quickly jumped from the wall and levitated to the ground. Not to be outdone, Ken hooked a grappling hook against the battlements before rappelling down. Rictus wasn't the only one who had improved his abilities. Seeing him land beside her, Moira let out a chuckle. Seems an old dog can learn some new tricks. No more words were shared between them as they both rushed forward, determined not to be left behind after so recently being reunited with Rictus. Seeing their actions, the restored streamed out of the castle with a roar. Emboldened with hope and fiery devotion, not a soul faltered as they bulldozed their way after their leaders. Nothing could stop them now. And, well, that was a quick summary of some of things which happened while Rictus was gone. Like I mentioned last week, I hadn't originally planned on a time skip, at least not one this long. Things had started dragging a little for me though, so I wanted to speed some things up. Chapter 85, An Offer I Could Refuse. Rubbing his temples, the headache slowly faded as Rictus internalized all he had just learned. Dernevier had taught him the first part of the soul tear shout. The first word being Rai. Roughly translated, it meant essence. While learning it, Dernevier had informed him that it would take all 3 words of power before the shout became worthwhile. Rictus had tried getting into the reasoning behind that, but the dragon had simply shrugged and told him that is just how the world works sometimes. There hadn't been a lot of time though before Dernevier had returned back to the soul cairn though, so further details had been lost. Rictus could kind of comprehend the shout, but it felt slippery when he tried focusing on it. Almost like when a word is on the tip of your tongue, yet you cannot remember it for the life of you. Unlike the game where the Dragonborn could summon Dernevier fairly quickly, Rictus was not so lucky. Somehow, he just knew that trying to summon the dragon too soon would not be good for his health. From what he could tell, it would take a few days before he could summon Dernevier again. A worthy price for such a powerful ally. With more practice, he was certain he could reduce the time though. Whether Dernevier would actually answer the summons was an entirely different matter though. The dragon was a sentient being after all, so he didn't have to listen. For now, Rictus had made his way back to his favorite overlook at White River Watch for a bit of a break. He had been rushing around the past couple days ever since his return, and he needed a moment to relax. There wasn't anything major, but a lot of little things needed his personal touch. Mostly, he visited their various bases so his people could see him. Morale is a powerful tool. His eyes did keep drifting towards the top of the throat of the world. It wouldn't be too much longer before the legendary clash between Alduin and the last Dragonborn. The outcome of that fight would determine the course of history and be told for years afterwards. Would he become part of that legend, a simple footnote, or completely forgotten? He was more than willing to assist in the fight, but he wasn't sure he really wanted that. Fear was the main reason. He had already fought and killed dragons before, but Alduin was an entirely different matter. What would a fight against the strongest dragon even look like? How many would perish? Would he even make a difference? Could he live with himself if he didn't at least try helping? A determined look appeared on Rictus's face at that last thought. He would not let doubt and fear control his thoughts. If he could help, he would try and do his part. Not dying would still be a high priority though. There was still a lot he would like to accomplish here. Sorry to bother you, but we have a visitor. Rictus raised his eyebrow at Ken as his thoughts were disrupted. Who is it? Delphine. It was a surprise, but not entirely unexpected. Seems she may have gotten word of him being able to summon a dragon. He thought he knew what she wanted though, so he motioned for Ken to bring her to him. He waved off his other guards though so they could speak alone. Soon, one of the most famous characters in from the game was standing in front of him. The middle-aged Breton woman stood proudly before him and stared at him with piercing green eyes. She was in amazing shape despite her age, and he knew she was a fierce fighter. He was a bit surprised at her attire though. Instead of wearing the iconic leather armor, she was wearing full blades armor with the iconic dragon helmet under one arm. The armor looked kind of like a mix between some samurai and Roman legion armor. He personally thought it was pretty cool looking. It is a pleasure to finally meet you, Delphine, Grand Master of the Blades. To what do I owe the honor? She didn't even flinch at his mention of the blades as she continued staring. It seemed she was trying to divine some information just by looking at him. Rictus wasn't really bothered though as he took a bite out of a delicious sweet roll while maintaining eye contact. Eventually, she spoke. Is it true? Hearing such a broad question, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. Is what true? I need a little more to go off than that. Her eyes narrowed at his flippant attitude. I believe you know what I am talking about. It's obviously about the rumors of you fighting alongside a dragon. The eradication of those monsters is the sole purpose of the Blades. At one point, the Blades were responsible for protecting the Emperor. Not that they really did a good job of that based off all the assassinations. Hopefully you are better dragon hunters than protectors. Her eyebrow barely twitched at the slight, but he still noticed. He couldn't help but try and get in one more jab. The way she was staring at him was not pleasant. I also thought the Blades were supposed to serve the Dragonborn. Yet, you are here, and the Dragonborn is risking her life down in Black Reach with my people assisting her. Most curious indeed. Maybe an explanation of that in return for my explanation is in order. That got a reaction as she tightly gripped her sword and stared daggers at him before speaking frostily. I'll explain what I want when I want, got it? You'd already be dead if not for you helping the Dragonborn and hurting the Thalmor. Now, are you working with those monsters? Think about your answer carefully, especially before disrespecting me or my order again. A heavy intense silence followed her words. The slight playfulness in Rictus's eyes had completely disappeared as he stared back at her. Slowly, the corners of his mouth started twitching. Ha 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 ha. Rictus kept laughing for a moment as his eyes started watering. It took a couple of minutes before he got a hold of himself and wiped away the tears. He stood up and grabbed some water sitting on a nearby table. After taking a long sip, he turned back to her. I needed a good laugh, so I thank you for that. I really must applaud your determination and confidence though. It is no wonder you could avoid the Thalmor so long despite them wanting you dead. But to answer your question, I am not working with the dragons. I traveled to a plane of oblivion where I defeated a dragon. He taught me how to summon him here where he would fight my enemies. So, no. I am not working with the dragons. I killed an immortal monster, and it submitted to me. Is that a good enough explanation? She looked a little skeptical but could tell he was telling the truth, or at least what he thought was the truth. You need to kill that dragon again then. We do not need another one running amok. Did you not hear me about already killing him once? He will just reanimate like how Alduin has done at the Dragon Mounds. She didn't seem to care about his explanation though as she shrugged her shoulders. Then either seal him so he cannot come back or forget the spell for summoning him to this world. You should know the problems the dragons have caused us. Countless people killed. Untold destruction. They will end this world if we do not stop them. She looked him over before speaking again, looking a bit less rigid. I know I can be a bit harsh at times, but it is required if we are to end this threat. The Blades need strong people willing to fight for our survival. You and the Restored haven't been doing bad so far. But if you were to join the Blades, things could be so much better. Our knowledge and prowess combined with your numbers would go a long way of making this world a better place for all. Shocked, Rictus stared at her incredulously. Are you serious? Delphine nodded her head. Of course I am. Being a Blade is a lifelong commitment though. Your loyalty must be with us once you are in. Slowly and carefully, Rictus started talking while pacing back and forth. So, let me get this straight. First, you come into my home and demand I give you answers. Then, you threaten me and say how you, a fit middle-aged woman past her prime with minimal magical abilities, would have already killed me, a perfectly healthy mage in the prime of his life who leads one of the strongest private factions and has killed a dragon in single combat, if not for me helping Myra Jane and killing some Thalmor. Next, you demand I permanently kill, or at least never summon, a powerful being sworn to assist me in battle. Finally, you try and recruit me and my followers to become your underlings? Oh, and you never actually answered my question about why the Restored are with the Dragonborn right now instead of the Blades. Does that about cover it all? Her scowl had only grown the more he talked as she grit her teeth. That is one way to look at it. How about a counter-proposal then? We forget any unpleasantness of our past little conversation and start over. I am willing to have an open and friendly information exchange with you about dragon hunting techniques. Then, we can see where that leads. Rictus held his hand out to her to seal the deal. Personally, he thought it was a pretty good one. Start with some information and then they could explore future cooperation. Yet, he didn't like her attitude, but he understood it on some level. Delphine had been in hiding and on the run for decades. She had always been the alpha and didn't really work well with others. Her time in hiding had only refined her zealousness. It would take a bit of time for any change, but if she did, Rictus thought she would be a great ally against the dragon and Thalmor. Delphine looked at his hand with contemplation before a determined look appeared on her face. She took a step closer and clasped his hand. The others didn't recognize the armor. I can't let you go, knowing what you know. I am sorry it turned out this way. Staring into his eyes, Delphine plunged a dagger straight into his chest where his heart was. She watched as his eyes widened in surprise at her sudden attack. Admittedly, she did regret having to do this. Rictus would have provided immense benefits to the Blades and could have made the world a better place. She had been sorely tempted by his offer. It had seemed genuine and had a lot of potential for becoming something more in the future. She just couldn't take that risk though. Thalmor spies were everywhere, and they would surely find her if she took the deal. The Restored were too prominent not to have spies in their ranks, and the Blades were not ready for that fight just yet. Everything would have been easier if Rictus would have just joined her. Do not worry. I will do everything in my power to make sure the dragon threat is no more. You can rest easy and go in peace to whatever afterlife you believe in. She slowly lowered him to the ground before taking a step back as she pulled the dagger from his chest. The poison on the blade guaranteed to finish him off quickly and painlessly. Maybe there was still a way she could use this to her advantage though. If she could somehow put the blame on the Thalmor, it would mean an all-out war between the Restored and those bastards which would take the heat off her. Then she could move more openly, for a while at least. Something was off though. Her instincts were screaming at her that something was very wrong. It took her a moment, before she realized what it was. There was basically no blood on her blade. She stared at her blade before quickly looking at the gaping wound on Rictus's chest. There was only a small trace of blood on her sword, but nothing coming from the wound. How could that be? She tried taking a step forward but couldn't move at all. It felt like her body was paralyzed and the weight of a mountain was on her shoulders. Her eyes looked around in a slight panic at what could be going on. A bored voice soon addressed her. Delphine, Delphine, Delphine. Whatever am I going to do with you? Her eyes darted around trying to find the source of the voice, but she couldn't find it. Maybe it was coming from behind her. She tried turning, but she was still completely stuck, only her eyes being able to move. Rustling soon followed, and her eyes widened as she finally discovered where the noise was coming from. Well, that was not very nice of you. That shirt was a gift, you know. Patting himself off, Rictus turned and faced Delphine. I'm not usually one for monologuing, but I am just in that kind of mood today. See, I happen to be very skilled in alteration magic. One of the things I am most famous for is my alter body spell. It is the reason we are called the Restored actually. It allows me to change a person's body in a number of different ways, including restoring lost limbs. So, making a small hollow area in my chest where a knife could easily penetrate while causing no damage wasn't too taxing. I hadn't had a real chance to test it out before now though, so thank you for the help. I don't think it is ready for actual combat, but it has some potential. Before her eyes, the opening on his chest rapidly flowed back together like it had never happened. I really was hopeful we could have worked something out peacefully. I am sure it would have been mutually beneficial. Unfortunately, that will not happen. I'm not sure what will become of the Blades from here though. Not really your concern though. Just take it easy while I figure out what to do with you now. Stone reinforced with metal rapidly covered Delphine's body. Her eyes filled with panic as she was completely covered, leaving only an opening for her nose. Staring at his newest statue, Rictus let out a tired sigh. This was definitely not how I saw this day going. I really just don't understand people sometimes. Hearing footsteps, he looked up to see Ken and Moira approaching with a few of his guards behind them. Curiously, Ken had a black eye. What's with the black eye, Ken? He looked back impassively as Moira started fidgeting. I was responsible for holding back Moira after you were stabbed. I told her you were fine and to check with her magical sight, but it took some convincing. I suppose we are just lucky she took her frustration out on me instead of burning the place to the ground. Rictus couldn't help chuckling at his friend's bad luck. As bad as it sounded, it felt good to laugh at his misfortune. Isn't that what real friendship looked like after all? I am very lucky to have a friend like you, Ken. Your trust in me and my abilities is quite flattering as well. He simply shrugged his shoulders as Rictus rapidly healed his eye. I knew you were okay. Besides, you would have deserved death if a little dagger to the chest from an old lady killed you. Rictus rolled his eyes at the dry remark as Ken smirked at him. Ahoy. Well, after this little fiasco, I am going to sit in my chair and stare off into the distance while pondering the greater mysteries of magic. Please do not let anyone else disturb me for the rest of the night. Without waiting for a reply, he plopped himself down in his chair. Staring off into the distance, he couldn't help but ponder his magic as he pulled some things from storage. I wonder how my storage spell keeps these sweet rolls so fresh and this milk so cold. Well, we finally got to meet Delphine. I hadn't really thought about this happening before the idea popped into my mind while showering. It made a little sense though that Delphine would react in some way. I know that some people may like her, but I personally was never a big fan of how they did her character. Lots of potential, but just not the best done. So, I let Rictus deal with her in ways I never could in the game. Also, with Christmas happening this weekend, I don't know if there will be a chapter next week due to my busy schedule. Just as a warning. Chapter 86, Bull Crap. There is something I think you would like to see. Rictus looked up from his desk where he was writing a letter to Morrigan about getting some new enchantments to see Moira standing there. Hold on while I finish this letter real fast. It didn't take him much longer before he was done. He was writing Morrigan about enchanting his new armor as well as telling her about the supplies he sent. Her and Dante were going to Morthal right now to investigate the vampire rumors. Rictus figured a delivery of silver weapons would only help their venture, and the restored could easily pump out silver weaponry of all types because of the transmutation spell turning iron into silver. Making sure the letters and orders were in order, he gave them to one of his guards at the door to pass along. Sorry for the delay. You have my whole attention now. He couldn't help smiling at Moira who had patiently waited on him. As I was saying, I have something I think you would like to see. Maybe someone would be a better term though. This immediately caught his attention. Moira didn't normally bring these kinds of things to his attention, so he was quite intrigued. Well, now I am really curious. What is it? I think it would be better to show you. Rictus had some free time right now, so he was more than willing to follow her along with her for now. Guards fell into formation behind him as they moved through White River Watch. People moved quickly through the hallways as the place buzzed like a beehive. Seeing everyone moving with such purpose filled Rictus with pride. They had come so far so fast. Where are we going? Moira gave him a conspiratorial look. The changing room. Rictus raised an eyebrow in question, but she ignored it as she grabbed his hand and pulled him forward. He was a little surprised they would be going to the changing room since he knew there were not any appointments scheduled. The changing room was the location where some of the more physically altering spells took place. Moira had brought several loyal and powerful hag ravens there so he could alter their appearances to be less repugnant. This greatly increased their loyalty to Moira, and him by extension. Although there was one hag raven that she did get me to make even uglier. I think her name was Esmeralda or something like that. Why Moira insisted I make that one's feathers less dark was also a little weird. It wasn't only hag ravens who had gotten altered here though. Some of the more loyal and open-minded restored had gotten physical enhancements, beyond the normal, here. Things like enhanced smelling, hearing, and vision were pretty standard, but there were more intricate ones. Claws like that of a saber cat, troll-like regeneration, a couple had even gotten him to give them an Argonian's ability to breath underwater and webbed fingers, which was much simpler than he had first thought. He wasn't sure what he was expecting, but the 8-foot-tall Minotaur was not it. He was a very physically impressive specimen with bulging muscles, grey-brown fur, huge pointed horns, shiny metal bands across his body, and a leather loincloth. It took a moment before Rictus even noticed the other two Minotaurs standing behind the big one. One was only slightly smaller and could have been his offspring. The other Minotaur was more slightly built compared to them and had reddish fur with painted patterns swirling across it, but Rictus could tell he was much more magically powerful. Moira. Why are there Minotaurs here? She shrugged her shoulders at the question. I remembered you mentioning Minotaurs one night and how you thought they were interesting. So I reached out to some of the tribes I know to see if there was any interest. Domahur here was very interested in meeting you. Rictus faintly remembered doing something like that. He had found it interesting as they had appeared in other Elder Scrolls games, but not Skyrim. They had always been a formidable enemy and were just kind of cool in his opinion. Why they were not included always baffled him. There were a fair number of monsters which didn't reappear from earlier titles in the series though. Domahur stepped forward and addressed him in a deep rumbling bass. Many rumors about you. Move outside. Rictus wasn't bothered by the halting speech. The room they were in didn't have the highest ceilings so it could be a little uncomfortable for the massive creature. He was very curious as to where this was going so, he led them to the hidden glade where he kept the mutated goats and other animals. Once they reached an open area, Domahur moved away from him while the other two and Moira moved to the side. Rictus had a sinking feeling what this was about. What little he remembered reading indicated that a Minotaur tribe's leadership was based off strength. Watching Domahur roar while raising his hands into the air removed any doubt in his mind what was about to happen. The ground started shaking as Rictus could feel Domahur try controlling the earth around him. Not really in the mood to play games, Rictus unleashed his full magical might as he commanded the stone around him. Domahur's eyes widened in fear and surprise as giant stone spikes sprung up all around him with one stopping an inch from his face. Rictus was starting to understand why so many people in stories just killed people instead of sparing them. It got tedious after a while. He took this moment to look over the trapped Minotaur before glancing at the smaller red one. Is this enough of a demonstration of strength? or will a more permanent demonstration be in order? The Red Minotaur inclined his head. My apologies, but some traditions run deep in my people. Strength, magical or mundane, is very important to us. Thank you for not killing Domahir. He is a most able guard. My name is Domaierza, leader of the Dreadhorn tribe. It is a pleasure to meet you. Rictus raised his eyebrows in surprise at how articulate Domaierza was in comparison to Domahir. Even Moira seemed a little surprised at the turn of events. Seemed she didn't know that one wasn't the true leader. He waved his hands and returned the ground around Domahir back to normal. Well, now that nonsense is out of the way, why are you here? Domaierza could pick up the annoyance in Rictus's tone, so he spoke quickly. Everyone think we are little more than mindless beasts, but that was not always the case. Many ages ago, we were a proud and powerful people. The First Empire would not have been what it was without us. I want to see my people return to such. Rictus gave him a skeptical look at his impassioned speech. One of the goats enhanced by dragon bones and horns came over to investigate what was going on, and Rictus began petting the horse-sized goat whose dragon-like tail began wagging as he boredly replied. That's nice, but what does that have to do with me? The Minotaur looked a little thrown off guard at his actions and the monstrous goat-like creature. It took a moment before Domaierza responded. I have heard and seen how you were able to alter the hag ravens. I wanted to know if such a thing would be possible with my people. We have lost much, and as embarrassing as it is, the rumors of minotaurs being mindless beasts isn't totally unfounded. We are not stupid, but many lack the same aptitude I possess. Whether that is because they lack the same unbroken line as I do or something else, I do not know. A stone chair rose from the ground for Rictus to sit down in as he thought about the request. It was definitely interesting. He hadn't really done much of anything directly influencing the brain of another creature. The brain was a highly important and temperamental organ. Making changes could be highly erratic and unpredictable. Still, it was tempting. Rictus couldn't help thinking about how this could be a great opportunity. He still wanted to try uplifting some Famr back into snow elves. This could be a good starting test. There is no guarantee I could do what you want. Altering a hag raven's appearance is not nearly as complicated as what you are asking. What would I get out of this deal? Domaierza took a knee before him while adopting a solemn tone. The other minotaurs quickly dropping to a knee as well. The might and loyalty of the Dreadhorn tribe would be yours. If you promise to return my people how they were before, we will devote ourselves to your cause. We will be devoted defenders and fiercely loyal, no matter the command. Whatever you ask of us, we will do everything in our power to fulfill your command. When you succeed, we can quickly grow our tribe and incorporate the others under you as well. Rictus looked at the pleading minotaurs, who even taking a knee were taller than many humans. Having some followers as physically imposing as them is very tempting. Few creatures are as strong as a minotaur. If I explain the risks and they still wish for it, who am I to deny them? The things I could learn from this also have lots of potential. Getting another group of devout followers would just be a nice bonus. Moira smirked a little at the far-off look in Rictus's eyes. She already knew his answer. This wasn't exactly how she thought this would go, but as usual, her darling exceeded all expectations. There was no doubt in her mind he would succeed in this just like he had in everything else. When he did succeed, it would not only be the Dreadhorn tribe, but minotaurs from all across the land would flock to him. The magical might of the hag ravens, and the physical power of the minotaurs, all owed to one person. Moira shivered in anticipation at how high her darling would soar. Rictus didn't notice how distracted Moira was as he responded to Domaierza. I accept your offer. While I cannot guarantee anything, I will do what I can for you and your people. As he looked up at Rictus, Domaierza knew he made the right decision as hope filled him. When can we start? Looking at the quivering body being taken for disposal made Rictus let out a sigh. Messing with the brain of a creature was just as perilous as he had feared. Thankfully, Domaierza had been able to supply some subjects who had been more than willing to be experimented on. The fact their other choice was death for their actions of killing and other nefarious purposes didn't matter too much to Rictus. He had been working on the brain of the minotaurs for a couple days now. It provided a welcome break for now, especially since there hadn't been anything major needing his direct attention. Once word came back from some of his people looking out for new attacks or something he could act on, he would. Until then he had time for some magical experiments. Well, I almost had it with that one. We just need to make sure our next volunteer is bathed before I start with the procedure. That should keep my allergies under control. I hate sneezing. Rictus still wasn't entirely sure this was the best approach, but it had been fascinating all the same. He had started with a magical scan of Domaierza's brain and tried replicating the overall structure. Not really a scientific process in the terms of his knowledge of neurology and evolution since things weren't ever that simple, but this was a magic world so it could happen. Besides, this was still preliminary testing, so mistakes were bound to happen. Their long-term plan was just raising the young minotaur calves differently, but that would take years for results. Since they had devolved over time, it stood to reason they could reach that high point again with time. Additionally, the experiments had improved Rictus's fine magical control, which was always a good thing. Working on the Minotaurs had also gotten him thinking about some of the other monstrous races across the land. He had already interacted with giants a few times and found them much different than people thought. Many thought they were stupid, but not him. Their thoughts may move a bit slower, and they didn't speak much, but that didn't make them dumb. Just because a giant didn't talk to an adventurer, who had brazenly walked into his camp, stolen items, ate handmade mammoth cheese, and then attacked said mammoth, before they rocketed them into space didn't mean the giant was a monster. Most people would react the same way as it did. In fact, many of the so-called monster races were not entirely as monstrous as many believed. They even possessed some level of intelligence, as evidenced by them creating homes or basic weapons and armor. Rictus wasn't fooling himself into thinking they were all misunderstood though. Some liked nothing better than to kill or eat people, like the Farmer. Still, it brought up some interesting possibilities. Could the Restored potentially interact with some of these species more and maybe even recruit some of them? Maybe he should investigate this some more. Giants, ogres, goblins, spriggans, reekling, and many more. There were lots of different ones with lots of different potential. Should the Restored start a cultural exchange program? What would that even look like? Are there satyrs here as well? We already have goats, so that would be a fun group to recruit. I don't know why, but simply thinking of a human-goat hybrid makes my shoulders relax. Weird. Any further ruminations and testing were disrupted by Ken rushing towards him. Once he got close, he simply held a totem which was glowing red. Rysera is in trouble. Rictus immediately gave him his full attention. These totems were given out to members as a way to signify if they were in danger. Red was not good at all. What's going on? Ken pulled out a small note and handed it to Rictus. He could recognize Rysera's concise writing. Found the veil. It's incredible, but dangerous. Farmer. Need support. Quickly reading it over, Rictus was filled with frustration at his own inability to do anything. He knew Rysera's general location, but that was it. Flying off right now would not solve anything, since by the time he got there, they could already be dead. He wasn't sure why Rysera hadn't immediately created the teleport glyph once they found the Forgotten Veil. That would have allowed the Restored to send reinforcements via the unlinked glyph here at their base. Maybe she had been too caught up in what they were doing, so that was why she hadn't done it yet? Prepare a relief group. Until she completes the link on her side, all we can do now is hope they stay safe. And, sorry for the delayed update, but here it is. Like a lot of things with this story, I hadn't planned on this being a chapter at all. I loved the Minotaurs from Oblivion and kind of wanted them to make an appearance. I didn't think I would write about them, but it ended up happening anyways. Next chapter should have some of Rysera's POV and things happening in the Forgotten Vale. I hope everyone had a great holiday season and are having a happy new year so far. Chapter 87, Rysera. Rysera POV. Maybe, just maybe, she had gotten a little too caught up in what they were doing. Had she not, things would have been significantly easier. She should have created the teleport glyph as soon as they entered this Forgotten Vale, but she had gotten distracted. This place was just that amazing. A mystical valley hidden deep within the mountains bordering Skyrim and High Rock. Vast, unscalable mountains made it completely isolated from the rest of the world. Untouched for countless years, the natural beauty of the vale was obvious for anyone to see. Unique flora and fauna had thrived without outside intervention. Beautiful cascading waterfalls, pristine frozen lakes, snowy forests, and rich mineral veins covered the area. The site had been so different than what Rysera had experienced before. Morrowind had its own draws, and parts of Skyrim were quite amazing, but this Forgotten Vale was just so much more that it was difficult for her to describe. So, it was at least a little justifiable she had been distracted. At least that was what she was telling herself. It was getting more and more difficult to keep believing that though. Stop daydreaming and start helping. Myrima's shout drew her mind back to their immediate problems. The encroaching Farmer. With a wave of her hand, a wall of fire shot up and engulfed another Farmer war party. With the magic attack, the few remaining ones retreated back further into the hidden crevices of the canyon. Her group let out a sigh of relief as they quickly went over their equipment. Myrima plopped down on a rock beside her as she sharpened her dagger. So, what are we going to do now, Ray? Rysera let out a sign, too tired to bother correcting her friend about her name. It wouldn't do any good anyways. I'm not entirely sure. If we could set up that teleport glyph, we would be in a much better position. The only problem is those cursed Farmer attack en masse whenever I start carving. Normally we could hold them, but they always send some of those mages and spell sword types which are difficult for anyone else to handle. The teleport glyph needs precision or else bad things will happen. Myrima just shrugged her shoulders. I've already told you that you should just focus on it. We can hold while you do it. Better to lose a couple of us than continue in this stalemate where we all eventually tire ourselves out, then die. I still don't understand why we don't just cross the bridge where Serena went and hold there. Much more defensible. She couldn't help rolling her eyes at the rehashed argument. They had been holding their position in a canyon near the final wayshrine, which were marvels of magic she couldn't wait to investigate. A little further down was a bridge leading to the inner sanctum of Oriel. It was part of the reason she was so unusually scatterbrained. They had met a living breathing snow elf. Not one of the twisted Falmer, but a true snow elf from legends. It wasn't every day you met someone from a long-thought extinct race. Most of the other restored with her didn't care much about it, while a couple Nords seemed a little hostile to their ancient enemy. At least Serena and Veilrika seemed properly shocked, just like me. It was nice being around some more intelligent mages, even if they were vampires. Alucard had acted the strangest at the snow elf's presence in her opinion. He almost seemed disinterested and tried rushing through the whole conversation. It was almost like he expected the whole thing. She shook her head at that absurd thought. No one would have guessed something like this, except maybe Rictus. He was the exception though in her mind. There was just something about him and the way he carried himself which hinted at untold insights into the world. Him not acting surprised would have been understandable, but not someone like Alucard. Sure, he was impressively strong and a savant with the bow, but he was a bit of a s-wit. If nor for his random insights, she would have considered him an utter fool. Especially the way he keeps trying to impress Serena. It is a little hard to watch at times. Although, she doesn't seem to mind it too much. To each their own, I suppose. As Rysera applied some healing to a couple of her people, she took stock of their situation. Everyone was still in good shape, if tired. Her own mana seemed a little sluggish, but that was most likely from overuse. There were 8 other restored beside her and Myrima. 4 warriors, 3 archers, and another mage. It had taken some persuasion for Serena to accept that many additional people to her expedition. Rysera and Ken had wanted a much larger force, but Serena had been against that many. Since she was the one in charge and not a member of the restored, it was her decision. This group had been the compromise though. It was a little humbling knowing the 10 elite members of the restored didn't reassure the vampires as much as just Rictus had done. Rysera knew Rictus was more powerful, but it still slightly stung her pride sometimes at how much more powerful he was at such a young age. It was easy to forget, but he really wasn't very old at all. With his unique spells and overall power, he would live for many years to come. She shuddered in anticipation at the heights he would be able to reach in the future. A smack on the back of her head drew her back to the present. She rubbed the back of her head while glaring at Myrima. What is Azura's name was that for? Stop zoning out like that, Ray. She started turning away, but Myrima clearing her throat got her attention. Rysera raised an eyebrow as she looked at the potion in her hand. What is that for? Myrima sighed as she pressed the potion into her hand. Just drink it. Now. Rysera stared at it a moment before shaking her head. I don't want to waste one of our few remaining potions on me. We should save it till we really need it. Myrima stared at her with hardened eyes. Drink the potion, Rysera. Now. Seeing her drop all sense of friendliness, Rysera decided she should just comply with the unreasonable request. A warming sensation bloomed from her stomach and raced back up her nerves and caused her head to buzz for a moment. Her cheeks flushed a bit as she realized what had happened. Thanks for that. Myrima gave her a cheeky grin as she patted her back. Oh, no problem, Ray. So, you caught a little whitbane disease, probably from those ice wraiths that got the jump on you earlier. Nothing to be ashamed of about that. It actually took me longer than it should to recognize it. I just thought you acting that way was from all this craziness going on, but your recent spacing out was the final straw. Rysera took a deep breath as she centered herself. Her mind felt much clearer and her mana more responsive after taking the cure disease potion. Now that she thought about it, it was obvious she was under the effects of the whitbane disease. She couldn't help feeling embarrassed at how far she had let it progress honestly. Normally, she would have easily caught it early, but with everything going on, she had been too distracted. Waiting so long had allowed the disease to muddle her mana and thoughts. The disease really was a bane to one's wits, as the name so obviously implied. Looking over her decisions, she couldn't help but be dissatisfied. She had gone along with the decision for a mad dash for the wayshrines and through the canyons. Then, she volunteered to stay behind and hold off the approaching Falmer as the vampires hurried on. If they would have stuck together, then the Falmer would have easily been kept back long enough for Rysera to complete the teleport glyph. Also, staying in this part of the canyon to hold back the waves of Falmer was not nearly as good as moving across the bridge like Myrima suggested. She took another deep breath before addressing everyone. Sorry for how I have acted. I have been a poor commander and risked our lives needlessly. We are going to make for the bridge as fast as we can now. Once across it, I will immediately start making the teleport glyph for reinforcements. If any Falmer try and attack us, you will hold them back. Now, let's get moving. As she had been talking, everyone stood a little straighter. Once she was done talking, they all had determined looks on their faces as they ran through the canyon and across the bridge. Faintly, various yips and yells could be heard as they made their mad dash. The farmer had been watching and waiting apparently. Playing it safe, Rizera went ahead and activated her emergency totem so that Ken would know something was wrong and send a strong force through the teleporter. The warriors made a small shield wall along the bridge as the archers and mage prepared their attacks. Myrima patted Rizera's back encouragingly. We will keep these damned milk-drinking monsters back. So don't you worry. We won't let anything near that sweet little rump. Myrima laughed after swatting Rizera's behind and running back to the soldiers. Rizera would have normally been outraged, but the levity had made her relax slightly. She poured her full focus on making the glyph, ignoring everything else around her. Time stood still as she focused entirely on getting every single line and curve correct. Despite the yells and screams, or burst of magic, she continued her task. She didn't even spare the fight a glance, trusting them, and worried that if she looked up, then she would feel obligated to help. Something splashed on her from someone near, but she still didn't let up. The pressure was mounting as she could tell the farmer had come in force and were pushing the restored back. Just a bit more. The spell suddenly snapped into place with a pulse of magic. Rizera quickly reached for one of her last remaining mana stones so she could complete the connection. Her hands fumbled it and it dropped to the ground. In her dash to grab it, she couldn't help but notice the desperate battle on the bridge. 2 of the warriors were on the ground bleeding from a plethora of wounds. Another one was simply gone. 2 archers had farmer arrows puncturing their bodies that they would rip out and hand to the other archer since they had all run out of their own arrows long ago. The mage was pouring every last bit of their mana into healing spells just trying to keep everyone alive, but it was obvious there was nothing left to give. Myrima was something else though. She stood in the center of the bridge, a whirlwind of blades and blood as she kept the farmer at bay. The one warrior remaining shielded her from ranged attacks with a cracked shield. If nothing was done soon, they would all die. Rizera firmly grasped the mana stone and refilled her mana. As she kneeled by the glyph and started working on the connection, she really hoped Ken would send reinforcements as soon as the connection was made. A pulse of magic went through the glyph as she started pouring her mana into it. The hum of magic filled the air as the connection snapped into place much firmer and faster than she had ever expected, almost like someone had helped forge the connection from the other side. Before she could even blink, a strange group of people were standing before her. Despite the unusual armor being worn, she easily recognized the person leading them. Her shoulders sagged in relief at the steadying hand on her shoulder. Rest. We will take it from here. Rizera collapsed on the ground as she watched in amazement as the group sprang into action. 2 hulking minotaurs covered in thick armored plating lowered their reinforced horns and charged across the bridge while Rictus swiftly levitated Myrima and all the others out of the way. Seeing the charging minotaurs trample the farmer distracted her for just a moment before the buildup of magic drew her attention. Various destructive spells started raining down as the other mages with Rictus made their presence known. Above them all, Rictus watched everything with a critical eye as he levitated in the air. Suddenly, the bridge itself came alive, tossing farmer to the ground far below or smothering them in stone. Rumbling crashes filled the air as the walls of the canyon of the other side moved like water, crushing everything that drew Rictus' ire. Rizera slowly relaxed as she saw the few remaining flamer try running away before they also met a grisly end. Seeing the others of her party being healed by Danica Purespring, Rizera knew they would all be okay. Feeling healing magic swash over her, she felt the little wear and tears disappear. She gave Rictus an appreciative glance when she noticed him beside her. Thank you. I was worried we were not going to make it. He gave her a comforting smile. No problem at all. I wasn't too worried though. You were here with them, and I trust you. Pride filled her as Rizera couldn't help soaking in the praise. The fact he could say that with a straight face after seeing what had become of her group astounded her. How he projected a sense of sincerity and honesty in his words while actually caring about his people was just another reason so many restored would follow him anywhere. No one had inspired the same amount of loyalty in her as he had. All the amazing new spells were just a nice bonus. At the same time though, she hung her head in shame at how none of this would have happened if she would have acted correctly from the beginning. I don't think I am cut out for leading groups out in the field like this. It hasn't gone well any time I have tried. Good thing you are here though. It means this is all your problem, and I can go back to experimenting with magic. Rictus chuckled at her complaining. You have lived through it all and gotten stronger and more determined after each time though. I will take your complaints under consideration, but you will probably have some more field work in their near future. I'll try and put in a good word for you, but I hear your boss is a real hard ass. Seeing his big smile and exaggerated wink made Rizera chuckle as she further relaxed. Rictus nodded happily at seeing her change of attitude. Your thoughts and insights on this place will be a big help I think. I don't want to damage or change things too much here, but I think it could still get a little more restored. Rizera snorted at his terrible pun. She told herself it was just the post-battle high and not that she found it humorous. Rictus smiled at her as he stood back up. Get some rest Rizera. I have some big plans for this place. We have a lot of work ahead of us. Rysera couldn't help smiling herself. She was looking forward to it. And there is a little chapter from Rysera's POV. I am not sure how much actual base building will be detailed since I myself am not sure what exactly I want to happen here. Next chapter we will be back with Rictus though, so I suppose we will find out.